A 996 office worker unexpectedly finds himself transported into the body of a nobleman's son, only to realize that this bizarre journey was caused by a deadly magical beast attack. Murray Green gazes at the unfamiliar yet handsome face in the mirror. His light blue eyes are as clear as the sky, his black hair cascading like a waterfall, and a slight smile graces his lips. He muses that if he returned to Earth with such looks, he'd undoubtedly be quite popular. Beside him, a servant is adjusting his collar, making the gold-embroidered noble robe look even more impressive. "Does this attire suit you, young master?" the servant asks respectfully. Murray gently presses his chest and abdomen, recalling the incident from over a week ago that connected him with this body. He had been out hunting with his elder brother when they were suddenly attacked by a pack of magical beasts. He fell from his horse and was trampled, with his heart even stopping momentarily. Now that his injuries have healed, he feels compelled to leave the bedroom and join his family for breakfast in the hall. The Countess will be overjoyed. She personally crafted several potions to speed your recovery, young master, the servant says with a beaming face. This enchanting world captivates Murray's imagination. Here, not only do battle energy and magic exist, but dragons and magical beasts also roam freely. His mother is a renowned magician, while his father and brother are celebrated warriors. Although he seems ordinary now, the future holds great promise. After grooming, Murray takes the last healing potion from the bedside table. The green liquid glows faintly in the glass vial, exuding a fresh, herbal fragrance. He drinks it in one gulp, feeling warmth spread through his body and the pain dissipate. In the hall, portraits of 7 ancestral family heads hang high, and an 8-chain magic crystal chandelier dangles above the long table. This luxurious chandelier is only used for significant occasions. Even the wealthy count's family usually relies on candlelight. His burly father sits at the head of the table, with his blue-haired, blue-eyed mother on the left and his impressive elder brother on the right. Facing their gazes, Murray bows according to his memory. His brother, Ryan, immediately rises to check his injuries. Once seated, Murray notices that his silver plate contains a pan-fried shadow leopard steak, the very beast that nearly took his life before being slain by an enraged Rhine. His father and brother's plates hold coarse, cured smoked meat, while his mother enjoys a delicate cream bread. Under the strict discipline of his military-trained father, Heir Rhine must train as if in the army. Thanks to his mother's protection, Murray is spared such rigorous training. He eats while responding to their concerns, seamlessly integrating into this family using his body's memories. Just then, his mother's gentle voice breaks the air. "Little Murray, tomorrow is your 16th birthday, and we will hold a grand comingafage ceremony for you." Her tender light blue eyes make Murray's heart skip a beat. Though he's been here just over a week, his mother's care has deeply touched him. Turning 16 already. In this world, unlike the one before the crossing, people are considered adults at 16. According to research here, this is also the ideal age to begin learning about battle energy and magic. Tomorrow you come of age. Let Ryan take you to the family collection room to choose an item as your comingafage gift, said his father, causing Murray's heart to race with excitement. Thank you, father. Murray responded eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. The Green family collection room has existed for over 200 years, housing treasures collected by the heads of the family over generations. Only the head of the family, the heir, or those with the head's permission can enter. Murray had long coveted a glimpse of this mysterious collection room, but never had the chance. Now, he could finally enter and select a comingafage gift, and his excitement was palpable. Eagerly, Murray quickly devoured the steak on his plate, downed his milk in one go, and declared, "I'm finished." He looked expectantly at his elder brother, Ryan Green, pleading with his eyes to set off quickly. Seeing his brother's impatience, Ryan couldn't help but smile. He leisurely picked up some smoked meat, took a few bites, and then stood up, leading Murray out of the hall towards the collection room. At the entrance of the collection room, 2 fully armed guards stood on either side of the door, swords at their sides. Upon seeing the brothers approach, they immediately bowed and greeted them. "Young master, young sir. Open the door. Father has instructed that young Murray may choose a comingafage gift," Ryan commanded. The guards had no reason to doubt him. As the heir, Ryan had the authority to enter the collection room, and he also carried the Earl's command. Each guard took out a key, inserted it into the locks, and turned them simultaneously. With a click, the heavy door opened a crack. The guards pushed the door open with effort, and it creaked as it revealed the room inside. Murray squinted into the darkness inside, puzzled, and looked at Ryan. "Go on in," Ryan said, stepping into the collection room first. Murray followed closely behind, entering the mysterious space. It was pitch black inside, impossible to see anything. As Murray stood there confused, a soft click sounded, and the room was suddenly illuminated. Murray instinctively looked up at the light source and saw a smaller magic crystal lamp than the one in the hall hanging from the ceiling, casting a bright, white light that banished the darkness. "A magic crystal lamp?" Murray asked in surprise. "Yes," Ryan explained. The items in the collection room are either very valuable or significant. Using torches or candles could damage them and isn't good for preservation, so we use magic crystal lamps. With the room lit, the mystery of the collection room unfolded before Murray's eyes. The first thing he saw was 6 suits of full armor, each distinct and covered with cracks, bearing the marks of swords and axes. Some were even damaged, silently speaking of the fierce battles they had witnessed. These are the armors of the Green family heads through the ages, Rhine said softly. Each one was a formidable warrior on the battlefield. Everything our family has comes from their sacrifices. The brothers instinctively bowed to the armor that embodied their family's honor, and Murray felt a deep sense of reverence and pride welling up inside him. In the center of the collection room, 6 sets of armor gleamed brightly, while the shelves and tables on both sides were filled with various weapons and rare materials. Murray Green's gaze swept over swords, spears, hand axes, and longbows, finally settling on a longsword that shimmered with a cold light. He reached out and picked up the single-handed sword, surprised by its unexpected weight. The blade was 4 fingers wide and 1.2 meters long, weighing as much as a two-handed sword. Murray gripped the hilt with both hands and gently swung it, the sound of it cutting through the air clearly audible. Ryan Green immediately explained, "This is a Dar single-handed sword, a level 5 weapon. Over 50 years ago, Grandfather defeated the notorious bandit warrior Dar and confiscated it from him. The blade is forged from a blend of thousand-fold steel, magic iron, and mithril, able to cut through iron like it's mud." Murray couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, thinking how this casually picked up sword turned out to be a level 5 weapon fit for a great warrior. He carefully placed the sword back in its place and continued to explore the other weapons. Rhine, like a professional guide, provided detailed explanations for each weapon that piqued Murray's interest. Due to his greater interest in becoming a mage, Murray soon found himself in the magical items section. A wooden magic staff, about 1.3 to 1.4 meters long, first caught his attention. He picked up the staff made of pale red wood and a red crystal, immediately feeling a surge of heat. Rhine explained, "This is a level 2 fire magic staff, made from the branch of a fireleaf tree and a fire magic crystal, enhancing the power of fire spells. Fireleaf trees grow in high-temperature environments, and in June and July, the fire energy in the branches peaks, making them ideal for crafting fire magic items." Murray gently caressed the fire magic crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, and then picked up another staff, entirely blue and less than a meter long, made of stone. Its surface was covered in flowing water patterns, and it felt smooth and cool to the touch, making Murray feel very comfortable. "This is a level 3 water magic staff," Ryan continued, "crafted from waterstone and engraved with a water magic amplification array. It can calm the mind, stabilize spell casting, and enhance water magic. With your blue eyes, this staff suits you well. Would you choose it?" Murray hesitated. As an emerging noble family with only a 200-year history, the Green family didn't have deep roots. Compared to warrior items, magical items were noticeably scarce and of lower levels. The highest grade magical item was only a level 4 staff suitable for advanced mages, while the warrior side boasted mostly level 5 and even some level 6 weapons. In this world, both warriors and mages had 10 official levels, each divided into novice, experienced, and accomplished stages. Weapon levels were categorized according to the user's level, with a significant value gap between level 4 and level 5 weapons. This left Murray in a dilemma. Should he choose the magical item that suited him, or abandon his plans to become a mage and opt for a high-level warrior weapon instead? Murray Green stepped into the final section of the magical artifacts collection room, his eyes settling on a long table adorned with several mysterious boxes. This was his last hope. If he couldn't find a desirable magical item here, he would have to reconsider his career plans. With a hint of anticipation, Murray carefully picked up one of the boxes and slowly opened it. As he saw the item inside, his pupils contracted sharply, and disbelief was etched across his face. "No way! Does this world really have something like this?" Murray exclaimed, taking a peculiar object about 30 centimeters long from the wooden box. The object was entirely brass-colored, covered in enigmatic patterns. Its shape was quite unique, half-curved and half-straight, as if composed of 2 parts. The straight end was a cylinder with an internal hole about the width of a finger. Even though it was Murray's first time seeing such an item in person, he immediately recognized a flintlock gun. "Big brother, is this?" Murray turned to Ryan Green, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ryan Green was well-versed in every item in the collection room. Facing his brother's inquiry, he promptly began a detailed explanation. "This is a magic crystal gun, a specially crafted non-grade magical device. Its unique feature is the added trigger design, allowing even ordinary people to operate it." He continued to explain. "The gun body is forged from a blend of brass and purple copper, with the surface engraved with fortification and shock-absorbing magic arrays to ensure structural stability. To use it, you simply load special magic crystal powder and copper pellets into the copper tube, then ignite it through mental power, magic, battle energy, or by simply pulling the trigger. This ignition will explode the magic crystal powder, activate the magic array, and simultaneously shoot out the copper pellet. Its power is comparable to a fireball spell. As he spoke, Ryan took out two exquisite small boxes from the wooden box. He opened them to show Murray. One was filled with copper pellets, and the other contained several small cloth bags. Ryan picked up one of the bags, opened it, and handed it to Murray. Murray took the bag and, seeing it filled with sparkling magic crystal powder, held his breath. He carefully caressed the cold metallic surface of the magic crystal gun, but inside, a fiery passion was ignited. What boy wouldn't want a gun of his own? Especially one that combines the powers of two worlds. Murray quickly glanced through the remaining boxes and decisively chose the magic crystal gun as his comingafage gift. Ryan nodded approvingly. A fine choice. It's a great self-defense weapon for you at this stage. Would you like to test its power at the training ground? Murray eagerly agreed. He carefully placed the magic crystal gun back into the wooden box, then picked up the box and followed Ryan out of the collection room, heading towards the training ground behind the castle. The Green Castle's training ground was divided into two areas, one for the family guards and trainees, and another reserved for the Green family members. As they passed the public training ground, dozens of youths were practicing sword swings under the instructor's guidance. Upon seeing the two brothers approach, everyone immediately halted their actions and respectfully saluted. The brothers casually greeted the instructor and proceeded straight to the private training area, ready to showcase the power of the magic crystal gun. Upon entering the private training ground, Murray Green immediately spotted his father, Earl Green, dressed in warrior attire. The Earl paused his training, standing in the center of the arena with his hands resting on the hilt of a large, unsharpened two-handed sword planted in front of him. He squinted slightly, his sharp gaze falling on the two newcomers. Father, Murray and Ryan greeted in unison. Earl Green nodded slightly. Have you chosen your comingafage gift? Yes. Thank you for your gift, Father, Murray replied without hesitation, taking a magic crystal gun from a wooden box he carried and respectfully presenting it to his father. I chose this magic crystal gun. Earl Green accepted the magic crystal gun, and immediately a red glow emanated from his hands, a sign of his combat aura. As the aura infused the gun, its magical array activated, and strange red patterns, like a spider web, quickly covered the gun, putting it in a re-identifier state. A magic crystal gun, Earl Green remarked softly. An interesting little gadget, a wizard's defensive weapon. It seems you wish to become a wizard in the future. He turned to gaze at Murray, his deep, abyss-like black eyes making Murray tense. Murray forced himself to widen his light blue eyes to meet his father's gaze. He knew that Earl Green despised cowardice. Yes, father, he answered firmly. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Earl Green nodded in satisfaction. You've inherited Penny's water magic talent, so becoming a wizard is the right choice. Remember, don't disappoint your mother. I will be my mother's pride and the pride of the Green family, Murray solemnly promised. Earl Green returned the magic crystal gun to Murray, giving him a slightly surprised look. He noticed that his youngest son had become more resilient and outgoing after being severely injured, finally showing some resemblance to his lineage. However, he didn't dwell on it, as it was natural to grow after facing life and death fears. He patted Murray's shoulder in encouragement. Murray found a table and placed the wooden box on it. Holding a bag of magic crystal powder in his right hand and the gun barrel in his left, he carefully poured the powder into the gun. Then, he used a wooden rod to compact the powder before inserting a copper ball. Once ready, Murray stood in front of a man-height wooden post, keeping a distance of over 10 meters. He held the gun level with one hand, aiming at the post. Ryan reminded from the side. I think you should use both hands. Even with the recoil-reducing magic, the kickback might be too much for you. Murray, always one to heed advice, immediately gripped the gun handle with both hands and reamed at the post. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pulled the trigger. The magical array on the gun lit up instantly. Bang! A deafening roar echoed through the training ground. The distant wooden post exploded into splinters. Simultaneously, the massive recoil forced Murray to take 2 steps back before he could steady himself. Breathing heavily, Murray looked in disbelief at the post. The man-height, barrel-thick post had been shattered by a single shot, its power comparable to a grenade. This isn't just a flintlock gun, Ryan exclaimed. Even a Barrett wouldn't surpass this power. It's an amazing magical weapon, granting an ordinary person the destructive power of a wizard. Truly astonishing. Earl Green shook his head. It's just a clever magical weapon. While it gives an ordinary person considerable destructive power, its damage ceiling is fixed. Even a magic god couldn't enhance it. Moreover, aside from its power, it has no other advantages, as enemies aren't wooden posts waiting for you to shoot. True strength comes from becoming stronger oneself. With that, Earl Green picked up the two-handed sword single-handedly and swung it horizontally. A red sword light shot out, instantly severing all wooden posts in its path. The light struck the stone wall of the training ground, leaving a deep crack. Witnessing his father's astounding sword strike, Murray couldn't help but gasp in awe, secretly shaken. Is it too late for me to become a warrior? He couldn't help but ask. Put your gift away and start today's training. In the training ground, Murray Green donned a brand new warrior outfit, testing his recently healed body. Carefully, he selected a blunted single-handed sword, closed his eyes, and recalled the sword techniques he had learned before. At first, his movements were a bit awkward, but over time, his swordplay became smooth and natural. Meanwhile, Ryan Green, a mid-level warrior, no longer needed to repeat basic training. He picked up a blunted two-handed sword and engaged in an intense sparring session with Earl Green. With a low shout, Ryan swung his sword down, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Earl Green's single hand. The Earl deftly maneuvered his sword in a circular motion, deflecting Ryan's attack, then swiftly thrust towards Ryan's chest. Ryan reacted quickly, raising his sword to deflect the lethal strike. But before he could catch his breath, Earl Green surged forward like lightning, pressed down on Ryan's sword hilt, and landed a reverse hilt strike to Ryan's abdomen, forcing him to stumble back. Your sword techniques are well memorized, but you lack adaptability, Earl Green pointed out sternly. You need to make swordplay instinctive. On the battlefield, there's no time to think about your next move. Again, despite the pain in his abdomen, Ryan took a deep breath and raised his two-handed sword to strike at his father once more. However, after just a few exchanges, he was kicked away by Earl Green, landing heavily on the ground. Watching his brother's plight, Murray Green felt secretly relieved and decided to abandon the idea of becoming a warrior. I should become a noble and elegant mage instead, he thought to himself. However, his relief was short-lived. Earl Green's hawk-like gaze fell upon him, and he said in a deep voice, "Your turn." Murray, both curious and fearful, mustered his courage, gripped his single-handed sword, and assumed a training stance. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward with a thrust towards his father. Your footing is unsteady, and your thrust lacks decisiveness, Earl Green commented as he easily dodged the attack. With a quick pivot, he blocked Ryan's side strike. Then, the Earl's shoulder bumped against Murray's sword, knocking it aside. Caught off guard, Murray felt his wrist go weak, causing him to stumble backward with the sword. Before he could regain his balance, Earl Green's hand chop struck his back, sending him sprawling onto the special sandy ground. Ugh, ugh, Murray spat out the sand from his mouth, feeling frustrated. Although he knew he wasn't a match for his father, losing so thoroughly was hard to accept. He hadn't even touched his father's sword. Fueled by anger, Murray abandoned all pretense and slid in an attempt to sweep at Earl Green's legs. However, this reckless move only earned him a swift kick, sending him flying out of the training area. What a mess, disgraceful, Earl Green scolded harshly. Lying on the ground, Murray suddenly had a clever idea. Clutching his chest, he feigned pain and said, "Oh, my old injury is acting up. I need to rest in my room." With that, he quickly got up from the ground and limped away from the training ground. To him, this was not training at all, but rather a beating. So, without hesitation, he used his illness escape tactic to flee from the demoralizing scene. After washing up again and rinsing the sand from his mouth, Murray Green put on a casual outfit. He carefully admired his brand new magic crystal gun, studying it with fascination before reluctantly placing it in his collection cabinet. With a thought, he decided to head to the library of Greencastle. Pushing open the heavy oak door, Murray immediately spotted Mr. Roy, who was engrossed in a book. "Good morning, Mr. Roy," he greeted softly. Roy, a man in his 50s with a kind face and neatly groomed hair that was half gray, was not only the librarian, but also a noble descendant with vast knowledge. He tutored Murray in noble etiquette, reading, and writing. Hearing the greeting, Roy looked up, his aged face breaking into a gentle smile. "Ah, young Murray. Feeling better?" Murray patted himself and replied, "I've fully recovered, Mr. Roy. What are you reading?" "Oh, just some recently published travel notes," Roy joked. "It's rare to see you in the library today." He remembered, well, that Murray was never fond of reading, completing his lessons in noble etiquette and basic knowledge only under the strict supervision of the Countess. Murray scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Well, I'm turning 16 tomorrow. My father gifted me a magic crystal gun. It's incredible. So I wanted to find some books to learn more about it." "Ah, magic crystal gun." Roy nodded in understanding. "I recall some books mentioning it. Hold on, let me find them for you." With that, he leaned on his cane and slowly headed to the bookshelves. The library spanned over 200 square meters, housing more than 20 bookshelves. Only one was filled with precious leather-bound books, while the rest contained regular paperbacks. Soon, Mr. Roy returned with 4 books, 1 leather-bound and 3 paperbacks. After a brief chat with Mr. Roy, Murray returned to his room with the books. He skimmed through them: The Fall of the Moss Kingdom, Research on Explosives, Anthony the Ranger, and the leather-bound Key Points in Magic Crystal Gun Array inscription. It was the year 4225 of the Age of Revelation. The Fall of the Moss Kingdom recounted the downfall of a kingdom over 1,000 years ago. The king of Moss was fascinated by peculiar things and had a firework artisan create a matchlock gun, later improved into a flintlock gun. The new king waged wars, and the flintlock gun proved powerful on the battlefield. However, other nations united against Moss, forming a heavily armored, swift warrior corps that ultimately defeated the kingdom. A coalition magic army leveled the palace. The new king perished, and Moss Kingdom fell. Witnessing Moss Kingdom's fate, Murray Green quickly dismissed his bold idea of world conquest. He realized that without mastering immense power swiftly, a single forbidden magic spell could obliterate him. As a former ordinary office worker, though interested in firearms, he was clearly unprepared for the world's magical forces. Research on explosives detailed various explosive material compositions, including the magic crystal powder used in magic crystal guns, revealing that the magic crystal gun is a magical upgrade of the flintlock gun. Anthony the Ranger was a novel about a ranger named Anthony who wielded a longsword and a magic crystal gun, fighting evil and promoting justice. Murray found nothing particularly special about it. Finally, the leather-bound Key Points in Magic Crystal Gun Array inscription was a manual for mages, explaining how to inscribe magic arrays on a magic crystal gun. Although Murray couldn't fully understand it, he knew his magic crystal gun was inscribed with fortification and shock absorption magic arrays. The following evening, as night fell, the once quiet green castle suddenly burst into a blaze of lights. Extravagantly decorated carriages, carrying nobility dressed in their finest attire, streamed toward the castle to attend the grand Comingafage celebration meticulously prepared for Murray. The castle, both inside and out, buzzed with activity and the hum of voices. Murray Green, the guest of honor, was currently being fussed over by his mother, Countess Penny Campbell, as she put the finishing touches on his appearance. He wore a luxurious robe, his complexion rendered strikingly pale by expensive cosmetics, and his lips a vivid blood red. Staring at the unfamiliar reflection in the bronze mirror, Murray felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. As a soul who had lived through 2 lifetimes, he never imagined he would find himself in such a situation. Absolutely stunning, my little Murray, the Countess said with satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with pride. At home, Penny doted on Murray the most. Unlike his elder brother Ryan, Murray bore a closer resemblance to his mother, with a hint of refinement in his handsome features. Genetically, Murray exhibited more traits from the Countess's family, especially with his light blue eyes that mirrored his mother's, contrasting sharply with the dark eyes of Earl Green and Ryan. Mother, isn't this a bit unmanly? Murray hesitated. Perhaps you could remove the makeup. Hearing this, the Countess lightly tapped Murray on the head, feigning annoyance. Humph. Your father has influenced you too much with his constant fighting, lacking any noble manners. Once you attend school and mingle with other young wizards, you'll naturally learn to tone it down. Remember, you're destined to be a distinguished wizard, not a reckless warrior. Penny Campbell hailed from a prestigious lineage, being the third daughter of the current Marquis Campbell. In comparison to the Green family, with its mere 2 centuries of noble history, the Campbell family boasted deep roots as one of the 4 major marquisates in the Northern Kingdom, a colossal magical family that existed even before the kingdom's establishment. The family history includes a grandmaster of water magic, whose formidable power has been passed down through the bloodline. Descendants who manifest the Campbell lineage typically have the potential to become water mages. Murray's light blue eyes were proof of the Campbell bloodline. Although his hair was black like his father's, rather than his mother's light blue, it still indicated his potential to become a mage, albeit possibly not as much as his mother's. Penny herself was an intermediate water mage, skilled in healing magic, and had successfully transitioned to a potion master, capable of independently crafting potions. Her plans for Murray's future followed her path to become a water healing mage. This way, when his elder brother Ryan went to battle, having a sibling skilled in healing magic by his side would greatly increase his chances of survival. If Murray could also transition to a potion master like his mother, it would be even more ideal. There we go, simply beautiful. The Countess admired her son with satisfaction. Tonight, our little Murray is sure to charm many noble young ladies. Her eyes shone with anticipation, as if she could already see her son's bright future. After more than 2 hours of meticulous grooming by the Countess, Murray's handsome appearance was even more striking. His long hair was tied into a ponytail with a golden headband, adding a mature and wild aura that perfectly complemented his earlier suggestion. The banquet hall was bustling with noise. The Count, with his characteristic military brevity, gave a short speech. Thank you all for attending Murray Green's coming-of-age ceremony. I hope you all have a pleasant evening and enjoy the night. Let the banquet begin. With that, he raised a toast to open the event, and then led the nobles and key figures of the county in lively conversation in the center of the hall. Meanwhile, the Countess gracefully guided the other noblewomen to the back hall for entertainment, leaving the younger generation to mingle freely around the hall. As the guest of honor, Murray was soon surrounded by a crowd. Suddenly, a corpulent figure squeezed next to Murray and whispered, "Hey, happy birthday, Murray." Want me to set you up tonight so you can become a real man?" He winked as he spoke. Although it was a whisper, those nearby heard it clearly and began to tease Murray. "Yeah, Murray," another voice chimed in. "We tried to take you out for some fun before, but you said the count kept a tight rein and you weren't of age yet. Well, today you're an adult, and we're going to throw you a real coming-of-age party, huh?" Murray's friends stifled their laughter, chuckling softly. Murray's face turned red before he scowled and whispered angrily, "Get lost. You bunch of perverts, get away from me." Hearing this, the boys on either side of Murray and those not yet truly of age couldn't help but burst into laughter. Murray's face darkened as he angrily punched each of them, but instead of getting upset, they only laughed harder. "Whoa, looks like Murray's grown up and developed a taste," one voice teased. "Are you planning to go after one of the noble young ladies present? You should think twice. They're like roses with thorns. If you play with them, you'd better be ready for marriage. If you're interested, I could introduce you to my sister or cousin. His sisters are just as chubby as he is," another chimed in. "You've seen my sister, right? She's gorgeous. Just say the word, and I'll bring her over for you." "Who are you calling chubby? That's voluptuous." "A little plump is perfect," the first person retorted. "Your sister's as skinny as a bean sprout." Murray finally realized why these friends, who usually got along so well, were acting this way today. They were on a mission to set him up with their sisters. Even though Murray was just the Count's second son and wouldn't inherit the title as long as Ryan Green was around, as the second young master of the county, he was quite popular among unmarried women, second only to those with noble inheritance rights. The number of nobles in the county was limited, and while there weren't many noble young ladies, they outnumbered the noblemen. Under the Count's protection, Murray's future was undoubtedly brighter than many nobles. If he followed the Count into battle and earned military honors, becoming a noble himself wasn't out of the question. Murray finally understood why these jokers weren't flirting with the noble young ladies, but were instead focused on him. As the Count's son, Murray was privy to many noble secrets. He had assumed they were looking for a change of pace today after all. He looked exceptionally handsome thanks to the Countess's efforts. "I need to stay away from them," Murray thought to himself. "Otherwise, who knows what rumors will spread by tomorrow morning. My reputation would be ruined. It was normal not to have a girlfriend when I was ugly, but if I still don't have one now that I'm handsome, I'd be completely doomed." Murray Green raised his wine glass and forced his way out of the small circle, heading towards a salon comprised of a group of young noble women. His friends exchanged knowing smiles and followed him, as if escorting a general about to enter battle. "I bet 5 silver coins that Murray won't last 2 minutes before he blushes and retreats," one friend whispered. "Count me in for 3 minutes," another chimed in. "Subtract 1, 5 silver coins, I bet 1 minute," a third interjected. "From what I know of Murray, that shy and timid kid won't last a minute." Murray heard them clearly, his lips twitching as he thought to himself, "Are you doing this on purpose? Or was it an accident? Or purposefully accidental for me to hear? And, shy and timid, are you talking about me?" He recollected himself briefly, then shook off the distractions and walked forward with determination. On the edge of the hall, several noble young women sat together, savoring special pastries and tea, and quietly discussing delicacies, fashion, and gossip, occasionally breaking into light laughter, exuding youthful energy. "Look, Murray Green is coming over," one of the girls whispered. "He's so handsome tonight. I never noticed how charming he is before. Even with the mullet, there's a certain grace about him. It's intriguing, makes you want to tease him." Hearing her words, the other girls immediately straightened up and pretended to be composed, calmly looking at Murray. "Hi, lovely ladies, good evening." Murray tried to remain calm. "Thank you for attending my coming-of-age party. I hope you all have a wonderful evening." The young women nodded politely, and then a lazy voice spoke up. "The iris incense, noble and elegant. The pastries and tea are a new recipe, quite ingenious. This party is nice, but not perfect." Murray turned to the girl who had spoken. Under the magic crystal lights, her fair skin contrasted sharply with her deep black gown, and the diamond necklace around her neck sparkled enchantingly. Her arched eyebrows framed eyes that lazily regarded him, and her exquisite face wore a slightly teasing smile. Murray's heart raced, and he took a discreet breath. He quickly searched his memory and responded, "Angie, it's been a while. You've become even more beautiful. While perfection is hard to achieve in this world, striving for it is everyone's goal. Could you share a tip or two to make this party closer to perfect?" "Thank you for the compliment, Murray. It has indeed been a while," Angie replied gracefully. Angie carefully observed Murray Green. He had a handsome face and a well-proportioned figure, but his body was slightly tense, clearly a bit nervous. Although they had only exchanged polite nods at major banquets before, Angie keenly sensed his unease. Realizing that today was Murray's coming-of-age party, Angie, who had been somewhat bored, suddenly became interested. She raised an eyebrow, a teasing thought crossing her mind, and patted the sofa beside her playfully. "Of course, I can tell you. Come, sit down, and I'll explain slowly." Murray Green thought to himself, Mom, there's a pretty rogue trying to flirt with me." But on second thought, he figured he wouldn't lose anything by going along. So he braced himself and took a couple of steps forward, plopping down next to Anchi. A faint, unfamiliar fragrance wafted into Murray's nose with each breath, and he couldn't help but secretly praise, "Smells nice." Looking around, Murray was shocked to find that the group of Fairweather friends who had earlier pledged their support had retreated far away. They merely tapped their chests with their fists, gesturing towards Murray as if to say, "I'm with you in spirit." Murray cursed inwardly. "You guys, a bunch of traitors." Realizing he was now on his own, Murray Green collected himself and placed his wine glass on the table. Scanning the room again, he noticed several noble girls smiling at him, though their smiles seemed slightly peculiar. "Great, I've walked into the lion's den," Murray thought. "Whatever, let's just go for it." He feigned calmness and politely said, "I'm sorry if the hospitality hasn't been up to par. I hope you lovely ladies will forgive any shortcomings and offer your guidance." Seeing Murray gradually getting into the swing of things, Anshi's smile widened. She raised her teacup and said with a playful tone, "Oh, Murray, you're exaggerating. The Countess has arranged everything wonderfully. We just have a small suggestion, if you don't mind." "Please, go ahead, Miss Anchi," Murray replied, though he remained on alert. Anchi suggested, "Ladies, since today is Murray's comingafage party, let's raise a glass to congratulate him." The other noble girls chimed in, lifting their teacups and cheerfully saying, "Yes. Murray, happy comingafage." Feeling the eyes on him, Murray Green smiled, though his heart tightened. "Tea for a toast. What's this about?" He wondered, but politely responded, "Thank you, everyone." Murray picked up his wine glass again and clinked it lightly with theirs before downing the wine in one go. Before he could swallow, Anchi leaned closer with her teacup, took a sip, and remarked, "Ah, it's a banquet, yet we're just sipping tea with no dashing young gentleman to join us for a drink. Murray, wouldn't you say a party without wine isn't complete?" As she spoke, the other noble girls snapped their fingers in unison, signaling the nearby servants to bring over wine bottles. In an instant, several bottles of wine were opened and placed on the table, replacing the teacups with uniform-stemmed glasses. Once all the glasses were filled, Anchi waved the servants away and looked at Murray Green with a challenging gaze, her eyes a mix of inquiry, expectation, and provocation. Meanwhile, at the other end of the party, Murray's father downed a mug of ale and glanced toward the back hall. Rinsing his mouth with wine, he looked in Murray's direction, and though he doubted his son's drinking ability, he said, "Don't worry, my boy might look a bit scrawny, but he can handle a few girls just fine." Someone nearby took the opportunity to ask, "My lord, now that the young master has come of age, do you have any plans for his marriage?" The count chuckled and replied, "Oh, that's all up to Penny. Come, let's drink, and after this one, we'll head to the back hall and leave the fun to these youngsters." Adulthood means you can engage in activities once forbidden in childhood, like drinking alcohol, but it also means you can't refuse certain social obligations, such as accepting a toast or showing weakness when drinking. Murray Green realized this deeply at his comingafage ceremony, an experience that still haunts him to this day. In the banquet hall, the moment Earl Green and his entourage left, the previously calm atmosphere was instantly shattered. The servants quickly cleared the dance floor, and the band switched from soothing background music to lively dance tunes. In no time, young men and women flooded the floor, their laughter and chatter filling the entire hall. However, Murray Green found himself in an unexpected predicament. A group of noble young women surrounded him, glasses clinking, the aroma of wine heavy in the air. Although he had previously indulged in a taste of wine, it was always in moderation. That night, he was pushed to his drinking limit. One drink after another, the alcohol washed over him like a tide, quickly overwhelming his consciousness. According to his older brother, Ryan Green, Murray Green, once intoxicated, resembled a puppet devoid of thought. He sat obediently on the sofa, his eyes vacant, acting purely on instinct. Any young lady who wished to dance with him could easily lead him away, and after the dance, return him to his place, where he would continue to sit motionless, like an exquisite doll. This sight piqued the interest of many noble young women, who eagerly came to invite him to dance. If not for Ryan Green's constant vigilance over his brother's condition, Murray Green might have unwittingly left with one of the young women that night. He truly grasped the meaning of coming of age that evening. The next afternoon, when Murray Green struggled to wake from a heavy sleep, his head throbbed painfully. He tried to recall the previous night's events, but could only remember downing countless drinks and, in a haze, being pulled to dance by Angela. The soft touch and enchanting fragrance were his last memories before everything turned into a blank. It wasn't until the third day that he fully recovered from his hangover, filled with regret over his embarrassing behavior. Ashamed, Murray Green stayed indoors for several days following the ceremony. In the mornings, he participated in rigorous training with his father and brother. In the afternoons, he studied in the library with Teacher Roy. Teacher Roy was very pleased with his progress and would share anecdotes not found in books, greatly enriching Murray Green's understanding of the world. One day, sitting alone in his bedroom, Murray Green carefully examined a few hand-drawn firearm designs. With a sigh, he realized that in this magical world, these designs were likely to remain useless toys. Resolutely, he set the drawings alight, watching as they turned to ash in the fire. After disposing of the designs, Murray Green changed into casual attire. Feeling a sense of insecurity about the world, he hesitated briefly, then opened the storage cabinet, took out his magic crystal gun, placed it in a custom holster, and strapped it to his waist. Jim, prepare the carriage. I want to go into town, Murray Green instructed. Yes, young master. The servant Jim responded, promptly arranging the outing. As Murray Green stepped out of the castle gates, a black and red single-horse four-wheeled carriage was already waiting at the entrance, with two half-armored guards respectfully standing by. Jim opened the carriage door for him, revealing the 2 rows of sofa seats inside. Once seated, Murray Green inhaled the scent of newly lit incense, feeling a sense of serenity. To Sam's Tavern, he commanded. As you wish, let's go. The coachman replied, and the carriage slowly departed from the castle. Upon receiving orders from Murray Green, 2 guards immediately mounted their horses and cleared the way ahead. The coachman, dressed in gentlemanly attire, lightly flicked the reins, and the carriage set off. Atop the carriage, the red and black flame hammer flag, symbolizing the Green family, fluttered in the wind as the carriage sped towards the foot of the castle hill. Green Castle stood majestically on a low hill north of Green City. In fact, Green City gradually expanded southward around this ancient castle. As a crucial frontier town of the kingdom, Green's presence was vital. Beyond the northern border resided savage orcs, creatures vastly different from humans, who frequently raided southward, seizing food and people. Thus, Green Castle became the first solid defense line for Green City. The castle's history predates the Green family, and its exact origins are lost to time. Since the kingdom's founding, this fortress has changed hands numerous times and undergone several major reconstructions. Over 200 years ago, the ancestors of the Green familia hero from a blacksmith lineage led his brothers, descendants, and apprentices in a fierce resistance against the invading orcs. After years of bloody battles, they finally achieved victory. As a reward, the king granted them the surname Green and named them the first barons of Green, establishing Green's domain, laying the foundation for the family's future glory. Successive generations of Green barons inherited their predecessors' legacy, not only defending the Green domain, but also launching proactive attacks, repeatedly repelling invading orcs, and being promoted to Viscounts of Green due to their merits. The pinnacle of their achievements was reached during Murray Green's grandfather's time. This brave leader led forces deep into the northern grasslands, engaging in life-and-death battles with the orcs. Although he perished in battle, he secured a decisive victory for his son, the current Earl of Green. Upon his succession, the Earl of Green launched a decisive campaign, defeating a massive orc tribe of 100,000 at the border, destroying 3/10 Sandstrong tribes, and seizing their territories. Consequently, the king elevated him to the rank of Earl. Today, the Earl of Green's domain consists of the original Viscountcy, 3 baronies, and the vast northern grasslands, boasting 7 cities and 3 fortresses, making it a renowned and rising power in the north, even resounding throughout the kingdom. The carriage bearing the Green family flag sped through the streets, as pedestrians and other vehicles hurriedly made way, ensuring a smooth passage. Through the carriage window, Murray Green observed the people on the roadside, their gazes filled with reverence and awe towards the carriage. It was the first time he truly felt the power represented by the Green surname, leaving him with mixed emotions. Finally, he couldn't help but mutter softly. This way of crossing over was definitely the right choice. When the carriage stopped in front of Sam's Tavern, Murray Green's emotions remained complex. As he got out, he looked up at the building, which occupied 300 to 400 meters and stood 4 stories high, standing out prominently in a district where most buildings were only 2 stories tall. The tavern's owner, Fat Sam, was the youngest son of a knight under the Earl of Green. He had 2 older brothers, with the eldest showing great promise in inheriting the family title. Thus, when Sam came of age, his father gave him some money and 3 shops. Sam decisively sold the shops, partnered with several friends, borrowed some money from Murray Green, and bought the building to establish Sam's Tavern. Welcome, young Master Murray. Before Murray Green could reach the entrance, an alert doorman quickly greeted him with a fawning smile. Previously, Murray Green detested such obsequiousness, but seeing the doorman's enthusiastic smile and sincere eyes, he suddenly found it quite pleasant. Where's Sam? Murray Green asked. The boss is resting on the 4th floor. I'll call him for you right away, the doorman replied eagerly. I'll find him myself. Murray Green nodded slightly, waving off the doorman's offer. He ascended the stairs on his own, relying on memory. Behind him, his servant Jim tossed a silver coin to the helpful doorman. Thank you, young Master Murray, for your generosity. Enjoy your time. The doorman expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Sam's Tavern had 4 floors. The first floor catered to commoners and small merchants. The second floor served large merchants or those with noble blood, The third floor was reserved for nobility, and the fourth floor contained a banquet hall for various feasts, along with a lounge and Sam's office. By now, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and people were gradually arriving, mostly small merchants coming to unwind after business deals or handling affairs. The true nightlife had yet to begin, and the tavern was still relatively quiet. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door grew louder, and finally, an impatient voice came from the break room. "It's me," Murray Green replied coldly. Upon hearing his voice, the break room erupted into chaos. Sam hurriedly searched for his clothes, accompanied by the whispers of a woman. Murray Green frowned, instantly understanding the situation inside. He recalled the night he was betrayed by this group, and his expression darkened. "Murray," Sam's voice came through the door. "Wait for me in the office. I just woke up and haven't dressed yet. I'll be right there." "Hurry up," Murray Green replied tersely, turning to head toward Sam's office. Opening the door, he was greeted by luxurious decor. Plush carpets covered the floor, and a large solid wood desk dominated the center, with a row of liquor shelves against the wall. Floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to pour in, while the beast-skin sofas exuded an air of opulence. Murray Green sat down, his gaze sweeping over the view outside, where distant city walls were clearly visible. Though it couldn't compare to the panoramic view from Greencastle, it was enough to glimpse the world below. Before long, the office door opened. Sam, wearing pajamas and exposing his pale, round belly, walked in with a beaming smile. "Ah, a rare visitor," he laughed. "Murray, what brings you here?" "There was a party last night. I drank too much, and my head is still spinning." "I think it's more like you took another nap," Murray Green remarked sarcastically. Sam chuckled, sitting beside Murray Green and patting his shoulder, a lecherous glint in his eyes. "Murray, now that you're of age, I have a party tonight. Want me to set you up? I promise the company will be top-notch." Murray Green narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "Sure, as long as you don't mind your tavern being ruined by my mother and you being strung up by my brother and whipped. I don't mind staying here for a few days." Sam shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was well aware of Countess Penny Campbell's reputation. She was the treasurer of the Green Count's domain, controlling the entire territory's economy. A single word from her could bankrupt Sam and leave him destitute. The Countess still keeps such a tight rein on you even after you're of age?" Sam asked with a forced laugh. Murray Green didn't answer directly, but instead explained the inheritance system of the Kingdom of Laney's. This country practiced primogeniture, where the firstborn son of a legally married couple was the primary heir. If there were no sons, daughters could inherit. If there were no children, siblings would inherit in order. Thus, nobles focused on grooming their firstborn sons to inherit the family estate and train in combat or magic. Research showed that the age between 16 and 20 was a golden period for training. If one could maintain a pure body, meaning boys refrained from women and girls from men, their training speed and potential could exceed that of ordinary people. In this world, noble firstborns typically marry around the age of 20. Murray Green sat in Sam's little tavern, sipping his tea as he explained the traditions of noble families to his friends. There was a hint of superiority in his voice, and his eyes glimmered with anticipation for the future. If the firstborn lacks talent and cultivation, the family arranges for him to marry and have children early, directly focusing on the next generation, Murray continued. As for other children, some split from the family upon reaching adulthood, while others receive family training, but the intensity and expectations aren't as strict as for the firstborn. They don't have to worry as much about maintaining purity. As he spoke, Murray's gaze inadvertently swept over the chubby Sam, who lowered his head slightly, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face. Murray went on. Sam's family is also noble and should have nurtured him well. But unfortunately, he got involved with the maid at just 12, losing his purity. As a result, his family completely gave up on him, and he had to fend for himself as soon as he became an adult. Hearing this, Sam shifted uncomfortably, his hand causing the teacup to wobble slightly. Murray, seemingly oblivious to his friend's discomfort, continued even more boastfully, "I'm different. I'm destined to become a powerful wizard. My mother allocated a substantial sum for my education and plans to send me to Ellis Academy to study magic." "Ellis Academy?" asked the rotund Jim, his eyes widening in surprise. "That's right, the very one you're thinking of, the top academy in the north," Murray replied proudly. Sam took a large gulp of tea to suppress his shock. Smacking his lips, he said, "Murray, you're really something. Tuition at Ellis Magic Academy is 300 gold coins a year, which is equivalent to the profit of my little tavern for 1 or 2 years." Murray nodded and briefly explained the currency system of this world. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins, with purchasing power roughly equal to $10,000 in the previous world. The 300 gold coin tuition fee is a significant amount in any world. Ellis Academy is a 4-year program, Murray continued, and just the tuition alone costs 1,200 gold coins. But to become a truly powerful wizard, you also have to spend extra money learning other knowledge, which is the most expensive part. Sam listened, dumbfounded. Even for the powerful Green family, this expense was not insignificant. He knew that although the Green family had strong combat abilities, their foundation and economic resources were not robust. To combat the barbaric orcs, the family invested at least 70% of their income into the military each year. The remaining funds were used for territory development, war rewards, and talent cultivation. Saving even 10% was challenging, especially during consecutive wars or natural disasters, when they had to dip into savings or even borrow to get by. I didn't expect to be able to go to Ellis Academy, Murray said, a hint of surprise on his face. I'll be leaving in a few days. I came here today to see you all before I go. The next time we meet will be at the end of the year. Sam patted his chest and promised, I'll take care of tonight's arrangements. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Murray chuckled softly, though he was uncertain. Since the experience on the night of his Comingafage ceremony, he had lost faith in Sam's promises. If not for the fact that these few friends were among the few familiar companions of this body, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to say goodbye. After spending a few days wandering around Green City, Murray experienced firsthand the uniqueness of this world. He formally bid farewell to a few of his rowdy friends. During the farewell, thanks to a special arrangement by Fat Sam, he once again met Anchi, who had previously gotten him drunk. In an unknown drinking session, Murray was once again out-drunk by Anchi. Frustrated, Murray declared that his body had just reached adulthood and he wasn't used to drinking much. He vowed that once he returned from school, he would show Anchi what he was made of. After their farewells, Murray accompanied Ryan Green, and, under the escort of a cavalry squad, they safely arrived at Ellis City. They went to the registration office at Ellis Academy, where Murray successfully enrolled. The staff handed him a gray card and said, Murray Green, this is your student card, along with your dormitory key and basic course schedule. Please keep it safe, as you'll need the student card for many things on campus. If lost, please come to the administration office to replace it, which costs 10 gold coins each time. If you have any other questions, please consult the front desk. Murray carefully examined the valuable student card. The front of the card was printed with the words Ellis Academy, followed by School of Magic, and his name, Murray Green. The last line displayed the enrollment date, March 1st, year 4255 of the Divine Awakening era. Flipping it over, he saw his magical portrait on the back. Ellis Academy is the premier academy in the Northern Lands, founded by the Ellis family of the Northern Grand Duchy, and boasts a history of over 500 years. It specializes in training warriors and mages, making it the top choice for the children of Northern nobles. Students not only learn systematic knowledge, but also expand their networks. Ryan Green studied in the warrior division here while receiving training from the Count. After carefully storing his student card, Murray turned to Ryan, who was already a third-year student, and asked, Where is the dormitory for the School of Magic? Ryan smiled and replied, I've been there a few times. Follow me. Ellis Academy spans nearly 10,000 acres, larger than many modern universities. However, it has only a little over 5,000 formal students, and even with faculty, guards, and servants, the total number barely reaches 10,000, making it a place vast and sparsely populated. The School of Magic, which Murray was about to enter, is particularly so. With less than 1,000 students across 4 grades, it occupies a third of the campus. Even on enrollment day, the School of Magic wasn't crowded. Following Ryan into the School of Magic, Murray was awestruck by the sight before him. Hundreds of towering magic towers rose up, varying in height. The shortest was at least 50 meters, while the tallest reached several hundred meters. Although Murray had seen many modern skyscrapers in his previous life, witnessing these stone towers firsthand made him feel incredibly small. Wow, these towers are so tall. Murray couldn't help but exclaim. Ron explained, this is the Stanley Ellis Tower. 500 years ago, Grand Duke Ellis and the Grand Mage Stanley Ellis spent 20 years building it together. The day the Stanley Ellis Tower was established marked the founding of Ellis Academy, with the great mage Stanley Ellis serving as the first headmaster. Ryan Green acted as a temporary guide, leading Murray Green through the impressive architecture of the academy. They soon arrived in front of a 3-story building, which served as the teaching facility for the magic faculty. Though it stood about 10 meters tall, its footprint was exceptionally vast. Continuing on, the brothers passed the teaching building and arrived at 5 five-story magical dormitories. These dormitories represented the 5 elements: water, wind, earth, fire, and mystery, surrounded by numerous small standalone castles. Lion pointed to a building painted blue, telling Murray that it was his dormitory, the Water Tower. At the dormitory gatehouse, they quickly completed the registration process. The dormitory supervisor entered Murray's student card into the magic formation and repeatedly reminded him to keep it safe, or he would be unable to freely enter or leave the dormitory. Murray listened attentively, nodding frequently. After bidding farewell to the teacher, Murray easily found his room by following the directions on the key tag. Opening the door, he was surprised to discover a fully furnished single suite, a bedroom, living room, and private bathroom, all included. The furniture was mostly of noble quality, both luxurious and comfortable. Murray couldn't help but marvel at the financial strength of Ellis Academy, providing each student with such a lavish single room, which surely cost a fortune. However, Lion poured cold water on his awe by revealing the steep annual rent of 30 gold coins for the dormitory. This figure shocked Murray, who quickly calculated that the magic faculty alone could earn 3 billion copper coins a year just from dormitory fees. Half-jokingly, Lion reminded Murray to strive to become a powerful mage, especially a potion master, as they are considered the cash cows of the magical world. His intense gaze made Murray feel uneasy, prompting a flurry of thoughts. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast at the dormitory cafeteria, Murray eagerly headed to the teaching building. On the way, he noticed many fellow students also leaving their dorms for the teaching building, injecting a bit of life into the otherwise quiet campus. Thanks to the physical training at the Count's estate, Murray quickly reached the teaching building. Guided by a guard, he found the meditation classroom 1 as indicated on his schedule. Entering the room, he was met not with traditional desks and chairs, but with an open wooden floor neatly arranged with 20 cushions. By then, more than a dozen students were already sitting quietly in meditation. Murray chose an empty spot and sat down, waiting for the class to begin with his classmates. As time passed, the classroom soon filled to capacity. Perhaps because it was the first lesson of the term, everyone maintained a solemn silence. With the pleasant sound of the class bell, a middle-aged mage in a magical robe suddenly glided in from the doorway. Yes, he was indeed floating. Murray rubbed his eyes, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. The mage's feet remained consistently suspended about 20 centimeters above the ground as he floated from the door to the podium. This scene left Murray in awe. He had finally witnessed the wonders of magic firsthand, and even though it was just a fleeting glimpse, he was already deeply fascinated. The allure of magic began to take root in his heart, and he was eager to explore its mysteries. Although no one gave the command to stand, all the seated students seemed to receive a silent instruction and rose in unison. They faced the magic teacher, bowed respectfully, and greeted him. The middle-aged magic teacher nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, and said calmly, "Please sit. I am Lyndon Beale, your introductory meditation instructor. Just call me Teacher Lyndon." Teacher Lyndon gently descended from midair and sat cross-legged on a cushion at the podium. He pulled out an attendance sheet from his pocket and began taking roll call one by one. Leeway Ellis. Present. A student stood up and briefly greeted Teacher Lyndon and the classmates. Upon hearing the surname Ellis, Murray Green was taken aback. He scrutinized Leeway, dark eyes with a hint of lightness, black hair, and fair skin. These traits were quite different from the typical Ellis family features, leading Murray to realize that Leeway might just be a distant relative of the Ellis family. Margie Clemens. Present. Hello, everyone, I am Margie Clemens. A beautiful girl with a captivating smile and impressive stature stood up. Murray silently noted, the Clemens family, one of the 4 marquee families of the Northern Lands. As the roll call continued, Murray observed that all 20 students in the classroom came from noble families. After finishing the roll call, Teacher Lyndon put away the list and calmly surveyed the room. "Welcome to Ellis Academy and to my class," he said, prompting polite applause from the students. Teacher Lyndon continued, "There are a few simple rules for my class. No absences, no tardiness, no leaving early, no disturbances, and keep quiet. You can request leave if necessary, as long as the reason is valid. I hope we won't need to meet in this classroom for long." The students chuckled softly, understanding that once they harnessed magical power, they wouldn't need to attend this class anymore. Teacher Lyndon went on to explain, "I will be teaching you the standard Ellis Academy magic meditation method. This was created by the first headmaster, Stanley Ellis, and has been refined by generations of magical pioneers. The complete set consists of 5 volumes, allowing advancement to a level 5 Grand Mage. You are currently learning the first volume, which helps you enter a meditative state, harness and strengthen mental power, and cultivate magic. This is the most basic meditation method, and I hope you all study it diligently." Hearing this, Murray Green's expression became serious, and he gazed intently at Teacher Lyndon. Faced with the students' expectant eyes, Teacher Lyndon didn't elaborate further and instead gave a direct command. "All right, close your eyes. I will begin teaching the meditation method." Murray felt a slight sense of confusion. Aren't textbooks provided? Does the 300 gold tuition really only cover teaching fees without including textbooks? Despite his puzzlement, he obediently closed his eyes. Lyndon Beale surveyed the classroom to ensure all the students had closed their eyes. He took a deep breath, channeling the magic within him to flow into the cushion beneath him. In an instant, mysterious patterns lit up on the podium, and the magic circle's lines spread like flowing water, reaching each student's cushion and eventually covering the entire floor, forming a complete spirit-gathering magic circle. "Spirit-gathering magic circle, activate," Lyndon Beale murmured. Murray Green was caught off guard, feeling a sudden chill on his head as if he touched ice. He instinctively exclaimed and opened his eyes. Around him, surprised voices rose as other students also opened their eyes, amazed to find the floor covered with the magic circle's patterns. Quiet, everyone close your eyes. Lyndon Beale sternly interrupted the students' murmurs. Reluctantly, they suppressed their curiosity, closed their eyes again, and felt the cool sensation that made them much more alert. Soon, Mr. Lyndon's voice sounded, reaching their ears. It was not loud, somewhat muffled, like a whisper, which made Murray Green feel uncomfortable. After about 10 minutes, Murray realized Mr. Lyndon was reciting a meditation technique, but he hadn't remembered much of it. Just as he was about to open his eyes and ask the teacher for a textbook to memorize, Mr. Lyndon's voice came through again, starting the second round. This time, Murray felt Mr. Lyndon's voice was much louder and clearer, allowing him to hear more of the meditation technique. Although he was just sitting cross-legged on the cushion listening, Murray felt unusually excited. Fortunately, the spirit-gathering magic circle helped him control his emotions and continue meditating. Meanwhile, his body felt as if it was exercising intensely, starting to feel tired. By the third round, Murray found Mr. Lyndon's voice as clear as normal speech, every word distinct. By the fourth round, it was as loud as a bell, deafening. During the fifth round, Murray vaguely felt Mr. Lyndon's voice transform into an invisible chisel, with his head as a stone tablet, the chisel engraving the meditation technique word by word, etching the entire content into his memory. Round after round, Murray lost track of how many times he listened. Not only did he memorize the entire meditation technique, but he also began to try meditating according to its methods. When the class bell rang, Murray was already dizzy and exhausted. That's all for today's class, Lyndon Beale announced. Remember to review the meditation technique after class and try meditating on your own. Note down any questions you have for the next class. All right, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. Despite his fatigue, Murray instinctively stood up to bow and bid farewell to Lyndon Beale. However, when he opened his eyes groggily, he realized he was the only one who stood up. The other students were still slumped on their cushions. This scene left Murray momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. A hint of surprise crossed Lyndon Beale's otherwise calm face. He scrutinized Murray briefly, then gave an approving smile and said warmly, "Your spirit is commendable. Remember to recite the meditation technique and try entering a meditative state on your own. If you have any questions, feel free to visit me at my magic tower." Although he didn't understand why Mr. Lyndon was paying him special attention, Murray recognized the rare opportunity and quickly replied gratefully, "Thank you, teacher." Today, after finishing his introductory course on mage meditation, Murray hurriedly grabbed lunch at the cafeteria and returned to his dormitory. He sat cross-legged on his bed, determined to try meditating on his own. In this world, warriors cultivate their battle energy, while mages enhance their magical power through meditation. Meditation is crucial for capturing the magical particles that float between heaven and earth, allowing mages to strengthen their mental power and draw these particles into their bodies, ultimately giving birth to magic. Murray closed his eyes and began to silently recite Professor Lyndon Beale's meditation mantra. He followed the meditation technique step by step, but after 3 rounds, he felt none of the excitement from the classroom, let alone any mental strength. Before long, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he involuntarily fell back, wrapping himself in his blanket and drifting into a deep sleep. Shortly after Murray fell asleep, an imperceptible gray particle appeared out of nowhere and slowly drifted into his head. At that moment, Murray was experiencing a bizarre dream. He was hit by a truck and sent flying higher and higher, passing through the clouds, breaking through the atmosphere, and watching Earth shrink and disappear from his view. As he passed through a hazy gray area, it was as if he was painted with a layer of gray, his entire being shrouded in it, yet he continued to fly. Suddenly, Murray kicked his legs violently. A sensation of emptiness overwhelmed him, and he jolted awake. "Damn, it was a nightmare," he muttered, glancing around at the familiar furniture as his mind gradually cleared. He tried to recall the dream, but could only remember flying and the pervasive grayness. Yawning, Murray climbed out of bed, stretched, and loosened his muscles. He was surprised to find himself unusually energetic, a stark contrast to his usual groggy state, but he didn't dwell on it. Looking out the window, he saw the sun had already set. "That was quite a nap," he murmured to himself. "I slept until it was dark." The basic curriculum at the Magic Academy included 5 courses: Introduction to Mage Meditation, Magic History, Basics of Magical Flora and Fauna, Magical Artifacts Appreciation, and Magical Etiquette and Spells. Each course was scheduled for a different day of the week, Monday through Friday, with weekends off. The Magic History class, unlike the meditation course, was a large lecture. Over 100 students packed into a large classroom to listen to an elderly, white-haired mage passionately recount the history of magic. This class captivated Murray because in this world, knowledge, especially magical knowledge, was an extremely valuable commodity. Unlike his previous world where various forms of knowledge were readily available, here each piece of knowledge held its unique worth and was often monopolized. Murray realized he was standing on the threshold of a new world of knowledge, and every class was invaluable. In the magical history class, the teacher solemnly announced that there were no textbooks for this course, and all content needed to be diligently recorded by the students. But under no circumstances was it to be shared outside the class. Violators would face severe punishment from the academy. The teacher began explaining the three periods of magical development: the ancient blood magic era, the archaic chaos magic era, and the current elemental magic era. Murray Green listened intently, as if transported to that savage and bloody ancient time. The teacher described how the first supernaturals naturally awakened and were called messengers of the gods. Subsequently, through brutal research, flesh-manipulating sorcerers emerged, dominating the ancient blood magic era. The archaic period was marked by 100 schools of thought until the year of divine revelation, when modern meditation techniques emerged. Murray was captivated by this history, reminiscent of the enchantment he felt as a child hearing mythological tales for the first time. However, as the bell rang, the white-haired teacher briskly concluded the lecture and exited the room. Murray, still lost in the echoes of history, muttered softly, wishing the teacher would continue a bit longer. Just outside the classroom, Levi Ellis called out to Murray, inviting him to a class dinner on Friday night. Murray immediately displayed his noble manners and gladly accepted the invitation. They walked and chatted, exchanging contact details. On the way back to his dormitory, Murray noticed that Levi lived in a standalone cottage, clearly a step up from the dormitory buildings. Although Murray had enough funds to move into a cottage, he felt that such luxury was unnecessary for the time being. Back in his dormitory, Murray Green eagerly sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and silently recited his meditation technique. He hadn't meditated yet today, and his energy and stamina were at their peak. However, without a teacher's guidance, he felt restless and unable to reach the desired state. After an hour of trying, Murray Green opened his eyes and let out a sigh of frustration. He took a moment to calm his restless body. This meditation technique is truly fascinating, he murmured to himself. I remember it well, but it's hard to express verbally or write down. If I could write it, I could at least verify if I remembered it correctly. With a wry smile, Murray Green comforted himself. It's okay, it's only the second day. Most people take about a month to meditate independently. There's still time. This self-reassurance seemed to work, as a wave of fatigue washed over him. He closed his eyes again, lay back, and soon fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sun outside was preparing to set. Murray Green silently chided himself. Is this what they call the lazy life of a college student? No, I must try harder tomorrow and not waste my time sleeping. With this determination, he quickly got up, tidied himself, and left the dormitory to head to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria had a few scattered students, including some classmates from his meditation class. They greeted Murray Green politely, and he nodded in response before heading to the counter to order. Hello, I'd like 2 honey-glazed pork chops and a cup of grape juice, please, Murray Green said politely. 2 pork chops are 60 copper coins, and grape juice is 20 copper coins, totaling 80 copper coins, the server stated. While pricier than outside, this was reasonable for the core location of Ellis Academy in the northern main city. Murray Green took out his student card and lightly swiped it over the magic array at the counter to complete the payment. He found an empty seat, sat down with his tray, and began contemplating the wonders of this small student card. This student card, worth 10 gold coins, could connect to the entire magic network of Ellis Academy. With it, students could freely access dorms, classrooms, and make purchases anywhere on campus, as conveniently as electronic payments in the real world. Murray Green marveled at the level of magical development in this world. Though lacking technological intelligence, the application of magic was equally impressive. Of course, this convenience was limited to within the academy. Outside, without the coverage of the magic array, the card was worth only its material value. He elegantly cut into his pork chop with a knife and fork, ready to enjoy his meal when a tall figure appeared before him. Murray Green looked up, curious about the intention of this unexpected visitor. A tall and handsome young man stood before him. Murray Green instantly recognized him as a classmate from his meditation class, and a name popped into his mind. Hello, Murray Green, I'm Nick Brown. The Brown family, with the title of Earl. Nick introduced himself, his voice deep and powerful. Murray sized up Nick. Though they were both 16, Nick was a head taller, with a build comparable to his older brother, Ryan Green. Murray couldn't help but wonder why someone with such a physique would choose to become a magician instead of a warrior. Hello, Nick, is there something you need? Murray put down his knife and fork, elegantly wiped his mouth with a white napkin, and stood up to respond formally. May I sit in the empty seat in front of you? Nick asked politely. Of course, Murray nodded in agreement. Once seated, Nick stared intently into Murray's light blue eyes and asked softly, Is your mother a member of the Campbell family? Yes, she is, Murray answered honestly. My mother's name is Penny Campbell, the third daughter of the current Marquis of Campbell. Though puzzled by Nick's inquiry, he was candid in his response. Upon receiving confirmation, Nick became excited. Oh, what a coincidence. My grandmother is the current Marquis of Campbell's aunt, so we're relatives. By that calculation, I might be your granduncle. Murray was taken aback. His interest in the stake before him suddenly vanished. He quickly calculated the family relationship in his mind and had to admit that this peeraged Nick was indeed a generation above him. Damn, Murray cursed inwardly. Uncle? Ha ha. Nick's expression suddenly turned sly. Nephew Murray, there's no need to call me uncle. We're classmates. We're like brothers. Just call me brother, or simply Nick. Watching Nick's expression change, Murray felt his temples throb, and his fists clenched and unclenched involuntarily. He silently complained. I never expected someone who looks so strong and honest to be like this. Murray's thoughts began to drift. He pondered the long-standing traditions of noble history and the complexity of bloodlines. Like the European monarchs of another world, the nobles here were all intricately related. He thought with some resignation that you never know who the person in front of you might be, and it could even be awkward if the girl you fancy turns out to be your great-grandmother. The Green family, as a newly emerging noble family in the most remote northern lands, had intermarried locally for generations and hadn't developed a broad noble circle. It wasn't until the current Earl Green married the daughter of the Marquis of Campbell and gained fame in war, earning the title of Earl, that the family's status became suddenly prominent. As the son of Penny Campbell and the grandson of the Marquis of Campbell, Murray and his brothers, through their mother's lineage, suddenly found themselves part of the northern noble bloodline circle. This circle had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was having noble relatives everywhere, which made things more convenient, especially for a newly emerging noble family like the Greens. Whether it was selling goods, purchasing strategic materials, or borrowing money for war, everything became much smoother. However, the downsides were also evident. At this moment, Murray deeply felt a problem that almost broke his composure as low rank in the family hierarchy. This unexpected peeraged elder stirred up a storm in the usually quiet and handsome young man's heart. Having classmates, being the same age, and having a familial connection all contribute to a close relationship between the two, despite the slight awkwardness of being a generation apart. Murray Green chatted with Nick Brown while focused on cutting the steak on his plate. The clinking of the knife and fork on the porcelain plate was barely audible, and soon, the steaks disappeared into his mouth. As he swallowed the last bite, Murray suddenly noticed something odd. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, today's fullness isn't as strong. Usually, 2 steaks would make him 80% full, but today, only 70%. Could his appetite be increasing? He worried, what if he gains weight? But then, Murray felt relieved. At 16, he's still growing, and having a bigger appetite is normal. With that thought, he reached for the vegetables meant as decoration on his plate and stuffed them into his mouth. The crisp texture of the vegetables mixed with the lingering taste of the steak. He grabbed his cup and finished his grape juice in one gulp, concluding his meal. Can't be picky, need to get those vitamins, Murray muttered to himself, noticing Nick was watching him. Nick Brown observed Murray's clean plate action, glanced at his own unfinished meal, but wasn't too concerned. He looked up, his face alight with excitement, and asked, Murray, are you free tonight? How about we check out the service area together? Sure thing, Murray replied immediately, his eyes glinting with curiosity. I've heard it's pretty lively in there. I've been wanting to check it out for a while. The two stood up and headed towards the student service area. On the way, Murray noticed many students from the Magic Academy heading in the same direction, most of them new enrollees. He thought to himself, evening is the best time for wizards to meditate. The senior students are probably focused on their training. Besides, the Magic Academy is so quiet. How can young people stand it? Upon entering the student service area, a bustling shopping street came into view. Shops lined both sides of the street, their colorful signs vying for attention. Groups of students weaved through the street, some stopping at windows, others carrying bags and chatting as they walked. In open spaces, some students had set up stalls, their calls to customers rising and falling. Suddenly, a loud voice caught Murray's attention. Come and take a look. A tall senior was energetically hawking his wares. Fresh from hunting in the Kaya Mountains, a level 2 magical beast, the swift wind wolf. Check out its fangs and claws, essential for crafting. The wolf's hide is incredibly tough, perfect for making armor. It's been dead for less than 3 hours. The meat is super fresh and great for health. Murray looked closely and saw the senior in armor, clearly dressed as a warrior. Beside him stood a person who looked like a ranger, with a single-handed sword at their waist and dark red stains on their clothes, likely his hunting partner. In front of them lay a massive wolf carcass, its size comparable to an ox. The wolf's pelt had been removed, revealing the muscle beneath, with its limbs and head intact. The fangs and claws were displayed separately, gleaming coldly under the streetlight. A group of students gathered around the stall, some marveling, others eager to buy. Just then, a young man in leather armor with a longbow on his back squeezed to the front, carefully inspecting the wolf's fangs before asking, how much for the fangs? Without hesitation, the vendor replied, 1 gold coin for a tusk, 50 silver coins for a fang. Without hesitation, Gong took out 2 gold coins and handed them to the senior warrior. He then skillfully drew a sharp dagger from his calf and deftly pried a fang and 2 sharp teeth from the wolf's mouth. Carefully wrapping these trophies in cloth, he gently tucked them into his chest, as if handling precious treasures. Magical beasts, these powerful creatures infused with magical particles, are far stronger than ordinary warrior or mage apprentices, even at their weakest level. Every part of their bodies contains unique magical power, and these wolf teeth are premium materials for making arrowheads, capable of easily piercing through the tough hides and scales of magical beasts. At that moment, a short, slender student dressed as an assassin approached the stall, eyeing the wolf claws. He asked, "How much for the wolf claws?" The ranger senior immediately replied, "They're sold by the claw, 3 claws per paw, 2 gold coins for a front paw, 1 for a back paw." He explained that the front paws of the swift wolves are much larger than the back ones, hence the higher price. The assassin student frowned and said, "That's too expensive. These swift wolves' claws aren't big enough to make daggers. I'll take both front paws for 3 gold coins." The ranger senior thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll throw in 2 back paws as well." The warrior senior, who had been shouting nearby, suddenly interjected, "You're kidding, right? I've hunted at least 8 to 10 wolves, all using wolf claws for claws and throwing knives. You're the first to want wolf claws for daggers." Ha ha ha. The surrounding customers burst into laughter, and the assassin student blushed, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Murray Green watched this unfold, marveling to himself. If that speed was on the track, it would easily break records. As the laughter subsided, a senior wearing a mage's robe with 2 medals on his chest approached. He took out his wallet and pointed at the wolf's eyes, saying, "I'll take these 2 eyes." "How much?" The warrior senior immediately became respectful. "Oh, Master Patey, there's no way we'd charge you. It's an honor for these wolf eyes to be chosen by you. Please, take them." He paused, then added in a pleading tone, "But could you spare us a bottle of the night vision potion you make?" Murray Green noticed the medals on the mage's chest and understood. This was a level 1 potion master. He recalled that his mother, Penny Campbell, had a similar medal, but with 2 gold lines, indicating she was a level 2 potion master. Potion Master Patey thought for a moment, put away his wallet, and nodded. "All right, stop by my lab the night after tomorrow." He took the carefully wrapped wolf eyes from the ranger senior and left amidst farewells, leaving an impressive figure behind. Murray Green watched with a sense of envy. He remembered his mother saying that potion masters held high status and intended to train him to become one as well. It wasn't until now that he truly realized how prestigious and desirable a position it was. He felt fortunate, thinking to himself, having such a visionary mother is truly a blessing. This journey has been worth it. Before long, the Tumterlong swift wolf was completely dismantled and sold, with even the bones and innards bought by a restaurant. The 2 vendors packed up the cloth from the ground, casually tossing the blood-stained fabric into a nearby trash heap. They walked away from the market with money bags full of coins, arm in arm, their faces beaming with satisfaction. "Look, it's a potion shop. Let's go in and see if there's anything suitable for us," Nick Brown said excitedly, pointing at a shop as he spoke to Murray Green. They paused and turned to look. A wooden sign reading Simona's Apprentice Potion Shop caught their eye. Murray Green frowned in thought. The name Simona felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. As they pushed the door open, a bell rang with a clear chime. A young woman in her early 20s, with a pleasant appearance, approached them with a smile. "Welcome," she said, quickly assessing them and immediately recognizing them as new magic students. "What kind of potions are you looking for?" "We've just stocked up on meditation potions, magic affinity potions, spiritual potions, and focus potions. They've all been brewed within the last week, ensuring top quality and effectiveness," the assistant skillfully pitched, highlighting potions designed to aid meditation practice. Hearing these names, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly asked the assistant to show them the products. The meditation potion can assist in meditation practice for 4 hours, speeding up the process. For those who haven't entered a meditative state yet, it increases the chances of doing so, she explained. The magic affinity potion temporarily enhances the user's affinity with magic, attracting magic particles during meditation to aid practice, lasting for 8 hours. The potion shop offered a wide variety of about 20 different potions, mainly categorized into 3 types: those aiding the training of mages and warriors, those temporarily boosting combat abilities, and those with special effects. These were popular items with strong sales. Murray Green gazed at the meditation potion, his eyes filled with longing. However, remembering his mother's advice, he decided against purchasing it. She had warned him to avoid using auxiliary training potions until he independently developed magical power, as they could affect aptitude assessments, disrupt career planning, and create dependency, making it difficult to break free from them later. After leaving the potion shop, they visited a magical weapon store to broaden their horizons. They spent over 2 hours exploring until the sun began to set, then returned to the Magic Academy. They agreed to attend class together the next day and parted ways. Back at his dorm, Murray Green, feeling invigorated, decided to attempt meditation again. He closed his eyes and concentrated for a full hour, but his progress was minimal, similar to his earlier attempts. On the third day of the semester, Murray Green and Nick Brown headed to class together. The day's course was an introduction to magical flora and fauna, a medium-sized class of 40 students, combining their meditation classes 1 and 2. As the bell rang for class to start, Murray Green stopped his quiet conversation, sitting up straight to await the teacher's arrival. At that moment, a petite, delicately featured female teacher entered the classroom. She wore a green magical robe and a shiny badge on her chest. She surveyed the room and smiled as she began. "Hello everyone, my name is Simona Lind. I'll be your teacher for this class over the next year, and I hope you'll all behave and listen well during this course." The petite teacher, Simona Lind, barely over 5 feet tall, stepped into the classroom, exuding an overwhelming aura. Her sharp gaze swept across the room, causing students to lower their heads, except for Murray Green, who met her eyes. Murray felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, as if trying to bend his spine. His body instinctively urged him to look away, but deep within, a sense of defiance emerged. As he hesitated, Simona's gaze shifted, a hint of approval flickering in her eyes. Simona surveyed the classroom, nodding slightly before speaking. "I don't require you to pay close attention in my class. Passing is enough. However," she paused, "those who excel can apply for a more rigorous evaluation. Outstanding students will have the opportunity to become my potion laboratory assistants until graduation." As she spoke, she straightened her posture, and the metal on her chest gleamed in the sunlight. It was a mithril metal in the shape of a potion bottle, adorned with 5 gold lines signifying the rank of a level 5 potion master. In this world, potion masters are highly esteemed. They have the ability to brew magical plants and animals into potions for healing, training, and combat. A level 5 potion master is among the elite, holding a prestigious position even within the empire. Upon hearing the chance to learn from such a master, the students' eyes burned with eager desire. Even serving as a lab assistant could provide invaluable experience and guidance, laying a solid foundation for a future as a potion master. Facing their eager gazes, Simona remained unfazed and said calmly, "All right, let's officially begin the class." After the class, Murray Green could only describe it in 2 words: extravagant. 3 words: extremely rich. 4 words: unbelievably luxurious. Professor Simona's magical plants class was astonishing. Murray could barely accept the absence of textbooks. But when Professor Simona casually waved her left hand and a magical plant appeared out of thin air, the whole class was in an uproar. This wasn't a magician's trick, it was real magic. The students' eyes were all fixed on Simona's alabaster left hand, where she wore a simple gray ring that seemed out of place with her refined Apurancia space ring, a marvel crafted by an artificer. Even the smallest space ring costs a fortune, and they are rare treasures that money can't always buy. After class, while dining in the cafeteria, Murray Green and Nick Brown were still marveling at Professor Simona's wealth. "I absolutely love this class," Nick said excitedly. "The plants Professor Simona talked about were so fascinating. Murray, can I borrow your notebook? I want to review and aim for a perfect score on the final." Murray smirked, looking at Nick with a face full of sarcasm, almost wishing he could stab Nick's shameless face with his fork. "Didn't you say before class that bringing a notebook didn't matter because this wasn't your priority?" Nick immediately changed his tune. "The beautiful, generous, and outstanding Professor Simona has won me over. I think it's only right to make this class a priority." "Well, that's unfortunate," Murray replied coldly. "I've already made this class a priority. Do you think I'd help my rival?" Nick looked down at Murray's unflinching face, thinking, "Wow, this guy." His eyes shifted, and he suddenly grabbed Murray's wrist, putting on a sorrowful expression and pleading, "Murray, don't be like this. I'm your uncle. If we joined forces, dominating this class would be a breeze. Don't let others laugh at us." Watching this big guy act pitiful in front of him, Murray felt a chill. He tried shaking his wrist twice, but couldn't break free from Nick's grip. "Little Murray." Murray sighed helplessly. "Take my notebook and get lost." "All right, as you wish, I'm out of here." Nick snatched the notebook, leaving his lunch unfinished, and quickly left the cafeteria. Murray watched Nick's retreating figure and could only sigh helplessly. Oh well, making friends with the wrong people. Murray Green watched as Nick Brown's sleazy figure disappeared into the distance, and couldn't help but raise a hand to his forehead with a sigh. Nick's departure, however, seemed to spark his appetite. After quickly finishing the 2 steaks on his plate, he unceremoniously reached for the untouched piece of fried fish Nick had left behind. "Clean plate club starts with me," Murray muttered to himself as he polished off the fish. After eating, Murray stood up and looked around. The cafeteria was bustling with students, and a group from Class 2 caught his attention. Though Class 2 was supposed to be filled with northern nobles, these students spoke with accents that clearly weren't from the north. Murray thought back for a moment. Although he had spent most of his class time that day focused on Simona, his memory seemed unusually sharp. He recalled the faces of all the students from class 2 distinctly. Dark-skinned and with refined complexions, they were evidently not Northerners. This discovery, however, didn't occupy much of Murray's thoughts. It wasn't uncommon for Southerners to study in the North, let alone those who traveled overseas for education. With a shake of his head, he left the cafeteria and returned to his dormitory. Opening the door, Murray found 2 letters lying on the floor. He picked them up, shut the door, and sat on the couch to open them. One was an invitation to a banquet from Leeway Ellis, which he had anticipated. The other was a casual letter from his elder brother, Ryan Green, inquiring about his adaptation to school life and requesting his presence at their newly acquired estate outside Ellis City this Saturday morning. The Green family, though an Earl family that rose from the border, had established a considerable presence in the main city of the North, Ellis City, under the strategic management of the Countess. They owned everything from shops to butcheries, procurement locations to real estate. Unfortunately, with limited funds, they could only purchase an estate outside the city. Murray penned a reply to his brother, briefly summarizing his recent days. Regarding the Saturday visit to the estate, he simply acknowledged receipt without asking for details, figuring he would find out in due course. After finishing the letter, Murray went downstairs. Students at Ellis Academy were either wealthy or of noble birth, accustomed to a life of privilege. Thus, the dormitory had staff specifically to run errands for students. For a fee, they could handle most tasks, including delivering letters. Murray paid the fee, and soon someone was off with his letter to Ryan Green's dormitory. The next 2 days were filled with courses on magical artifact appraisal and magical etiquette and spells. The former taught how to identify and differentiate magical items, while the latter covered the etiquette of magicians and the importance, precautions, and composition of spells. Although both teachers were excellent and the course content was rich, Murray felt they lacked the sharp, striking teaching style of Simona. Perhaps Simona had left too strong an impression on him, making these classes seem somewhat dull in comparison, leaving him wanting more. On Friday evening, the much-anticipated dinner party hosted by Leeway Ellis was about to begin. Murray Green glanced at the clock, realizing it was almost time, and retrieved a noble suit from his wardrobe, dressing with meticulous care. Standing before a full-length mirror, he adjusted every detail, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he admired his appearance. Once ready, Murray stepped out of his room and waited by the roadside for Nick Brown, who was also invited. It was dinner time, and the campus bustled with students either heading out to eat or returning from dinner. Suddenly, he caught snippets of whispered compliments. "Wow, that guy is so handsome. Yeah, really handsome." Though the words were faint, Murray sensed the admiration. Turning his head, he noticed 2 female classmates glancing at him shyly. He responded with a gentle smile. The 2 girls blushed deeply, quickly covering their faces with their hands as they hurried away. Watching their youthful retreat, Murray felt a surge of pride. Such a scenario was something he once only dared to imagine, but now it was his reality, and he couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Just as he was basking in this brief moment of joy, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, isn't it, Murray? Flirting with the girls, are we?" Nick Brown, tall and imposing, blocked his view with a teasing grin. Murray simply replied, "Haha, we're almost late. Let's get going." The 2 of them set off, each picking up a small gift along the way. They chatted as they walked toward the party venue. The shops lining the street grew more lavish, though business seemed to slow. Soon, they left the bustling streets behind and entered the estate area of the Student Services Zone. Finally, they arrived at a small estate marked with the words, "Rose Garden," flanked by vibrant rose bushes. The reception staff greeted them warmly, saying, "Welcome to Rose Garden, gentlemen. We hope you have a wonderful evening." Presenting their invitations, they stepped through the gate and left their gifts at the reception. Inside the banquet hall, Leeway Ellis, busy entertaining classmates, promptly greeted them, shaking hands in gratitude. "Haha, welcome to my party. I'm truly honored," Leeway said warmly. Murray and Nick responded politely. "It's our honor to be invited." After a brief exchange, the busy host moved on to welcome other guests. Once at the party, Murray and Nick went their separate ways. Murray headed to the buffet table, poured himself a glass of juice, and filled a plate with roasted meat, vegetables, and potatoes before finding a quiet corner to eat alone. For some reason, his appetite had been particularly good lately. He returned for a bowl of stew, followed by several slices of pizza, blueberry pie, and a fruit platter. By the time he was about 70% full, the party was nearing its end, and he estimated that about 100 people were present, roughly half of the new students that year. Murray Green dabbed his mouth with a napkin and then accepted a warm towel from a server to clean his hands. He picked up a glass of wine and gracefully made his way through the banquet hall to the center. "Hey, Leeway," he toasted the host, Leeway Ellis. "The food tonight is exceptional. The roast is tender and juicy, and the blueberry pie is just perfect. I couldn't help but have a few extra servings. I wish I could enjoy it more often." Leeway Ellis beamed at the compliment. "Haha, thanks, Murray. The pie is the masterpiece of our family's pastry chef. Anytime you crave it, just let me know." and I'll have it sent to your dorm. Really? Then I won't hold back. Murray Green laughed, exchanging a few pleasantries with Nick Brown before turning to approach a young woman in a white dress. Good evening, lovely lady. I'm Murray Green. He introduced himself politely. Margie Clemens, she replied, clinking her glass lightly against his. Murray took a moment to observe Margie. Her long, glossy black hair cascading down to her waist, her figure elegantly accentuated by the dress, and her captivating eyes curiously fixed on him. From the Green family? Margie tilted her head slightly. At first, I thought you were from the Campbell family. Murray Green chuckled softly. I take after my mother, Penny Campbell. My grandfather is the Marquis Campbell, and my father is the Earl Green. He briefly explained his lineage according to noble customs. Margie nodded in realization. So you're Ryan Green's brother. Murray sighed inwardly. Compared to himself, an unremarkable younger brother, his older brother Ryan, as the first heir of the Green family, was far more renowned. Among the 16 great nobles under the Northern Duke, Ryan had been in the spotlight since birth, with numerous noble ladies aspiring to become the future countess. Seeing the glimmer in Margie's eyes, Murray thought with some frustration, I considered you a classmate, but you have your eyes set on being my sister-in-law. Unfortunately, my brother has high standards. His current interests are all daughters of Marquis families. After a brief conversation with Margie, Murray Green quickly reviewed the names of his classmates in his mind, then, with his glass in hand, moved on to the next classmate. The evening was still young, and he had plenty of socializing to do. Murray Green followed Mr. Linden's roll call order, toasting each of the Marquises and Earls' descendants in turn. After a few rounds, he quietly left the center of the party and headed to a secluded bar. Ordering a refreshing fruit juice, he found a comfortable sofa and sat down to take a short break. Just as he took a couple of sips, Nick Brown, who had been wandering around the hall, suddenly appeared beside him and plopped down on the adjacent sofa. Nick looked exhausted and let out a long sigh. Ugh, I'm worn out. Murray Green teased. So, any success? Did you manage to ask any ladies to dance? Nick Brown waved his hand dismissively, looking serious. Forget about that. I've discovered something monumental. Take a closer look. Isn't there something odd about this party? Hearing this, Murray Green turned to scan the surroundings, but didn't notice anything unusual. He said, puzzled, is there a problem? Everything seems normal to me. At home, the Countess strictly disciplined Murray Green, and he mostly attended formal events with elder relatives present. This was his first time at a party with peers, so he naturally found it difficult to discern any differences. Facing Murray Green's confusion, Nick Brown directly pointed towards the students from meditation class 2 and began to explain in detail. Look at that group. There are about 20 students at this party who aren't from the Northlands. They hail from all over the central capital, the east, the west, and the south gathered here. And all of them have noble backgrounds, at least descendants of earls. At this point, even Murray Green, who wasn't very familiar with this world, sensed something was off. He frowned in thought. Even if Ellis Academy has strong teaching capabilities, throughout the entire Kingdom of Lawns, there are schools in the east, west, and south that are equally reputable, not to mention the central capital with the kingdom's top school. Why would these well-bred individuals travel so far to study in the unfamiliar Northlands? Could it be to see the snow? Don't be ridiculous. Nick Brown shook his head. They must have another motive. Murray Green squinted, scrutinizing that group of people, and finally noticed something unusual. He gasped. These people are all men. You notice too. The two exchanged a look. Nick Brown swirled his wine glass, leaned back, a glint of coldness in his eyes, and said through gritted teeth, they actually want to lay their hands on our Northern Ice Lotus. It's unforgivable. Murray Green looked baffled. Northern Ice Lotus? What's that? Although Murray Green had recently been diligently studying, spending his free time in the library to catch up on knowledge, he had never heard of Northern Ice Lotus. The high mountain snow lotus of the Northlands was well known, but it wouldn't warrant such an effort from so many noble offspring. Besides, if it were truly that precious, sending just a few small fry would likely end in failure. Seeing Murray Green's puzzled expression, Nick Brown realized his nephew was so ignorant, leaving him speechless. He didn't expect Murray's knowledge to be so limited and irritably explained. It's the Northern Land's most beautiful woman, the Northern Ice Lotus, Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis. Haven't you heard of her? Princess Elizabeth Ellis, the second heir to the Duke of the North, is a name that resonates powerfully within noble circles. When Murray Green heard it, he clenched his fists and nearly let out a string of curses. But realizing he was speaking with a relative, he swallowed his words. The Ice Lotus of the North? Murray raised an eyebrow. Not a bad nickname I came up with, right? Nick Brown's words made Murray glance around. The hall was bustling with students from various regions. He quickly pieced together the situation. Elizabeth Ellis, 17 years old, the legitimate granddaughter of Duke Ellis, the Guardian of the North, was destined to inherit the title and become a rare female duke. In this aristocratic world, noble women with inheritance rights typically chose a man to marry into their family, sharing some noble privileges. This enticing opportunity drew talented non-noble heirs from across the kingdom, all eager to seize their chance for a better future. Murray Green took a sip of juice, trying to calm his anger towards Nick Brown, and sank into the soft sofa. "What does this have to do with me?" he muttered. Nick Brown exclaimed urgently. "Murray, we can't give up. If those outsiders claim our northern ice lotus, where will we save face? The entire kingdom of Laney's will mock us." Murray Green replied softly. "It's not that I don't want to fight, but look at me, I am not exactly built for this. How could Her Highness possibly be interested? It would just be humiliating. But me stepping back doesn't mean we've lost." He paused and whispered to Nick Brown, "Her Highness's future husband must be a man of great stature, someone who can carve out a realm for her and protect the entire North." "A man of great stature, those words describe you perfectly." Nick Brown showed a rare hint of shyness, but Murray Green didn't give him a chance to speak, continuing enthusiastically. "Look at you, tall, strong, with powerful biceps. You're quick-witted and resourceful, combining the strength of a warrior with the intelligence of a sorcerer. You are the Creator's masterpiece, a man among men, the best of the best." "So, Nick," Murray Green said sincerely, "I'm stepping aside not because of the fierce competition. If that were the case, I'd fight to the end to keep them from our northern ice lotus. I'm stepping aside because you're here. I want to make room for you to shine. Go, Nick. This is the battlefield prepared for you, your path to heroism. Defeat them. I'll be cheering for you from behind, wishing you a triumphant return." Watching Nick Brown stride confidently towards the center of the hall, Murray Green downed his juice, suppressing his discomfort. He adjusted his attire, picked up a glass of wine, and elegantly approached a beautiful noblewoman. "May I have the pleasure of this dance, my lady?" Nick Brown, a man of great stature and determination, embarked on a heroic journey. However, halfway through, his intelligence, which had been clouded by Murray Green's persuasion, suddenly returned, and he realized he had been fooled. Frowning, he thought to himself, "Wait a minute. I've been conned. That cunning fellow, how did I not notice he could be so persuasive? He's almost as good as I am." Nick Brown found himself in a dilemma. Backing down would be disgraceful, yet pushing forward seemed foolish. His eyes fell on a young nobleman conversing with Margie Clements. "It's decided, Hayden Majory," he resolved in his mind. Hayden Majory, the third son of the Marquis Majory, one of the four great marquises of the North, held a status second only to Levi Ellis among the men present. Nick Brown straightened his jacket and slowly approached the pair. "Excuse me, you two, for the interruption," Nick Brown politely interjected. "Your lordship, Hayden, could we have a private word?" Though surprised, Hayden Majory courteously excused himself from Margie and followed Nick Brown to the edge of the hall. "Lord Nick, what can I do for you?" Nick Brown's expression turned somber, catching Hayden Majory off guard. He speculated silently. Is he going to ask for money? Should I lend it? If so, at what interest rate? If not, how do I refuse? Before Hayden could devise a strategy, Nick Brown spoke gravely. "Lord Hayden, our northern lands are facing a significant challenge. Only we can stand against it. But if we fail, the entire North will become a laughingstock of the kingdom of Laney's, or worse, a vassal state." "What?" Hayden Majory exclaimed, drawing curious glances from their peers. He quickly composed himself, apologized to those around him, and pulled Nick Brown into a more secluded corner. "What challenge?" Seeing Hayden Majory's serious demeanor, Nick Brown felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing he had captured the young noble's attention. He stated bluntly, "Those outsiders at Ellis Academy have ulterior motives. They are here for Princess Elizabeth Ellis, aiming to become her husband and share in the rule of the North. If they succeed, our futures are at risk." "Humph." Hayden Majory's face darkened with anger, his gaze slicing towards the outsiders like a blade. As the son of a marquis, he was well aware of the intricacies surrounding Elizabeth's choice of a partner, perhaps even more so than Nick Brown. As Elizabeth's coming of age approached, the Duke of Ellis had sent emissaries to the four great marquises. Hayden Majory vividly recalled the thorough assessment conducted on him by the Duke's envoy. Before the inspection, he asked his father for the reason but only received a stern instruction: perform well and show your best side. Shortly after the inspection, his usually serious father surprisingly smiled and shared exciting news. He had made it into the top 5 candidates to become Her Highness Elizabeth's husband. This news was like a shot of adrenaline, making him ecstatic. After all, what man could resist the allure of reclining in the beauty's lap and wielding the power of the world? Especially when he was now one of the candidates, within reach of this dream. However, just as he was basking in this pleasant fantasy, Nick Brown brought troubling news. A large group of people had flooded into the northern lands, intending to seize Her Highness Elizabeth, along with the wealth and the title of Duke of the North he so desired. This news was like a bucket of cold water, instantly igniting his fury. Hayden Marjory's anger was almost off the charts, and Nick Brown secretly congratulated himself for finding the right person. With such a formidable warrior charging ahead, he could comfortably maneuver behind the scenes. "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Nick. If it weren't for you, I would have been clueless." These people dare to come to the north and covet Her Highness Elizabeth. They are courting death. Hayden Marjorie said through gritted teeth. Indeed, Her Highness Elizabeth is our northern ice lotus, pure and immaculate. We northern men will never allow these outsiders to lay a finger on her. Nick Brown chimed in, a sinister smile crossing his face. He leaned in close to Hayden Marjorie and whispered, I have a little idea to give these people a stern warning. After hearing Nick Brown's plan, Hayden Marjorie's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Great idea. Let's split up and gather our men. We'll strike in half an hour. Today, I want these outsiders to come in upright and leave horizontal. Meanwhile, Murray Green was not idle either. At this noble banquet, he felt like he was in a social paradise. Surrounded by beautiful young noblewomen, either tall and sexy or pure and adorable, he was dazzled. Casting aside his past life's insecurity and shyness, he followed the call of youthful hormones, making the first move. With his now handsome appearance, every invitation he extended was accepted. If he hadn't exercised some restraint, he would have had more than 3 dance partners. As Murray Green was lost in the delightful fantasy of dancing with beauties, he suddenly noticed an unusual scene. The foreign students were surrounded by local northern students. Curiosity drove him to squeeze into the crowd, where he saw Levi Ellis standing awkwardly in the center with the foreign students and Nick Brown's group on either side. Though they all wore polite smiles, their eyes were filled with hostility, and the air was thick with tension. Welcome everyone to my party, Levi Ellis said, trying to maintain composure. I hope you all have a great time tonight. Ha ha! Hayden Marjorie raised his glass, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Thanks to Levi Ellis for providing us with such a perfect party. I'm sure we'll have a great time tonight. Let's raise our glasses to thank Levi Ellis. The surrounding people raised their glasses to salute Levi Ellis. He reluctantly drank the toast, but couldn't hide his inner frustration, sighing as he turned away from the suffocating encirclement. Everyone's attention was glued to the unfolding drama, and no one noticed Levi Ellis quietly slipping away. A slight smile played on his lips, his eyes glinting with the satisfaction of a plan well executed. Let them fight. Leeway chuckled to himself. The true gold will emerge from the chaos. The stage is set. Now let's see what performance they can deliver. The future husband of the princess must undoubtedly be the best. His gaze shifted to Murray Green, who was squinting as he assessed the situation. Feeling the stare, Murray turned and met Liwei's eyes. Though slightly puzzled, Murray nodded politely and returned his focus to the lively scene before him. Liwei mused to himself, this guy's mental strength is definitely the strongest among us. Such remarkable progress in just a week is a genius. If he becomes a warrior mage, he might have a chance. He looked up at the conductor of the banquet orchestra, drawing 2 circles in the air with his right index finger before sharply pulling it upward. The previously soothing music suddenly turned vibrant and intense. The conductor waved his hands vigorously, and the music grew even more spirited. The exhilarating dance tune energized the 2 opposing groups even further. Hayden Marjorie exchanged a glance with his companions and took the first step forward. The out-of-town students were not to be outdone, and 3 of them stepped forward simultaneously, each eager to be the first to stand out. Ha ha! A bunch of ragtag soldiers think they can compete for our Elizabeth? Dream on! A mocking voice rang out from somewhere. The out-of-town students' faces changed at the taunt, but the 3 who had stepped forward did not retreat. They composed themselves and continued to advance. Hayden Marjorie raised a glass of wine with a solemn expression, initiating the confrontation. I am Hayden Marjorie, son of the Marquis of Marjorie. I'd like to get to know you all. Marlon Reed, grandson of the Duke of Reed from the south. Bennett Lytton, son of the Duke of Lytton from the capital. Gustav Pierce, son of the Duke of Pierce from the capital. The 3 introduced themselves in turn, their statuses and ranks almost equal. To back down would be to disgrace their noble lineage. Even the merit nobles are joining in, another disdainful voice muttered from an unknown direction. Upon hearing this, Bennett Lytton and Gustav Pierce from the capital's expressions shifted slightly, but they clinked glasses with Hayden Marjorie and drank their wine in one gulp. The Kingdom of Laney's is divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. The king resides in the central capital, the kingdom's backbone, while the 4 great dukes guard the borders. In the north, all nobles are appointed by the king and serve as his vassals, with varying noble ranks. A marquis is only 1 rank below a duke, but the power disparity is significant. The Grand Duke of the North not only collects taxes in his territory, but also shares the entire North's tax revenue with the king. More importantly, in wartime, the Grand Duke of the North automatically commands the entire northern military, including conscription and war strategy. Therefore, the 4 dukes of the North, South, East, and West have limited rights only in taxation and declaring war, otherwise they are not much different from rulers of a duchy. Their status is second only to His Majesty the King, and they are the only 4 dukes with fiefs in the Kingdom of Laney's. In contrast, the noblemen with military merits have no land, only an annuity, and their titles are not hereditary. To the landed nobility, These merit-based noblemen are merely the king's high-ranking enforcers, elevated to nobility as long as they are powerful enough. At this moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall was tense. The northern nobles' heirs were furious because the descendants of the merit-based nobility dared to aspire to the position of the northern Grand Duke through Princess Elizabeth. Hayden Majory had just finished his drink and stepped back when another northern student raised his glass and stepped forward, seemingly ready to teach the other side a lesson. Murray Green had no interest in this conflict. As the music played, his gaze fell on the noble young lady, Beryl Pett. Her eyes were like blooming apricots, her eyebrows like willow leaves, her lips cherry red, her skin fairer than snow, and her tall figure was clad in a form-fitting black dress adorned with silver specks, sparkling under the lights like a star. Beryl, would you like to dance with me now? Murray Green stepped forward and extended his hand in invitation. Beryl smiled brightly, glanced at the center of the commotion, and teased. Murray, they're all competing for Princess Elizabeth. You're the son of an earl, why not join them? Murray Green was moved by a thought, recalling the relationship advice he had studied in his previous life. He looked into Beryl's eyes and said softly, I'm just a humble earl's son, and the princess is like the moon in the sky, unattainable. I will respect her, but I cannot love her, because my heart is small and can only hold one person, and that's you, dear Beryl. Puffed, Murray, you're such a smooth-talking rogue, but I like it. Beryl chuckled, covering her mouth, and placed her fair hand in Murray's. The two of them moved to the center of the dance floor, swaying to the music. Murray Green was secretly delighted. In this life, he intended to enjoy himself thoroughly and leave no regrets. What? You want me to pursue Princess Elizabeth? Murray Green exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he stepped into the spacious parlor of Green Manor the next day. His voice was filled with shock, his eyes wide as if he had heard something utterly fantastical. Sitting across from him, Ryan Green remained exceptionally calm, merely nodding slightly, as if discussing something entirely mundane. That's right, young Murray, it's a family duty. Murray collapsed onto the soft leather sofa, his hands unconsciously squeezing his trembling legs. What kind of task is this, big brother? He stammered, his voice quivering. You don't understand. The line of men pursuing Princess Elizabeth stretches from the north to the south. He took a deep breath and continued. Last night, over a mere clash of egos, a group of people engaged in a drinking contest. Even without a glimpse of Princess Elizabeth, 50 noble lads were sprawled across the banquet hall, needing to be carried back to their dorms. I bet they haven't even woken up yet. Ryan Green smirked disdainfully. Is the competition at the Magic Academy so tame? Just a drinking contest, he said with a hint of sarcasm. Do you know what happened at the Warrior Academy? Curious, Murray Green looked up. What? Ryan Green's expression turned serious. 36 people injured, 6 severely, 1 lost an arm, 2 are still unconscious. And it's Saturday, a rest day, so there might be more casualties. Murray gulped. Well, all right, he admitted. Compared to the brawls at the Warrior Academy, last night's drinking contest was indeed minor. He paused, then added, but what can they do? A magical duel? They're all freshmen, barely initiated in meditation, let alone magic. Unlike the warriors, who can just grab a sword and fight, simple and direct. Murray's face showed concern. If it's so dangerous, why send me? Ryan Green gave his brother a long, thoughtful look and slowly uttered. Details determine success. Attitude determines everything. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes, clearly not wanting his younger brother to get caught in this silent war. But he explained, nobles from the east, west, south, and center have all sent their heirs to compete, while we from the north have not. What would the Grand Duke of the North think? Is his granddaughter not attractive enough? Or is the Grand Duke's power not enticing? Or do you think his sword isn't sharp, his punches not painful? Ryan Green sighed. And in the Green family, excluding me, with inheritance rights, you're the only one left who fits the competition criteria. After hearing this, Murray Green was at a loss for words. So it's just a formality, he muttered under his breath. But formalities can be dangerous. Ryan Green seemed to ignore his brother's complaints and continued. I called you here today not only to inform you about this, but also to prepare and train you. You need to be more vigilant and avoid being outmaneuvered. Wow, Murray exclaimed in surprise. Big brother, don't make it sound so scary. You're making my heart race. He tried to sound casual, masking his unease. Isn't it just an upgraded contest for a bride? I can just concede right away. Ryan Green's expression suddenly turned grave. He fixed Murray with a stern gaze and said in a low voice, Heh, only a dead opponent is the best opponent. Seeing the fear on his brother's face, Ryan Green continued. Our Green family rose from nothing, enduring over 2 centuries of relentless battles and bloodshed. For an earl's title, countless family elders and members perished, with a sacrifice of no less than 100,000 soldiers. A general's success is built on the bones of many. His voice grew heavier. Now, this is a power struggle among the kingdom's 4 ducal families. Even though the one marrying in might not wield significant power, for a duchy's magnitude, A slight maneuver could yield benefits enough to recreate a green family. In this competition, you will face many dangers, assassinations, poisonings, and all kinds of underhanded tactics. Ryan Green's voice was low and serious, his gaze locked onto his brother Murray's eyes. You must take this seriously, don't be careless. I don't want to collect your body. Murray Green's pupils dilated slightly at these words, and his lips tightened involuntarily. His mind raced, trying to comprehend the sudden stern warning. Ryan continued, of course, if you meet an unfortunate end, you'd better leave some information about your killer so I can avenge you. Murray was stunned, his mind conjuring up absurd images, a noble version of palace intrigue, where 3,000 talented men vie for a woman's affection, a storyline reminiscent of a popular heroine-driven novel. He took a deep breath, trying to organize his thoughts. Although I still don't quite get it. I think I understand the gist of it, Murray said slowly, a hint of determination in his voice. I might not outfight others, but they better not mess with me, or no one will have an easy time. Ryan nodded with satisfaction, a slight smile on his lips. It's good that you understand. Father's expectations of you are simple. Show your stance, stay safe, and live until Her Highness Elizabeth chooses someone she's satisfied with. Murray bowed his head in thought, sunlight streaming through the window highlighting his handsome features and well-proportioned physique. Ryan assessed him quietly. He looked impressive, with good natural attributes compared to other competitors. But Murray, having grown up in a warm family environment, was gentle and kind-hearted, lacking any malice. At most, he might sneak a drink. These were virtues, but in the current situation, they could be fatal weaknesses. As Ryan pondered, Murray suddenly looked up, his face pale, voice trembling. Brother, what if Elizabeth is, interested in women? Then what's the point of this whole competition? Ryan gritted his teeth, almost spitting out his words. Then you'll dress as a woman. With that, he grabbed Murray's arm and dragged him towards the training ground. At a time like this, you're still thinking about such nonsense. Hey, brother, slow down. My legs are weak. I can't keep up, Murray panted, stumbling. Hearing this, Ryan abruptly stopped, turning to stare intently into Murray's eyes, his hands gripping his collar tightly. What did you do at last night's banquet? Did you lose your purity? Murray quickly explained. Last night's banquet, most of the guys were competing in drinking. There were more women than men, and even fewer quality men, and I was the top pick. I originally planned to dance with 3 girls, but I ended up dancing with 13, from the first note to the end of the banquet. In the end, it was a nearly drunk Nick Brown who helped me back to the dorm. Murray's eyes became misty as he recalled the previous night. If you hadn't asked me to come here this morning, I'd probably still be in bed recovering. Brother, how about we skip training today and let me rest? Ryan looked at his pitiful brother, his heart softening, and finally said, rest today, we'll go hunting tomorrow. The next day, Ryan Green and Murray Green rode their horses to the exclusive hunting grounds of Ellis Academy Mount Kaya. Each year, the Academy's teachers conduct thorough surveys of this mountain range, meticulously recording the distribution of magical beasts and the locations of magical plants, providing crucial references for Academy missions. Under the school's strict regulations, the highest level of magical beasts in the mountain does not exceed level 4, and they reside deep within the mountains, never leaving their territory unless under special circumstances. The entrance at the foot of the mountain was bustling with activity, as students continuously arrived to carry out tasks and training. Seniors set up stalls nearby, selling various supplies and purchasing magical materials, filling the area with youthful energy. As Murray Green dismounted, he couldn't help but rub his still sore thighs. He led his horse, following Ryan to a designated storage area for their mounts, and then the two of them entered a 3-story building, the student task hall. Even though the brothers didn't have a specific mission, as they were only there to hunt, they still needed to follow the rules and register. They handed over their student cards to a girl of similar age. She skillfully placed the cards on a small platform inscribed with magical array patterns and routinely asked, do you know the mountain entry rules? Yes. Will you be staying overnight in the mountains? No. After a few questions, she retrieved 2 signal flares from under the counter and returned them along with the student cards. Murray stepped forward to take them and thanked her. No need to thank me, the girl reminded. If you encounter danger, fire the signal flare, and the mountain guards will come to rescue you immediately. As they left the hall, Murray checked his equipment, a sturdy leather armor, a longbow with a 100-pound draw weight, and a quiver of arrows. He had a single-handed sword hanging on one side of his waist and a magic crystal gun on the other. He also carried a water bottle and some portable smoked meat. He glanced at Ryan and noticed his brother wore only half armor, wielding a 2-handed sword, with an emergency pack strapped to his back. Ryan, it's Ryan Green. Many students at the mountain in trance recognized Ryan and called out his name. At this moment, a senior dressed as a ranger approached quickly. Ha ha ha, Ryan, what brings you here? The senior asked warmly. I've taken on a task. If you're free, why not join us? I'll give you a 30% share of the reward. Ryan pointed at Murray and politely declined. No. I'm here to hunt with my brother today. We won't be going deep into the mountains, so we'll pass on joining you. The senior noticed Murray and, although a bit disappointed, didn't press further. He simply agreed to meet up next time and then led his team away. Others who initially wanted to invite Ryan also dispersed, only exchanging brief greetings. Bro, you're quite popular. Murray teased. So many people want to team up with you for missions. That's because I'm strong enough, Ryan replied confidently. Although he often received harsh critiques and was belittled by Earl Green during training at home, his abilities were clearly well recognized at the academy. Ryan Green stood proudly on the training field of the Warriors Academy, his eyes gleaming with a sense of achievement. As a junior who had just entered his third year, his combat experience far surpassed that of his peers, earning him the reputation of a golden asset among the students. Ellis Academy's graduation requirement for both warriors and mages was to reach level 3, the intermediate level. Ryan had already met this standard, but he chose to remain at school to further prepare for his future. Murray, do you know why I brought you here to hunt? Ryan turned to his younger brother, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Murray shook his head, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Ryan sighed and continued. Since you were seriously injured falling off a horse on your last hunt, I've noticed you've become uneasy. You no longer ride horses and always opt for the carriage. When we rode here earlier, I saw your riding skills had regressed, and you seemed noticeably afraid. Ryan's gaze swept across the surrounding woods until he spotted a wolf patrolling not far away. He quickly bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it at the wolf. The stone hit its mark, causing the wolf to howl in anger. The wolf was enraged, crouching slightly and assuming an attack stance. At that moment, Ryan swiftly retreated over 10 meters, leaving Murray in place. Murray inwardly grumbled but didn't stop his actions. He quickly drew his bow and aimed at the furious wolf. The first arrow missed, but Murray remained calm, immediately knocking another arrow. The wolf, like a gray streak of lightning, charged at Murray. As the distance closed, Murray's second arrow struck the wolf's front shoulder with precision. The wolf howled in pain and tried to flee, but Murray's third arrow hit its lower back. The wolf collapsed, struggling in agony. Murray didn't hesitate, and his final arrow pierced the wolf's nape, ending its suffering. Ryan watched the scene, raising an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected that after such a severe injury, Murray's hunting skills hadn't diminished. Instead, they had significantly improved. Murray's archery had become more decisive, and his accuracy had noticeably advanced. This is a good thing, but it leaves me wondering what to say next. Ryan Green thought to himself, as Murray Green's performance far exceeded expectations. In his estimation, with Murray's skills, at best he would clumsily kill the wolf, and at worst, he would require Ryan's intervention. He had planned to take the opportunity to give a speech about courage and fear, and then take Murray hunting to easily achieve today's goal. However, Murray's impressive performance disrupted Ryan's plans. A hint of frustration crossed his mind, but it was quickly replaced by strong curiosity. Your archery has become a lot more decisive and accurate. Have you been practicing? Ryan Green couldn't help but ask. Murray Green scratched his head, looking puzzled. No, but before I released the arrow, I just felt I could hit it, so I did. I'm just as surprised at how accurate it was. Ryan Green stared into Murray's eyes, detecting no signs of deceit. He decided to test him once more, leading Murray deeper into the forest in search of more prey. A few minutes later, Ryan suddenly kicked a fist-sized rock into the branches. With a painful howl, a leopard fell from the tree. Agile and quick, it landed on its feet, immediately adjusting its stance. It lowered its body, bared its sharp fangs, and glared menacingly at the two intruders, emitting a threatening growl from its throat. Ryan Green nodded in satisfaction. This leopard was sleek and in its prime, a much more formidable opponent than the previous wolf. Go on, Ryan Green commanded. Murray Green was ready. He stepped forward, smoothly knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, and releasing it. However, the alert leopard dodged the arrow in a flash, springing toward Murray. The leopard was much faster than the wolf, easily evading Murray's second arrow and closing in to within 20 meters. Murray had one last chance. He held his breath, eyes fixed on the leopard's every move. Suddenly, he caught the moment the leopard's limbs left the ground. Without hesitation, Murray released the bowstring. The third arrow flew through the air, piercing the leopard's chest with precision. The arrowhead penetrated fur and muscle, striking the heart. Without waiting to confirm the outcome, Murray dropped the bow, drew his sword in one hand, and aimed a pistol with the other. The leopard hadn't felt the pain yet, but its limbs lost strength. Instinctively, it took a few more steps before collapsing heavily. With a confused whimper, it finally realized death was near. After a couple of labored breaths, the leopard ceased breathing. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed in the silent forest. The sudden sound of clapping jolted Murray Green from his state of alertness. He stared in disbelief at the leopard he had just shot through the heart with an arrow, feeling utterly amazed. Ha ha, fantastic, Murray. Ryan Green laughed as he approached, excitedly patting Murray on the shoulder. His eyes sparkled as he focused on Murray's puzzled expression, then gently ruffled his hair as if touching a rare treasure. Murray uncomfortably shrugged his shoulders. Stop it, that feels weird. Ryan chuckled. You've achieved something extraordinary. No wonder your aim was so precise. Extraordinary? What's that supposed to mean? Murray asked, frowning and feeling a wave of dizziness. Ryan explained. It's using your mental strength to control your body, surpassing its limits. You just mentally locked onto the target and directed your body to make that incredible shot. He gestured for Murray to rest against a tree and handed him a water bottle. Murray took a sip, closed his eyes, and leaned against the trunk, trying to ease the sudden headache. Before he knew it, he drifted into sleep. Ryan shook his head with a light laugh, then turned to the leopard, drawing his sword to handle the prey. In a hazy dream, Murray ran aimlessly until the tempting aroma of roasting meat awakened him. He opened his eyes to find Ryan cooking, and his headache had significantly lessened. Awake from the smell? Here, have a taste. Ryan offered a piece of roasted meat. Murray devoured most of it, feeling much more energized. Then, carrying the leopard skin Ryan had skinned, he followed him down the mountain. All the way, Murray's mind replayed that astonishing shot, contemplating the mystery of extraordinary and looking forward to the journey of future training. In a meditation classroom, the meditation teacher, Lyndon Beer, sat cross-legged on the podium, with a magical circle beneath him glowing like a flowing stream. His lips moved slightly as if reciting an incantation, yet no sound emerged. The classroom was utterly silent, as if it had been cast under a spell of silence. Below the podium, Murray Green closed his eyes and focused intently, listening to the meditation techniques Lyndon was imparting. The teacher's voice was steady and clear, as though it resonated directly in his mind. Suddenly, Murray noticed a change in the sound, which surprised him. Instinctively, he concentrated all his attention on the teacher's voice. Lyndon repeatedly described the meditation techniques, and Murray realized that the volume hadn't actually changed. It was like a nimble fish swimming within him. When the sound reached his head, it seemed loud. When it moved to his upper body, it softened, and when it reached his lower body, it became faint. This discovery intrigued Murray. He focused intently, ready to trace the path of Lyndon's voice. Soon, Lyndon began a new round of meditation recitation. Murray heard the voice resonate in his mind and immediately concentrated on his head. Unexpectedly, his focus seemed to collide with an invisible stream of energy. This collision didn't cause pain. Instead, Murray was amazed to find that his attention merged with the stream, like a small creek joining a mighty river, naturally and effortlessly. This invisible stream flowed through Murray's body with Lyndon's voice, growing stronger. Like numerous tributaries joining the Yangtze River, it eventually surged with force into the sea. The stream carried accumulated strength back to Murray's head, suddenly rushing into a familiar, yet unfamiliar gray space. With the influx of the stream, the calm gray space stirred with waves. Murray was astonished to discover that the bottom of this space was a gray ocean. He suddenly understood. This was the legendary mental space and mental sea, and the invisible stream was his mental power. Murray was thrilled, having finally grasped the ability of introspection. Although the scene before him was still a blur of gray, it meant he could glimpse the mysteries within, avoiding many unnecessary detours. At that moment, guided by the meditation technique, a strand of mental power separated from the mental sea. Murray watched it advance along a new path, eventually carrying a substantial amount of mental force, pouring into the mental sea from another entry point, adding a ripple to the increasingly calm surface. As time passed, Murray gradually discovered a pattern. A complete set of meditation techniques could complete 3 cycles, and the endpoints of these cycles formed an equilateral triangle. With each cycle, Murray Green's mental strength increased, but compared to the vast sea of consciousness, this growth was negligible. Truly expanding the breadth of this sea required years of accumulation. However, this growth did not come without a cost. As the number of cycles increased, the rate of mental growth decreased, while his sense of physical fatigue continued to rise. After class, Murray Green, feeling sore all over, dragged his weary body to the cafeteria. He ordered a serving of magical beast stew, which smelled delicious. The first sip of the hot broth felt like a warm current coursing through his body, dispelling much of his exhaustion. He recalled his elder brother's advice. Magical beast meat is the perfect complement to training, and consuming it regularly can enhance one's physique and aid in cultivation. After finishing the bowl of stew, Murray Green felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. He yawned and hurried back to his dormitory. He slept until nightfall, and then enjoyed another hearty meal of magical beast meat. By then, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Murray Green took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He closed his eyes and silently recited his meditation technique, entering a state of internal vision. Carefully, he separated a small cluster of mental energy from his sea of consciousness. Without the aid of a magic circle, this cluster was somewhat unstable and slightly dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, Murray Green gritted his teeth and guided this energy into a cycle. However, the situation he feared occurred. The mental energy not only failed to grow but also gradually dissipated during the cycle. Everywhere it passed, Murray Green felt a wave of heat. Ultimately, the energy dissipated completely after covering only 1/5 of the cycle. Witnessing this, Murray Green realized the importance of a good mentor. Those who can teach themselves are truly geniuses. But he quickly calmed his mind, determined to try again. After all, this was just a minor setback, and he could handle it. With renewed determination, Murray Green separated another cluster of mental energy. Perhaps due to his previous experience, this time the energy was more solid and traveled further. On his third attempt, things went even more smoothly, reaching halfway. This greatly encouraged Murray Green. Fourth attempt, fifth attempt. Finally, on the seventh try, the mental energy completed the entire cycle, albeit with little remaining. But success was success. Murray Green pressed on, starting a second cycle. This time, the first attempt reached 1/3. After 5 tries, the second cycle was successfully completed. Having completed 2 cycles in succession, Murray Green was ecstatic, as if on a high. Even though his body was utterly exhausted, he couldn't stop. So he began a third cycle, and after 3 attempts, the third cycle was also completed successfully. Yes. Murray Green leaped up from his bed, bouncing twice more. But he quickly realized it was late at night, and shouting was inappropriate, so he stopped. Nevertheless, he couldn't contain his joy. He clamped his hand over his mouth, laughing quietly under the covers, rolling back and forth like a happy caterpillar. I did it. I finally meditated successfully on my own. I may not be a great genius, but I can call myself a little genius. Murray Green chuckled, and as his spirit relaxed, he finally succumbed to fatigue, falling into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Murray, open the door. We're going to be late for class. Nick Brown shouted as he pounded on Murray Green's dorm room door. There was no response from inside, and Nick's patience was wearing thin. Anger rising, he gave the door a couple of hard kicks. Murray, you can sneak around with a noble lady, but can't open the door? Let me in. Nick threatened. If you don't open up, don't blame me for bringing the dorm supervisor to catch you in the act. Just as Nick was about to walk away, a weak voice came from inside. What? Too late, Murray. Now you're scared? Just wait. I'll make sure the whole school hears about this. Nick pretended to leave, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. Suddenly, the door swung open. Nick looked at the entrance with a teasing grin, but was taken aback by what he saw. Murray was pale, bloodshot eyes framed by dark circles. Wow, did you really sneak off with a noble lady? Show me who it is. Nick barged into the dorm room, heading straight for Murray's bedroom. His eyes landed on the disheveled bed, and a mix of envy, jealousy, and anger flashed across his face. Wow, you sly dog. Pulling off something this big without a word. Who is it? Nick asked excitedly. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Murray looked confused and groggy. What are you talking about? Playing dumb? Come on, is it Beryl Pet? After you danced with her, she even asked about you when you were gone over the weekend. Did you two get close that fast? Murray was completely puzzled and said helplessly, what on earth are you talking about? Speak clearly, will you? And what does Beryl Pet have to do with this? I haven't seen her since that party. Even if I don't care about my reputation, don't falsely accuse her. Humph, defending her already? Talking about reputation, huh? You two can't possibly be innocent. Nick sneered. I didn't catch her here, so I'll check the classroom to see if she's there. If she's not, well. With that, Nick stormed out of the dorm and sprinted towards the classroom, determined to catch Beryl Pet sneaking out of Murray's room. Nick dashed into the history class at full speed. It was a large lecture with about 100 students, and Beryl Pet should be there. His eyes scanned each face rapidly. Not her, not her, not her. Nick murmured to himself. Huh, Murray thinks he can fool me. Doesn't he know I'm known as the eagle-eyed detective? This secret could get me free meals for a year. Wait a minute. As Nick was contemplating how to leverage this secret against Murray, he suddenly remembered one of the faces he had just glanced over. It can't be Beryl Pet. I must have been seeing things, he reassured himself. Once I turn my head, I'll see it's definitely not her. Nick Brown took a deep breath, struggling to turn his head back to the classroom. His gaze landed on Beryl Pate, who was elegantly dressed and looking at him curiously as he stood frozen at the doorway. Impossible, Nick blurted out, drawing the entire class's attention to him. The classmate behind him was stunned. The words they intended to say to get Nick to move were stuck in their throat. Do you think it's okay to block the door? A classmate finally couldn't help but say. But seeing Nick's imposing figure and remembering he was the son of an earl, they could only begrudgingly squeeze past him into the classroom. Others followed suit. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense, and everyone looked on with disdain. Nick Brown is bullying people at school. How outrageous, someone whispered. Nick realized his faux pas and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just saw something surprising. I'm really sorry. Hearing his explanation, the classmates' gazes softened slightly, though still tinged with suspicion. Nick rubbed his head with a wry smile, thinking about how unlucky he was that day. He had intended to catch Murray doing something wrong, but nearly became the target of everyone's ire instead. He found a seat in a corner, leaning against the wall, and subtly glanced at Beryl. Her intricate makeup would have taken at least half an hour to complete, but he had rushed from Murray's dormitory to the classroom in just 5 minutes. This time discrepancy puzzled Nick even more. Who was in Murray's room? Determined not to let his embarrassing moment go to waste, Nick resolved to catch Murray in the act. He allowed a slight smirk to cross his face. Seeing this expression, his classmates collectively moved their seats away from him. Meanwhile, Murray Green arrived at the classroom door, panting. Why does Nick run so fast? He didn't even help me out. I'm exhausted, he muttered to himself. I'm never overdoing my meditation like this again. Murray stumbled into the classroom, looking around for an empty seat. He was surprised to see Nick sitting in the far corner with plenty of empty seats around him. Just as he was about to head that way, a familiar voice called out to him. Murray, come over here, there's a seat available, Beryl Pate said, blushing, as the girls around her made space. Murray looked at the shy yet pretending to be serious Beryl, then glanced at Nick, who was glaring at him. He quickly made his choice. Thanks for saving me a spot, he said, taking a seat next to Beryl. The chair still held the warmth of its previous occupant, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Murray took a deep breath, feeling utterly refreshed. There was definitely something wrong. Nick Brown stared intently at the backs of the two people, mumbling softly to himself. Murray Green, the object of his gaze, remained oblivious, as he was busy battling with his heavy eyelids. Murray felt as if his eyelids weighed a ton, ready to close at any moment. He struggled to keep them open, fearing he might fall asleep in class. A terrifying image flashed through his mind. The elderly, white-haired wizard teacher casting a fireball spell, incinerating him on the spot. This vivid imagination jolted Murray awake, sharpening his focus. Slightly more alert, Murray propped himself up on his elbows, staring straight at the history teacher, who was lecturing about the origins of ancient wizards' power, blood and flesh. The wizards of the time studied the messengers of the gods and discovered that their blood contained mystical powers. Just as sleepiness began to creep over him again, a piece of paper with writing on it was discreetly passed to him from the side. Turning his head, he saw it was from Beryl Pate. She was looking intently at the teacher, appearing to be listening diligently. A smile crept across Murray's pale face. This small interruption revitalized Murray. He immediately straightened up, sitting upright at his desk, with the note shielded between his arms. Pretending to listen intently, he glanced down at the note. You look tired today. Did you not sleep well last night? Murray picked up his pen and quickly replied. Yeah, last night. I was so engrossed in training, I couldn't stop. After writing, he deftly passed the note back to Beryl. Soon, the note returned to Murray. Beryl's response was full of skepticism. Haha, you're lying. I don't believe you. You're full of lies. You probably haven't even memorized the meditation technique yet, let alone trained. It had only been a week and 2 days since they started school, and most classmates hadn't even memorized the meditation technique. Beryl thought, if someone tried to train without it, failure was certain. Unless Murray was some unprecedented genius who could create his own meditation technique. But no such person had ever existed in history. The teacher's voice continued, discussing the crucial role of wizards in human history. Although wizards were often described as bloodthirsty and cruel, it was undeniable that they were the pioneers for practitioners, the source of many modern cultivation methods, and the beginning of humanity's control over their own power. When talking about the messengers of the gods, the teacher explained that although they were the first superhumans, research showed that they were actually humans with innate strong mental power and high magical affinity. Over time, magical particles accumulated in their bodies, causing a transformation. Those who succeeded became messengers of the gods, while those who failed met their end. However, it was all determined by fate, deciding who would become a messenger of the gods. The wizards, a group of individuals who yearned for the power of the divine messengers, but never succeeded, tirelessly delved into the secrets of these celestial beings. To ensure no detail was overlooked, they meticulously recorded every aspect of their research in notebooks. After years of diligent study, some researchers finally discovered the correct approaches and methods. They carefully compiled these valuable findings and kept them close at hand. When these pioneers passed away, their experimental notebooks became precious legacies. Successors accessed these notebooks, gaining power themselves, marking the origin of the initial cultivation methods. Over time, new generations of researchers built upon their predecessors' work, or drew from other cultivation methods, to create new ones. This continuous evolution laid the groundwork for the later era of ancient chaotic magic. In history class, Murray Green listened to the teacher's lecture while accepting a piece of paper from Beryl Pate. He glanced at the words Beryl had written and couldn't help but smile. He quickly scribbled on the paper. Am I not a smelly guy? Didn't you get close enough that night to find out? After this teasing remark, he continued, I'm a genius, after all. Mastering the meditation method is a piece of cake. Indeed, while most of his classmates were still struggling to memorize the meditation method, Murray had already mastered it and successfully meditated on his own. If he wasn't a genius, who could claim the title? Besides, who doesn't want to boast a little in front of a pretty girl? Although Murray's words were factual, Beryl wasn't impressed. Beryl quickly shot back on the paper. Ugh, you are a smelly guy, absolutely reeking. That night I had to hold my breath while dancing with you, or I'd have fainted from your stench. You say you've memorized the meditation method, but I don't believe it. Unless you write it all down for me to check. Murray looked at the challenging words, his mouth twitching slightly, but he quickly replied, you know the meditation method can't be spoken or written down, and yet you want me to write it out? That's unreasonable. Beryl persisted. La la la, I don't care. If you can't write it out, you haven't memorized it. Now come clean. What did you do last night? Murray couldn't help but admire the mix of cuteness and cheekiness in her words. He mused, Miss Beryl, when I first met you, you were the epitome of a cool, aloof woman. How did you change so much in just a few days? But after a moment's thought, he realized that even the most composed young woman is just a charming 16-year-old girl at heart. They continued their back and forth, quickly filling both sides of the paper and moving on to another sheet. In the midst of the history teacher's lengthy lecture, Murray was completely absorbed in his written banter with Beryl, with fatigue and drowsiness long forgotten. Nick Brown, sitting in the back row, had been watching them closely, having long since noticed their pretense of paying attention while secretly flirting. He internally lamented, Oh Murray, it's been only 2 days, and you've already strayed from the group. As the bell rang, Murray, Beryl, her friends, and Nick headed to the cafeteria together. After lunch, Nick lounged on the couch in Murray's dorm, legs crossed, eyeing Murray intently. Come on, spill it. Was she in your room last night? If not her, then who? Come clean, or don't blame me for being tough. Only then did Murray realize why Nick had been acting so strangely that morning. He quickly clarified. I told you it was just me. He explained in detail how he had been exhausted from his cultivation efforts the night before, with the messy bed resulting from his excitement at his progress. However, he remained tight-lipped about the specifics of his advancement. Nick listened, then shrugged. Sounds plausible, but I don't believe it. Murray rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine, think whatever you want. I'm taking a nap. Lock the door on your way out. With that, he yawned and headed to his bedroom, locking the door behind him, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking up, Murray Green habitually gnawed on a piece of beast meat, savoring its wild, gamey flavor as he chewed. He lounged on the sofa, feeling restless and torn between continuing his training or taking a night off to relax. The memory of the day's grueling practice made him hesitate. But then again, how was he supposed to spend this long night after just waking up? Ultimately, Murray gritted his teeth and decided to train for a while. He silently vowed to himself to control the duration of his training today, lest he suffer again tomorrow. With his mind made up, he sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began his practice. Armed with the experience of completing 3 full cycles yesterday, Murray quickly entered a state of deep meditation. This time went better than the first. He could feel that he retained more mental energy. Although he wasn't yet sure when he would start enhancing his mental power as his meditation teacher described, he wasn't discouraged. Murray raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched forward twice with force. He could sense a slight improvement in his physical strength. While meditation primarily boosts mental power, the body passively gains some enhancement during the process. As the mental energy flows through his body, it both draws from and refines his physical form. With subsequent rest and nutritional support, a mage's physical strength will eventually surpass that of ordinary people, though it may never match warriors who focus solely on physical fortification. 1 cycle completed, followed by a second and a third. As his proficiency increased, Murray finished his second meditation session of the day faster and with better results than the first. Seeing his visible progress filled him with excitement. Feeling not at all fatigued, he immediately began his third meditation session of the day. As Murray indulged in the thrill of training, a sudden knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Murray, you. Oh my. Nick Brown burst into the room, shocked at Murray's even more haggard appearance compared to yesterday. He rushed into the bedroom, noticing the neatly made bed, though the blanket was left unfolded. A ridiculous thought flashed through Nick's mind, and he blurted out, could it be a male classmate? This nearly floored Murray. Clenching his fists, he retorted angrily. I've already told you it's from intense training last night. Why can't you believe me? Why is trust between people so difficult? Don't you have even a shred of faith in me? Hearing Murray's challenge, Nick smirked and leisurely replied, I did trust you fully, but ever since that dinner party where you tricked me into causing trouble with those out-of-towners while you danced with 13 noble maidens, well, dance party 13 indeed. Murray quickly countered, hey, you can't put it like that. You were fighting for Princess Elizabeth. How can you say I tricked you? That's just unreasonable. Protecting Her Highness Elizabeth from outsiders is our unquestionable duty. Murray Green stood in the academy corridor, facing the stern-looking Nick Brown. Nick's eyes glimmered with reproach, and his voice was low and firm. Murray, you haven't fulfilled this obligation well. Remember, duties and rights are equal. Therefore, you must not entertain any improper thoughts about Her Highness in the future. Murray opened his mouth to reply, but suddenly recalled the family task given to him by Ryan Green. In this world, led by nobility, the family is like the soil that nurtures the growth of the aristocracy. Every family member bears important responsibilities, and tasks assigned by the family should never be ignored. He frowned slightly, images of him still using family funds for education flashing through his mind. With a wry smile, Murray shook his head and replied, "That's not possible. I've received a family task, and I believe you have too. We can't break away from the family for now, nor can we defy its arrangements." Upon hearing this, Nick Brown's anger erupted instantly. He lunged forward, clasping his hands around Murray's neck. "In that case," he shouted, his voice echoing down the corridor, "I'll eliminate you right now." "Ha ha ha, Murray. Unfortunately, you will be my first defeated opponent. Prepare to die." Murray was terrified, his heart pounding. He had heard that this contest was brutal, but never imagined it would be so frightening. A classmate he considered as close as a brother was now threatening his life? Just as he thought his life was about to end, Murray suddenly realized that Nick's hands weren't actually applying pressure. Realizing the truth, Murray breathed a sigh of relief and then pretended to face death heroically, shouting, "Damn you, Nick. Even if you kill me, I won't beg or regret it. Because I'm dying for the pure and beautiful Her Highness Elizabeth. Even if you kill me, Murray, thousands more will rise, for the North and Her Highness are eternal." The two boys burst into laughter, playfully making their way to the school building. Their laughter echoed in the corridor, full of youthful energy. However, as soon as they stepped into the classroom, they immediately restrained their playful expressions, returning to the composure befitting noble gentlemen, and took their seats. Today's class was a lecture on the basics of magical flora and fauna, taught by the Level 5 Potion Master, Teacher Simone Lind. Murray had a strong impression of Teacher Simone beautiful, elegant, powerful, and wealthy. However, when the class bell rang, it was a well-built young man in a magical robe who entered, carrying an exquisite wooden box. Murray squinted, scrutinizing the vaguely familiar figure. Suddenly, he remembered, wasn't this the senior who sold him wolf eyes at the student service area? The young man stood at the podium, surveying the classroom, then introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Patty Bruno. I'm a senior, a student of Teacher Simone, and also a potion master." As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, making the two medals on his chest gleam under the light: a Level 2 Mage medal and a Level 1 Potion Master medal. Patty continued, "Today, Teacher Simone is busy brewing potions and couldn't make it to teach you all, so she asked me to substitute. Although my knowledge and experience aren't as extensive as Teacher Simone's, I'll do my best to answer your questions. If any of you have any doubts, feel free to raise your hand." Seeing no objections, Patty Bruno smiled slightly and announced, "Then, let's begin the class." With his elbows propped on the desk and hands clasped under his chin, Murray Green was lost in thought. The whispers of other students and the scratching of pens on paper seemed distant to him. His mind drifted back to Ryan Green's earlier words and the persistent feeling of unease. Initially, Murray attributed this unease to his status as an outsider in this world. After all, he had taken over Murray Green's body and constantly worried about being discovered. However, the events of this morning forced him to reevaluate the nature of his anxiety. Nick Brown's sudden joke, though ultimately harmless, had made Murray feel a real threat of death. At that moment, he felt as if he were standing at death's door, cold sweat soaking his back. Glancing down at his frail arms, he realized his body was indeed weaker compared to his peers. This was not without reason. Murray Green was born weak and only managed to grow healthy thanks to the Countess's careful nurturing. Even though meditation had slightly improved his physical condition, the progress was slow and barely noticeable. In contrast, Nick Brown's burly physique and superior strength were intimidating. If Nick ever harbored murderous intent, Murray couldn't bear to think further. Outwardly, Murray remained quietly seated, but internally, he was in turmoil. The profound unease that Ryan Green had pointed out surged like a tide, leaving him unable to focus on the lesson, forcing him to suppress his drowsiness and organize his chaotic thoughts. He began comparing this world to his original one. In that world, devoid of combat, aura, and magic, life was hard, but at least there was no constant fear of imminent death. There, no matter how strong, wealthy, or powerful someone was, they were still human, flesh and blood. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, the idea of a desperate counterattack offered some psychological comfort. At worst, it was life for life. But in this world, the existence of combat, aura, and magic created a vast gap between people. Some so-called humans had become so powerful that they were beyond the reach of ordinary people. These practitioners were seen as monsters in human skin, impervious to harm. As Murray was consumed by these worries, Professor Patty Bruno was at the front of the class, holding up a green plant and explaining, "This is green lantern grass, a low-level magical plant. It typically grows by rivers or in marshes, reaching a height of 20 to 30 centimeters when mature and resembling ordinary weeds. Its unique feature is that it emits green light at night when mature, hence the name. However, its maturity period is only 3 days. Murray shifted his posture, resting his chin on his left hand and holding a pen in his right, pretending to take notes diligently. In truth, his mind was far from the classroom, consumed with concerns for his future. As an ordinary person in a world full of human-shaped monsters, he constantly feared inadvertently angering a powerful figure and losing his life. This deep-seated anxiety left Murray Green increasingly worried. Murray Green's current situation seemed promising, yet deep down, he harbored a sense of unease. This unease was fully triggered by a joke from Nick Brown earlier that morning, making him acutely aware of his greatest flaw being too weak. Sitting in the classroom, Murray listened to Professor Patty Bruno's lecture while silently making a resolution to continue his training tonight, pushing himself to the limit. He nodded almost imperceptibly, aligning with his inner determination. Professor Patty happened to notice this subtle gesture and mistakenly thought the freshman was showing approval of his lecture. This filled him with joy, and he began explaining with even more enthusiasm and detail. Unaware that his simple gesture had caused a misunderstanding, Murray remained lost in his thoughts. He realized that mere training wouldn't be enough to establish himself in this world. After all, everyone could train, and if others progressed faster, his efforts would be in vain. This realization made Murray a bit restless. His right hand unconsciously doodled on his notebook, venting his inner frustration. However, amidst what seemed like meaningless scribbles, his attention was suddenly caught by a drawing of a gun. This simple sketch instantly awakened Murray's memory of his magic crystal gun and the gun schematics he had burned. A bold idea quickly took shape in his mind. Could he merge the advanced weapons from his past life with the magical technology of this world to create a unique, powerful weapon? Murray's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought. He began to outline a grand plan in his mind. Enhance his cultivation, learn powerful magic, study alchemy, earn enough money, and ultimately forge a unique weapon of his own. At that moment, Murray Green found his life's direction. He lowered his head, ready to detail these thoughts in his notebook. However, as he looked again at the gun doodle, an even more astonishing idea flashed through his mind. If he could blend his past life's weapon knowledge with this world's magical technology, could he create an unprecedentedly powerful weapon? Murray's eyes blazed with intense excitement. He realized that this might be the key to establishing himself in this world, a superweapon uniquely his own, combining the essence of both worlds. After class, Murray Green and Nick Brown had lunch together before heading straight to the Ellis Academy Library. This three-story building, covering over 1,000 square meters, was far more impressive than the library of Earl Green. As he stepped onto the first floor, Murray glanced around, his eyes sweeping over rows of bookshelves and the public archives area. He knew that the second and third floors housed rare tomes accessible only to magicians and warriors, requiring payment in gold coins or academy contribution points. However, at that moment, he focused solely on searching for basic knowledge related to firearms. After several hours of concentrated reading, drowsiness set in. Murray borrowed a dozen or so books and, dragging his weary body, returned to his dormitory, collapsing into bed and quickly falling asleep. In the days that followed, his life settled into a regular yet busy routine: eating, sleeping, training, attending classes, and reading. In the blink of an eye, the second week passed, and the third week quietly arrived. During meditation class, Murray's progress was remarkable. With the enhancement of the magic circle, his meditation speed even surpassed Lyndon's guidance. Each time he returned to his mental sea, he could feel a significant increase in his mental strength. When the mental energy at the end of the third cycle surged in, Murray noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The entire mental sea seemed to be slowly rotating. Initially, he thought this was merely an illusion caused by unclear introspection, but after multiple verifications, he was convinced that this rotation indeed existed, albeit at such a slow pace that it was easy to overlook. Perplexed, Murray opened his eyes and gazed blankly at Lyndon, who was guiding the class. Sensing someone's gaze, Lyndon opened his eyes and met Murray's. Seeing the confusion in his student's eyes, Lyndon communicated to Murray through a mental link. Close your eyes and continue meditating. If you have questions, come to my magic tower after class. Amazed by this magical way of communication, Murray obediently closed his eyes and resumed meditating. With practice, he completed the cycles faster, reducing his meditation time. As mental energy continued to flow in, the rotation speed of the mental sea began to increase, gradually forming a small vortex. Lyndon's eyes were fixed on Murray Green, and suddenly, he felt a subtle yet undeniable pull emanating from the young man. This force caused his pupils to slightly contract mental gravity. Murray could actually rotate his mental sea to generate mental gravity? In just 2 weeks, this child's mental strength had grown to such an extent, truly a natural talent for combat magic. No, even among combat magic prodigies, his peers' mental strength couldn't compare. Feeling this pull, Lyndon Beale instantly understood the confusion in Murray Green's heart. He nodded slightly, signaling the young man to follow him. Moments later, in Lyndon Beale's magic tower, The teacher and student sat facing each other. Lyndon handed Murray a glass of clear, transparent water, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Smelling this aroma, Murray's tired body involuntarily stirred, as if urging him to drink the water quickly. Without hesitation, Murray raised the glass and took a sip. The water was sweet and fragrant, and he drank it all in one go. Instantly, a warm sensation spread from his abdomen throughout his body, alleviating the fatigue from meditation. Teacher, this is? Murray asked in surprise, realizing it must be a magical potion designed to replenish the body after meditation. Lyndon Beale explained, this is a body-nurturing potion, useful for restoring energy after meditation. It's a good aid for training. However, you're only 16, in your prime training years. Adequate rest and nutrition are the best and most natural ways to recover. Over-reliance on potions can lead to resistance, rendering them ineffective when truly needed. Saying this, Lyndon also drank a glass of the potion, sighed, and continued earnestly. Of course, moderate use is necessary. Medicine is a double-edged sword. It's important not to overconsume, but don't be stingy when your body is depleted. Taking supplements in moderation is quite normal, just like you did earlier. Lyndon's expression became serious as he looked intently at Murray. Sensing his teacher's change in demeanor, Murray immediately straightened up in his chair. In 2 weeks, many students haven't even memorized the meditation methods, while you can already rotate your mental sea from a mental field and generate mental gravity. Your talent is extraordinary, far surpassing your peers, but I've noticed you've been overexerting yourself in training after class, Lyndon said with both praise and concern in his voice. While diligence is important in training, you shouldn't rush things. Overexertion should be reserved for breakthroughs. Otherwise, balance and rest are crucial. Sacrificing your health for a bit of training speed is not worth it. With that, Lyndon drank another potion and began to formally address Murray's questions. Your meditation completion speed is very fast, already surpassing my guiding speed. This guiding speed is a standard. Slower means your mental strength isn't up to par and needs enhancement. Faster means you can proceed to the next stage. This step is called magic attraction, which involves drawing magical particles from the world into your body. Even if a human body is trained to its limits, it cannot compete with magical beasts. This reality drives people to seek breakthroughs and surpass the limitations of the human form. The key to this breakthrough comes from harnessing power from the world around them. Murray Green is one such genius striving for this breakthrough. To enhance his mental strength, he had to push his physical energy to its limits. However, the growth of his body could not keep up with the rapid development of his spirit, resulting in a severe deficit. Facing this dilemma, Murray could not afford to spend extensive time repairing his body. He needed to find an alternative energy source. This alternative energy is known as magical particles. They float freely in the world, acting as natural energy carriers, and can perfectly replenish the energy that the human body lacks. As cultivation deepens, these magical particles can even become a crucial part of the body's energy. The technique of attracting magic is the key to drawing in magical particles. Through meditation, practitioners intensify and rotate their mental sea, creating a mental gravitational field that absorbs magical particles from the world into their body. This is the next critical stage in Murray Green's cultivation journey. In the private meditation room of Ellis Academy, Murray experienced a more effective cultivation environment than in a classroom. When he opened his eyes and concluded his meditation, he walked down the corridor to the front desk. A middle-aged man, resting with eyes closed, opened them upon hearing footsteps. Finished? How do you feel? The man asked. Great, Murray replied succinctly, handing over his student card. The teacher on duty took the card and recorded the usage time on a magical array. Murray's talent allowed his meditation speed to far exceed that of Lyndon Beale's guidance, and his learning progress was therefore well ahead of the curriculum. Faced with such a prodigy, the Academy adopted a flexible policy, allowing him to use independent meditation rooms for cultivation. With 2 hours per week and 8 hours per month of usage time, Murray could make full use of this special privilege. Following Lyndon's advice, he meditated for only an hour each time, allowing him to use the meditation room 8 times a month, achieving results far superior to ordinary meditation classes. After leaving the meditation room, Murray visited Lyndon's magic tower, gaining some valuable cultivation experience. Time flew by, and the third week of study quickly concluded. On Saturday, Murray left his dormitory and headed to a blacksmith shop in the student services area. The shop was bustling, with the sound of ironwork echoing constantly. Boss, I'm here to pick up my order. Is it ready? Murray called out loudly. Ah, Master Green. Your order is all set, a worker responded. Poking his head out from behind the counter was Mike, the owner of the blacksmith shop. Tall and lean, wearing a simple merchant's robe, he looked nothing like a typical blacksmith shop owner. Mike greeted Murray warmly and retrieved a wooden box from a drawer, placing it in front of him. Opening the box, Murray found 30 small metal cylinders, each the size of a thumb, neatly arranged inside. These cylinders had closed bases and resembled bullet casings. In that world, almost everyone recognized what they were: bullet casings. Murray Green's eyes lit up as he swiftly reached for a bullet casing. The cold, smooth touch met his fingers, and he carefully examined the meticulously polished surface, noting the seamless cylinder, clearly cast as one piece. The shop owner, Mike, explained, "Master Green, we made a special mold for these 30 little things. The price might. Sell me the mold too." Murray Green interrupted decisively, unhesitatingly pulling out his student card to pay the full amount. He took the bullet casing and the mold, leaving the blacksmith shop with the owner's farewell. Next, he visited several other blacksmith shops, collecting parts and original templates he had commissioned. Once his task was complete, Murray Green returned to Green Manor without delay. The manor featured a smithy primarily used for crafting and repairing farm tools and simple blades. Murray Green had a forge room all to himself, where he began working on the parts he had brought. Barrel, frame, trigger, grip. He diligently assembled each component, ultimately crafting a simplified revolver-like handgun without a cylinder. He opened the breech, revealing the loading port between the grip and the barrel, designed similarly to a double-barreled shotgun, simple yet practical. Murray Green picked up a bullet casing and carefully engraved its base with a carving knife. Then, he loaded it with homemade gunpowder and a bullet. He inserted the bullet into the magazine, closed the breech, and pressed the hammer with his thumb, setting the trigger to a re-fire state. After unlocking the safety, Murray Green aimed at an iron plate designed for testing. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he secured the gun on an iron stand and pulled the trigger with a stick. Bam! A sharp gunshot rang out, followed by a clang of metal impact. Murray Green quickly checked the test plate, finding a bullet dent on the surface of the 1 centimeter thick iron plate that hadn't penetrated. The power is a bit lacking. He recalled the scene of a magic crystal gun blasting wood apart and, after some thought, drew out the magic crystal gun. Holding it with both hands, he pulled the trigger, and the magic circle glowed. Bam boom. The test plate was instantly blown away. Once the dust settled, Murray Green picked up the iron plate, discovering a thumb-sized hole with a large area caved inwards. The difference between the two shots was clear. Murray Green, holding both guns, fell into contemplation. The power gap between homemade gunpowder and magic crystal gunpowder highlighted the chasm between technology and magic. In the short term, technology seemed unlikely to surpass magic. He took out a small bag of magic crystal powder, carefully mixing a small amount with regular gunpowder to make a bullet. After loading it into the chamber, Murray Green intended to fire directly but thought better of it, securing the gun on the iron stand and pulling the trigger with a stick. Bam thud! The bullet flew out as the chamber jolted violently. Startled, Murray Green quickly opened the chamber to eject the casing, only to find that the cast bullet casing had developed a crack. Murray Green's fingers lightly traced the surface of the makeshift gun, his heart racing at the sight of a cracked bullet casing. Holding his breath, he meticulously inspected each component, finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, the gun, crafted by an ordinary blacksmith and personally refined by him, remained undamaged. Although it looked polished, its joints and airtightness were less than ideal, and the bullet didn't fit snugly with the gun body. This mishap had cracked the casing but hadn't affected the gun itself. Murray Green shook his head with a wry smile, unsure whether to feel relieved or concerned. He turned to assess the power of bullets infused with magic crystal powder, noting how they easily pierced a centimeter-thick iron plate. While not as powerful as a magic crystal gun, they far surpassed ordinary gunpowder bullets. This discovery left him deep in thought as he picked up the magic crystal gun for a closer look. Suddenly, Ryan Green's initial explanation echoed in his mind. The magic crystal gun's body was forged from a blend of brass and copper. A realization dawned on Murray Green as he tapped a bullet casing, the clear sound confirming it was cast directly from molten iron. In this world, copper was far sturdier than iron. In this peculiar world, the currency system consisted of copper, silver, and gold coins. While the Kingdom of Lanes and the three major empires had attempted to issue paper currency, their efforts were largely unsuccessful. This was not due to a lack of authority, but because gold, silver, and copper held an irreplaceable status here. Whether due to material mutation or inherent differences, the properties of gold, silver, and copper defied common knowledge. Gold was harder than silver, silver harder than copper, and copper surpassed iron. Farmers seeking to enhance the durability of their iron tools often paid blacksmiths to add a bit of copper. A proper longsword required at least a kilogram of copper to meet standards, but such a weapon only sufficed for ordinary needs. For those with greater strength or warrior apprentices, their weapons typically combined copper and iron, with added silver. As for gold, in this world, it was considered a harder common metal, and warriors of some status would choose weapons infused with gold. Thus, gold, silver, and copper were not just currency, but held strategic importance. More accurately, it was their strategic value that led to their selection as base currency. A lord possessing vast quantities of gold, silver, and copper could produce a significant number of standard weapons, converting financial resources directly into tangible combat power. A mere piece of paper, regardless of the numbers inscribed on it, can never replace the importance of gold, silver, and copper. Murray Green understood, well, that controlling these metals meant wielding power. He thought with disdain, who would be foolish enough to entrust their power into the hands of others? If others were to use your coins to forge weapons and armor, defeat you, and then demand territorial compensation, wouldn't that be the most ridiculous joke? Green's gaze fell on the magic crystal gun in his hand. This peculiar weapon, crafted from a blend of brass and bronze, was far more durable than ordinary bullet casings. His fingers gently traced the silent magical patterns on the gun's body, pondering that these intricate magic arrays were the true value of the magic crystal gun. As a well-traveled noble, Green was well acquainted with the origins of the magic crystal gun. Such a non-traditional weapon could only be crafted by a level 3 magic artificer. He recalled the evolution of artificers, initially an advanced form of blacksmiths who could forge weapons sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. Magic artificers, however, were magic users who ventured into crafting, specializing in creating various magical items. Images of magical items flashed in Green's mind: a sword wreathed in flames, earrings that enhanced focus, each a masterpiece of a magic artificer. He knew that only level 3 and above magic artificers could craft magical items from scratch, while those below could only enchant existing ones. Returning to the present, Green decided to experiment himself. He retrieved a piece of pure copper from an iron cabinet and unhesitatingly placed it into the forge. As the flames rose, the copper gradually melted. Though his blacksmithing skills were not refined, as a descendant of the Green family, he possessed the basic skills. The molten copper was soon ready. Green carefully poured it into a bullet casing mold. Once cooled, he had 5 copper bullet casings. He meticulously polished each one until their surfaces were smooth as mirrors. Then, he skillfully assembled a complete bullet. Finally, Green chambered the self-made bullet and secured it on an iron stand. He picked up a wooden stick, ready to fire. Despite being a simple experiment, Green's eyes gleamed with the light of curiosity, as if he were about to uncover an important secret. When the bullet casing broke, Murray Green reinforced it, and when it held up, he increased the proportion of magic crystal powder. As the power increased, the iron gun couldn't withstand it, developing cracks. Holding the mold, Murray strengthened any weak spots, advancing step by step. After countless experiments, he finally crafted a simple gun made from a mix of silver, copper, and iron, equipped with a silver bullet casing, a copper bullet head, and gunpowder with a magic crystal powder ratio of up to 1/4. Murray wore a satisfied smile as he swiftly disassembled and reassembled the gun, repeatedly practicing the loading, firing, and reloading processes. Occasionally, he paused to meticulously polish and adjust every detail of the gun, finally using beast oil to carefully wipe down every part for final maintenance. By the time he walked out of the blacksmith shop with the gun case in his arms, night had already fallen. Murray looked up at the starry sky, stretched with a big yawn, and loosened his muscles. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue, previously suppressed by excitement, washed over him. Ignoring his usual meditation routine, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. The next day, Murray was awakened by his brother, Ryan Green, who hurriedly arrived at the manor. Ryan frowned and said, "I heard you were tinkering at the blacksmith's all day yesterday, scaring the other craftsmen half to death. Worried you might have an accident. What on earth were you up to?" Ryan rarely visited the manor located outside the city of Ellis, as it wasn't close to his school, where he usually stayed. But after receiving a report from the servants that the young master had been fussing at the blacksmith's since his return, he rushed over. Murray yawned, squinting his eyes, and quickly woke up. He mysteriously pulled the gun case out from under the covers, beaming. "This is my biggest secret. Unless you take me hunting in the Kayas Mountains today, I won't tell you. You little rascal, if you want to go hunting, just say so." "No need for this mystery," Ryan said, shaking his head in resignation. "Hee hee, this treasure of mine will surely amaze you," Murray replied smugly, dragging Ryan to ride off to the Kayas Mountains. Once on the mountain path, Ryan saw Murray open the gun case to reveal a pile of unfamiliar small parts. "You're going hunting without a weapon, just this? Are you here to feed the beasts?" Ryan questioned. Murray laughed heartily, patting his brother's shoulder. "Relax, your brother is a magical prodigy, with mental strength unmatched by peers. Even my teachers praise me. How could I do something reckless? The line between genius and madman is thin. I'm afraid you might accidentally cross it," Ryan expressed his concern. "Don't worry," Murray assured him while his hands continued to work, quickly and skillfully assembling all the parts. A small handgun, more compact than a magic crystal gun, appeared in his hand. Watching this, Ryan grew even more puzzled. "This toy of yours isn't as effective as a magic crystal gun. Those have immense power and loud noise, enough to scare off beasts even if they don't kill them. What's your plan with this ordinary material gun that doesn't even have a magic array?" Murray confidently replied. While this gun isn't as powerful as a magic crystal gun, it's much more convenient to use. Murray Green deftly loaded the bullets and slid the handgun into the quick-draw holster on the outside of his right thigh. He then strapped the crystal gun to his waist, exuding an unstoppable aura with dual guns at his side. Murray walked with confidence, leading the group. Ryan Green watched his brother with a smirk, thinking, "Let's see how your preparations pay off today." He shook his head, hoisting his double-handed sword, and followed closely behind. Though not large, Mount Caius was a popular spot frequented by students. The path was relatively flat, and the brothers followed the beast distribution map to track their prey. It wasn't long before Murray spotted a patrolling wolf. The beast and the hunter locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. The wolf opened its mouth, about to howl a warning, but its head exploded in an instant. The thunderous gunshot echoed through the valley a moment later. Murray Green blew lightly on the gun barrel, dispersing the lingering white smoke. He smirked with pride, casting a sidelong glance at Ryan Green, as if to flaunt his handiwork. Ryan Green witnessed the scene, initially silent, then stared incredulously at the gun in Murray's hand. He loosened his grip, and his double-handed sword plunged into the ground with a schwip. In a flash, Ryan had snatched the gun from Murray's hand. As the eldest son of Count Green, Ryan's skill in blacksmithing far surpassed that of his younger brother. Had he not shifted to another warrior profession, he might have become an exceptional weapon forger. Ryan examined the handgun closely, tapping it occasionally to listen to the sound and judge its material. He marveled. "Amazing. I can sense the aura of a crystal explosion. This silver Capiran alloy shouldn't withstand the power of a crystal explosion, yet it's intact, and its bullets can kill a wolf outright. Although its power may not match a pure crystal gun, it's enough to threaten a level 1 creature. Even a level 1 magical beast would struggle to survive a headshot." Commenting as he moved swiftly, Ryan reached the wolf's corpse 50 meters away. He inspected the wolf's injuries, noting that its entire skull had been shattered, leaving a gruesome hole at the back of its head. To inflict such damage from 50 meters away, this weapon could potentially replace the crystal gun to some extent, Ryan mused. Murray jogged over to Ryan, snatching back the gun and grumbling, "Hey, that's my unique creation. Give it back once you've seen enough." He opened the loading chamber, pouring out a silver bullet casing with fine cracks and a scorching temperature. Ryan unhesitatingly grabbed the hot bullet casing. It was entirely silver, but the interior was marked with black traces, and an irregular hole had formed at the sealed end. Squinting, Ryan observed for a moment, then forcefully split the bullet casing in two. He wiped away the residue left by the gunpowder explosion with his fingers, revealing a network of fine cracks inside. Soon, Ryan understood the secret of how this seemingly ordinary bullet casing could withstand a crystal explosion. Crystal is an energy stone formed by the fusion of magical particles and certain minerals, and once activated, its explosive power is formidable. If the power of a bullet fired from a crystal gun is akin to a level 1 fireball spell, then the internal explosion strength of a crystal gun is at least equivalent to 2 fireball spells. If not for the fact that activating the magic array on the crystal gun consumes some energy, and the magic array, once activated, reinforces the gun body and reduces recoil, even the crystal gun itself might not withstand such a violent explosion. Murray Green gazed intently at the magic crystal gun in his hand, his brow furrowed. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If the gun can't withstand the damage from a magic crystal explosion, why not separate the crystal from the gun and use a bullet casing as a barrier? His eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought. However, Ryan Green shook his head, his expression serious and concerned. "Murray, your method is clever, but it's extremely dangerous," he said in a deep, firm voice. "Ordinary materials are still ordinary. Even with a small amount of magic crystal powder, each shot is a severe test for the gun and the bullet casing. You can't predict if they'll hold up next time." Ryan paused, his brow furrowing even more tightly. "If it fails," he continued, his voice trembling slightly, "it's like a weaker version of a fireball spell exploding in your hand. If you're lucky, you might just lose a palm. If not." He left the sentence unfinished, but Murray could sense the grave consequences left unspoken. Ryan took a deep breath, his tone becoming gentle and sincere. "Murray, your magical talent is exceptional. You should focus your time on cultivation, not on what seems like a shortcut, but is actually a detour." Listening to his brother's advice, Murray Green felt a mix of emotions. In his research yesterday, he destroyed 3 guns and used over 30 bullet casings to achieve his current best results. This creation, born from the knowledge of 2 worlds, was easily understood by Ryan with just a bit of study. Murray realized that in this world where cultivation is revered, his invention might seem like nothing more than a novelty to Ryan. Even a more powerful magic crystal gun would be insignificant to someone capable of incredible feats. With a wry smile, Murray patted Ryan's shoulder, deciding to temporarily conceal his true thoughts. "Brother, I know my magical talent," he said, feigning a look of fear. Master Linden always says that cultivating magic requires calm and focus. I almost overexerted myself from overpracticing. Thankfully, he noticed in time. He exaggeratedly patted his heart, as if recalling the close call. Despite his firm belief in the limitless potential of technological development, Murray understood that until realized, his ideas might seem like mere fantasies to others. He decided to follow his brother's advice for now, but inside, the spark of his pursuit for breakthroughs continued to quietly burn. Murray Green was determined to explore methods for calming his mind, hoping to develop a life-saving weapon. As a magical prodigy and a promising warrior, he was unwilling to encounter any mishaps in the pursuit of Princess Elizabeth. At that moment, Ryan Green, with a smile, revealed important news to his younger brother. I found out that Her Highness plans to host a banquet 2 months after the school term begins. Until then, everything will be peaceful. A sly glint appeared in his eyes. But after the banquet, it's every man for himself. However, you don't need to worry. Our parents have made arrangements. You just need to focus on your training and aim to make a remarkable impression in a little over a month to win Her Highness's favor. Even if you can't become her husband, being her lover wouldn't be a loss. Murray Green retorted disdainfully. Get out of here. I have the potential of a magical deity, capable of sweeping through the 3 great empires and establishing an unrivaled divine kingdom. She would need to wait in line for a chance to be my lover. The two brothers burst into laughter. Ryan Green teased. Little Murray, I didn't expect you to have such a high talent for humor. Your words are really amusing. Murray Green responded smugly. Humph, that was then, this is now. You should look at me with new eyes after just 3 weeks of school. I've already transformed. As he spoke, he skillfully reloaded his pistol and briefly explained his plan to Ryan Green. Ryan nodded in agreement, then picked up a great sword and leapt nimbly into the branches. Murray Green stood near the wolf carcass, listening intently to the howls resounding around him, waiting for the wolf pack to arrive. Before long, the lead wolf approached stealthily with 4 strong guardian wolves. Murray Green rested his right hand on the gun handle, ready to draw and shoot at any moment. With his exceptional mental focus, Murray Green was acutely aware of every rustle and movement around him. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine, as if something was watching him. Without hesitation, he drew his gun, chambered around, and swiftly turned to face the direction of the chilling presence. In a patch of grass, he spotted a poorly concealed wolf tail. Murray Green decisively pulled the trigger, then adeptly reloaded. At that moment, a piercing wolf howl rang out. He looked up to see a guardian wolf hit in the midsection, its hind leg torn as it lay on the ground howling in pain. 3 guardian wolves revealed themselves, closing in from different directions. Only then did Murray Green realize he had been surrounded all along, having inadvertently broken through a corner of the encirclement. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and another guardian wolf fell. Murray Green quickly reloaded, but before he could aim at the 3rd wolf, a commanding wolf howl suddenly echoed. The remaining 2 wolves immediately turned and fled. As the dominant predators of Mount Caius, the wolves have an astounding ability to reproduce. Just a few pairs released into the mountains can spawn a large pack by the following year. However, this forest is no paradise for them. Passing students and teachers often educate them, and only those wolves that learn to adapt can survive in this harsh environment. When the lead wolf realized that Murray Green was a formidable opponent, it immediately signaled a retreat. The remaining 2 wolves tucked their tails and fled in panic, leaving Murray Green standing there, slowly lowering his gun. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The encounter hadn't allowed him to test the limits of his gun or his own abilities. Murray Green was not a bloodthirsty person. The earlier confrontation was merely to test his combat skills, and the wolves did pose a threat to him. Shooting at the fleeing wolves would have been pointless slaughter. At that moment, Ryan Green approached Murray Green and said, "Ordinary beasts pose no challenge to you anymore. How about finding a first-level magical beast to test your skills?" Hearing this suggestion, Murray Green's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Led by Ryan Green, the two ventured deeper into Mount Caius. As they progressed, the surrounding trees grew taller, and the mountain path became increasingly rugged and difficult to navigate. Suddenly, a giant goat, measuring 2 meters in length, leaped down from a cliff, sprinting effortlessly along the steep rock face. The name immediately came to Murray Green's mind: first-level magical beast, Ironhoof Goat. Before Murray Green could think further, a young man in tight leather armor, wielding a single-handed sword, was in pursuit of the Ironhoof Goat. However, the goat, accustomed to the cliffs, had the advantage in this terrain, widening the distance between it and the young man. Seeing it had evaded its pursuer, the Ironhoof Goat let out a taunting baa, provoking an angry curse from the young man, yet he was helpless. As the Ironhoof Goat raced along the cliff, a sudden arrow shot out from the forest, striking its side. Caught off guard, the Ironhoof Goat stumbled and fell, suffering severe injuries from the fall despite being a first-level magical beast. Bah! The Ironhoof Goat let out a feeble cry, struggling to stand. At that moment, a warrior clad in heavy armor, wielding a two-handed greatsword, leaped from the nearby bushes and swiftly decapitated the iron-hoof goat. Blood splattered, but the warrior paid no heed, instead watching Murray Green and Ryan Green's direction cautiously. "Let's go," Ryan Green said, having witnessed the entire hunt, and turned to leave. Murray Green followed, occasionally glancing back. He saw the young man approach the warrior, and after a brief conversation, a tall girl with a short bow emerged from the trees. The three began to process their prize, occasionally casting wary glances in Murray Green and Ryan Green's direction. Ryan Green, once again taking on the role of a guide, explained to Murray Green, "The iron hoof goat's hooves can be used to make magical potions. They must be students on a collection assignment, second-year students with average skills." Upon hearing this, Murray Green couldn't help but ask, "Everyone going into the mountains are students. Why are they so wary of us, fearing we'll interfere? Can you really steal someone else's spoils in the mountains?" The words of Ryan Green cut through the tranquility of the forest like a sharp sword. His eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he stared directly at Murray Green. "Why not?" he asked, his voice low and resolute. "If a wounded prey runs into my hunting ground and I kill it, then that prey is mine." Murray Green felt a chill run down his spine. He had never seen his older brother so ruthless. Ryan continued, "I'm stronger than them. If I want their prey, I can take it. What can they do? Complain to the teacher?" He let out a cold laugh. "Once we enter the mountain, the teachers only care about the student's safety, not who the prey belongs to." In the hunting grounds of Kaya's Mountain, at Ellis Academy, the shadows of the trees danced and the wind howled, as if whispering about the harsh rules of this place. Ryan's gaze was sharp, piercing Murray. "Do you know how to distinguish between the hunter and the prey?" Murray shivered, his throat tight, unable to speak. Without waiting for an answer, Ryan continued, "It's simple. The strong are the hunters. The iron-hoofed goat is prey before us, and weaker students are prey before me as well." The leaves rustled, as if sighing at this cruel truth. Ryan went on to explain his perspective. "In Kaya's Mountain, it's every man for himself. The academy set this place up to help students grow quickly. If you can adapt here, you'll thrive anywhere." Murray hung his head, silently absorbing his brother's lesson. He couldn't help but think that the world was more dangerous than he had imagined, even for students learning in school. Seeing his brother's concern, Ryan added, "However, to prevent mountain incidents from affecting the school, there's a rule. What happens in the mountain stays in the mountain. If you lose your prey in the mountain and can't take it back, seeking revenge outside will get you punished." The two continued walking, with Ryan constantly imparting his wisdom to Murray. His words were centered around one core belief: strength is paramount. As long as you are strong enough, anywhere can be paradise. Suddenly, Ryan stopped, squinting in a particular direction. Murray followed his gaze, and, through the gaps in the leaves, saw the faint outline of a cave. Remembering what he had learned, he guessed it might be a bear's den. Observing the area closely, Murray noticed several freshly broken branches nearby, and that the grass at the cave's entrance was sparser than elsewhere. Just as he was about to speak, Ryan shrugged and gestured for him to handle it himself. Taking a deep breath, Murray picked up a fist-sized rock and, steeling himself, threw it into the Tumterhigh bear den. After a dull thud, there was no movement from inside. Murray realized the bear might be out foraging. He found himself in a dilemma. Should he wait for the bear or take the initiative to hunt it down? Actively seeking out a beast carried significant risks for an ordinary person. However, waiting here seemed like a waste of time. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and turned to ask Ryan for advice, only to find his brother had vanished. In his anxiety, Murray forced himself to calm down. He carefully examined his surroundings and soon noticed subtle clues that indicated the bear's path. Just as he was about to give chase, he abruptly stopped. Ultimately, Murray opted for a compromise. He nimbly climbed a nearby tree, found a comfortable spot, and settled in. Leaning against the trunk, he half closed his eyes, vigilantly scanning the area, ready for the appearance of either prey or danger. Murray Green understood well that seeking power for self-preservation while placing oneself in danger was paradoxical. Even though he knew his older brother, Ryan, was nearby and ready to assist, he firmly believed in the ancient adage, "A wise man does not stand beneath a dangerous wall." This time, with Ryan as a backup, he was determined to treat this hunt as a solo endeavor, using it to hone his skills for future crises he might face alone. Murray controlled his breathing, deliberately extending each inhale and exhale. As his body calmed, his mind became sharper. His eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings, his ears tuned to catch the slightest sound. After an indeterminate amount of time, a dull thud reached him, followed by the faint rustling of foliage. His eyes lit up, locking onto the source of the noise like a hawk. The bushes shook violently, and a black bear emerged, a deer clamped in its jaws. As it fully revealed itself, Murray noticed the silver fur gleaming on its chest. This was a silver-furred black bear. Murray swiftly assessed the beast, a tuft of silver fur on its chest, shoulder height about a meter, and if standing, It could reach 3 meters tall, a true giant. But he breathed a sigh of relief, as it was merely a superior specimen of a level 1 magical beast, not the 5 turtle, silver-bellied level 2 kind. The silver-furred black bear's coat was both sturdy and soft, making it prime material for crafting close-fitting armor, impervious to a level 1 sword or beast's claw. This natural armor nearly eliminated its fatal weaknesses, making it difficult to pierce through and strike its heart without powerful magic. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Murray repeatedly clenched and unclenched the grip of his gun before decisively drawing it and aiming at the bear's head. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the forest of the Kayas Mountains. However, Murray's expression changed dramatically. The sudden shot had missed. It wasn't due to poor aim. The silver-furred black bear displayed surprising agility for its massive size, dodging the bullet by turning its head at the last moment. Roaring in fury at the attack, the bear dropped its prey, rose on its hind legs, and slammed its forepaws onto the ground with such force that it left a small crater. Then, like a heavily loaded truck, the enormous creature charged at Murray. Facing the oncoming silver-furred black bear, Murray Green unhesitatingly loaded a fresh bullet and took aim once more at the ferocious beast. Warriors possess intuition, mages have perception, and magical beasts rely on instinct. Although these abilities differ, they all enable their possessors to foresee events and sense danger. It was this instinct that allowed the silver-furred black bear to evade Murray Green's initial ambush. Sensing the impending danger, the silver-furred black bear's movements became erratic. It no longer moved in a straight line but instead darted left and right, occasionally hiding behind trees in an attempt to shake off the unsettling threat. Murray Green took a deep breath and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot pierced the silence of the forest. The bear let out a pained roar as a small bloody crater appeared on its back. This wound was not fatal to its robust physique, but was enough to enrage the colossal creature. With eyes blazing red, the silver-furred black bear roared, ready to attack, when another gunshot echoed. Boom! A burst of blood erupted from the bear's front shoulder. Hit by 2 bullets, the excruciating pain ignited the silver-furred black bear's fury. It charged forward, but suddenly sensed a deadly threat. Instinctively, it tried to dodge, but its injured front shoulder was hit again. The bear's body lurched, nearly collapsing to the ground. Murray Green skillfully reloaded, gripping the gun tightly and aiming at the bear's head. As he pulled the trigger, he slightly adjusted his aim. The third bullet struck the bear's front shoulder with precision. Blood stained the bear's front shoulder, trickling down its dense fur to the ground. The massive loss of blood rapidly drained the creature's energy. The 3 shots had completely incapacitated its front shoulder, forcing it to move with only its 2 hind legs and 1 front paw. Its once agile movements were no more. Click! The bullet chambered. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The bear attempted to dodge, but its sluggish body was slow to react. A bullet hit its lower back, penetrating the flesh and tumbling within. With its internal organs injured, the bear's legs buckled, nearly causing it to collapse. It struggled to continue, but its speed had more than halved, ready to stop at any moment. Howbang! In a desperate lunge, the bear barely avoided the fatal shot aimed at its head. However, severely injured, it could no longer advance and lay on the ground, panting heavily as blood seeped from its mouth. Murray Green exhaled deeply, his hands trembling slightly. He forced himself to steady his stance, aiming at the bear's head. Taking a deep breath, his hands became rocksteady. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bear sensed the mortal threat and instinctively turned its head. Yet, its movements were sluggish due to its injuries and blood loss. The bullet whistled through the air, entering through its eye and exiting the side of its head. Ow! The bear let out a final mournful cry. That was tough. Murray Green chuckled bitterly, letting out a long sigh. The continuous shooting and frequent use of mental energy to adjust his aim left his hands shaking and his head spinning. Closing his eyes, Murray Green expertly reloaded. He gripped the gun tightly, his breathing shallow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze intense. Aiming at the bear's head, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! This final bullet carried all of Murray Green's mental strength. It cut through the air, flying straight to the immobilized silver-furred black bear, hitting its forehead. With this gunshot, the thrilling battle finally came to an end. Murray Green let his arms hang loosely by his sides, occasionally twitching, as he leaned against the rough tree trunk, gasping for air. Sweat dripped like raindrops down his forehead, his eyes squeezed shut, and his whole body tense, battling the intense pain caused by overusing his psychic powers in a short period. Huff, huff. He took a deep breath, his thoughts drifting back to the heart-pounding battle moments ago. The magical beast was indeed no myth. It's worlds apart from ordinary beasts. Luckily, I chose to ambush it at the cave entrance, catching it off guard. Plus, my skill in long-range attacks is quite effective against a slow-moving magical beast like the silver-furred black bear. Murray glanced at the simple handgun in his hand, shaking his head with a wry smile. Facing a magical beast with such a crude weapon all by myself was truly reckless. I need to upgrade my gear quickly. His gaze turned resolute. First, I need to get a semi-automatic gun, then modify it into a revolver. 6 rounds in a cylinder, and if the enemy isn't down by then, I might as well make my peace with God. He frowned in thought. I wonder if there's any magical way to modify firearms. I need to research this thoroughly. After a brief rest, as the pain subsided slightly, Murray Green slid down from the tree and headed toward his trophy. Seeing the fallen silver-furred black bear before him, a surge of accomplishment flooded his heart. This was a level 1 magical beast, capable of easily taking down a dozen fully armed ordinary men. Yet here he was, a person with slightly stronger psychic abilities, having taken it down with a homemade weapon. The joy of this achievement made Murray circle the massive bear carcass twice. He crouched, lifting a bare paw to examine it closely. Bigger than my head, he estimated. A single paw could feed me for 2 days. His gaze then shifted to the bear's silver fur. This fur is of good quality, probably enough to weave into a sturdy and comfortable undergarment. Just as Murray was basking in the joy of victory, an unfamiliar gruff voice suddenly rang out. Kid, don't move. Keep your hands off my silver-furred black bear. Murray whipped around to see 2 men approaching. One was tall, wielding a heavy one-handed axe in each hand. The other carried a longbow with an arrow nocked. Murray's expression turned icy, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared down the unexpected intruders. Without a moment's hesitation, Murray swiftly drew 2 guns, one a magic crystal gun, the other a simple handgun, both aimed steadily at the men. If anyone takes another step, he said with a calm yet threatening tone, I'll put a hole in their forehead. I don't believe your heads are tougher than a silver-furred black bear's. Oh, the tall man grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Kid, you think you can hit us? We brothers aren't just standing targets like the bear. Before his words had fully settled, the 2 men had already assumed combat stances. The tall man bent his knees slightly, body leaning forward, ready to charge at any moment. His companion had drawn the longbow taut, the arrow aimed directly at Murray Green's brow. The tension in the air escalated instantly, a standoff between the 3. Murray didn't blink, his eyes locked on them, his guns unwavering. You can try, he said in a low, firm voice. But if I hit you, you'll be seriously wounded if not dead. Besides, do you think I'd venture into the depths of the Kayas Mountains alone without any backup or allies? Humph, the axe-wielding man snorted. You're a first-year student, aren't you? You've got guts to come this deep into the Kayas Mountains. But just because you're holding 2 magic crystal guns, don't think we brothers are afraid of you. With that, he gestured for his companion to leave. Forget it. We don't bully the weak. Not worth dirtying our hands. Murray watched them retreat until their figures vanished completely into the dense forest. Only then did he let his arms drop suddenly, gasping, his voice trembling slightly. Lion, you tricky fool. Aren't you going to help me up? A light laugh came from the woods, followed by a figure appearing. Haha, not bad, Lion said as he approached Murray. I thought you'd call me out right away, but you managed to scare them off on your own. Murray Green's shoulder jolted violently as Ryan Green's hand slapped down heavily on it. The sudden force nearly caused the already weakened Murray to collapse. He silently complained to himself. This guy doesn't even notice how weak I am right now, with a splitting headache. Instead of helping me, he's making it worse. Ryan Green ignored Murray's grumbling and simply smiled, looking at the silver-haired black bear's corpse in admiration. Your mental strength is indeed impressive, and you're quite skilled in the art of using your mind to control your body. For ordinary people, even though this black bear isn't fast, hitting it would be nearly impossible. Murray Green replied smugly. Heh, I'm Murray Green. This bear was lucky to die by my hand. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes went unfocused. Huh? Why do I see cows flying in the sky? Ryan Green looked up at the sky, realizing it was a joke, and couldn't help but laugh. After some banter, Murray felt a slight relief from the fatigue caused by his mental exertion. He plopped down on the black bear, closed his eyes, and meditated, letting his mental energy circulate through his body to regain some strength. Standing up, Murray rubbed his aching temples, complaining, This headache is killing me. My mental energy is never enough. It's so tough. Ryan Green shook his head helplessly. You should be satisfied. Your peers are probably still memorizing meditation techniques, while you've already ventured into the Kayas Mountains. With mental strength far surpassing others your age, not to mention taking down a level 1 magical beast, your accomplishments would drop jaws if people heard about them. He continued, those 2 cowards thought you were a level 1 warrior at first, but when they got closer, they realized you were just an ordinary person. But for an ordinary person to kill a silver-haired black bear, they must have assumed you had some powerful techniques or a strong backing. Otherwise, why would they give up on this silver-haired black bear? Its silver fur, paws, heart, gall, hide, and bones are all valuable. For a level 1 magical beast, it's quite valuable. Murray Green suddenly thought of something. What are you planning to do with this bear? Aren't you going to carry it down the mountain? Ryan Green brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and said arrogantly, "You expect me to carry just a silver-haired black bear? You should know that your big brother only personally handles magical beasts above level 3. What do we do then?" Murray asked anxiously. "I'm just an ordinary person and a magic student. I can't carry it." Ryan Green shrugged. "Just leave it here." Murray was firmly against this idea. This was the first magical beast he had killed, and it held significant meaning for him. Even if he didn't turn the entire bear into a specimen for his collection, he at least wanted to take the fur and silver hair. Besides, if they only took the fur and silver hair, the other valuable parts, paws, heart, gall, bones, would be wasted. A level 1 magical beast could sell for at least a dozen gold coins, and this silver-haired black bear was even more valuable. Even leaving behind the most valuable silver hair and fur, the rest could still fetch a decent price. With this in mind, Murray Green firmly said, "No way." Ryan Green shrugged, ready to wash his hands of the matter. "I don't want to carry it. And you can't either, so think of another way." A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, clearly uninterested in the level 1 magical beast. After all, every time he ventured into the mountains, his targets were the more powerful level 3 beasts, only occasionally settling for a level 2. Hearing this, Murray Green's already throbbing head pounded even more intensely. Instinctively, he reached up to rub his temples, trying to ease the pain. At that moment, an idea struck him like lightning. His gaze snapped to the two figures walking away, a sly look flashing in his eyes. "Fight fire with fire," Murray Green muttered to himself, then turned to Ryan Green with a knowing smile. "Here's the bigger bully." He quickly proposed a plan to Ryan Green. Surprisingly, the usually proud Ryan Green agreed without hesitation. Stretching his limbs, he hefted his great sword and pursued the two figures. Before long, Ryan Green returned, looking smug, with the two would-be robbers trailing behind him, heads hung low. "Impressive, big brother," Murray Green praised, giving a thumbs up. Ryan Green couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Just a couple of cowards. They surrendered before I even had to lift a finger," he scoffed. At this, the corners of the two men's mouths twitched slightly, but they quickly regained their stoic expressions. With these two strong workers, the three-turtle, nearly 1-ton silver-furred black bear was finally hauled out of the Kaya Mountains to the entrance. The mountain entrance was bustling with activity, teeming with students coming to Kaya Mountain for various reasons, some on missions, some hunting, others setting up shop, and even some just there for leisure. It was a lively scene. As the two men, faces drawn, carried the silver-furred black bear out of the mountains, they immediately drew attention. "Hey, is that a silver-furred black bear?" someone exclaimed. "I'll buy all the silver fur from that bear. Money's no object," another person stated outright. Faced with these queries, the two men just wore somber expressions, as the bear wasn't theirs. They were merely labor forced into service. The more sought after the bear was, the more bitter they felt inside. "Huh, sorry, but the silver fur of this bear isn't for sale." Murray Green suddenly appeared from behind them, warmly addressing the crowd. "Of course, aside from the silver fur and hide, everything else, including the paws, is negotiable." Although surprised by Murray Green's sudden appearance, the crowd saw no objection from the two men carrying the bear, prompting many to inquire about prices. The two men found a spot to lay down the bear's body. Soon, those interested in buying or simply curious surrounded the trio. "All you handsome seniors and lovely senior sisters, please don't rush. Give us a moment to process this silver-furred black bear a bit," Murray Green said, then turned to the two panting men, speaking gently. "Could you please help me with processing this bear carcass?" The two, still catching their breath, glanced around, hoping to spot Ryan Green, but to their disappointment, he was nowhere to be found. Listening to Murray Green's kind words and seeing his bright smile, the man with the double axes shivered and let out a deep sigh. He gently patted his companion's arm, silently signaling to follow the instructions. Both felt bitter inside. They had thought they could take advantage of an easy target, only to find out that this supposed easy target was backed by a formidable figure. Ryan Green, heir to the Count, an intermediate warrior, and one of the top 10 fighters at the Warrior Academy. Recalling the scene of Ryan Green suddenly pursuing them from behind still sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, they were so frightened they almost lost control, quickly raising their hands in surrender. Now, under Murray Green's command, they had no choice but to submit to reality. One of them lifted the heavy axe and laboriously chopped off the bear's paw. The other drew a single-handed sword from his waist, carefully removed the silver fur from the chest of the silver-haired black bear, wrapped it in a paper bag they had bought on the spot, and respectfully handed it to Murray Green. Then, they began to skin the bear. Although Murray Green had made several cuts on the bear, these marks were barely noticeable on the large body, and the entire bear skin remained intact. The bear skin was covered in blood, dust, and leaves, looking filthy and chaotic, but Murray Green cheerfully packed it up. He turned to the waiting senior students around him and warmly invited them. "Thank you all for waiting. Now, for this black bear, if you want to buy anything, just talk to these two. But remember, payment is required up front." I'll handle the payments, and they'll handle the goods." Hearing this, the two men felt a chill in their hearts, instinctively exchanging a glance and looking incredulously at the smiling Murray Green. They internally lamented, "Please, be reasonable. Dragging this heavy bear out of the Kaya's mountains was hard enough, and now we have to sell the goods without even a moment to catch our breath." Just then, Murray Green leaned in close to them and whispered, "You'll get 40% of the profits. The more you sell, the more you earn." Upon hearing this, the previously gloomy-faced duo immediately perked up, their eyes gleaming as they looked at Murray Green. Murray Green nodded slightly, confirming they had heard correctly. The two exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously noticing the renewed enthusiasm in each other's eyes. They joined Murray Green in laughter and began enthusiastically greeting potential buyers around them. "Come, come, fellow students, what would you like?" "Ah, bear gallbladder." The man with the double axes put down the axe in his left hand and held up 5 fingers to a customer interested in buying bear gallbladder. "This is the gallbladder of an adult silver-haired black bear. Only one available, at this price." Seeing the price, the customer frowned and haggled. "This price is only for high-quality bear gallbladders. This silver-haired black bear is clearly injured, and its internal organs must be damaged. How about taking out the gallbladder to check its quality? If it's good, we can negotiate the price." Murray Green decisively said, "All right, open it up and take out the gallbladder." The man with the double axes immediately held the axe with both hands, split open the bear's belly, and the other inserted the long sword along the cut, opening up the silver-haired black bear and extracting the internal organs. "See," they showed the customer, "this gallbladder is intact and high quality. At this price, whether for brewing medicinal wine or making potions, it's absolutely worth it." As the transactions continued, the clinking of metal coins constantly dropped into the money bag, colliding with the coins inside, producing a pleasing sound. Murray Green listened, entranced, his face beaming with satisfaction. Unknowingly, the once massive silver-haired black bear disappeared from sight at a visible speed. Even the internal excrement was sold to make repellent powder. Finally, Murray Green tallied up the earnings. A total of 15 gold coins and 48 silver coins. 40% is 6 gold coins and 19 silver coins. "Here's 6 gold and 48 silver coins. You can keep the extra change." He took out 9 gold coins from the money bag and handed the rest to the two. They opened the money bag and glanced inside, delighted, saying, "Young Master Murray, you're generous. We are deeply impressed. We are second-year students at the Warrior Academy. I'm Nigel Aroland, and he's Walter Rillen. If you ever need help going into the mountains, just call us." Murray Green nodded with a smile. "All right." On the 4th Monday of the school term, Nick Brown walked into the meditation class looking rather glum. He sat cross-legged on his cushion, his gaze falling on the empty spot where Murray Green usually sat. "Hey, Nick, you didn't come with Murray today?" Levi Ellis asked, glancing around and noticing Murray's absence. "Class is about to start. He won't be late, will he?" Nick shook his head bitterly. "Sigh, Murray won't be attending this class anymore." His classmates were immediately taken aback and began to ask questions. Nick scratched his head and explained, "Murray has already grasped the basics of meditation. Teacher Lyndon recommended he meditate independently in the meditation room, so he won't need to attend this class anymore." The classroom erupted in exclamations of surprise. Seeing his classmates' shocked expressions, Nick couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, Murray Green was outside the meditation room, registering his application with the duty teacher. After completing the formalities, he chose an empty meditation room and sat cross-legged on the central cushion. Murray recalled the look of disbelief on Nick's face when he had shared the news that morning, and he couldn't help but smile. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and prepared to begin his meditation. As he lightly touched the ground, magical runes appeared around him, quickly spreading throughout the room. Murray closed his eyes, and his inner vision opened, gazing upon his still somewhat blurred mental space. One step at a time, just like eating a meal, Murray silently reminded himself. One day, this place will become clear and bright. As he recited his meditation technique, the calm sea of his mind began to ripple. A stream of mental energy left the mental sea, circulating within his body. Suddenly, this energy encountered a water elemental magic particle. Murray felt a surge of excitement and quickly enveloped the magic particle with mental energy, guiding it through a complete circuit in his body. When the mental energy returned to the mental sea, the magic particle was brought into the mental space, where it wandered freely. Gazing at this unexpected magical particle, Murray was thrilled. He knew that with the limited 3 circulation paths he had mastered from the first volume of the meditation technique, the chance of encountering a magic particle was slim. This stroke of luck filled him with anticipation for his future path of cultivation. Murray Green, who was off to a good start, stared intently at the magical particle, fearing it might escape his mental space at this crucial moment. He accelerated the speed of his meditation cycle and soon completed the 3rd cycle. As his mental sea slowly rotated, an invisible field of mental energy enveloped the entire space. The water attribute magical particle, which had been wandering aimlessly, suddenly felt a strong gravitational pull, significantly restricting its movement. It was like a puppy tethered to an invisible leash, forced to follow the rotation of the mental sea within the space. Having successfully controlled the magical particle, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief and began to continuously mobilize his mental energy to make contact with it. With each contact, he could feel his mental strength gradually increasing. This was the fundamental reason why practitioners grew stronger. The magical particles could enhance the substances they interacted with. The practitioner's goal was to integrate these particles. Mental power would merge into magic, while vitality would form battle energy. Murray Green's mental energy was like wave after wave crashing against the water attribute magical particle. However, the particle remained as solid as a rock, showing no signs of merging. This won't do. My power isn't enough yet, Murray Green thought to himself. I need to pull it to the center of the mental sea and submerge it into the vortex to concentrate all my mental power on merging it. Determined, he gritted his teeth and accelerated his meditation speed once more. The mental sea spun faster and faster, with the vortex at its center growing more powerful. Under the influence of the mental energy field, the water attribute magical particle slowly moved toward the vortex center. Murray Green was anxious, wishing he could just reach out and push it there. At this critical moment, the water attribute magical particle suddenly seemed to hit an invisible barrier, coming to an abrupt halt. Murray Green's face changed, and he felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, the magical particle, upon gaining its freedom, dissipated into nothing. He quickly mobilized his mental energy to stop it, but only managed to intercept a small part of it. The mental energy that contacted the remaining portion did indeed grow stronger, but the magical particle was nowhere to be found. Damn it! How did the cooked duck fly away? Murray Green muttered in frustration, opening his eyes and pounding the ground to vent his dissatisfaction. Soon, after experiencing multiple failures, he calmed down. Although this was his closest attempt at success, many questions lingered in his mind. What exactly happened just now? Did that water attribute magical particle hit something? But in my mental space, there shouldn't be anything other than my mental power. After pondering for a moment and growing more confused, Murray Green decided to stop investigating. He consoled himself that he might have just misseen, as things always appeared gray and unclear during internal vision. After a brief adjustment, Murray Green closed his eyes again and began a new round of meditation. However, he was unaware that in his mental space, a gray magical particle was drifting around. Sometimes it moved with the rotation of the mental sea, and other times it wandered alone. Suddenly, the gray particle began to fly toward the vortex at the center of the mental sea. But as it neared the center, it collided with another gray magical particle. Looking around, a large cluster of gray magical particles could be seen occupying the center of Murray Green's mental sea. Unfortunately, Murray Green couldn't see them because they were gray. These particles were natural masters of concealment and were among the most elusive magical particles in the world space magical particles. Murray Green entered a state of meditation once more. However, this time, he was not as fortunate as before in immediately locating the magical particles within him. As his mental sea began to rotate, forming a vortex, a faint mental pull suddenly emerged, spreading in all directions. This pull was like an invisible hand, trying to grasp everything around it. The magical particles freely drifting in the air were immediately influenced by this pull, slowly drawing closer to Murray Green. However, soon enough, a red fire-attributed magical particle broke free and regained its freedom. Following its lead, other attributed magical particles also escaped the mental pull's control. Red fire, yellow earth, green wind, and even rare attributed particles all broke free one by one. In the end, only 5 or 6 blue water-attributed magical particles lingered around Murray Green, adding a touch of mystery to him. Unfortunately, this wondrous sight went unseen by anyone. Finally, one water-attributed particle, the closest one, was successfully drawn into his body. Murray Green was overjoyed, but he forced himself to remain calm. He methodically operated the meditation technique, focusing intently on controlling the water-attributed magical particle within him. Under the influence of the mental pull, this particle slowly moved towards the center of his mental sea, about to enter the core of the vortex. Drawing on his previous experience, Murray Green skillfully manipulated the mental pull, guiding the water-attributed magical particle towards the area where the space-attributed magical particles resided. Suddenly, the water-attributed particle collided with a space-attributed magical particle and was violently knocked away. Prepared for this, Murray Green immediately exerted all his effort to recapture the water-attributed particle with the mental pull. He once again directed the water-attributed particle towards the space-attributed particles area. This time, the water-attributed particle consecutively knocked away 2 space-attributed particles. Through the impact sensation transmitted by his inner vision and mental pull, Murray Green suddenly realized something. There's something, he thought. This impact sensation is definitely unusual. What is hidden at the center of my mental space? However, just as he was pondering this, a third space-attributed magical particle violently struck the already somewhat exhausted water-attributed magical particle. This strike directly sent the water-attributed particle flying, causing the mental pull to instantly lose its target. Murray Green felt a moment of emptiness, and the rotation of the mental vortex stalled for a moment. What? Seeing the water-attributed magical particle suddenly fly away, Murray Green was shocked. He mustered his energy, trying to recapture it with the mental pull, but the rhythm had been disrupted. He could only watch helplessly as the hard-won water-attributed magical particle drifted away, powerless to stop it. Murray Green was seething with anger, his eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched as he glared at his mental space. Known for his composure, he was now enraged by indistinct entities. Damn it, this is my domain. I make the rules, he roared internally. If you're a dragon, coil up. If you're a tiger, lie down. How dare you act out in my mental space? Just watch me deal with you. Taking a deep breath, Murray summoned another water element magic particle. He pushed his meditation speed to the limit, channeling all his energy into his mental space, reinforcing the mental gravity. Clenching his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, he focused all his strength on controlling the mental gravity, capturing the water magic particle and spinning it wildly around the mental sea. The particle's speed increased until Murray could barely control it. He gritted his teeth, a determined gleam in his eyes. Go, he shouted, hurling the rapidly spinning particle like a hammer throw. The usually gentle water magic particle, now brimming with hostility, charged into the territory of the space magic particles. Boom. The collisions between magic particles were silent in the mental space, but Murray sensed them as deafening crashes through the feedback of mental gravity. The water magic particle, like a beast unleashed, knocked aside 5 or 6 space magic particles, charging unstoppably towards the center of the mental sea. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A space magic particle, knocked off course, wobbled and fell into the center of the mental sea. Murray was startled but quickly saw it as an opportunity. He immediately abandoned the water magic particle, focusing all his efforts on capturing the stray space magic particle. I don't care what you are, I'll fuse you first, Murray growled, as wave after wave of mental force battered the space magic particle. Yet, it eluded him like a slippery eel, always escaping at the last moment. With bloodshot eyes and veins bulging on his face, Murray cursed. You dare defy me in my own domain, Murray Green? He roared, pushing his meditation to its utmost limits. Even the elusive space magic particle began to falter against this overwhelming force. Under relentless assault, the space magic particle finally showed a flaw. Murray seized the chance, enveloping it tightly with his mental force. Fuse. Fuse already, he shouted, his mental force pressing inward continuously. After what felt like an eternity, Murray was pale and drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he heard a faint crack as his mental force finally breached the space magic particle's defenses. The fusion began, with the mental force and space magic particle merging into a single gray droplet, which slowly descended into the mental sea. This is magic, Murray weakly smiled, his face alight with ecstatic joy. He wanted to leap up in celebration, but found himself too exhausted to stand. Despite feeling more drained than after his first meditation class, Murray believed it was all worth it. Lying on the ground, he murmured, so worth it, so worth it. A gray light appeared in Murray Green's palm, instantly breaking the silence of the classroom. Mr. Linden's eyes, seasoned by years, widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, This is spatial magic. He quickly grabbed Murray's arm, his gaze fixed on the mysterious glow. Murray could feel Mr. Linden's mental energy surging like a tide, probing the magic in his hand. After examining it repeatedly, Mr. Linden finally released his grip, his eyes filled with disbelief. Indeed, it is spatial magic, Mr. Linden murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Murray was so excited he almost jumped up, barely restraining himself in the presence of his teacher. Mr. Linden began explaining the basics of the magical world to Murray. He said the world is composed of 4 fundamental elements: water, wind, earth, and fire, with most people's primary attributes falling into one of these categories. Beyond these, there are special elements like light, dark, lightning, ice, and wood. Above all elements, time and space are considered supreme. Time attributes are encountered once in a millennium, Mr. Linden continued. Spatial attributes, although relatively more common, are still extremely rare. They are called supreme elements because their power is unparalleled. He described the terrifying aspects of time magic: acceleration, stopping, slowing down, foreseeing the future, and even causing an enemy to age instantly to death. Spatial magic, on the other hand, is renowned for its practicality, powerful attacks, high speed, difficulty to defend against, and the ability to imprison opponents or teleport instantly. Mr. Linden's eyes sparkled with excitement. Murray, in less than a month, You've already cultivated magic, and it's spatial magic, making you a first-level mage. Your mental strength is very powerful, and your affinity for magic is not low. You have the potential for spatial warfare techniques. Murray quickly expressed his gratitude. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Mr. Linden. I wouldn't have grown so fast without you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Linden waved his hand with a smile. A gem will shine no matter where it is. You have shown exceptional talent. I merely offered some guidance. Then his expression turned serious. At your level, regular courses are of little use. You need advanced studies. Are you considering finding a mentor? Murray lowered his head in thought. He knew that magic learning was divided into course-based and mentor-based systems. The course-based system included classes like the meditation course taught by Mr. Linden, while the mentor-based system involved following a teacher for advanced studies, such as learning potion making from Simona Linda. To learn more magic and knowledge, finding a mentor was indeed necessary. Choosing a mentor is no easy task. It not only depends on the student's preference, but also on the mentor's favor. Ordinary students often struggle to gain a mentor's attention, let alone afford the high tuition fees. Murray Green had a plan. His mother, Penny Campbell, hoped he would become a potion master. Once he developed magical abilities, he could inform his family. Then, his mother would ask her brother, the first heir of the Campbell family and future Marquis of Campbell to write a recommendation letter for him. The Campbell family, being one of the 4 great marquises of the North, is well known in the magical world. With his uncle's recommendation, it wouldn't be difficult for Murray Green to find a potion master mentor, provided he performed well. However, plans can change. Murray Green developed spatial magic in just a month, demonstrating extraordinary mental strength and magical affinity, fully qualifying for a battle mage. Switching to potion mastery at this point would be a waste of talent. Battle mages, known for wielding earth-shattering magic, are seen as powerful figures by the public. However, insiders know that being a battle mage is far more complex than simply tossing fireballs. Once they transition, the same fireballs become more powerful, have a longer range, cast faster, and require less time between casts. Eventually, they even consume less magic. Thus, battle mages are elite among magicians, invincible at their level, and capable of challenging higher levels. Every magician dreams of becoming a battle mage, and Murray Green is no exception. However, the conditions to become one are extremely stringent, requiring both mental strength and magical affinity to reach high levels. Murray Green never thought he could meet these standards, but now things have changed. His qualifications clearly meet the criteria, igniting a passionate fire within him. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful battle mage? As Murray Green pondered, Linden spoke up first. I want to introduce you to someone who would make an excellent mentor for you. Whether it works out depends on how you negotiate. Faced with Linden's proactive recommendation, Murray Green couldn't refuse. Besides, the mentorship system is a two-way selection process. Both parties must agree for it to succeed. Even if someone tries to play tricks, sweet-talking at first, and then exploiting him later, the Green Count's formidable forces are not to be underestimated. Thank you for the recommendation, Professor. May I know which mentor you're referring to? Murray Green asked curiously. Linden smiled mysteriously, keeping it a secret. You'll know when he arrives. With that, he closed his eyes, seemingly communicating mentally. Moments later, Murray Green felt his spatial magic suddenly stir. Instinctively, he turned around to see a medium-built, white-haired middle-aged man standing behind him. This handsome gentleman, despite his gray hair, had the face of someone only in his middle years. What stood out the most were his snow-white eyes, which seemed to pierce through Murray Green like lightning, scrutinizing him closely. The moment Murray Green saw this man, he felt as if he were frozen in ancient ice, his body immobilized. Linden, who also saw the man, displayed an excited expression, quickly approaching him with a reverent tone, saying, "Yes, Dean. Indeed, it is spatial magic." Kobayashi's judgment was spot on. This young man is truly a rare talent. The headmaster of the Magic Academy, Webster Ellis, scrutinized Murray Green with a sharp gaze, a hint of delight appearing on his calm face. It was only when that scrutinizing gaze was withdrawn that Murray felt free again. He quickly stepped forward and respectfully gave a standard student salute to the headmaster. "Student Murray Green, at your service, headmaster." Murray's voice was slightly tense, but he tried to remain composed. Headmaster Webster nodded slightly, his eyes resting on Murray's light blue eyes. "A young one from the Green family? And with such talent to cultivate spatial magic, it's truly astonishing." His tone carried admiration as he continued. "You have Campbell blood, yet your talent surpasses it. If that old fellow in Campbell knew about this, he probably wouldn't sleep well for years." Murray was surprised by this, but did not interrupt the headmaster. "You know who I am, don't you?" Headmaster Webster suddenly asked. Murray quickly nodded, his eyes shining with admiration. Although he had never met this legendary figure, he could confirm his identity through his appearance and teacher Linden's address. Webster Ellis, a level 7 ice mage, war mage, head of the Ellis Academy's magic division, current master of the Stanley Ellis Tower, the foremost magician in the North, and the leader of the Ellis Dukes Mage Group. Such a renowned figure was known to anyone with even a slight understanding of the magical world, let alone Murray Green, a student at Ellis Academy. Your talent is remarkable, Headmaster Webster continued, with a hint of complexity in his voice. Your cultivation speed rivals mine at your age, and what's more, you've developed the exceedingly rare spatial magic. In comparison, you are even more exceptional. Murray felt both delighted and anxious at such praise. So, would you be willing to become my student? Headmaster Webster directly presented this significant proposal. Murray was overjoyed, nearly agreeing immediately. However, he ultimately restrained his excitement and replied with some hesitation. I would very much like to agree, Headmaster, and become your student. But such an important decision, I wish to discuss with my parents or elder brother before giving a response. A major life decision, as it should be. Headmaster Webster nodded, understanding Murray's cautious attitude. He was well aware that in this world, learning magic is an extremely costly endeavor. Even if a willing mentor is found, the expenses during the learning process require family support. Without family backing, who would cover the high tuition fees and the resources needed for cultivation? Headmaster Webster thought to himself that with Murray's talent and aptitude, if he chose to fully entrust himself to him, he would accept and nurture this young man without hesitation. But Murray is, after all, a member of the Green family, and such an action would undoubtedly diminish the family standing. The headmaster fell into brief contemplation, weighing this complex situation. Murray Green found himself in a dilemma. He longed for guidance from Dean Webster, yet he was reluctant to give up his freedom. He pondered that perhaps the best solution would be to have a family member with decision-making power discuss with the dean to create a development plan that satisfied both parties. At that moment, an idea flashed through Murray's mind. His elder brother, Ryan Green, as the first heir of the Green family, happened to be a third-year student at the Ellis Academy's Warrior School. Perhaps he could consult him first? Dean Webster seemed to read Murray's thoughts. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. That's a good idea. He turned to Teacher Linden. Young Linden, you've done well in teaching. I'll be increasing your teaching budget this year, hoping you'll nurture more outstanding students. Teacher Linden beamed with joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The dean's praise and tangible reward filled him with delight. No need to thank me. It's well deserved, Dean Webster said, then turned his gaze to Murray Green, grabbing his shoulder. Before Murray could voice his questions, the dean, with a teasing expression, asked, Have you ever experienced teleportation? Teleport. Before Murray could finish, a gray magic circle enveloped them. In a blink, they vanished from Lyndon Beale's sight, leaving him in awe. This is the power of space. Murray felt a brief darkness, with spatial magic pulsing within him. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a spacious room. Apart from a jadestone platform, it was empty. Rest here for a bit. I'll bring your brother Ryan Green, Dean Webster said, disappearing once more. Murray was filled with questions, but more so with excitement. He quickly realized the dean had demonstrated the teleportation skill of spatial magic. This meant the dean was not only skilled in combat magic, but also mastered spatial magic, making him the ideal mentor for Murray. Calming his excitement, Murray began to survey his surroundings. He walked briskly to the window, where countless magic towers of varying heights came into view, none as tall as his current position. In the distance, countless houses lay sprawled below like an ant colony. Wow, Murray exclaimed, Stanley Ellis Tower. I'm actually inside the Stanley Ellis Tower. Standing hundreds of meters high, overlooking the entire city, Murray felt as if he were standing above the clouds. To stand at the pinnacle and view all beneath, he murmured, his heart swelling with ambition. Gazing at everything below, Murray's heart was filled with determination. One day, he vowed silently, I will build a magic tower of equal height. No, even higher. It will pierce the clouds, allowing me to overlook the entire world. Murray, what are you doing here? Ryan Green's voice suddenly interrupted Murray Green's contemplation of the beautiful scenery outside the window. Murray turned around and saw his older brother Ryan standing at the doorway, looking puzzled. Ryan Green was still absorbed in the recent events. He had been in a practical combat class, sparring with several skilled seniors, when the headmaster of the Magic Academy, Webster, abruptly whisked him away. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in this unfamiliar room. Seeing Murray's familiar figure, Ryan was even more confused. Various guesses flashed through his mind. Had Murray gotten into trouble, requiring his older brother to step in as a guardian? But he was just a third-year student, only 2 years older than Murray. The thought darkened Ryan's expression. Headmaster Webster's voice broke Ryan's train of thought. All right, your brother is here. Discuss the matter, then inform Earl Green. It's best if he can come and discuss it with me. With that, the headmaster left the room. Ryan's mind began to wander. What kind of trouble would necessitate involving their father? Could Murray have gotten involved with Webster's granddaughter? No, Webster was over 100 years old. His granddaughter would be over 50. Maybe it was his great-granddaughter? Once the headmaster left, Ryan refocused and looked seriously at Murray. Murray eagerly stepped forward, a joyful expression on his face. Brother, I have something important in my life to discuss with you. Seeing Murray's expression, Ryan felt he had guessed right. He nodded in response. That's fantastic, Murray. Building a connection with Headmaster Webster is something I, your brother, and our parents fully support. Murray, thinking Ryan already knew about Headmaster Webster's offer to take him as a student, excitedly hugged Ryan, patting his back. Haha, big brother, thank you all for your support. I initially thought you wouldn't support me and was considering how to persuade you. I didn't expect you to be so supportive. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Hearing Murray's words, Ryan frowned, sensing something amiss. Was Murray planning to marry into another family? The thought pained him. He recalled watching Murray grow up, intending to take him to the battlefield for experience and secure a noble position for him, only to find he now wanted to marry into another family. Ryan made a silent vow to himself. No, even if it is Webster Ellis's great-granddaughter, I won't let my brother marry into another family. Webster Ellis may be formidable, but the Green family is no pushover. Ryan Green opened his mouth, intending to directly oppose Murray's decision to marry into the Ellis family. But seeing his brother's excited expression, he hesitated. He knew that although Murray appeared gentle, he was incredibly stubborn at heart. A sudden refusal might only provoke a rebellious reaction. Clearing his throat, Ryan decided to take a different approach. Brother, I support you in spirit, but don't get too excited just yet. Our parents won't be easy to convince. How about you tell me more about the situation first, and we'll figure out a way to persuade them together. Ryan was calculating silently, aiming to understand the facts and discover whether Murray was under pressure from Webster Ellis or being manipulated by the man's great-granddaughter. He planned to grasp the situation first before devising a solution. However, in his excitement, Murray didn't notice his brother's concerns. Placing one hand on Ryan's shoulder, he mysteriously extended the other in front of him. Bro, let me show you something amazing. Before he finished speaking, a gray light emerged from Murray's hand. Ryan's pupils contracted, his expression changed drastically, and he stared intently at the light. This is magic gray. It's spatial magic. Ryan exclaimed, anger rising within him. To cultivate magic in less than a month was clearly a sign of a battle mage's potential. Although the Green family was of noble count status, they had never developed their own battle mage due to a lack of resources. Now, with his brother having the potential to become the most powerful spatial battle mage, Webster Ellis wanted to take advantage of them. Ryan gritted his teeth. Even if Ellis was the greatest magician in the North and the head of the Magic Academy, how dare he? The Green family had ancestors who fought to death to prevent being bullied. He wouldn't let Ellis's scheme succeed, even if it meant risking everything. Looking down at the smiling Murray, Ryan felt a mix of emotions. Murray was willing to compromise for the family's stability. No, he couldn't let his brother sacrifice himself. Why do you look unhappy, bro? Are you jealous of me? Murray asked, puzzled. Ryan sighed, preparing to tell his brother that he didn't have to bear this burden alone. But Murray spoke first. You must be envious of my talents. What can I say? Your brother here is gifted. I've easily mastered spatial magic, and even caught the eye of the Magic Academy's head. What? Ryan was stunned. Did you just say that old Webster Ellis wants you as his student? Chill. Keep it down. Murray quickly hushed him. Even if the headmaster is old, show some respect. Don't call him old man so casually. He's going to be my mentor, and I don't want to get on his bad side. Outside, sipping tea and awaiting news, Webster Ellis twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing as he glanced towards the meditation room where the two brothers were. Listening to Murray Green explain everything in detail, Ryan Green's anger towards Webster Ellis instantly subsided, replaced by sheer delight. His eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto his face. Ha ha, this is great news. Ryan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Not only have you developed spatial magic, but you're also going to be a student of Dean Webster. This is a double blessing. Our Green family is finally going to have its own battle mage, and a spatial battle mage at that. Ryan Green was visibly thrilled, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. However, Murray Green felt a bit puzzled. He furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting over his brother's ecstatic face. He thought to himself, earlier, my brother was displeased and spoke disrespectfully about Dean Webster, but now he's all smiles and holds the dean in high regard. The stark contrast in his attitude left Murray confused, but he didn't dwell on it. Murray Green puffed out his chest and declared boldly, brother, don't worry. The family has invested a lot in me, and I will ensure they receive 100-fold, even 1,000-fold return. Ryan Green nodded noncommittally. To him, Murray becoming a battle mage was already the greatest reward for the Green family. He spoke with determination. The family will definitely agree to you choosing Dean Webster as your mentor. As for the resources we'll invest in your training, rest assured, the family will spare no effort in supporting you to reach greater heights. Thank you, brother, Murray Green said, embracing Ryan Green once more with excitement. Ryan gently patted his back, then pulled him away, placing both hands on his shoulders, looking calmly into Murray's eyes. We're family. There's no need for thanks, Ryan said in a warm tone. All right, Let's go accept Dean Webster's invitation. Then I'll write to father or mother to come to the school and meet your future mentor to discuss the specifics of your training." The brothers left the meditation room and headed to the living room. They stood respectfully before Dean Webster, bowing courteously. Ryan Green spoke. "Thank you, Dean, for valuing Murray. Having you as his mentor is a great fortune for him. Our Green family fully supports this. And regarding tuition and training expenses, rest assured, our family will do everything we can to meet your expectations." At this point, Ryan paused, turned to Murray Green beside him, patted his shoulder, and then addressed Dean Webster with sincerity. "Here, I, Ryan Green, the first heir of the Green family, entrust Murray Green to your guidance. We are grateful for your future efforts." Dean Webster laughed heartily. "Haha, no problem at all. Having a gifted student like Murray is a blessing for me too." As he spoke, he gestured, and two chairs automatically moved into position. "Please, have a seat," he invited the Green brothers. Following his lead, the brothers sat down. With a flick of Dean Webster's fingers, 2 cups of fragrant tea flew to them. Murray Green inhaled the aroma, his eyes lighting up, convinced it was something special. They enjoyed their tea and conversation, with Dean Webster offering Murray Green some advice before sending them off. As they descended, Murray was pleasantly surprised to find a magical elevator, which relieved him. He thought, without it, descending from a tower hundreds of meters high would be quite a hassle. After leaving the tower of Stanley Ellis, Ryan Green quickly penned a letter, meticulously recording all that had transpired. He carefully tied the letter to the talon of a magical messenger hawk and watched as it soared toward the Green family. A few days later, the entrance to Ellis Academy became suddenly lively. A small contingent of 50 cavalrymen escorted a graceful lady slowly towards the gates. She was Countess Penny Campbell, the mother of Ryan and Murray. Penny Campbell had a gentle demeanor, her eyes glimmering with affection. She gently stroked the hair of her 2 sons, her gaze finally resting on Murray Green. "Little Murray, well done, you're truly my little darling." Her straightforward praise made Murray blush instantly, his fair face turning crimson, and goosebumps rose all over. Murray, unsure how to respond, could only smile shyly. Seeing her son's bashful appearance, the Countess couldn't help but let out a bell-like laugh, drawing curious glances from passing students. However, when they realized it was just a parent visiting, they quickly turned their attention elsewhere. "Let's go. We're off to visit Dean Webster." After a brief exchange, Penny Campbell led her 2 sons into the academy, heading confidently towards the tower of Stanley Ellis. The cavalry contingent waited near the academy gates. "It's been so long since I last visited Ellis Academy, not since my 2nd year," the Countess reminisced. Hearing this, the 2 brothers couldn't help but think of certain stories about their Mothera tale, both ethically challenging and complex. Penny Campbell was born into prominence as the daughter of a marquis, part of the Campbell family's pureblood program. She possessed the pure Campbell lineage, her light blue hair and eyes reflecting her noble heritage. By rights, she should have become a powerful water mage, but fate dealt her a cruel hand. The pureblood program was a double-edged sword. It endowed Penny with formidable talent, but also brought her endless suffering. The essence of the program was to enhance the purity and potential of descendants through consanguineous marriages, aided by special potions. However, nothing is without its flaws. Penny was frail and sickly from birth, always at risk of an early demise. Although the Marquis of Campbell spared no expense, using rare treasures to preserve her life, her health remained precarious. In her 2nd year, she had to withdraw from school due to illness, unable to complete her studies at Ellis Academy. As an adult, Penny's situation grew more dire. Due to her congenital frailty, she was deemed unlikely to bear children. Despite being the Marquis's legitimate daughter, no noble heir dared propose to the Marquis of Campbell. In noble society, lineage is paramount. Without heirs, a noble seat would have to pass to siblings, which, for an heir raised with a noble education, was tantamount to the downfall of the family. Penny Campbell's fate unfolded like a dramatic play. Born frail and often ill, she led a secluded life. Even with the generous dowry prepared by the Marquis of Campbell, finding a suitable match for her seemed impossible. Meanwhile, the Green family was embroiled in the most brutal war ever with the barbaric orcs at the northern border, during which the former head of the Green family perished. The new Earl of Green took charge amidst this crisis. Faced with the choice of retreating to save resources or pressing on with the offensive, he chose the latter without hesitation. To sustain the prolonged war effort, the Earl proposed to the Marquis of Campbell, marrying Penny Campbell. Her substantial dowry was used to arm an elite cavalry, and the Earl wagered his noble seat on the outcome of the war. Ultimately, while the Earl of Green emerged victorious and was elevated to an earl, he became the laughingstock of the Laney's kingdom. He had married a woman who was believed to be barren, and his hard-won legacy seemed destined to end with him. Everyone thought that the Earl had won the war, but lost everything else. Under immense pressure, Penny Campbell was physically and emotionally exhausted, seemingly on the brink of death. Yet, fate had a surprise for her. She miraculously became pregnant and, at great personal risk, gave birth to Rhine Green. This child's birth brought hope to the Green family and revitalized Penny Campbell. Her mental state improved significantly, and her health followed suit. A year later, an even greater miracle occurred. Penny Campbell became pregnant again and safely delivered Murray Green. The woman who was thought nearly incapable of bearing children had given birth to 2 sons, completely altering her life's trajectory. Euphoric, Penny Campbell seemed to embark on a new chapter. She broke through her limitations, displaying remarkable talent in magic, and successfully advanced to become a sorceress and later a potion master. Despite missing the optimal time for training and balancing the financial management of the Green estate, she managed to rise to the rank of a mid-level mage. Now, Penny Campbell stood with her 2 sons before the Tower of Westonleigh Ellis, the pinnacle of northern magic. Her gaze was filled with complex emotions as she recalled her youthful dream of becoming a powerful magician, determined to study at Ellis Academy despite her frail health. Although she had lost the chance to become the master of this magical tower, she felt no regrets. Penny Campbell turned to her younger son, Murray Green, gently stroking his hair with a loving smile. "Let's go, little Murray," she said softly. "Let's meet your future mentor, the foremost magician of the North." The doors of the Tower of Stanley Ellis opened silently, as if to welcome esteemed guests. The trio stepped inside, and the doors quietly closed behind them. A floating platform glided to their feet, causing Murray Green's eyes to widen in surprise. This was no simple magical elevator as he had imagined, but a far more advanced magical device. As the 3 stood on the platform, it swiftly and steadily ascended through the flight shaft what Murray had mistaken for just an elevator shaft heading straight to the top of the magical tower. The platform came to a smooth halt, and Penny Campbell stepped forward first, followed closely by her brothers. Upon entering the hall, they saw Webster Ellis, dressed in pure white, sitting behind a tea table, pouring tea and filling a 3rd cup. Without lifting his head, he summoned 3 chairs with a wave of his hand. Once seated, the headmaster's pale eyes continuously scrutinized the Countess and Murray Green, his brow slightly furrowed. "What is the headmaster looking at?" the Countess asked after taking a sip of her tea. "Something interesting," Webster replied with a smile. "Penny Campbell, I hear your magical talents rival your elder brothers, but your frail health has hindered your training. It seems some rumors are indeed not to be trusted. Then what should be believed and what shouldn't?" The Countess pressed further. "Simple truths are to be believed, lies are not," the headmaster replied. Listening to the exchange, Murray Green suddenly felt that the seemingly mature and reliable Northern Master Wizard was perhaps not as dependable as he had imagined. "Your bloodline talent surpasses your brother's," Webster suddenly addressed Murray. "But it's a pity your lineage hasn't suppressed this little one." "Thank you for the compliment, Headmaster," Murray thought, feeling pleased and reassured about the headmaster's reliability once more. The Countess dropped her graceful demeanor and directly addressed Headmaster Webster in a soft voice. "A good piece of material requires a skilled and suitable swordsmith to forge it into an exceptional sword. Murray has extraordinary talent, but he needs a good mentor to bring out his full potential." With that, the Countess stood up, gently pressing down on Rhine Green's shoulder to indicate he should remain seated, while Murray stood up with her. She lightly nudged Murray's back, and they both respectfully bowed to Headmaster Webster. "We humbly ask if you would take Murray as your student and guide him," the Countess earnestly requested. Webster laughed heartily, using an invisible force to help them stand. "Students seek powerful mentors, and mentors seek gifted students. Murray's talent is rare. Being his mentor would be my privilege. No need for formalities, madam." The Countess did not sit back down, but instead conjured a sheet of paper and a spatial ring out of thin air, much to the astonishment of Murray and Rhine. "This represents the tuition agreed upon by his father and me," she said, placing the items before Webster. "I hope the headmaster finds it acceptable." As the Countess led the 2 brothers out of the Tower of Stanley Ellis, Murray and Rhine Green still appeared somewhat dazed. Murray Green couldn't help but think to himself, "This is ridiculously expensive." The tuition fee pained him deeply, and several times he resisted the urge to reach back for that spatial ring, but ultimately he held back. "Mother, this tuition," Murray Green began, but the Countess smiled and interrupted him. "This tuition is worth every penny," she said earnestly, her gaze sweeping between her 2 sons. "Rhine, Murray, you must understand that magic is the most expensive knowledge, and spatial magic is among the rarest and most precious. Many people, even with gold bricks in hand, struggle to learn the magic they desire. The fact that the headmaster is willing to teach Murray is not only his fortune but a great opportunity for the entire Green family." At this point, the Countess sighed softly, her expression slightly grave. "You are well aware of the situation in the Green territory. The northern barbaric orcs, having recovered over the years, now covet the land your father previously seized. He intended to visit you with me, but received a report of orc sightings near our territory. He had to change his plans and head to the front lines to assess the situation. Those barbaric orcs, they really don't know what's good for them." Ryan Green exclaimed, his fists clenched in anger. Daring to offend the green territory, I'll wipe them out in the future. He looked as though he wanted to rush to the front lines immediately and launch an attack on the orcs. The Countess chuckled and gently patted Ryan's head, turning the lion-like teenager into a little kitten. Ryan, our little lion of the green family, you'll have your chance to go to the front lines soon enough. When that time comes, you'll be even braver than your father and achieve even greater feats. Then she turned her gaze to Murray Green, looking into his light blue eyes with a serious and earnest tone. The magical strength of the green territory is weak. In war, without a magician, we can only rely on soldiers' blood and flesh to fight the enemy. Your father and I do not wish to see this happen. Murray, you carry the hopes of the entire green family and even the entire green territory. We hope you become strong and assist your brother in defending the green territory. Faced with his mother's earnest expectations, Murray Green was overwhelmed with emotions, his eyes slightly reddening, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ha ha ha, Ryan laughed, patting his brother on the shoulder. Murray, you better follow the headmaster and train hard in magic. Once you've mastered it and return, the two of us will join forces and utterly defeat those barbaric orcs. By then, Father will surely grant you a noble title. Huh, I'm not interested in a title from Father, Murray Green said, suppressing his excitement and pretending to be nonchalant. When I grow up, I'll establish my own domain. I want the king himself to grant me a noble title right next to the green territory. That way, I can visit Mother every day. Mother, if you ever get tired of staying at home, you're welcome to vacation at my domain anytime. Hearing Murray's ambitious words, the Countess and Ryan didn't take him seriously. They knew well that according to Murray's plan, it would be akin to retracing the path of their ancestors and establishing a noble domain from scratch. The challenges and difficulties involved were no child's play. Faced with a life and death decision, the ancestors had no choice but to press on. The Countess and Ryan Green both doubted whether Murray Green could persevere. The Countess, with a cheerful tone and a smile, said to Murray, Murray, you're remarkable. However, to establish a noble force, you can't have too few people. Have you taken a liking to any young lady recently? Since I'm here, how about I propose a marriage for you, so you can settle down and start your career early? I can even help take care of the children, and once they grow up, they can join you in conquering the world. Murray Green was taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked at the Countess, then at his elder brother, Ryan Green, utterly puzzled. He couldn't help but complain. Mother, I'm only 16, just barely an adult. In another world, I wouldn't even be considered of age, and you're already pushing me to marry? Wanting grandchildren already? Why aren't you urging my elder brother instead of me? Isn't that more appropriate? Besides, with my brother's tendency to rush into danger, shouldn't he settle down and leave behind an heir first? The Countess stayed in Ella City for a few days, enjoying family time with the two brothers. Afterward, she hurriedly returned to the Green Territory with her cavalry. After becoming a student of Dean Webster, Murray Green's life didn't change much and remained quite regular. Previously, it was eating, sleeping, attending classes, returning to his dorm to meditate, and going to the meditation room. Now, it was eating, sleeping, attending classes, meditating at Stanley Ellis Tower, and going to the meditation room. On the surface, not much seemed different, but Murray Green felt his cultivation progress had skyrocketed. His originally droplet-sized magic core had now expanded to the size of an egg. This seemingly miraculous speed of cultivation even surprised Webster greatly. Your magical power is quite abundant now, enough to support using magic. Now, I'll teach you a spell, Dean Webster said, pausing deliberately to enjoy Murray Green's eager expression, akin to a puppy seeing a bone. Inwardly, Murray Green was grumbling. This old man was so eager when collecting tuition, and now he's only teaching one spell? Shouldn't he teach at least 17 or 18 to justify the expensive tuition? This spell is a first-level space magic, Webster continued. Space magic? Murray Green felt a jolt of excitement, immediately retracting his previous thoughts, silently appreciating his mentor's generosity. Those with space attributes were rare, and space magic was even more so. Due to its uniqueness and mystery, everyone wanted to try it. Consequently, the price of space magic was exorbitantly high, leaving many learners in an awkward position, possessing magic power but no spells. The first-level space magic I'll teach you is called spatial feedback, which allows the caster to clearly perceive their surroundings, Webster explained. Murray Green cautiously asked, Ahem, teacher, could we learn an offensive spell instead? Dean Webster bluntly replied. In space magic, the weakest offensive spell is a fourth-level spell, the Space Blade. A space blade made with space magic is not only invincible at the same level, but also exceptionally powerful even a level higher. Even 5th or 6th level warriors struggle to withstand a 4th level space blade. That's great, that's great, Murray Green exclaimed excitedly. It's a pity I can't learn it now, but once I reach the 4th level, it'll be the first thing I study. Just a heads up, teleportation is also a 4th level space magic, Dean Webster kindly reminded him. This made Murray Green ponder deeply. The Space Blade is the initial offensive magic in space spells. Mastering it would make challenging higher levels no longer a dream. Meanwhile, teleportation, versatile for both attack and defense, is hailed as a divine skill in space magic. Oh, what a tough decision. Murray Green murmured to himself. Snap. Webster Ellis flicked Murray Green on the forehead. Pay attention and don't drift off. Now let's learn spatial feedback. Murray Green focused his energy, his right index finger trembling slightly as a gray light appeared at its tip. His gaze was intense, and his finger traced an intricate pattern in the air. The gray light flowed and solidified into a phantom geometric shape. Condense, he murmured softly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Then he spoke again, this time more firmly. Disperse. The gray pattern expanded instantly, enveloping Murray and spreading swiftly in all directions. He felt his mind detach from his body, extending with the magic. When the magical energy reached its 50-meter limit, it receded like a tide, bringing surrounding information rushing into Murray's mind. The overwhelming and complex stream of data caught Murray off guard, his brain seemingly frozen, his thoughts momentarily stalled. He stood there, eyes unfocused, until he gathered himself and began processing the information. Murray calculated silently. The entire process took more than 10 seconds. In battle, that amount of time could be deadly, he muttered to himself. I must keep practicing to reduce casting time. With determination, Murray attempted again, this time moving slightly faster. However, at the critical moment, the gray light at his fingertip flickered, and an unstable supply of magic caused the pattern to shatter and dissipate. Sigh, too hasty, Murray sighed, sitting cross-legged to meditate for a moment before starting again. This time, his actions were steadier, though slower than during his initial attempt. Success, disperse. After several days of diligent practice, Murray finally compressed the casting time to 2 seconds, reducing his reaction time to 3 seconds, with a 100% success rate on the last day. He was pleased to have initially mastered the spatial feedback magic, but felt a tinge of regret it was, after all, just a detection spell, not an offensive one. Eager and hopeful, Murray decided to ask his mentor for guidance. Let's see if I can get him to teach me an attack spell, he planned silently. However, when faced with Murray's request, Webster Ellis, busy with school affairs, didn't even lift his eyes, flatly refusing. Impossible. Murray felt a chill run through him, barely opening his mouth before seeing Webster toss his pen aside. The pen began writing on the document by itself. The mage's hand, Murray exclaimed. A first-level mental auxiliary spell, quite a handy little magic for a wizard. Webster leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on Murray, and asked, how is your spatial feedback practice going? Webster Ellis watched Murray Green with a blank expression, though he was secretly amazed. In just a few days, this young man had honed his spatial feedback skills to the point where he succeeded 8 or 9 times out of 10, and the total time required was only 5 seconds. Keep practicing, Webster said calmly. The goal is a 100% success rate. Then, increase your casting speed and reduce the interval time. He paused before continuing. As for attack magic, don't rush. Your most important task right now is to cultivate and enhance your magical power. Learning cross-attribute casting for a single attack spell isn't worth it. Webster briefly explained the attribute distinctions among the world's mages. He himself was an ice mage, with ice as his primary attribute and space as his secondary. Murray, on the other hand, was purely a space attribute mage. Cross-attribute casting sounds impressive, Webster remarked, but it actually requires a lot of energy. For a beginner like you, this is the golden period for cultivation. You should focus on enhancing magic related to your own attribute. He extended 2 fingers, pointing them at Murray's forehead from a distance. Murray felt a surge of new information enter his mind. This is part of the training method for combat techniques, Webster explained. You can refer to it while practicing spatial feedback to prepare for a future transition to combat techniques. Murray beamed with delight, but quickly made a new request. I only know one spell right now. Isn't that a bit limited? Practicing the same spell over and over gets boring. Could you teach me that little spell where the pen writes on its own? Webster chuckled softly and finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll teach you that too. He raised his hand again and pointed at Murray's forehead. This time, Murray felt like he had been struck hard, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Mentor, Murray complained, rubbing his forehead. Could you use a different method next time? If you keep doing this, I might really end up with a lump on my head. If you keep talking, Webster threatened, you'll end up with a head full of bumps. Murray immediately fell silent, quickly expressing his gratitude and saying goodbye. Thank you, mentor. Goodbye. With that, he made a hasty retreat, eager not to provoke his impatient mentor any further. Murray Green stood in the magic practice room, holding 2 magical runes in his hands, his brow furrowed. One was for spatial feedback, and the other was the mage's hand. He practiced these spells repeatedly, but his anxiety only grew with each passing day. As a newly promoted level 1 mage, Murray was acutely aware of his awkward position. In this extraordinary world, both of his spells seemed so powerless. The spatial feedback could only detect, and the mage's hand could barely lift a 1-pound object. If faced with combat, his strength might only be a hair's breadth above that of an ordinary person. Murray imagined his opponents, warriors capable of subduing over a dozen ordinary people with their bare hands, or mages who could take a life from dozens of meters away. He shook his head with a wry smile. Despite his rare talent for spatial magic, in actual combat, he might be the weakest level 1 mage. This sense of powerlessness made Murray hesitant to reveal to his friend Nick Brown that he had become a mage. He imagined the awkward scene if Nick asked him to demonstrate his magic. Would he use spatial feedback to analyze the mocking expression on Nick's face, or use the feeble mage's hand to pluck Nick's nose hair? At this thought, Murray couldn't help but mock himself, thinking he probably didn't even have the strength to pluck nose hairs. Realizing this couldn't continue, Murray urgently needed to find a sense of security. He instinctively touched the 2 guns at his waist, the cold metal slightly easing his anxiety. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Murray decisively drew a simple gun and simultaneously used the mage's hand to pick up a pen. As he caressed the gun's body, he quickly sketched on paper, constantly revising the design in his mind. Time flew by, and when he finally put down the pen, a mature design appeared on the paper. After checking it multiple times, Murray smiled with satisfaction. He had made up his mind. Over the weekend, Murray asked his mentor, Webster, for 2 days off, using the excuse of going back to his estate outside the city to rest and adjust his state. Webster, who closely monitored his students' progress, also agreed that Murray needed a break, so he granted his request. With permission granted, Murray carried a large bag to the estate's independent forge. He carefully took out the items from the bag, placing them one by one on the empty platform. A 10-kilogram copper bar, 3 1-kilogram silver blocks, 10 gold coins, several molds, a small bag of magic crystal powder, a large bag of regular gunpowder, and the design drawing filled with firearm structures. Murray fixed the design onto the wooden board in front of him and then began adjusting the existing molds. He meticulously modified them with a carving knife and used the forge's mold clay to create a few new molds. Once all the molds were ready, Murray neatly arranged them on the platform. Extending his index finger, he cast a miniature spatial feedback spell, precisely controlling the magic's range to encompass these molds. Closing his eyes, Murray began to carefully organize the feedback information, making final preparations for the work ahead. Murray Green stood at his workbench, his brow furrowed in concentration. His eyes darted between the bullet mold and the gun barrel mold, calculating the necessary adjustments. With his spatial feedback ability, he seemed to possess a precise scanner, etching every tiny flaw into his memory. He first picked up the bullet mold and, after a careful inspection, discovered that the bullets it produced were slightly too small to fit perfectly with the cartridge cases. Then, he turned to the gun barrel mold and noticed its surface was slightly curved, requiring further polishing to ensure straightness. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green began the meticulous adjustment process. Once the adjustments were complete, he lit the smelting furnace. He first placed copper ingots into the furnace, waiting for them to melt completely before pouring them out. He then melted silver and gold ingots in succession. Extracting some of the molten copper, he continued heating it to a boil, then carefully added specific proportions of silver and gold. Murray Green stirred continuously, ensuring the 3 metals blended thoroughly, and finally poured the mixture into several prepared molds. To meet the strength requirements of different components, he mixed another batch of metals in different proportions, pouring them into other molds. Murray Green sighed inwardly, knowing that if the budget allowed, he would prefer to use pure gold or magical metals to forge the handgun, eliminating the need for such intricate metal ratio adjustments. While waiting for the molds to set, Murray Green turned to process the magic crystal powder. Using the mage's hand, he meticulously ground it grain by grain into a finer powder. Though time-consuming, he understood its importance. When the last firearm component was polished and placed on the workbench, Murray Green realized it was already late. He stretched his stiff body, his gaze once again focusing on the components before him. The gun's grip, cylinder, lock, trigger, each part bore the imprint of his dedication. Taking a deep breath, he interlocked his fingers, stretched his hands forward, and flexed them. Without hesitation, he picked up the components and began the assembly process. Soon, a silver-yellow revolver materialized in his hand. This revolver exuded a unique mechanical beauty. Made primarily of a silver-copper alloy, it incorporated a small amount of gold to enhance structural strength. Its 6-shot cylinder design enabled continuous firing. Murray Green paid special attention to the bullet improvements. The newly designed bullet structure was closer to modern techniques, comprising the bullet head, casing, gunpowder, and primer. He modified the casing's base structure and materials to improve ignition efficiency, allowing the casing to be recycled. The primer used a finer pure magic crystal powder, a thin layer spread at the casing's base, greatly enhancing ignition probability and shooting smoothness. Although its power still fell short of a magic crystal gun, this optimized revolver boasted a 30% increase in power over a basic gun, with the crucial feature of 6 consecutive shots. Murray Green grasped the gun's handle, the cold metal feel surprisingly warming his soul. His long-standing anxiety dissipated in that moment. He didn't load bullets, instead repeatedly pulling the trigger to test its smoothness. Each time he found an imperfection, he immediately disassembled the parts and used precision tools for fine adjustments. After numerous iterations, the revolver's performance finally met Murray Green's stringent standards. He then disassembled all the parts, carefully soaked them in magical beast oil 3 times, wrapped them in cloth, and gently placed them into an exquisite wooden box. As night deepened, Murray Green cradled the box containing the handgun, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he drifted into a deep sleep. That night, his dreams were free of anxiety, filled only with anticipation for the challenges ahead. The next day, after sleeping in, Murray Green followed his previous process to craft a second gun. This revolver was different from the first. The barrel was noticeably shorter. He tried tucking it into his sleeve and pocket, finding that with looser clothing, it was easy to conceal. After finishing this portable revolver, he turned the remaining materials into bullets. Murray switched out his simple gun, placing the magic crystal gun and the long revolver in his waist holsters, while hiding the short revolver in his left sleeve. With 3 guns on him, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Maybe I should test the guns on Mount Chaos? This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly suppressed by reason. As a novice magician, he was well aware of his limitations. Although his physique was somewhat stronger than the average person, he could barely handle 2 or 3 people unarmed. His magic power was limited, and he knew very few spells. If he couldn't defeat an enemy with a single blow, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Murray thought of his classmates who were still in the classroom practicing meditation diligently, feeling a bit helpless. He didn't know any upperclassmen, and no one wanted to take a novice into the mountains. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 second-year seniors who had been reprimanded by his older brother, but he quickly discarded that idea. It was the weekend, and they were likely already in the mountains. Searching for them would be like finding a needle in a haystack, not to mention extremely dangerous. Feeling disappointed, Murray returned to his dorm room. As he closed the door, he noticed an invitation in the mail slot. It was an ice blue noble's invitation, elegantly adorned with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, Murray's eyes widened. This was a standard invitation from the Ellis family, indicating a high status. Picking up the invitation, a name flashed through Murray's mind: Elizabeth Ellis. Sure enough, upon opening the card, it was indeed an invitation to a banquet hosted by Her Highness Elizabeth, the Northern Ice Lotus. Seeing this name, Murray couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble. He preferred to entertain himself in his own little world. But the host of this party was currently the biggest source of trouble in the north. Murray Green stared at the invitation in his hand, his brow furrowed. The gold-embossed letters shimmered under the light, almost mocking his predicament. As a member of the Green family, he had no choice but to approach this source of trouble. Murray sighed, tossing the invitation onto the bedside table, and collapsed heavily onto the bed. He spread his arms wide, lying like a starfish on the soft mattress, his eyes blankly fixed on the ceiling. Yesterday's joy is today's sorrow, he murmured to himself, his voice filled with helplessness and frustration. Just as Murray was about to bury himself under the covers, a rapid knocking shattered the room's silence. Thud, thud, thud. The sound grew louder, as if threatening to break the door down. Murray rolled his eyes and reluctantly got out of bed. I'm coming, stop knocking, he called out as he walked towards the door. If you break the door, you'll have to pay for the repairs and compensate me for emotional distress too. A familiar voice came from outside. Oh, Murray, taking your time to open the door and now expecting me to pay for it. There's no way. And disregarding your uncle like this, it's downright rebellious. If I don't report you to your mother, I won't be Nick Brown. Murray opened the door with resignation, and Nick Brown burst in hurriedly. As if by habit, he first inspected Murray's bed thoroughly. Murray watched his meddlesome uncle with a dark expression, speechless. Is this really necessary? Murray couldn't help but complain. Even if I did those things, what business is it of yours, you single guy? Nick Brown immediately put on an exaggerated expression, clutching his chest, as if deeply wounded. Murray, as your uncle, it's my duty to ensure you grow up healthy and happy. Your parents aren't here, so as your elder, I have to keep an eye on you, to make sure you don't pick up any bad habits. Seeing his drama-loving uncle start his performance again, Murray rolled his eyes and cut him off. He sat on the sofa and got straight to the point. How did you know I was in the dorm? Shouldn't you be strategizing with your comrades on how to deal with those out-of-town students? Why are you here? Since that party, Nick Brown and other Northern male classmates had formed a so-called Protect Elizabeth group, aiming to oppose the out-of-town students. They treated it like a silent war, calling each other comrades, and their daily mission was to find ways to deal with the out-of-town students. Initially, Murray was curious about the group. But when he found out their main tactic was to take out-of-town classmates out for drinks, he lost interest. These aristocratic children, desperate to attract Elizabeth's attention, had to maintain a refined and noble image. Therefore, they avoided low-level pranks like spitting, putting glue on benches, or throwing bugs at others. At this point, they had been in school for less than 2 months, and most of them weren't yet magicians, so magical duels were out of the question. As for physical fights, these self-proclaimed noble future magicians despised them the most. In this situation, getting someone drunk became their best choice for dealing with out-of-town students simple, direct, and brutish, while making the opponent uncomfortable. Despite Nick Brown's repeated invitations, Murray always declined. Weekends were when the group was most active, and Nick Brown usually went out with his comrades to drink with out-of-town classmates, leaving Murray undisturbed. Yet today he showed up here. Hearing Murray Green's question, Nick Brown rolled his eyes and naturally sat down on the sofa opposite. He reached for the teapot and poured himself a cup of cold black tea. After taking a sip, Nick leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and picked up the invitation Murray had casually left on the table, examining it closely. Watching Nick flip through the invitation 5 or 6 times and even start studying its envelope, Murray couldn't help but intervene. Hey, haven't you seen an invitation before? You should have received one too, right? Is it necessary to scrutinize it like a classified document? Nick sighed, gently placed the invitation back on the table, and looked directly at Murray. I came here just to see if the first invitation from the Magic Academy is any different from mine. I was hoping to see Her Highness's handwriting, but it turns out, like mine, it's all penned by a scribe. As he was about to get up and leave, Murray held him down by the shoulder. Although Nick was taller, Murray, being a first-level magician, was equally strong at that moment. Wait, Murray said, staring at Nick's surprised expression. You said this is the first invitation from the Magic Academy? Where did you hear that? Nick explained. This morning, a messenger from the Ellis family headed straight for the dormitory building, placed the first one in your mailbox, and only then delivered the others. Many students saw it clearly. It's not just a rumor. With this information, Murray furrowed his brows, released Nick, and sat back on the sofa. He crossed his hands against his nose, deep in thought. The first invitation from the Magic Academy came from Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis, the second heir of the Northern Duke. Anyone familiar with invitation etiquette knows that when invitees are in the same city, the order of delivery is determined by their social standing. Murray poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip, still unable to grasp Nick's true purpose for visiting today. Although he was reluctant to attend this troublesome banquet, damaging the invitation and missing it might lead to even bigger issues. Elizabeth Ellis held the third highest position in the North, just after her grandfather and father. In her eyes, everyone else was beneath her. The order in which she sent out invitations reflected how much she valued people. When the first invitation from the Magic Academy arrived at Murray Green's doorstep, he was already entangled in a situation he had been trying to avoid. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted Murray's thoughts. Hey, Murray, what are you doing? Nick Brown exclaimed dramatically. I rushed over as soon as I heard you were back at school. And this is how you treat your uncle? I'm utterly heartbroken. Murray Green snapped out of his shock and looked at Nick Brown with surprise. He saw his uncle standing with arms crossed, feigning an offended demeanor. All right, enough with the theatrics, Murray Green said irritably. I'm in a terrible mood right now, and I don't have time for your antics. Having just returned to school to such unsettling news, his mind was in turmoil, unsure of how to handle it. While others might be thrilled to be valued by Elizabeth Ellis, for Murray Green, it meant losing his freedom and possibly facing the risk of being self-greened. Although the Duke's partial authority was tempting, the heavy price made him rather avoid it. Seeing this, Nick Brown switched to a teasing tone. TSK, isn't this the man of the hour, Murray Green, favored by Her Highness Elizabeth? You've become so imposing in just a day, I'm really scared. Murray Green suddenly stood up, startling Nick Brown, who realized that Murray's mood was indeed at a breaking point. All right, I won't joke anymore. Sit down first. Nick Brown quickly dropped his playful attitude and spoke seriously. Murray Green took a deep breath, downed his cup of tea, and managed to suppress his anger before sitting back down. Nick Brown cleared his throat and began reporting his findings. As far as I know, Her Highness Elizabeth sent out over 100 invitations at the Magic Academy. Students from 1st to 4th year received them, including noble heirs, non-heir noble children, and various magical prodigies. Any renowned genius at the school, regardless of background, received an invitation. He took a sip of tea and continued. This event is quite grand. It's being held in the student auditorium, and it's estimated that 400 to 500 students might attend, encompassing nearly all the top talents of the academy. At this point, Nick Brown widened his eyes, scrutinizing Murray Green as if trying to discern what set him apart. He could never understand why his nephew was ranked first at the Magic Academy. Murray Green maintained a calm exterior, though internally, he was in turmoil. He knew exactly why he was ranked first. He was a student of Webster Ellis and had mastered spatial battle techniques. Yet, he wished to develop quietly, and Elizabeth Ellis's first invitation had suddenly thrust him into the spotlight, leaving him incredibly unsettled. In the corridors of the Magic Academy, Murray Green and Nick Brown were deep in a heated discussion. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a golden glow on their figures. "Why did Princess Elizabeth send you the first invitation?" Nick Brown asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "In terms of magical talent or status, you're not exactly at the top." Hearing this, Murray Green's mind conjured the image of a completely white figure Webster Ellis. He sighed and leaned back, reclining on the cushioned bench by the corridor. "It's all the mentor's fault," he said gloomily. "That old guy Webster Ellis must have told Elizabeth Ellis about me. Otherwise, how would she know there's a big fish like me hidden in Little Ellis Academy?" Nick Brown was about to speak when Murray Green suddenly adopted a more relaxed expression and continued. "Who knows? Maybe my potential is limitless, and Princess Elizabeth has a keen eye for talent. Or perhaps it's because I'm Webster Ellis' student." He paused, a confident smile playing on his lips. "But most likely, it's because I'm quite handsome." "What did you say?" Nick Brown nearly choked on his tea. "Who? Webster Ellis? The top magician of the North, Webster Ellis, the headmaster himself? Is that the name you're talking about?" Murray Green raised an eyebrow. "Is there another Webster Ellis?" Nick Brown couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Aha, as a student of the Magic Academy, you're a student of Webster Ellis. But so am I. Don't be ridiculous." He patted his chest, recovering from his earlier choking fit, then scrutinized Murray Green. Finally, he patted the other's shoulder and said earnestly, "Murray, Princess Elizabeth is no shallow person. As the heir of a duke, she's seen all sorts of people. While I admit you're handsome, at best, you could be a lover. Climbing higher is tough." Nick Brown's hand lingered on Murray Green's shoulder, his brow slightly furrowed. "But I've noticed, your physical strength has improved a lot. When I pat your shoulder, there's a bounce. Normal training wouldn't show results this fast. You must have made significant progress in your meditation practice, enhancing your physique, which explains why you could hold me down earlier." Nick Brown pondered this silently. Although Murray Green's meditation progress was rapid, without becoming a magician, his true power couldn't be gauged. If Murray Green were to advance to a magician, he'd likely show off, maybe with a flashy water spell. No man could resist the appeal of such a display. However, Murray Green hadn't demonstrated such abilities, indicating he hadn't advanced to a magician yet. Without that advancement, how could he choose a mentor? And how would a mentor accept such a student? Nick Brown continued to mull over this. Before a student becomes a magician, no one can fully determine their attributes. Like Murray Green, most people, including himself, assumed he'd develop water magic and learn water spells. But reality was surprising became a spatial magician. Life is full of surprises, and cultivation is not set in stone. Nick Brown frowned, carefully considering Murray Green's words. He quickly found two reasons to refute them. Firstly, choosing a mentor should be done after identifying one's own attributes, which was the key to countering Murray's second point. Secondly, Webster Ellis, being an ice element mage, only taught ice magic to members of the Ellis family. Murray was not from the Ellis family, so what right did he have to receive Webster's guidance? Nick Brown sneered, thinking, this kid is getting craftier. 2.5 of his 3 reasons are false. Luckily, I'm smart enough not to be fooled by this devious nephew. Faced with Nick's skepticism, Murray didn't rush to prove himself. He certainly didn't want to use a mage's hand to pluck the other's nose hairs to prove he'd become a mage. However, the thought alone made Murray's eyes take on a dangerous glint, as a mischievous impulse surged within him. Murray spread his hands and said helplessly, I'm telling you the truth, but you think I'm joking. I don't know how else to explain it to you. Do I have to go ask Lady Elizabeth in front of you? He continued, the issue now isn't why the invitation was sent to me first, but rather what consequences this will lead to and how we should respond. Hearing this, Nick Brown nearly jumped out of his chair, loudly retorting, what do you mean we? You're the school's public enemy now. Everyone with designs on Her Highness would love to get rid of you. You're you, and I'm me. We have nothing to do with each other. Murray inwardly exclaimed, goodness, as his previous hesitation vanished in an instant. He sneered, thinking, since you show no loyalty, don't blame me for doing the same. Murray's eyes narrowed, and his mental power formed a tangible mage's hand, silently heading for Nick's nostrils. He flashed a sly smile that made Nick's heart skip a beat. Ha ha ha, you called yourself my uncle when you opened the door, and now you want to sever ties? I tell you, don't even think about it. Murray threatened. Tomorrow I'll post a notice under the school building, announcing that Nick Brown is my uncle, that we grew up together and are as close as brothers. Anyone who wants to trouble me has to go through you first. This shameless statement made Nick's heart race with fear. He clearly realized that if Murray indeed did this, his own life would become very difficult. Bah, I grew up in the Brown family, you in the Green family. We just share some Campbell blood. We're not close at all. Nick hurriedly defended himself, suddenly feeling an itch in his nose. Achoo, achoo, achoo. He rubbed his nose vigorously, as if someone was pulling his nose hairs, leaving him itchy and sore. Nick stood up and headed for the door, saying, I can't stand the air in your room. I have to go. Before leaving, Nick turned back to add, goodbye, Murray. I actually enjoy hanging out with you, but not taking action against you is my limit. This is my last kindness to you. Enjoy your final happy moments. With that, Nick Brown left the room, leaving Murray Green alone to ponder how to handle this complex situation. Watching Nick Brown's retreating figure, Murray Green clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to draw his gun. That rounded back of the head seemed to mock his helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Murray reminded himself to stay calm. After all, Nick was family, a friend, and he couldn't act rashly. Ever since he crafted the revolver, Murray often felt an itch in his fingers, a constant urge to aim at something. This impulse made him uneasy yet faintly excited. Glancing at the invitation on the table, his anger flared again. A thin piece of paper was enough to disrupt his peaceful life. Never mind, Murray muttered to himself. Focusing on magic is what's important. He gently touched the gun at his waist, feeling the cold metal, and his earlier unease began to fade. As long as the seniors didn't bully him, he was confident in his ability to stand out among his peers. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Expecting Nick's return, Murray was surprised to find a stranger standing outside. Hello, Murray Green. I'm Marin Reed, grandson of the Duke of the South. The visitor introduced himself, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Meeting his gaze, Marin saw calm, light blue eyes that first showed puzzlement, then tranquility, and finally an unyielding determination. This resolve wasn't mere bravado, but genuine confidence. Marin even sensed a faint hint of menace, which made him uneasy. After successfully meditating, Marin's mental acuity had sharpened, allowing him to pick up on subtle cues. He squinted, realizing that this seemingly harmless opponent was, in fact, formidable. It was no wonder Murray had received the first invitation. Ha ha, Marin suddenly laughed. Murray, we're in the same introductory magical flora and fauna class. I heard you've already accessed the independent meditation room. Impressive progress. Could you share some tips? Caught off guard by his opponent's sudden friendliness, Murray replied offhandedly. It's simple, really. Just focus on your training and avoid distractions. Marin was overjoyed, as if he'd heard a profound truth. Thank you for the advice, it's enlightening. I can't wait to try it out. With hands clasped and a slight bow, he added, your guidance is invaluable. I'll have to treat you to a meal sometime. Goodbye. Just as Murray was about to see him off, he suddenly sensed numerous prying eyes around them. His eyes shifted as a plan formed in his mind. With a resolute heart, Murray Green made a difficult decision. He looked up and carefully examined Marin Reed's features, admitting to himself that the Duke's grandson indeed had an impressive appearance and physique. In that moment, he thought to himself, it's decided, you're the one. After all, you just happened to come along. Suddenly, Murray Green burst into laughter, slapped Marin Reed on the shoulder, and casually put his arm around him. He quickly shut the door and half-pushed, half-pulled the bewildered Marin Reed out the door. Aha, meeting his fate. Murray Green said enthusiastically. Why wait for another day? Today is perfect. Besides, cultivation can't be rushed. Why not treat me to a meal now, and I can teach you some little tricks. As he spoke, Murray Green tightened his grip on Marin Reed, who was trying to break free. Marin Reed was utterly confused, not understanding why this northerner was suddenly acting so crazy. He had only been polite, so why was the other party taking advantage of it? Just as Marin Reed's mind was racing, he suddenly felt a hand on his lower back. The unexpected touch made him freeze, his hair standing on end. Before he could react, it happened again, this time lower. As more people gathered around, Murray Green forced himself to ignore his discomfort and laughed in a familiar tone. Hey, Marin, you've got a great build. Your skin's smooth too. The South really is good for maintenance. I should visit your home someday, he said, not forgetting to give Marin Reed's backside a light pat. Marin Reed just wanted to escape, but he was held too tightly to move. Murray Green thought to himself, this is the critical moment. I must seal the deal to secure my future. He dragged the pale-faced Marin Reed to the center of the cafeteria, ordered 2 meals, and sat down. Murray Green deliberately raised his voice and said affectionately, Marin, you don't look well. Want me to check on you? He grabbed Marin Reed's hand, gazing at him intently, and made sure everyone around was watching. Marin Reed replied in a fluster, no, I'm fine, let's just eat. Murray Green continued in a sugary tone, then eat more, you'll need energy for tonight. I'll teach you how to cultivate then. The surrounding students turned their heads and whispered among themselves. Marin Reed was so embarrassed he wished he could disappear. Murray Green inwardly cursed. Damn Elizabeth Ellis, you forced me to do this. Once I grow stronger, I'll deal with you. Or I'm not Murray Green. When Murray Green returned to the dormitory, he immediately noticed that the attention from those around him had significantly decreased. This brought him a sense of relief, as he realized that his previous scheme had worked perfectly. Even though the plan was somewhat distasteful to execute, its effectiveness was undeniable. He quietly thanked his classmate Marin for his sacrificial performance, and decided to treat him to a meal later to show his gratitude if Marin dared to accept. Shaking his head, Murray dismissed the memory of the nearly terrified Marin Reed. He softly chanted a spell for spatial feedback, drawing a complex array in the air with his fingers to carefully examine his surroundings. As expected, there were indeed fewer people around, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Murray's gaze fell on the ice-blue invitation floating in the air. With a flicker of his eyes, he used the mage's hand to grab the invitation, letting it fly freely around the room. After venting, he sighed deeply, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to meditate. At this moment, the magic power within Murray was only the size of an egg, barely reaching the level of a novice mage. Advancing to a level 1 mage had no significant barriers. It merely required time to accumulate magic power until it grew to the size of a head. After completing his daily training routine, Murray began practicing the combat techniques taught by Webster Ellis, focusing on spatial feedback and the mage's hand spells. With the use of combat techniques, Murray's spellcasting speed increased noticeably. Although he had only learned the basics, mastering the rapid casting of combat spells would allow him to perform these two spells instantly. Fortunately, neither of these spells had any destructive power, enabling him to practice safely in the dormitory. I suppose that's the advantage of having no offensive power, Murray thought wryly. As he became lost in thought watching the invitation flutter through the air, he accidentally let it fly 5 meters away, beyond his control, and it fell to the ground with a thud. However, Murray didn't immediately retrieve it. He sat there, his expression shifting between delight, frowns, and a trace of melancholy. My training speed isn't slow, but even at this pace, reaching a level 4 advanced mage would take until my 4th year. Even if I focus solely on accumulating magic power without learning new spells, the earliest would be in my 3rd year, Murray calculated. Spending 2 to 3 years avoiding battles and just training at home is theoretically possible, but in reality, trouble always finds its way. At 16, Murray was still like a small fry in the magical world. Although he had cleverly resolved today's crisis, he knew he couldn't always rely on wit to escape. The key was to possess solid strength. Currently, Murray had potential, but he couldn't immediately convert it into power, leaving him relying on the revolver at his waist for protection in dangerous situations. However, his revolver was just an ordinary creation. While the magic crystal powder had slightly enhanced its power, it might still have some advantage against level 1 or 2 warriors or mages, but against those at level 3 or 4, it would likely be as ineffective as a toy. This is too long. The wait is just too long, Murray sighed again. He stared intently at the invitation on the ground, summoned it with a gesture, and it was grasped from a distance. He then drew his revolver from his waist, placing the two items side by side in front of him, and fell into deep contemplation. Murray Green stood in front of his dormitory door, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. He had mapped out 2 career paths for himself. One was to focus on mental attributes and become a psychic. The other was to study artifact crafting and become an artificer, creating powerful magical weapons. Although the path of spatial warfare was unlikely to show much progress before reaching level 4, Murray knew he had a talent for battle magic, with high mental strength and magical affinity. This meant that most magical professions wouldn't be difficult for him. He decided to first switch to other professions to get through the weak period, and once he became an advanced mage, mastering the spatial blade and teleportation, he would show everyone the terrifying power of spatial warfare. 1 heart, 2 preparations, Murray thought with satisfaction. Openly, I'll focus on being a psychic, while secretly, I'll dabble in artifact crafting. This plan is perfect. With this in mind, Murray sprang into action. He pushed open the dorm door and strode outside. Along the way, he keenly noticed the change in the gazes of those around him, not the previous hostility, but rather coldness and mockery. When he turned to look at the male classmates, they all quickly lowered their heads to avoid being remembered. This complex atmosphere made Murray feel somewhat heavy-hearted, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued toward his destination. Soon, he arrived at the Stanley Ellis Tower and found his mentor, Webster Ellis. Standing in front of Webster, Murray deliberately put on a pitiful expression, his eyes filled with grievance. Before the mentor could speak, he eagerly pulled out an invitation, his voice choked with emotion. "Oh, mentor. When I received this invitation today, I should have been happy because it means Her Highness values me. But..." His voice trailed off, and his body trembled slightly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Seeing this, Webster casually cast a calming spell on Murray and asked calmly, "But what?" Murray took a deep breath and suddenly shouted passionately, "Her Highness placed me first, and I am very grateful for her recognition. But some classmates are jealous of her favor and have bullied me, saying I don't deserve Her Highness's favor." He continued to recount how he reasoned with them and easily repelled those who provoked him. But just when he thought the matter was over, senior students began to pressure him, using their seniority to bully him. Hearing this, Webster's expression changed drastically. As the head of the Magic Academy, he understood that competition among students was normal and even encouraged by the academy. But seniors bullying juniors was absolutely intolerable. Such behavior would severely damage the learning atmosphere and environment. A flash of anger appeared in Webster's eyes, clearly determined to address the issue. Some schools prefer treating everyone equally, while others favor rewarding the strong. Under the leadership of Headmaster Webster Ellis, the Magic Academy leans towards stability, but doesn't forget to give some advantages to gifted students. This is a consensus among all schools. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the Gothic windows into the meditation classroom. Nick Brown walked in with ease, greeting and chatting with his classmates, waiting for the bell to ring. The air was filled with a light-hearted and joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, the classroom door was flung open. A figure glided in, breaking the tranquility. All eyes turned to the unexpected visitor, Mr. Lyndon Beale. The students exchanged surprised glances and quickly moved to their seats. "Good morning, sir." The students greeted in unison. "Good morning. Please be seated," Lyndon Beale replied in a deep, authoritative voice. Once the 19 students were seated, Lyndon Beale stood at the podium, eyes slightly narrowed, body leaning slightly forward. An invisible pressure enveloped the classroom, like an unseen mountain pressing on everyone's chest. Nick Brown found it hard to breathe, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ahem, Lyndon Beale cleared his throat, and the pressure abruptly vanished. The classroom was filled with the sound of collective sighs of relief, lasting for several seconds. After everyone had calmed down a bit, Lyndon Beale spoke. "Last night, the headmaster called a brief meeting with us, emphasizing the need to maintain stability at the Magic Academy. Today, I'm having a short meeting with you to convey the same message: maintain the Academy's stability." His tone suddenly softened, and the air in the classroom grew tense again. In a low voice, Lyndon Beale asked, "Can you do that?" "Yes," the students responded in unison, with some even adding, "We guarantee it. The headmaster's will is our mission, and we will fulfill the order." Lyndon Beale's stern expression eased slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "Very good." After class, as they watched Lyndon Beale's figure fade into the distance, the students breathed a sigh of relief and began to talk among themselves. "Wow," one student said, patting their chest. "Do you guys know what's going on? Why did Mr. Lyndon suddenly become so strict? During the meeting, my heart almost jumped out of my chest." Nick Brown shook his head and replied, "I have no idea. Everything was fine before, and suddenly things changed." He turned to another classmate. "Li Wei, you're well informed. Do you have any inside scoop?" Li Wei Ellis's pale face showed a hint of a bitter smile as he frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I don't know the specifics, just that the headmaster suddenly called all the teachers to a meeting last night to convey some demands. But I didn't expect Mr. Lyndon to react so strongly. It seems something must have angered the headmaster." "So the question is, who was bold enough to anger the headmaster?" someone asked. As the students walked out of the classroom in groups, they discussed the matter, speculating about the cause of the day's events. Along the way, students from other classes were also talking about related topics, all equally surprised. As more people joined in, information began to circulate, enveloping the entire academy in a tense yet curious atmosphere. The students of the Magic Academy gathered around the teaching building, animatedly discussing the events of the previous day. Someone suggested that it might all be linked to the invitation sent by Her Highness. This speculation sparked a lively debate. "Our teacher's senior went to the dormitory yesterday," a student chimed in. "He wanted to ask Murray Green why he received the first invitation from Her Highness, but instead stumbled upon a spectacle. It turns out Murray Green likes men. Now he's been sent to the wilderness of the Kayas Mountains for training by the headmaster." "What?" another student exclaimed. "I also heard that a senior was sent to the Kayas Mountains for field training." As more information was shared, the situation became clearer. It turned out several seniors were sent to the Kayas Mountains, and they had all been at the dormitory the previous day. The students quickly concluded that this must be related to Princess Elizabeth's invitation. They speculated that the headmaster wanted to maintain stability at the Magic Academy by setting rules for these students. Nick Brown in the crowd nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with this explanation. He suddenly remembered the protagonist of yesterday's invitation event. "I wonder where Murray is now," he pondered. The headmaster stood by him. Could he really be the headmaster's favorite student? No, it can't be. Aren't we all the headmaster's students? It must be that the headmaster did it for the academy's stability. While the students were fervently discussing these matters, Murray Green was in the Stanley Ellis Tower, diligently practicing a new magic he had learned from his mental materialization. This is a special, non-tier enhancement magic skill that strengthens mental fortitude, allowing the user to materialize their mental power to directly attack opponents, leaving them defenseless. Murray took a deep breath, feeling the flow of mental energy within him. In his mental sea, the energy began to compress, becoming more solid like compacted cotton. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and reached out towards a stone 3 meters away. The 2-pound stone slowly rose and hovered steadily in the air. This weight was double his previous limit. Murray Green watched the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh with delight. "Ha!" he exclaimed excitedly. "After training in mental materialization, my mage hand has indeed improved significantly. Now, With this 2-pound force, controlling flying needles to kill a few ordinary people is a piece of cake. If I could muster 20 pounds of force, I might even be able to directly challenge a first-level warrior. Deep within the mountains of Kaias, a group of 4 mages was making their way through the dense forest. Each wore a robe of a different color and carried their own magical staff, cautiously navigating the thick undergrowth. The leader, a young man in a red robe, conversed with his companions as they walked. "What do you think this is all about? Why did the dean suddenly send us into the mountains for a trial?" Before he could finish, the red-robed youth sensed something amiss. His gaze sharpened as he quickly gathered his magic and casually hurled a fireball the size of a head into the forest, causing a loud commotion. Suddenly, a giant serpent emerged from the trees. This massive creature was over a meter thick, with a visible part of its body stretching more than 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in scales the size of wash basins, adorned with eerie red and green patterns. The red patterns glowed faintly, indicating the serpent's extraordinary power. The fireball struck the serpent but left only a small black mark, not harming it in the slightest. The serpent's vertical pupils locked onto the red-robed youth. It opened its gaping maw, the red patterns flashing, and launched an equally large fireball at him. Unflinching, the red-robed youth stood his ground. Beside him, the green-robed mage waved his staff, summoning a gust of wind to catch the fireball, and with another wave, sent it hurtling back toward the serpent. The serpent flicked its tongue, its gaze fixed on the returning fireball. With lightning speed, its tail whipped out, shattering the fireball in midair. Realizing it faced formidable opponents, the serpent slowly withdrew its head into the forest. The red-robed youth rubbed his temples, surveying the scene. None of the 4 mages dared to approach the forest rashly, leading to a temporary stalemate. He sighed. Without a warrior to engage this scarlet fire-green forest serpent up close, it's proving difficult to handle. The green-robed mage stepped forward, chanting softly. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, transforming into several binding winds that tightly ensnared the serpent. It let out a hiss, breaking free of the wind's hold with its immense strength. At that moment, countless fireballs rained down from the sky, striking the serpent and the surrounding trees with precision. Though the serpent remained unscathed, its cover of trees and underbrush was reduced to ashes, fully exposing its massive form. The serpent, stretching 40 to 50 meters long, coiled on the scorched ground, glaring at the attacking mages. Yet, far from being intimidated, the red-robed youth seemed excited by the challenge. Hiss, a level 4 magical beast, the scarlet fire-green forest serpent. The red-robed youth smirked with contempt. "Heh, what a fine prey it is." The scarlet fire-green forest python, the apex predator of this woodland, found itself thwarted from leaving, igniting its fury. With lightning speed, its massive serpentine body lunged toward the 4 wizards. The wizards raised their wands simultaneously, and in an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky, followed by towering flames shooting upwards. On Mount Kaias, students engaged in training and missions turned their attention toward the heart of the mountains, where the fierce battle between the snake and the 4 individuals unfolded. Elsewhere in the mountains, a tall young man also noticed the commotion. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he remarked to his companions. "They're really lucky to encounter a level 4 magical beast so soon. We should get moving too and try to hunt a few level 4 beasts ourselves." As he spoke, he waved his hand, the ornate rings on his fingers glinting with magical light, clearly valuable magical items. He then led his companions deeper into the mountain range. Meanwhile, the Magic Academy was enveloped in tranquility. The headmaster's orders, along with sending the troublemaking students to Mount Kaias, had created a rare peace. No one dared to defy the headmaster's decree, allowing Murray Green to enjoy particularly calm days recently. In this environment, Murray Green's mental strength grew daily. His mental power, now tangible, could lift objects weighing 5 pounds, significantly enhancing his abilities. Additionally, he had learned a non-elemental enhancement magic called enchantment. This magic allowed him to imbue weapons with magic, granting them various magical attributes and greatly boosting combat effectiveness. As an extremely practical auxiliary enhancement skill, every team desired a wizard proficient in this art. Though Murray Green had not joined any team, he understood the importance of this magic for himself. With enchantment, he could increase the lethality of his bullets. To better adapt to combat needs, he spent over a dozen gold coins to purchase 5 half-pound level 1 throwing knives. He also dismantled his gun barrel and had an artificer engrave a shock-absorbing magic array on it, elevating his ordinary revolver to the status of a magical weapon. This way, even when using this powerful revolver in the future, it wouldn't attract undue attention. After all, a magical weapon of such weak power often wasn't worth much notice. In his room, Murray Green began a series of training exercises. He quickly drew his gun with his right hand, assuming a shooting stance, while his left hand flicked, sending a knife flying from his sleeve to hover around him, attacking continuously under his finger's guidance. Suddenly, the knife fell to the ground, and Murray Green swiftly dropped his revolver, retreating 2 steps as if evading an enemy's pursuit. At that moment, a knife emitting a gray glow shot out from his sleeve, aimed straight ahead. The speed of this enchanted knife was several times that of a normal knife, seemingly slicing through space with its sharpness. He then drew another revolver from his waist, aiming forward. Murray Green calculated in his mind. Attack with the gun from 10 meters away. Within 10 meters, use both the knife and gun for a dual assault, making it difficult even for a level 1 warrior to withstand. Within 5 meters, unleash the spatially enchanted knife, which even a level 2 warrior would struggle to dodge. As for the power of the final shot, even he couldn't be certain. After the training session, Murray Green was panting heavily, but his face bore a bright smile. He finally felt he had gained some ability to protect himself, filling him with satisfaction and confidence. As Murray Green was about to practice his combo moves a few more times, a sudden commotion erupted outside his dormitory. He frowned and opened the door, only to see many classmates rushing outside. Driven by curiosity, he followed the crowd to the entrance of the Magic Academy. The sight before him was shocking. The corpse of a massive serpent, 40 to 50 meters long, lay on the ground, blown into 3 pieces, its scales charred and falling off, flesh mangled. Murray Green widened his eyes, carefully examining the colossal creature. The surrounding chatter was incessant. It's the scarlet forest python. Judging by its size, it's at least a level 4 magical beast. It's unbelievable that Senior Morphe could slay such a powerful beast. Someone remarked dismissively. Senior Morphe is a mid-level magician, close to reaching high level. Moreover, he's a fire attribute battle mage, known for his incredible offensive power. It's not surprising he could take down a level 4 beast. Murray Green shifted his gaze from the serpent's body to the confident young man in the center of the crowd, dressed in a red mage's robe. That was Morphe Crane, a senior student, a mid-level fire attribute battle mage at his peak, one of the top 10 experts at the Magic Academy, reputed as the strongest attacker. Murray Green couldn't help but compare Morphe to his own brother, Ryan Green. Though Ryan was one of the top 10 experts at the Warrior Academy, he might struggle to compete with Morphe. The destructive power of a battle mage was truly astounding. Even with the battle techniques Murray had recently mastered, he could make simple magical moves incredibly versatile. As a genuine fire attribute battle mage, Morphe's fire magic alone was enough to obliterate opponents. Though Ryan wasn't an ordinary warrior, he had chosen the profession of a war knight. In large-scale battles, war knights could create a force field with cavalry units, enhancing allies' combat power and suppressing enemies. This profession was well-suited for someone like Ryan, destined to become Count Green, leading troops to defend the territory against barbaric beasts. However, in unknown situations, if their skills were comparable, a battle mage often had the upper hand over a war knight. Of course, if the war knight's mount was a dragon, that would be a different story. Watching Morphe being surrounded by admirers, Murray Green couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy. He thought to himself, damn, this guy is a fire attribute battle mage. If I could advance to a high-level magician and become a true spatial battle mage, I'd be even more impressive. For a moment, Murray even felt a bit dissatisfied with his spatial attribute, believing it was slowing his progress. But if anyone suggested he change his spatial attribute, he would refuse without hesitation. He knew well that, although the spatial attribute started slowly, it had limitless potential and was ultimately one of the most powerful attributes. Adjusting his mindset, Murray Green and his classmates watched the excitement for a while before turning away. He knew well that envying others was less productive than training himself. 7 weeks flew by, and Princess Elizabeth's banquet was approaching. During this time, many geniuses emerged among the new students of the 2 academies, advancing to become warriors or mages. Murray Green was no exception, becoming the first student in the Magic Academy to enter an independent meditation chamber. In front of everyone, he demonstrated the mage hand, proving his talent remained outstanding. However, when Murray showed interest in telekinetic knowledge, the attention on him waned. Although telekinetics were powerful, 3 more prominent warrior candidates emerged among the freshmen, one from the out-of-town class, a northern noble heir, and one from the merchant class. Within 2 hours of the news spreading, Princess Elizabeth sent an additional invitation to the warrior candidate from the merchant class. This classmate instantly stole the limelight, even overshadowing Murray Green. Murray thought, well, brother, perform well. Let Her Highness focus on you, and ignore me, the peripheral figure. Murray stood up, barefoot on the silver-furred black bear skin rug, and approached the full-length mirror. Reflected was a handsome face, with skin paler than the silver fur lining his robe. Satisfied, he struck a few poses, thinking, indeed, when you're good-looking, any pose looks cool. He then armed himself, belt secured, revolver at his right waist, magic crystal gun on the left. He wore a tight gun holster with a short-barreled revolver concealed under his right armpit. A knife sheath on his left hand held 4 throwing knives, with a 5th hidden under his left armpit. Finally, he donned a loose trench coat, cleverly concealing all his equipment. Ready, Murray left his dorm and met Nigel Ireland and Walter Railing at the gates of Ellis Academy. These two had once tried to rob Murray, but were subdued by Ryan Green. Later, Murray shared the spoils with them, and his charatanistic approach earned the Green brothers their respect. Huh, Murray, I heard you're progressing fast and are now a first-level mage, Nigel greeted with a smile. Murray nodded in response. Yes, I just learned some new things and want to test them in the mountains. Of course, we'll split the spoils 50-50. As he spoke, he opened his coat slightly, revealing the grip of his revolver. Seeing the gun, the two couldn't help but recall the silver-furred black bear they had carried out of the mountains. They thought, if Murray could kill a black bear as an ordinary person, now as a mage, wouldn't he be able to hunt even more prey? That meant more money for them. Three riders galloped swiftly and soon reached the entrance at the foot of Mount Caius. Murray Green scanned the surroundings and noticed more people entering and leaving the mountain compared to his last visit. Since Morphe clan returned to Ellis Academy with the prize of a level 4 magical beast, the Scarlet Fire Green Forest Python, many experts have flocked to Mount Caius, eager to hunt powerful beasts and boast about their achievements. Of course, most were just spectators, which did not affect Murray's trial. The trio chose a relatively secluded path. Nigel Ireland led the way, clearing the path with his twin axes. Walter Rillen and Murray Green followed closely, vigilantly observing their surroundings. After over an hour, they passed through the outer region frequented by ordinary beasts and entered the territory of magical beasts. Nigel slowed his pace. Walter drew his longbow, his eyes scanning intensely. Murray remained cautious, flipping a throwing knife into his hand, mentally prepared for any sudden developments. After advancing a bit further, a beast's roar suddenly echoed from ahead. The three exchanged glances, and Walter took a deep breath, silently moving toward the source of the sound. Moments later, he returned with information. Two level 1 magical beasts, a steel-backed boar, and a breeze monkey were in a standoff, vying for territory. They quickly reached a consensus to act together. Murray devised a plan. Walter and I will take care of the breeze monkey first to prevent it from escaping. Nigel, you handle the steel-backed boar, making sure it doesn't interfere with us or get away. Nigel confidently hefted his axes, saying, Haha, I can handle it alone. Murray said no more, as this was their first collaboration and they were still unfamiliar with each other's capabilities. The three approached their target silently. Soon, a chaotic battlefield emerged before them. The steel-backed boar lay on the ground, panting heavily, its hind legs bearing a few scratches, but for such a thick-skinned magical beast, these were mere superficial wounds. Suddenly, the breeze monkey, darting through the branches, sensed something amiss. It shrieked and glanced aside, just in time to see an arrow speeding toward its head. The breeze monkey, agile as the wind, easily dodged the deadly strike. However, before it could feel relieved, a deafening roar erupted nearby. With a thunderous sound, the bullet hit the face of the Qingfeng ape with precision. The massive 2-meter-tall body instantly lost its vitality and collapsed to the ground. Murray Green's eyes were sharp as lightning, and he swiftly turned the gun towards the eyes of the steelback boar. Sensing danger, the boar lunged downward suddenly. Despite its massive size, it maintained its speed, narrowly avoiding the bullet aimed at its eyes. The bullet grazed the back of its head, leaving a bloody mark on its hard back before ricocheting away. Though the steelback boar escaped a fatal blow, it lost its chance to flee. Nigel Ireland seized the moment, wielding his dual axes and lunging at the boar's head. The axe blades embedded deeply, and Nigel followed through with a kick to the boar's snout, nearly dislocating it as he withdrew his axes. Despite its tough hide, the boar couldn't withstand such severe injuries. It staggered backward, mouth agape as it gasped for breath. Murray Green took advantage of the fleeting opportunity, raising his gun with one hand and aiming at the gaping maw. The trigger was pulled, and before the sound of the gunfire faded, the supersonic bullet had already pierced the boar's throat, wreaking havoc within its innards. The boar spewed fresh blood, letting out a final wail before its massive body crashed onto the grass, lifeless. Nicely done. Even the usually reticent Walter Rillen couldn't help but praise Murray Green's prowess. If it had been just the two of them, they might have faced a tough battle and risked the Qingfeng ape escaping. But with Murray Green's addition, the two beasts were dispatched in just 10 seconds. Murray Green blew gently at the gun barrel, spinning the revolver 3 times in his fingers before holstering it smoothly. He accepted Walter's praise with a smile, then looked at the two beast carcasses and asked, Thanks. How should we handle these two beasts next? Take them back to the mountain entrance first, or continue forward and collect our prey later? Nigel and Walter exchanged glances, hesitating before stepping aside for a low-voiced discussion. Typically, after hunting a beast or spending a considerable time in the mountains, they would return to rest. But today, the two beasts fell so easily that they hadn't even broken a sweat, and their energy was still high. If they returned now, the round trip and selling time would take up most of the day, leaving them only one more chance to venture into the mountains. They had never considered going twice in one day, But with Murray Green's formidable strength, slaying a first-class beast seemed as easy as slaughtering chickens, offering a glimpse of a lucrative opportunity. However, missing today meant that with Murray Green's capabilities, he would likely challenge more advanced beasts next time. As ordinary first-class warriors, the risk of recklessly challenging higher-level beasts was too great. Even though they could request teacher assistance in case of danger, incidents in the Kayas Mountains weren't unheard of. After careful consideration, they devised a plan that seemed to offer the best of both worlds. They approached Murray Green to discuss this plan with him. Not all students at Ellis Academy come from prestigious backgrounds like Murray Green. While Murray's circumstances are among the best, most students are simply non-heir members of minor nobility or children of merchants. Some are even talented individuals poached from other northern academies, with training budgets far less than Murray's. The tuition for the Warrior Academy is 100 gold coins, while the Magic Academy charges 300. Though these amounts may seem modest, they pose a significant burden for many families. Each year, students drop out because they can't afford the tuition, or they voluntarily leave due to unsatisfactory training progress. Those talented individuals who were recruited receive waivers for basic course fees, but they still have to cover the costs of specialized training themselves. To address this situation, Ellis Academy thoughtfully established a student task hall and created Mount Caius. This initiative allows students to gain experience and earn the funds necessary to sustain their education. Every year, a few exceptional individuals manage to earn several hundred gold coins from Mount Caius after paying their tuition fees. Students with capability can quickly advance once they start at Mount Caius, even if they begin with difficulty. Those who persevere at Ellis Academy are considered geniuses in the North, although there is a considerable range of talent among them. Some earn money through their skills, while others rely on their intellect or physical strength to make a living. Various jobs have emerged around Mount Caius. These include information merchants who sell unique insights and locations of rare resources, beast merchants who profit from trading magical beasts, laborers who help carry beasts out of the mountains, and stall owners who assist in selling goods. At this time, Nigel Arland and Walter Reiling decided to collaborate with the beast merchants. Previously, they had hunted beasts themselves, carried them out of the mountains, and sold them, which was cumbersome but highly profitable. However, with Murray Green managing to hunt two beasts in one go, their old method was no longer viable. Collaborating with beast merchants meant having them purchase the beasts in the mountains and settling payments on the spot. The merchants would handle transporting the beasts out of the mountains, allowing Nigel and Walter to continue hunting with money in hand. However, merchants would only offer about 50 to 60% of the original price for beasts purchased in the mountains. If Nigel and Walter carried the beasts out themselves and then sold them, they could earn up to 80% of the price. The price of a first-level magical beast varies by type. A Gale ape is worth about 11 gold coins, while a steelback boar can fetch 14. Selling to merchants in the mountains would result in earning 10 fewer gold coins per beast. Based on their agreed 50-50 split, each would earn 5 to 6 fewer gold coins. After hearing this proposal, Murray Green thought briefly before agreeing without hesitation. He emphasized that with the merchants collecting the beasts in the mountains, they wouldn't have to carry the beasts out themselves. After spending over an hour in the mountains, Murray Green and Nigel Alaran stood beside the fallen beasts, sweat still beading on their foreheads. They realized it would take at least 3 hours to haul these massive creatures out. Murray frowned, thinking most of the day might be wasted on this task. Unlike his classmates who were busy earning tuition money, Murray ventured into the mountains today to test his combat skills, not merely to hunt beasts for gold coins. He understood that the golden training period, though 4 years long, would pass in the blink of an eye. At the moment, he wasn't lacking in gold coins and didn't want to trade his precious training time for some wealth. If it weren't for the invitation incident involving Elizabeth Ellis, Murray would have followed Webster Ellis's advice to focus on becoming an advanced magician before exploring other pursuits. With Murray Green's approval, Walter Raylan turned and sprinted towards the heart of the Kayas Mountains to reach the beast merchant's base. While waiting, Murray signaled Nigel Alaran to help him retrieve the bullets from the beast's bodies. Soon, Walter returned with 4 senior students, 1 third year and 3 second years. These seniors were burly and clearly strong, perfect for hauling beasts. These are the two. Murray Green pointed to the beasts on the ground. Please give us a quote. If it's reasonable, you can take them. Murray wasn't well versed in such transactions, so he let Nigel handle the negotiations while he listened closely, taking the opportunity to learn. The 4 seniors meticulously examined the beast corpses, skillfully inspecting the fur and feeling the muscles. After a brief exchange, they quickly provided a quote. Fellows, the third-year senior began, we've discussed it. The Gale ape's fur is the only valuable part. The rest isn't worth much. Plus, it's too small to sell much meat by weight. We can only offer 11 gold coins. He then turned his gaze to the steelback boar, extending his left hand with 5 fingers. This boar isn't fully grown. Many materials don't meet standards and would sell for less. It's worth 13 gold coins. Considering how remote this place is and the effort needed to carry them back to the mountain's entrance, we'll split it 50-50, payment in gold. Nigel promptly raised his voice to counter. Senior, take another look. We were careful during the hunt, and aside from the fatal head wounds, the rest is almost intact. The fur is in excellent condition. For the next few minutes, Nigel kept raising the price while the beast merchants tried to lower it. The lively bargaining scene was quite engaging, and Murray watched with great interest, quietly admiring the negotiation. Eventually, they reached an agreement. 12 gold coins for the Gale ape and 14 for the steelback boar. Payment was made in gold, with a split of 4.5 to 5.5. Murray and his companions received 5.5, ending up with 14 gold coins and 30 silver coins. With rounding, they sold the two beasts for 14 gold coins. Take care, seniors, the three called out in unison as they watched the four carry the beasts away. They quickly divided the gold coins among themselves. With 7 gold coins in his palm, Murray weighed them, the pleasing sound of coins clinking together bringing a smile to his face as he pocketed them. Let's go, Murray called to his companions. Let's keep going. We're sure to make a big profit today. The territory of the magical beasts was quite vast, so after taking down 2 beasts, the group of 3 walked for over half an hour before encountering a third one. In the distance, a blue rabbit, about half the height of a person, suddenly came into view. No sooner had Murray Green drawn his revolver than the rabbit turned into a blur and vanished into the dense jungle. A wind rabbit, a level 1 magical beast, Walter Riling explained. It's as timid as a mouse and incredibly fast. At the slightest disturbance, it will flee, and very few people can catch it. Seeing the disappointed look on Murray Green's face, he patted his companion's shoulder reassuringly. Murray Green shook his head in resignation and holstered his revolver. Suddenly, he frowned, sensing something. Spatial feedback, he murmured, quickly forming a seal with his left hand. With the aid of battle magic techniques, the spell was cast in just over a second. Information surged into his mind like a tide, and Murray Green immediately used his formidable mental strength to break it down and process it. Trees, underbrush, flying insects, and a venomous snake silently slithering on the ground? There's a snake coming, Murray Green warned cautiously. To my left, 40 meters away. Be careful, it might be poisonous. Nigel Arland and Walter Riling turned in the indicated direction, but saw nothing. Without hesitation, Walter Riling drew an arrow, nocked it, and let it fly. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, piercing into the grass with precision. Hiss! The startled snake emitted a threatening hiss and poked its head out of the grass. The 3 of them recognized the dangerous creature instantly. Black Mist Snake, they exclaimed in unison. This was a rare dark attribute magical beast, known for its deadly poison and vicious nature. It excelled at silently approaching its prey and using black mist to poison it. At that moment, the black mist snake was flicking its tongue, lowering its body, and hiding in the grass. Murray Green used spatial feedback again and discovered the black mist snake was retreating. It's running away, should we chase it? He asked. Nigel Arland and Walter Riling exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. It's very rare and valuable. Let's go after it. Nigel Arland said, raising his axis. With a loud shout, Nigel Arland hurled the axe in his right hand like an arrow in the direction Murray Green indicated. The sharp blade cut through the grass like a mower, severing the weeds in its path. Sensing danger, the black mist snake twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The axe thudded heavily into the ground in front of the snake, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although the strike missed, it enraged the black mist snake. Its eyes gleamed with hatred as it fixed its gaze on the 3 of them, preparing to counterattack. Nigel Arland's strike was like a sharp scythe, swiftly slicing through the grass surrounding the black mist serpent. With its cover gone, the ferocious creature was revealed. It was entirely black, with eerie mist-like patterns on its surface, as thick as a calf, and stretching 7 to 8 meters long. A mature black mist serpent. Its venom, gallbladder, fangs, and scales are all valuable. We can't let it escape. Nigel growled, gripping his battle axe tightly in his right hand as he charged at the serpent without hesitation. Meanwhile, Walter Riling raised his longbow, unleashing a rain of arrows to precisely suppress the serpent's movements, giving it no chance to flee. Under this barrage, by the time Nigel reached the serpent, it had only managed to move 5 steps. Die! Nigel roared, swinging his axe with one hand, the immense force making the air howl. The blade aimed directly at the serpent's dark body, poised to strike a fatal blow. However, the serpent's reaction was astonishingly quick. It twisted its body sharply, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. It then lunged with its gaping maw towards Nigel's arm. In that critical moment, standing 40 meters away, Murray Green's eyes narrowed. His right hand swiftly reached for his waist, drawing and cocking his gun with lightning speed before pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the forest. Clang! The sound of the bullet hitting its target followed immediately. The black mist serpent felt a powerful force strike its head, causing it to jerk to the side. Its dark scales were shattered by the bullet, which embedded itself into the serpent's muscle, unable to penetrate further. This serpent is tough. One shot can't take it down, Murray thought in awe. Taking advantage of the serpent's momentary confusion from the shot, Nigel seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful reverse axe swing. The blow landed solidly, causing blood to gush from the serpent's body, nearly severing a third of it. The severely injured serpent let out a piercing screech, its mouth agape. At that moment, another bullet whistled through the air, hitting its unprotected jaw. The bullet tore through the unscaled underside. Murray took a deep breath, his eyes like flames as he locked onto the serpent's vulnerable spot. He focused all his mental strength into his right hand holding the gun. By the power of the divine, he whispered. Guided by this force, he adjusted his aim slightly, targeting the serpent's critical point. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, the bullet flying like an arrow towards the serpent's weak spot. Clang! The sound of the bullet striking scales was sharp and clear. Despite the serpent's incredibly tough scales, at such close range, the precise shot shattered them, driving the bullet deep into the serpent's flesh. Struck at its weak point, the black mist serpent's body stiffened suddenly, as if all its strength had been drained. Now's the chance. Nigel, quick to act, seized the fleeting moment. With both hands gripping the axe handle, he unleashed a mighty blow, aiming precisely at the previously wounded area. The already heavily injured spot was hit with such force that the black mist serpent was cleaved into two. Its severed body thudded to the ground, convulsing violently. Seeing this, Nigel quickly stepped back a few paces, wary of the serpent's potential last struggle. The dying serpent, having lost its senses, thrashed wildly on the ground out of instinct. Its upper body seemed to attempt escape, but as soon as it moved, Nigel hurled another axe, slamming it back down. This seemed to be the final straw. The serpent's struggles gradually weakened until it finally lay still, lifeless. With the serpent finally dead, Murray Green turned his attention to Nigel and Walter, nodding to himself. No wonder they dared to rob in the mountains. These two are indeed skilled, he assessed internally. The black mist snake, though not large in size, is a top-tier killer among level 1 magical beasts. Its high level of danger forced Nigel Ireland and Walter Ryland to work in perfect harmony, and it was only with Murray Green's 3 precise shots that they managed to kill it. Had it been just the two of them, it would have been difficult to take down this slippery creature, and they might have even been at risk of being counterattacked. Ha! This black mist snake is a real treasure, worth a fortune. Nigel Ireland confirmed the snake was dead, then immediately stepped forward to retrieve his weapon. He crouched beside the snake's corpse, carefully lifted its head, and pried open its blood-stained mouth to reveal 2 glistening fangs. It hasn't released any venom yet, so there must be plenty left in its sacs. This stuff can fetch a good price. He turned to Murray Green, who was reloading his gun, and said with a hint of negotiation in his voice, Murray, this black mist snake is worth more than the 2 other beasts we hunted combined. Plus, it's small and easy to carry out of the mountains. If we hand it over to those magical beast traders, we'd be making a big mistake. How much can we sell this black mist snake for? Murray Green asked. Walter Ryland, standing nearby, chimed in. Not less than 30 gold coins. This type of snake is rare, but the demand for its materials is high, so it's priced higher than some level 2 magical beasts. Not less than 30 gold coins. Nigel Ireland mused. Even if it's just 30, that's 15 coins each. If we let the traders handle it, we'd only get 7 or 8 coins each. He continued. Other magical beasts are often large, hard to transport, and not very sought after, making them time-consuming and labor-intensive to deal with. But this black mist snake has none of those drawbacks: small, valuable, and highly sought after. Murray Green thought for a moment, then nodded and said, You two should head out of the mountains to deal with the snake. I'll rest here nearby, and you can return once you're done. As a shooter with stamina only slightly above that of an average person, Murray Green clearly didn't want to head out of the mountains. However, Nigel Ireland seemed to have a different idea. He suggested that Walter Ryland go alone to handle the black mist snake, while he stayed with Murray Green to continue training in the mountains. After some discussion, the 3 agreed to Nigel's proposal. Walter Ryland hoisted the snake's body and strode off into the dense forest. Murray Green withdrew his gaze and sat down with Nigel Ireland at the base of a large tree to rest. Murray Green closed his eyes, recalling the recent battle. Although the black mist snake was formidable among level 1 magical beasts, it hadn't managed to unleash its true power before being taken down and scathed by the 3 of them. This was because, from the start, its stealth was faintly detected by Murray Green's keen mental alertness. Coupled with his spatial feedback ability, the snake was left with nowhere to hide, losing its greatest advantage before Murray Green even fired a shot. The air around Mount Caius was thick with the smoke of battle. Although Nigel Ireland and Walter Ryling's attacks appeared fierce, they were actually at a disadvantage. Walter's arrows missed their mark, and Nigel's flying axes and close combat moves were easily dodged by the mist serpent. Just as the serpent found an opening to counterattack Nigel, Murray Green decisively fired a shot, interrupting its movement and giving Nigel the opportunity for a full-force strike. This was the turning point of the battle, and the key to the Mist Serpent's eventual downfall. Murray gently caressed the revolver at his waist, his mind as calm as still water. After a brief rest, the energized Nigel jumped up, his face beaming with the joy of victory. The two continued deeper into the heart of Mount Caius, only to be startled by a flare rising behind them. "Damn, Walter's in trouble," Nigel exclaimed. "Someone must be trying to steal our prey." "Steal our prey? Let's go help him." Murray responded immediately. Nigel moved swiftly, and Murray struggled to keep pace. In a rush, Nigel grabbed Murray's shoulder, and they sprinted towards the direction of the flare. In less than 6 minutes, they arrived at the scene. Walter lay on the ground, covered in injuries, while 4 unfamiliar students greedily eyed the Mist Serpent's corpse. "Who do you think you are, trying to steal my prey and hurt my brother?" Nigel roared, charging at them with his axes in hand. The 4 were clearly unprepared for Nigel's ferocity. The nearest one, a young man wielding a two-handed sword, hurriedly tried to counter, only to be forced back by Nigel's attack. "Can't even hold your sword steady and you dare to steal from us," Nigel taunted, swinging his axe again. At that moment, an arrow shot out from behind the sword-wielding youth. Just in time, Murray's gunshot rang out, shattering the arrow in midair. "Nice shot, Murray," Nigel thought with satisfaction, seizing the chance to slash at the young man's shoulder. His opponent barely managed to block, but left an opening. Nigel took advantage, delivering a powerful kick to the youth's chest. The young man flew back like a broken kite, landing heavily 7 meters away, coughing up blood. The battle smoke still lingered, but the scales of victory had begun to tip. Under the shadow of Mount Caius, an unexpected skirmish was unfolding. Murray Green's gaze darted between the fallen Walter Rulline and Nigel Arland, who was facing off against their adversaries. He silently lamented the unrest that seemed to plague this mountain. With practiced ease, he spun his revolver 3 times with his left hand before holstering it, and called out loudly to Walter. "Walter, are you all right?" Walter gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to his feet, retrieving his dropped weapon. "I'm fine," he insisted, though as he reached Murray's side, he couldn't stifle a low groan. Although Murray and Walter were only temporary allies, Murray felt a surge of anger at his companion's injury. Meanwhile, Nigel was locked in a standoff with 4 opponents. The young man he had kicked away had been helped to his feet by his comrades and now glared at Nigel, gripping his longsword tightly and ready to attack. Unfazed, Nigel taunted. "Defeated once, what are you staring at? You 4 cowards attacked my brother when I wasn't around. Are you looking to die?" A youth of balanced build, with a single-handed long sword at his waist, sneered and replied. "Nigel Arland, your arrogance is indeed well known. But in front of me, you have no reason to be cocky." Nigel scoffed. "Ha ha ha, and who might you be? If you've got the guts, come at me, and I'll let you taste my axes." "Hunter Dunlop," the young man replied, his face darkening as he stated his name. Nigel's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this second-year sensation, renowned for his mastery of the single-handed sword. Though slightly pessimistic inside, he maintained his brazen facade. "Never heard of you. If you're so tough, bring it on." Murray, observing the enemy from behind, quietly asked Walter. "They're all first-level warriors, right? Any particularly troublesome professionals among them?" Walter replied wearily. "They're all second-year students, first-level warriors. I've heard that Hunter Dunlop is a sword dancer. Not sure about the others, but there shouldn't be anyone stronger than him." Murray felt somewhat reassured. A sword dancer isn't too troublesome. "You rest for now. Nigel and I will handle these 4. Then I'll help bandage you up." Despite being outnumbered, knowing that their opponents were all first-level warriors without any exceptionally powerful individuals eased Murray's concerns. Murray Green advanced slowly, his gaze intense and his voice booming. "Nigel, do it. Teach them a lesson first." Nigel Arland was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. He knew all too well that if they could win, there would be no need for this verbal sparring. Clearly, they were at a disadvantage. However, Murray Green's words ignited the already tense situation. Hunter Dunlop instantly drew his sword, moving with the agility of a swift swallow, his blade aimed directly at Nigel Arland. Faced with the sudden attack, Nigel Arland had no time to think. He crossed his axes to block, the clash of metal ringing out as adrenaline surged through him. With a roar, he swung his axes with great force at his opponent. Hunter Dunlop sneered. "Foolhardy fool, seeking your own doom." He deftly withdrew his sword, avoiding a direct clash, and with a swift movement, he thrust his sword at an angle towards Nigel Arland's side. Murray Green continued his slow advance, his left hand manipulating spatial feedback to control the situation, while his right hand remained poised at his waist. Suddenly, he stepped forward with his right foot, thrusting his hip forward, revealing the grip of a revolver beneath his coat. Without hesitation, he drew and fired, the first bullet heading straight for Hunter Dunlop's abdomen. Despite being engaged with Nigel Arland, Hunter Dunlop remained vigilant. Sensing Murray Green's movement, he abruptly halted his attack, retreating a step with an uncanny grace to create distance. "Humph, crafty boy, time to teach you a lesson," Hunter Dunlop said, positioning his sword horizontally in front of him. The bullet struck the blade and was skillfully deflected, ricocheting away. Murray Green frowned slightly, but was not surprised. Unlike the brute force of magical beasts, humans possessed intelligence, could anticipate, and use weapons to their advantage. This was his first encounter with another human, and though he felt a thrill of excitement, his exterior remained calm. He suddenly spun the revolver's cylinder twice, causing a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. Hunter Dunlop's eyes widened with fury, but before he could react, Murray Green pulled the trigger again. This shot, however, wasn't aimed at Hunter Dunlop. "Watch out," someone shouted. The bullet sped toward a young archer who was drawing his bow. He had no time to dodge. In the nick of time, an assassin clad in tight leather armor shoved the archer aside, narrowly avoiding the lethal shot. "No wonder you're the prodigy of Ellis Academy. Your awareness and skills are impressive. But unfortunately for you, you're up against me." Murray Green sneered, smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. Though his first two shots missed, he remained unfazed, smoothly drawing a magic crystal gun from his left hip, aiming it at the young man with the greatsword. The magical array on the crystal gun glowed instantly under Murray's mental force, flickering with blue light, as if ready to unleash a deadly magic bullet at any moment. The young man with the greatsword felt a chill run down his spine, his hairs standing on end. He never expected his opponent to have a second gun, one that seemed even more powerful. As the young man held his breath, Murray flicked his left hand. Driven by instinct, the young man dove to the side. A gunshot rang out, followed by a piercing scream. The young man, now on the ground, was confused until he turned to see his assassin companion with a bloody hole in his thigh. The assassin glared at Murray, teeth clenched, eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected his opponent to feint with the magic crystal gun and then ambush him with the revolver after helping his companion. As an assassin skilled in agile attacks, being caught off guard was a bitter irony that ignited his fury. Although the bullet hadn't hit bone and the wound wasn't fatal, he was out of the fight in this student skirmish. Seeing the assassin fall to his shot, Murray relaxed. He knew that as a mage, his greatest threat was an assassin. If one got too close, he wouldn't have time to cast a spell before being taken down. Eliminating the biggest threat at the start was an excellent move. "Pathetic," Murray muttered, spinning the crystal gun back into its holster and blowing on the smoking revolver. He smirked, casting a mocking glance at the four opponents. "You little brat." The archer, furious at his companion's injury and Murray's disdain, quickly knocked an arrow and fired 3 in rapid succession. Meanwhile, the young man with the greatsword got back on his feet, gripping his sword tightly, and charged toward the battlefield where Nigel Ireland and Hunter Dunlop were engaged. "Hunter, you handle that kid. I'll hold them off here," Nigel shouted, his massive axe swinging with the speed of the wind. "Got it," Hunter responded, ready to break away from the fight. "Over my dead body. Stay right here," Nigel roared. As a berserker, he could only rely on his berserk state, recklessly clashing with Hunter to barely hold him at bay. If the sword dancer Hunter went after Murray, the situation would spiral out of control. Seeing the young man with the greatsword about to join the fray, Nigel was anxious. He had to find a way to thwart their plan, or the entire battle would be thrown into chaos. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows shot through the air, aimed straight at Murray Green. However, as they entered a 10-meter radius around him, Murray Green's lips curled into a slight smile. He raised his left hand gently, his fingertips emitting a faint blue glow. "Do you know why I didn't target you for a sneak attack?" Murray Green's voice was calm, with a hint of teasing. His tangible mental energy flowed from his fingertips, instantly enveloping the arrows. With a slight flick of his fingers, the arrows deviated subtly from their original path. "Because you pose no threat to me." Before his words had fully settled, the 3 arrows brushed past him, missing by mere millimeters. This astonishing scene left the distant archer wide-eyed, an involuntary scream escaping their throat, a telekinetic. Previously, Murray Green had seemed unremarkable, with nothing special about him except for the magic crystal gun that allowed for precise, continuous shooting. Those who focused on such tricks often lacked real strength. Yet now, he had not only incapacitated the assassin by injuring his leg, but also effortlessly thwarted the archer's attack, completely shattering their psychological defenses. Hunter Dunlop, who had intended to break away and confront Murray Green, was now dumbfounded. A telekinetic was a high-level profession among mages, requiring not just immense mental power, but also a profound magical foundation. What was this young man doing at Mount Chaos instead of honing his skills at the Magic Academy? Ordinary novice mages wouldn't dare venture into such a perilous area. Despite their strong attack capabilities, they had too many weaknesses and often struggled to escape from formidable foes. Anyone daring to come here was either ignorant or a master with exceptional skills. Ellis Academy clearly didn't accept fools, so Murray Green was undoubtedly the latter. Realizing this, Hunter Dunlop felt a chill run down his spine, filled with regret. What he thought was an easy target turned out to be a formidable opponent. As he pondered how to retreat gracefully, Murray Green didn't pause. Holding the gun in his left hand, he quickly activated the recoil-reducing magic circle on it with his mental energy. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots at the young man with the greatsword. Damn it! The young man, who was preparing to engage in battle, hastily raised his sword to block and tried to dodge. Clang! The first bullet was deflected by the thick greatsword, producing a crisp metallic sound. But before he could catch his breath, the second bullet struck his exposed calf as he shifted his position. Ah! The young man cried out in pain, losing his combat capability. Murray Green remained unfazed, swiftly opening the revolver's cylinder to eject the empty shells. He took a bullet with his left hand and adeptly cast an enchanting spell, infusing spatial magic into the bullet's tip. Then, using a mage's hand, he picked up 5 ordinary bullets and smoothly loaded the 6 rounds into the chamber, snapping the cylinder back in place with a flick of his right hand. The entire process was seamless, showcasing Murray Green's exceptional combat skills and calm demeanor. Within a few seconds, he had not only neutralized the enemy's attack, but also subdued 3 opponents in succession, demonstrating strength far beyond the ordinary. After reloading his revolver, Murray Green rested it on his left forearm, the cylinder snug against his sleeve. With a swift pull of his right hand, the cylinder spun rapidly with a series of clicks. As Murray leveled his right hand, his thumb pressed down the hammer, and the gun was aimed directly at Hunter Dunlop. Next, I'll fire 6 bullets, one of which is enchanted for extra power, Murray announced, using his mental strength to activate a shock-absorbing magic array, ensuring the upcoming rapid shots wouldn't be affected by recoil. Now you have 2 choices, Murray continued, the magical engravings on the revolver casting mysterious shadows across his calm face. You can either leave with dignity, but you'll need to pay 40 gold coins as compensation and apologize to Walter for the robbery and harm. Or, I can take you all down and collect the compensation from your bodies. Hunter Dunlop was nearly fuming with rage. A dignified sword dancer, being threatened like this and expected to apologize? Unthinkable. Murray saw the determination in Hunter's expression and, without a verbal response, knew the choice had been made. All right then, I won't hold back. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Murray pressed down with his right hand, positioning the revolver in front of his abdomen, and swiftly pulled the trigger. Bang! His left hand splayed open, thumb immediately pressing the hammer to reload. Bang! His left hand slid, and his index finger followed. Bang! Middle finger. Bang! Ring finger. Bang! Pinky. Bang! With the aid of the shock-absorbing magic, Murray fired 5 regular bullets and 1 enchanted bullet in less than a second. Seeing Murray fire without hesitation, Hunter's scalp tingled. His left hand reached out, and a short sword slid into his palm from his sleeve, while his right hand held a long sword, adopting a dual sword stance. Hunter unleashed the sword dancer's peak speed, narrowly dodging the first bullet. His right hand's long sword slashed downward, splitting the second and third bullets in half. As the fragments brushed past him, Hunter spun, using the momentum to swing back with his left hand's short sword, barely deflecting the 4th bullet. The sword dancer's movements were as graceful as a dance, yet filled with lethal intent. However, the 5th space-enchanted bullet struck with relentless speed. Caught off guard, Hunter's right shoulder was pierced instantly, flesh and blood bursting forth in a vivid, crimson bloom. In excruciating pain, Hunter cried out, his body involuntarily tipping backward to the right. At that moment, Hunter Dunlop felt a numbness in his hands as excruciating pain surged through him. Murray Green's last 2 shots hit his dual swords with precision, causing him to drop his weapons. Severely wounded, Hunter collapsed to the ground, his blood staining the earth beneath him. The only unscathed archer on the field turned pale and immediately shouted, "We surrender. We surrender and are willing to apologize." As he shouted, he sprinted towards the fallen Hunter. The archer quickly retrieved a vial of red potion from a hidden spot and unhesitatingly poured it into Hunter's mouth. Hunter managed to swallow the liquid, and the effect was immediate. His right shoulder wound stopped bleeding rapidly, and a hint of color returned to his pale face. Upon hearing the surrender, Nigel Ireland put away his axes and jogged over to Walter Rilling. He took out a similar red potion from his pocket and handed it to his companion. Walter drank it in one gulp, beginning to regain his strength. Meanwhile, Murray Green deftly reloaded his revolver, spun it a few times in his hand, and then holstered it. He joined Nigel beside Walter to help bandage his wounds. About half an hour later, the injuries of the 3 on the opposing side were initially treated. The archer, with his longbow on his back, walked to within 10 meters of Murray and his companions, studying Murray with a complex expression. Finally, with some reluctance, he tossed a pouch of money towards Murray. Murray caught the apology with a firm grip. He waited, and the pleasant jingle of coins brought smiles to the 3 of them. "We lost this time," the archer admitted. "May I know your name?" Murray tossed the pouch to Nigel and replied seriously, "Murray Green." "Murray Green." The archer was taken aback. Are you related to Ryan Green? Brother, younger brother, Murray answered directly. The archer appeared dazed, and after a moment of thought, he blurted out, that can't be. I've never heard of Ryan Green's younger brother. Are you a freshman? That's right. Is there a problem? Murray countered. The other three showed expressions of disbelief, staring intently at Murray. What do you mean? Is there a problem? It's a big deal. The archer chuckled wryly. It's been less than 2 months since the semester started. When we were freshmen, we were struggling to master basic breathing techniques. And here you are, a telekinetic who defeated the 4 of us in just 2 months. Realizing their opponent was merely a freshman, the 4 felt a sense of despair, almost bringing them to tears. Yet, they forced smiles and said to Murray, no, no problem at all. You're truly a genius. The appearance of the black mist snake at the mountain entrance caused quite a stir. Before Murray Green and his 2 companions could even start selling, they were surrounded by eager buyers waving their bulging money bags. The air was thick with tension and excitement as everyone yearned for a piece of the rare magical beast. The trio quickly decided to hold an impromptu auction on the spot. Bidding voices rose and fell, and coins clinked. Ultimately, the black mist snake sold for an astonishing 38 gold coins, setting a record high for a first-level magical beast. Murray Green was left speechless, truly amazed by the experience. After settling the accounts, they added the 40 gold coins compensation to the 38 from the snake, totaling 78 gold coins. Divided equally, each received 39 gold coins. Murray Green calculated that, along with the 7 gold coins from before, they had earned a net profit of 46 gold coins from this mountain trial, a truly lucrative venture. Murray Green was secretly thrilled, though he only displayed a faint smile. In contrast, Nigel and Walter's excitement was palpable. They hugged tightly, jumping and cheering as if they had won the lottery. The day's earnings were equivalent to a full month's hard work. In their excitement, Nigel and Walter had a bold-eyed lift Murray Green in celebration. But remembering his intimidating demeanor from before, they both shivered and quickly dismissed the thought. Back at school, Murray Green promised to consider them first for the next mountain expedition, then contentedly headed to the cafeteria to treat himself. As soon as Murray Green stepped into the cafeteria, he noticed Nick Brown dining alone. He unceremoniously sat down across from Nick with a plate of magical beast meat. It's you, Murray, huh? Murray, Nick exclaimed, then recoiled warily. I don't know you well, so don't get too close to me. Nick's reaction made Murray Green chuckle helplessly. He sighed, rubbing his temples, then slammed his fist on the table. You're still like this, Murray Green said coldly. Should I repeat what I did to Marlon Reed on you? What do you think, dear Nick? Hearing this, Nick felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself how this seemingly gentle and handsome Murray Green could have such a twisted sense of humor. How had he not noticed before? But according to Marlon Reed, Murray Green was supposed to be quite assertive. No, Nick replied, trying to stay calm, as he put his hands down, sat up straight, and picked up his knife and fork. Seeing Nick finally acting normal, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief. He cut a piece of magical beast meat, forked it, and popped it into his mouth, chewing as he asked, so, what's going on with you guys? It feels like you're about to lose. Although I haven't been following Nick Brown's Northern Aristocrats Boys Defense League closely, I can vaguely sense that the frequency of their battles has decreased significantly lately. At this moment, Nick Brown, a key member of the league, is sitting alone in the dining hall. The food in front of him is barely touched, and he looks deeply worried. Murray Green enters the dining hall and immediately spots Nick. He quietly approaches and sits down across from him. It seems like the league is on the brink of breaking apart, Murray Green states bluntly. At these words, Nick Brown looks up, trying to defend himself. Who says we've been defeated? We're just gathering our strength. Like a fist, you have to pull it back before you can deliver a harder punch. Murray Green's face shows disbelief, and Nick realizes his words aren't convincing. Before he can say more, Murray interjects. The sooner you're honest, the better. Tell me what's going on, and maybe I can give you some advice. Nick sighs, his shoulders slightly drooping. Perhaps his emotional defenses have been breached, or maybe he just needs to talk. So he begins to explain the recent changes. There's a week left before Elizabeth Ellis's banquet, and 3 new battle magic talents have emerged at the Magic Academy, Nick says, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. One is a Northern Aristocrat's heir, another is an out-of-town student, and the third is a local merchant's child. He pauses for a moment before continuing. The aristocrat's heir isn't competing. He already has inheritance rights, so why bother vying to become a son-in-law? Murray nods in understanding, gesturing for him to go on. Nick takes a deep breath and continues. Of the remaining 2, the out-of-town student is here for Elizabeth. Now that he's a battle magic talent, he's more determined than ever. No one in our league can match him. He gives a wry smile. The current leader of our league, Hayden Magier, is still just an ordinary level 1 mage and hasn't even decided his specialization. The gap is too large for us to take the initiative. Murray Green nods thoughtfully, but inside he's calculating. You guys need to get it together. The more intense the competition, the more Elizabeth will focus on you, which means she'll pay less attention to me. Nick continues to describe the league's predicament. Now people are gradually becoming mages, which is more straightforward than competing in drinking contests. But in the league, who can stand against the battle magic talents? He pauses, showing a helpless expression. The only one who can compete is that merchant's child's battle magic talent. But when we first formed the league, we only accepted aristocratic offspring and looked down on merchants. Now that we want to recruit him, he doesn't even acknowledge us. Nick's voice grows more somber. As a result, he's formed a third merchant's offspring league. Now we're caught in the middle, stuck. The out-of-town students we bullied are striking back, and the merchant's offspring we look down on are flaunting their strength. What can we do? Murray Green listens and gently shakes his head, offering only a single comment. You're in a tough spot. The greatest weakness of the Northern Nobles Alliance is undoubtedly the lack of an outstanding leader. Murray Green could have taken on this role if he were willing to reveal his identity as a strategist, in which case the Alliance would become the most formidable emerging force. However, Green's true intention is to use the Alliance to create a diversion for himself. He finds himself in a dilemma. If he joins the Alliance, he fears being dragged down with it. If he doesn't lend a hand, the Alliance may struggle to survive. What worries him even more is that if he intervenes too aggressively and inadvertently defeats all opponents, he might attract the keen interest of Elizabeth Ellis. This would be contrary to his original intention of avoiding integration into the ducal family. After much deliberation, Green decides to adopt a strategy of the more you do, the more mistakes you make. The less you do, the fewer mistakes. Doing nothing is faultless. He is willing to keep a low profile as long as no one provokes him, until Elizabeth chooses her fiancé. Recently, two attention seekers have diverted public focus, allowing Green, who prefers to remain low-key, to feel somewhat relieved. However, his tactic of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and harming himself by 800 to divert attention has severely diminished his appeal to women. Even Beryl Pett, who once had a good relationship with him, now keeps her distance. Thinking of this, Green couldn't help but smile wryly and sigh. This is truly a sad story. Nick Brown mistakenly thought Green was commenting on the state of the Noble Alliance and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Isn't it just? Over at the Magic Academy, we in the North have almost no competitive edge. We can only hope that a few geniuses will emerge from the Warrior Academy to bring glory to the Northern nobility. Let's hope so, Green replied perfunctorily. After a brief conversation, Nick hurried off to the Warrior Academy to gather news. Green, having eaten a few pieces of magical beast meat and feeling slightly less fatigued, decided to head to the Tower of Stanley Ellis to consult his mentor, Webster Ellis, about matters concerning the guidance of a telekinetic instructor. The magical elevator swiftly transported him to the top floor several hundred meters up. However, upon reaching the hall, he found the mentor's reception room door closed, indicating that there were guests inside. Green frowned, pondering whether to wait or return another day. Out of courtesy, he decided to wait. After all, visiting specially only to leave without a word would seem impolite. After making his choice, Murray Green prepared to head to the meditation room to wait. He thought he'd take the opportunity to practice a bit, so as not to waste time. Just then, his mentor, Webster Ellis, suddenly spoke in his mind. Murray, come to the reception room. This command left Murray Green puzzled. He wondered to himself, why would he need me there while talking to a guest? Does he need someone to serve tea? Despite his doubts, he had to obey his mentor's orders. Murray Green approached the door of the reception room, raised his right hand, and knocked twice with his index and middle knuckles. Come in, came his mentor's calm voice from inside. He gently pushed the door open and walked in slowly, immediately noticing a snow-white figure. It was a person dressed in icy white warrior attire, with snow-white hair tied up high, giving off a neat and capable appearance. From the straight back and the graceful waistline, it was clear that this woman had an outstanding figure. Murray Green's pupils constricted suddenly, and his heart pounded because this figure reminded him of a name. He silently prayed that this person's name was not the one he feared. Forcing himself to calm down, Murray Green walked forward with quiet steps. Despite deliberately slowing his pace, the reception room wasn't spacious, and he soon found himself next to the figure. He respectfully saluted his mentor, Webster Ellis, saying, Mentor. The more respectful he appeared outwardly, the more he cursed inwardly. He silently berated himself. You old man, why did you call me in here? And to my past self from a minute ago, why didn't you just leave? Why be polite? This old man doesn't deserve such respect. After the salute, Murray Green stiffly turned to look at the person beside him. She was stunningly beautiful, with brows as if painted, lips like red jade, and skin fairer than snow, carrying herself with elegance. Yet, her demeanor was as cold as ice, intimidating to behold. Murray Green noticed her long legs, estimating that if she stood, she wouldn't be shorter than him. In this world, Murray Green was considered short among boys his age, standing at 1.75 meters, with the potential to reach 1.8 meters by the time he turned 20. As Murray Green was observing her, the aloof woman slightly turned her face, scrutinizing him with her icy eyes. Despite her sitting position, Murray Green felt an oppressive sense of being looked down upon. Upon seeing her face clearly, he sighed inwardly, shouting in his mind, "Old man, just say she's your great-granddaughter." Although he didn't know if Webster Ellis had a great-granddaughter, it was his last hope. Webster Ellis, unaware of the turmoil within Murray Green, simply pointed to the aloof woman and said with a laugh, "Haha, Murray, this is the Princess Elizabeth you've been longing to see. Are you happy to see her now?" Murray Green's heart shattered instantly. He inwardly retorted, "And what do you mean by longing to see? Old man, stop adding drama to my life." Outwardly, Murray Green flashed a bright smile and respectfully performed a noble subordinate salute, expressing with a mix of joy, excitement, and fervor, "Ha, Your Highness, I am Murray Green. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Murray Green." Elizabeth Ellis nodded slightly, acknowledging Murray's greeting. Her bright eyes scanned him up and down, her gaze so intense it made his scalp tingle. "I heard you're a spatial mage." Elizabeth spoke with a direct, yet graceful tone. This question didn't surprise Murray, considering his mentor, Webster Ellis, was family to Elizabeth. In front of the Ellis family, Murray had few secrets. Murray Green first showed a hint of delight, then sighed wistfully. "Yes, by heaven's grace, I've awakened spatial magic and become a spatial mage. Unfortunately, my current strength is insufficient to fully wield its power." He cleverly shifted the topic. "At the banquet next week, might I have the honor of inviting your highness for a dance?" Murray calculated internally that, as a possessor of spatial attributes, his standing in Elizabeth's eyes was likely already at its peak. To avoid being coerced into a marriage alliance, he decided to downplay himself in other areas to highlight the advantages of other suitors. Undeniably, Elizabeth was the most beautiful woman Murray had ever seen. If choosing a partner based solely on looks, she would be his top choice. However, reality is far more complex than a simple choice. Elizabeth's noble status might overshadow her husband's independence. While Murray cared little for superficial titles, he valued his dignity. In the kingdom of Laney's, nobles quarreled with the king, enjoying high status. This privilege made many things easier. Even behaviors that defied social norms, like infidelity, often escaped harsh criticism. Instead, people might see them as fitting a noble's lifestyle. Thus, romantic escapades among the nobility were common, with male nobles being notorious womanizers and female nobles toying with men. Murray feared that if he married into the Ellis family as Elizabeth's husband, he might risk being cuckolded, a prospect he couldn't accept. With Elizabeth's beauty and charm, he might gladly be her lover, but as her husband, the risk was too great. However, given Elizabeth's status, Murray couldn't bluntly say, "You might cheat on me in the future. You heartbreaker, stay away from me." If he did, Elizabeth might not react, but Earl Green would certainly appear instantly, skin him alive, and then apologize to Elizabeth with a smile. Thus, unable to hide his remarkable talent, Murray chose to present himself as unremarkable in personality. He thought to himself, "Bring it on, future queen of the sea." Faced with Murray Green's straightforward invitation to dance, Elizabeth Ellis sat upright in her chair, responding expressionlessly, "I'll think about it and let you know later." Upon hearing this, Murray Green's face lit up with joy, his voice growing more enthusiastic. "Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing the first invitation upon me. I will give it my all and prove your wise judgment with my abilities." Listening to his words, Elizabeth felt a slight discomfort. She thought to herself, "This person is overly conceited and becomes arrogant with just a little praise. His character is quite off-putting." Seeing Murray continue to speak enthusiastically, Elizabeth gracefully raised her hand to signal him to stop. Murray immediately fell silent, looking at her in confusion. Elizabeth explained coldly, "Murray Green, it was my great-grandfather who told me that you are a true magical prodigy, which is why I chose to give you the first invitation. I hope you will focus on your studies and quickly master the essence of spatial warfare to protect the northern lands." With that, she turned directly to Webster Ellis, ignoring Murray. Although Murray sensed the coldness and distance in Elizabeth's words, he could not contain his delight and eagerly replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your praise. I will study diligently, day and night, and protect the North with my life, defending you. Your orders are my mission, and I will." Elizabeth raised her hand again, cutting off Murray's impending flattery. Her tone grew even colder. "That's enough, Murray Green. I understand your intentions. Now your most important task is to study well, understood?" "Yes, I understand your orders." Murray tried to continue, but Elizabeth interrupted sharply. "Good, as long as you understand." Elizabeth sighed inwardly. Her expectations for Murray had clearly been too high. Spatial warfare was indeed alluring, but seeing him in person shattered the idealized image she had. She turned to Webster, her tone softening slightly. "Great-grandfather, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Webster glanced at Murray with disappointment, but didn't dwell on it. He nodded kindly. Your matters are important, go ahead. But do visit your great-grandfather when you have time. Of course, great-grandfather. Elizabeth stood gracefully, while Murray took the opportunity to gaze at her. Her exquisite features, tall stature, and elegant curves appeared to him as a divine creation, leaving him entranced. As a 17-year-old intermediate warrior, Elizabeth easily noticed Murray's gaze. She silently assessed. Though he is talented, his character and willpower are sorely lacking. With this thought, she turned and left without hesitation. Seeing this, Murray hurriedly took a few steps to catch up, eagerly saying, "Your Highness, take care. If you have any troubles, please feel free to share them with me." Without turning her head, Elizabeth coldly declined. "No need, just focus on your studies." Murray Green watched Elizabeth Ellis's departing figure, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. A slight, smug smile played on his lips. "Think you can outwit me? Just watch me make you uncomfortable," he thought to himself with satisfaction. Elizabeth, as the heir to the Northern Duke, had been adored since childhood. To her, admirers were as common as the sands on a riverbank, hardly worth noting. Even those from another world were no exception, and if one of these admirers had a nasty personality, it only increased her disdain. The door of the reception room closed with a click, completely cutting off Elizabeth's silhouette. Reluctantly, Murray withdrew his gaze, swallowing involuntarily. He had to admit, Elizabeth truly lived up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the North. Even her silhouette was captivating. "Thank you, Minter, for putting in a good word for me with Her Highness." Murray turned to Webster Ellis, his tone laced with excitement. "Now that Elizabeth Ellis is dealt with, it's your turn." Webster's expression was troubled, internally conflicted. He wasn't sure if his well-intentioned actions were helping or harming his student. If he hadn't intervened, Elizabeth wouldn't have had high expectations of Murray, and thus wouldn't be left with a poor impression due to disappointment. Yet, without his help, Murray wouldn't have piqued Elizabeth's interest so quickly, nor received the first invitation. Time and fate, Webster sighed inwardly. Watching his student so infatuated with Elizabeth, he worried that this passion might ultimately hurt Murray. After a moment of contemplation, Webster decided to change the subject. "You should focus on your studies," he said sternly. "I'm going to teach you one of the 3 basic skills of battle magic, rapid spellcasting. You need to concentrate and train diligently." "Thank you, Mentor. I will train hard and live up to your and Her Highness's expectations," Murray replied eagerly, making sure to mention Her Highness at every opportunity. Webster looked at the 16-year-old before him, understanding in his heart. At an age when emotions are just beginning to stir, encountering a woman of noble status and stunning beauty who shows interest in him, it's only natural for him to be captivated. Even someone as experienced as Webster found this completely understandable. If it were anyone else, Webster wouldn't concern himself. But this was his prized student, a prodigy. If Murray could become a pair with Elizabeth Ellis, Webster would wholeheartedly support it. However, the recent interaction made him realize how unlikely that seemed. Webster worried that the more passion invested now, the harder the fall later. He could already foresee Murray being crushed by shattered hopes. Just then, Murray spoke up. "Minter, I'd like to discuss something with you about continuing my studies in telekinesis skills." As Murray Green spoke, he closely observed Webster Ellis's expression. Seeing no sign of displeasure, he gathered the courage to continue. "Today, I ventured into the mountains for training and realized my methods are too limited. I'd like to hire a telekinesis teacher to guide my practice." Webster Ellis furrowed his brow slightly. He knew Murray Green had studied magic crystal guns and even crafted some weapons based on them. However, to this 7th-level magician, these were nothing more than toys. How could toys be considered methods? He nodded slightly, agreeing with Murray Green's self-assessment. Yet, when he heard the latter part, he was about to offer a reprimand when a sudden insight struck him. Biting off more than you can chew is not a good idea. You're at a stage where you need to lay a solid foundation. Webster Ellis paused, a glint of insight in his eyes. However, learning more and finding connections between different skills isn't a bad approach. "I agree with your idea, and I'll write a recommendation letter to Professor Payne for you to receive guidance in telekinesis." Murray Green's eyes widened in surprise, repeatedly exclaiming, "What? What? What?" He had prepared himself for a long period of persuasion, even ready to wear Ellis down over time. Webster Ellis's initial opposition came as no surprise, but this unexpected turn of events left him feeling as if he had been slapped, completely stunned. "Here, take this to Professor Payne." Webster Ellis handed over the recommendation letter. Murray Green accepted the letter in a daze and walked out of the Stanley Ellis Tower. In a moment of disbelief, he pinched himself hard. "Ouch, that hurts. So it's real, not a dream." He rubbed his pinched arm, coming back to his senses. He scratched his head in confusion and glanced back at the tower where Webster Ellis stood. After a moment's thought, he decided not to dwell on it. Why overthink it? This is a good thing. I'm not a detective. Understanding the full story isn't necessary. Casting aside all doubts, Murray Green gripped the recommendation letter tightly and strode towards the magical tower of Payne DuPont, the foremost telekinesis master at Ellis Academy. Along the way, he occasionally skipped a few steps, clearly in high spirits. Shortly after, Payne DuPont finished reading the recommendation letter brought by the student and was filled with questions. Using his renowned mental acuity, he confirmed it was indeed Webster Ellis's handwriting, with no signs of errors or alterations. Yet, he still found the contents hard to believe. "Are you a student of Dean Webster Ellis?" Payne DuPont asked, his tone laced with evident skepticism. "Yes, Professor Payne," Murray Green replied respectfully. "Then why aren't you learning battle techniques from the Dean and instead coming to me for telekinesis?" "Because I want to diversify my attack methods," Murray Green stated plainly. Payne DuPont was momentarily at a loss for words. Battle techniques, diversifying attack method. She understood each word, but together, they made no sense to him. He shook his head helplessly. "Look at you. Is that even a coherent sentence?" When it comes to offensive tactics, Jean-Fa claims the second place, and no one dares to claim the third. Among magicians, he is truly one of a kind. Even a basic level 1 spell like Fireball, in Jean-Fa's hands, can become a deadly shower of sparks, incinerating everything in its path. Payne DuBois carefully observed Murray Green, his attention caught by those light blue eyes. "Water attribute magic? No, it's likely a rarer ice attribute variant," he mused to himself. After all, as the Dean's student, he wouldn't be that simple. Although the destructive power of ice attributes doesn't match that of fire, its lethality surpasses it. Payne DuBois suppressed his doubts and led Murray to the training room. When he witnessed Murray easily lifting a 10-pound iron block from 10 meters away using the tangible form of a mage's hand, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "Wow, your level is almost on par with a telekinetic." Payne DuBois was both surprised and delighted, though slightly frustrated. Such a promising talent, yet he was the Dean's student, so he dared not entertain any ideas. With no other choice, Payne DuBois subtly remarked, "Your mental aptitude is indeed suited for learning telekinesis, but as the Dean's student, your main focus will likely be on Jean-Fa." He gave a knowing smile. "Of course, if you have extra time and energy, I wouldn't mind imparting all my knowledge to you." In the end, Payne DuBois generously gave Murray a discount, only charging a guidance fee of 500 gold coins. In comparison, the annual tuition of 300 gold coins at the Magic Academy only covers basic knowledge. Although one could become a mid-level magician in 4 years, at a place like Ellis Academy, such an achievement is hardly noteworthy. Murray originally intended to pursue potion making, but by a twist of fate, ended up in Jean-Fa. However, the space attribute is so advanced that even the lowest level attack magic is level 4. Leaving Murray in a predicament, found himself in an awkward situation as a Jean-Fa with no spells to use. Choosing to become a telekinetic was an ideal decision for Murray Green, not only because of its prestigious status and formidable power among wizards, but also because it would help him advance to the 4th level smoothly. The cost of switching to a telekinetic was high, but thanks to the influence of Dean Webster Ellis, Payne DuPont only charged 500 gold coins, which was undoubtedly a bargain for Murray Green. Eager to seal the deal, Murray Green quickly pulled out his student card and paid the guidance fee, as if worried Payne DuPont might change his mind. Payne DuPont chuckled, saying, "No worries, it's just a casual guidance, not much trouble at all." After the test and payment, Payne DuPont led Murray Green to the training room. They sat cross-legged on the floor, facing each other with serious expressions. Payne DuPont got straight to the point. "Your time is limited, so I won't waste words. You have excellent mental aptitude and can barely lift 10 pounds now. But tell me, with your current training method, how long do you think it will take to lift 100 pounds, or even 1,000? Before Murray Green could reply, Payne interjected, "Even if you're exceptionally talented, with such primitive methods, reaching 100 pounds would take at least 5 years, and 1,000 pounds would be impossible." Murray Green wasn't surprised. He sensed there was more to Payne's question. He nodded, indicating he was listening intently. Payne DuPont explained, "The skill of mental materialization essentially involves compressing mental strength to increase its intensity, turning the intangible into tangible." As he spoke, he slightly raised his head, and Murray Green suddenly found himself floating 50 centimeters off the ground, looking down in amazement. Materialized mental power acts as a third hand for us wizards. Once you master multitasking, it's like having several strong, powerful hands. Our goal as telekinetics is to strengthen these hands, making them even more potent. Therefore, enhancing mental quantity and intensity is the core of our training. As he finished speaking, everything in the training room silently levitated. This scene finally shattered Murray Green's usual calm, leaving him visibly astonished. Payne DuPont smiled with satisfaction and gently returned everything, including Murray Green, to its place. "So, how's my telekinesis?" "That's amazing, Payne." Murray Green gazed at Payne DuPont with admiration. Pleased with such an eager student, Payne decided to teach him the method of mental refinement and asked him to practice it immediately. Blood energy fused with magic particles becomes battle energy. Mental strength fused with magic particles becomes magic power. For telekinetics, refining mental strength also involves magic particles. By using mental strength to touch magic particles and making them collide without merging, it greatly boosts mental intensity, even transforming mental strength into telekinesis. Hearing this method, a peculiar analogy flashed in Murray Green's mind. If the desire of mental strength for magic particles is like a lecherous man for a beautiful woman, it's akin to tying the lecherous man to a post while a beautiful woman seductively dances before him. In such a predicament, anyone would go wild. No wonder mental strength can turn into telekinesis. It's achieved through this extreme method. Realizing this, Murray Green's face lit up with understanding. Murray Green stood before Payne DuPont, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and attempted to refine his mental power. However, after only a few seconds, he opened his eyes again, his face etched with frustration. "Teacher, I can't do it," Murray said quietly. "As soon as my mental power touches the magic particles, they immediately merge. I can't control it at all." Payne DuPont looked at his student with an expressionless face, though his mind was a tumult of emotions. He knew Murray possessed a rare talent for combat magic, which meant his affinity for both mental power and magic particles was exceptionally high. This should have been a good thing, but when it came to mastering the key skill of refining mental power, it posed a significant obstacle. "Keep trying," Payne said calmly. "You must learn to control the rate of fusion." Murray nodded and closed his eyes again. However, after an hour had passed, he still hadn't made any progress. On the contrary, he had easily completed his daily meditation practice, which should have been a cause for celebration, but instead left both master and student feeling frustrated. Payne looked at his student, filled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was proud of Murray's talent. On the other, he couldn't help but envy the young man's efficiency and training. As a telekinetic, Payne knew all too well how much time it took to complete the same training tasks. "You need to slow down the fusion rate between your mental power and the magic particles," Payne finally said. "Otherwise, the contact time won't be enough to achieve the refinement purpose." Murray listened, a pained expression on his face. "Teacher, I've tried my best," he said with a wry smile. "But as soon as my mental power touches the magic particles, they start to merge. Even if I try to stop my mental power from merging, the magic particles actively merge with it." Hearing this, Payne felt a surge of frustration. He resisted the urge to vent, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "Since your affinity is so high, try a different approach. Instead of using your mental power to control the magic particles, find another way to keep them at a distance." Murray nodded thoughtfully, ready to try again. Despite the challenges, he knew that overcoming this obstacle was the only way to truly embark on the path to becoming a powerful combat mage. Remember, the method lies within your mental sea. I hope you discover it soon. Teacher Payne said mysteriously, then closed his eyes, declining to discuss any more details with Murray Green. Murray Green nodded thoughtfully and casually summoned a space magic particle from above his mental space. Strangely, these rare particles were readily accessible in his mental realm, allowing him to skip the step of drawing magic particles into his body. This resulted in Murray Green's cultivation speed far surpassing others, leaving even Dean Webster Ellis puzzled. Watching the magic particle being drawn towards the mental sea by mental gravity, Murray Green had a sudden insight about keeping them apart. Instead of blocking the particle with mental force, he used his will to stir up waves on the mental sea, interrupting the mental gravity. This attempt was remarkably effective, sparking a bold idea. If he could reverse the rotation of the mental sea, could it generate repulsion opposite to mental gravity? Acting on his thought, Murray Green immediately summoned another magic particle and simultaneously reversed the meditation method. As expected, an invisible repulsive force materialized, holding the falling particle in place. "Success," he thought with delight. Nearby, Teacher Payne keenly sensed the shift from gravity to repulsion around Murray Green and couldn't help but marvel, thinking, "This kid doesn't just defy expectations, he seems to transcend them." He was relieved to be only a part-time mentor, while also feeling a bit of schadenfreude for the pressure the dean would soon face. Murray Green began to skillfully control the magic particles, making them float up and down near the surface of the mental sea. He continuously switched between gravity and repulsion, thoroughly enjoying himself. The particles' faint glow illuminated the sea's surface, and Murray Green vaguely sensed a hint of becoming stronger. He suddenly realized, this is how wizards strengthen their mental power before achieving meditation success. Most wizards accelerate fusion to increase their magic after successful meditation, whereas psychics retain this process, developing it into a mental tempering method. Murray Green immersed himself in this newfound cultivation technique, feeling his mental strength gradually increase, and was ecstatic about the significant step he had taken on his path of cultivation. In the dormitory, Murray Green sat cross-legged on a leopard skin cushion, with three palm-sized throwing knives spinning around him like agile fish. With a flicker of his eyes and a swift motion of his right hand, one of the knives shot out like lightning, hitting the bullseye of the wooden target to his right. the blade buried deep. Murray felt a quiet satisfaction. This was the result of materializing the mage's hand and combining it with psychic force, giving the throwing knife an attack power comparable to that of a first-level warrior. While he was already outstanding among ordinary first-level practitioners, he still found himself lacking when compared to powerful professions like sword dancers. After finishing his practice, Murray looked out at the blood-red sunset and murmured to himself, "Tonight is going to be quite spectacular." With that, he got up to wash and then took a brand new custom-made noble outfit from his wardrobe. The outfit was woven from the silk of magical spiders, entirely black with the green family crest embroidered in gold thread and complemented by golden buttons, exuding a subtle luxury. Unlike the tight-fitting noble attire commonly seen, this outfit had wider sleeves, adding an air of elegance with a casual flick. Murray carefully equipped himself with a full set of gear, a magic crystal gun, a long-barreled revolver, a short-barreled revolver, and 5 throwing knives. He knew that Elizabeth Ellis's banquet tonight might be even more dangerous than venturing into the Chaos Mountains. Finally, he donned a first-level magic robe, which was inscribed with a first-level defensive magic array capable of resisting ordinary swords and knives. Ready, Murray picked up the invitation and left the dormitory. Downstairs stood a few classmates, also dressed as magicians, all members of the Noble Alliance. They glanced at Murray but paid him no further attention. Murray walked past them, heading towards the student grand hall. After his invitation was checked, Murray stepped into the grand hall. Gentle and beautiful music filled the air as he looked around. The hall, with its 30-meter-high ceiling, could accommodate thousands of people, and Murray thought to himself, "Plenty of space. Nothing will feel crowded if things get rough." Out of habit, Murray first wandered over to the dining area. The Ellis family, being a ducal family, had laid out a lavish spread that was astonishing. There were rare magical beasts from the sky, land, and water, and even seafood, which was a rarity in the inland kingdom of Laney's. Aware that a tough night might be ahead, Murray decided to fill up first. He unceremoniously pointed to a seafood dish resembling a lobster over a meter long, asking the chef to slice a plate of lobster meat. As he enjoyed the delicacies, he remained quietly vigilant, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Murray Green was thoroughly enjoying the feast, absorbed in the lively atmosphere of the grand hall. Guests kept streaming in, their conversations and hearty laughter creating a buzz that Murray found somewhat insincere. Determined to make the most of today's performance fee, he was intent on indulging in this rare opportunity for a free meal. As he was engrossed in his meal, a familiar voice interrupted his rhythm. "Murray, I knew I'd find you here." Murray looked up to see Leeway Ellis, dressed in a luxurious robe, approaching him. Murray inwardly groaned, sensing trouble. "Leeway, you're here too. Darn it. Another strong competitor," he thought. Although he had no interest in becoming Elizabeth Ellis's husband, as a representative of the Green family, he had to appear eager and involved. With a smile, Leeway said, "Oh, Murray, I'm hardly competition for you. Just an ant you could crush with ease." This remark left Murray puzzled, wondering if he had inadvertently revealed something. Feigning annoyance, Murray took a big bite of meat and complained, "Come on, Leeway. If word gets out about what you said, I'll be in hot water. And flattering recklessly deserves a 3-drink penalty." Leeway raised an eyebrow teasingly. "You're the one who flattered me first. I'm just returning the favor. If there's a penalty, you drink 3 first, and then I'll follow." "Deal." He placed a glass in front of Murray. Murray deftly changed the subject, laughing. "I think we should toast to His Highness." After a few more exchanges, Leeway picked up his glass and leisurely walked toward another acquaintance. Watching Leeway leave, Murray returned to his meal, ordering some dishes he had never tried before. Once satisfied, he reclined lazily on the sofa, surveying the hall's dynamics. He noted that Nick Brown's Noble Alliance had arrived, and the students from afar, distinguishable by their different skin tones and builds, mingled with those from the Warrior Academy. Suddenly, the side doors of the hall swung open, and a group of elegantly dressed female students streamed in, instantly filling the hall with excitement. Interestingly, the previously lively male students now behaved with unusual restraint, looking straight ahead with a gentlemanly demeanor. It wasn't that they lacked interest in the girls, but because the main attraction of the night was Elizabeth Ellis, and they dared not show interest in anyone else in her presence. Shortly after the girls' entrance, Murray noticed 2 or 3 dozen male students emerging from the back of the hall. To his surprise, he saw his older brother, Ryan Green, among them. Murray quickly got up and hurried over to Ryan, eager to ask, "Big brother, what brings you here?" With a smile, Ryan clinked his glass gently with Murray's. After taking a sip of wine, he replied with a grin, "I'm here to find you a sister-in-law. Men have their best mates, women have their close friends." Elizabeth Ellis, as the 3rd most powerful figure in the North, naturally had a circle of remarkable friends. These friends, whether they were gifted young prodigies or daughters of noble lineage, all gathered at the banquet hosted by Elizabeth herself, lending her their support and prestige. Ryan Green entered the banquet hall with a determined gaze. His goal for the evening was clear and simple: to find a suitable marquis's daughter for a noble alliance. He had just returned from a meeting with Her Highness Elizabeth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Murray, Ryan turned to his brother with a confident smile. "I've found my target. Beautiful, intelligent, and they say she's quite clever. You're about to have a sister-in-law soon." Murray Green responded with a chuckle. "Haha, with you leading the charge, success is inevitable. Here's to your triumphant return." Though just in his early 20s, Ryan Green, as the heir of nobility, had already begun planning for his future. A suitable future countess was not only a matter of personal happiness, but crucial for the entire Green territory. Much like their father who married Penny Campbell, this union brought the Campbell family's strong support to the Greens. Penny not only managed the territory's finances and business development, but also provided solid logistical support to the Count's army, leading to the flourishing of the Green domain. Inside the banquet hall, Ryan Green became the center of attention. Many female guests frequently offered him toasts, their glances holding hidden intentions. Murray looked around and noticed an interesting phenomenon. The earliest arriving males stood dutifully in the center of the hall, waiting for Elizabeth Ellis's arrival, while the later arriving females gathered around Ryan Green and his peers. Murray suddenly realized this was no ordinary banquet, but a carefully arranged matchmaking event for the northern nobility's heirs. Elizabeth Ellis and Ryan Green were the real protagonists here, selecting their partners. Murray couldn't help but admire. The Ellis family truly were the leaders of the North, even attending to their subordinates' lifelong matters so meticulously. Just as Murray was about to quietly exit this battlefield, a familiar voice called out to him. "Good evening, Murray." Turning around, Murray saw Margie Clemens in a long black dress, a large red ruby adorning her chest, smiling at him with a raised glass. "Good evening, Margie," Murray replied politely, preparing to leave. However, Margie skillfully blocked his path, engaging him in conversation while occasionally glancing towards Ryan Green. Murray understood and sighed inwardly. "Young lady, you should probably give up. My brother already has his sights set." Nevertheless, out of courtesy, Murray introduced Margie to Ryan Green. "Big brother, this is my classmate, Maggie Clements." After Murray Green made the introduction, he quietly left the matchmaking corner and blended into the bustling crowd in the center of the hall. Along with everyone else, he held his breath, waiting for the evening's most dazzling star to make her entrance. Suddenly, the music tempo shifted dramatically from soft to intense, and then abruptly stopped. A cool female voice echoed throughout the ballroom via a magical array. "Welcome to my banquet. I hope you all enjoy yourselves." As soon as the words were spoken, the curtain on the stage slowly drew back, and all the lights focused instantly. A tall and elegant figure appeared before the crowd. Elizabeth Ellis. She walked forward with long, graceful strides, followed by 6 uniquely beautiful friends who formed her exclusive entourage. Elizabeth's entrance was like dropping a bomb. Ryan Green and others immediately abandoned their female companions and rushed to Elizabeth's side, resembling a group of loyal guards. Behind them, a group of reluctant female classmates followed, forming a large crowd that moved with Elizabeth towards the center of the hall. As Elizabeth and her entourage reached the center of the hall, the entire atmosphere of the banquet changed instantly. Guests who were originally distributed in batches began to move freely, blending men and women together, finally creating the scene of a typical evening banquet. Elizabeth elegantly raised a glass of champagne and said loudly, "Thank you all for attending my banquet. Here's to everyone." Everyone present raised their glasses in response, saying in unison, "To Her Highness," and then drank it all. With that drink, the banquet music changed again, the rhythm gradually becoming more soothing yet more solemn than at the beginning. A sense of tension filled the air because everyone knew that the much-anticipated dance invitation segment was about to begin. In this segment, gentlemen would invite their favored ladies to dance and agree on the dance time. Although a lady could dance with multiple gentlemen at the banquet, the first dance was usually reserved for the closest person. Therefore, when multiple gentlemen invited the same lady for the first dance, it often led to fierce competition. If a lady had a particular fondness for one gentleman, she would make it clear. But if she didn't have a preferred choice, the gentlemen vying for the first dance had to resolve it among themselves. They would first try to persuade their rivals to back down using power, benefits, favors, or even threats. If these civilized methods failed, the final resort was a barbaric but effective solution. The pleasant music continued to echo in the hall, but to Murray Green, it sounded more like the call of war. He looked up at his brother, Ryan Green, then shifted his gaze to Elizabeth Ellis, standing out in the crowd at the center of the hall. Murray sighed deeply, gently touched the Green family crest embroidered on his chest, took a deep breath, picked up his glass, and resolutely walked toward Elizabeth. At the same time, about 20 or 30 others, like Murray, also stepped toward Elizabeth, hoping to invite this radiant jewel for the first dance. As the distance closed, the competitors began to clearly see each other's faces. The entire ballroom's attention quietly focused on this group, with an atmosphere of tension ready to erupt. Newman Jeffrey gracefully stepped in front of Murray Green with his wine glass, preventing him from approaching Elizabeth Ellis. Murray glanced around and noticed that other contenders were also being subtly intercepted by the noble heirs. He understood that the test had already begun. Murray observed his elder brother, Rhine, engaged in conversation with another contender and immediately grasped the intricately arranged performance. As a participant who had already received his performance fee, he displayed a professional smile and lightly clinked his glass with Newman's. "Hello, Newman. I'm Murray Green, a first-year student." Murray introduced himself politely. To his surprise, Newman looked astonished upon hearing his name. "You're Murray Green? I just spoke with Rhine when I met with His Highness. He mentioned having a genius magician brother, and it's you." Murray felt a surge of delight internally. His brother was indeed reliable, having already laid the groundwork for him. He modestly replied, "You're too kind. My brother tends to exaggerate. I don't quite deserve the title of a genius magician." Newman suddenly smacked his forehead, raising his voice a bit. "Wait, Murray Green. I remember now. Aren't you the one who received the first invitation from the Magic Academy?" It caused quite a stir. This statement caught Murray off guard. He glanced at Elizabeth Ellis standing nearby, wondering what Rhine had offered Newman to pave the way for him so openly. Despite his mixed feelings, Murray feigned pride, first giving Elizabeth a grateful look, then nodding to Newman in acknowledgement. "Yes, that's me." Elizabeth felt a pang in her heart when Murray looked at her, her brow furrowing slightly. Realizing that the person before her was indeed Murray Green, her emotions became even more complex and agitated. At that moment, a captivating woman in a fiery red gown, with snow-like skin and wearing ruby earrings, noticed the subtle change in Elizabeth's expression. She softly asked, "Elizabeth, today is supposed to be a great day for you. Why do you seem upset?" Elizabeth lowered her voice so only a few close friends could hear. "Those heirs didn't take my words seriously. I clearly instructed them to be strict and selective, but instead, they've given free rein to the northern noble descendants." Her friends listened and then observed the scene closely. They noticed that the northern noble offspring were indeed conversing happily with the heirs, some even playing the role of cheerleaders, constantly praising the challengers. In stark contrast, those challengers from other regions or of common origin were met with criticism and nitpicking from the heirs. This blatant favoritism left Elizabeth feeling quite displeased. As the future hope of their families, noble heirs naturally enjoy far superior resources for development compared to challengers. Among their peers, they generally hold a stronger position. Faced with these heirs who constantly find fault, the challengers can only suppress their anger and respond cautiously. Occasionally, they might retort, but never too harshly, fearing that a careless word might provoke a challenge to a duel. At that moment, a woman in a white and green evening gown elegantly approached. She had a well-proportioned figure and a gentle demeanor. She spoke, "They are indeed a bit excessive, making jokes about your lifelong matters. However, they have their reasons too." She gently shook her head, pointing out the faults of Rhine Green and others while also offering a mild defense for them. Then she turned to her female companions and said firmly, "Forget them. You all need to help me keep the standards high. If anyone lets an unqualified person through, you'll have to help me send them away." One of her companions playfully said, "Hee hee, Elizabeth, don't worry, we'll complete the task. But if we chase away all the suitors according to your standards, don't cry under the covers." The women laughed together, their bell-like laughter drawing attention. Elizabeth Ellis confidently replied, "Anyone who can be chased away by you all is not worth my time." As they spoke, she noticed someone approaching and said, "All right, someone's coming. Who's going to handle it?" A young man in a red magical robe, smiling, said farewell to the heirs blocking him and walked towards Elizabeth. Morpheus Clan, a fire mage, said a beautiful woman who resembled Elizabeth. She wore a snow-white gown, her eyes as cold as ice, and stepped forward. "I'll go." Elizabeth nodded and said, "Melody, my cousin, it's up to you." Morpheus Clan, who had been confident, stiffened when he saw Melody Partridge approaching. As a fire mage, he was usually fearless at school, but Melody Partridge was a formidable ice mage 2 levels above him. He recalled when he first entered the academy, Melody was already a prominent figure, and now, 2 years after her graduation, her power was even more profound. Melody greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see, Morpheus. I hear you're quite famous at school now." Morpheus gave a wry smile, memories flooding back. Meanwhile, Murray Green was having a lively conversation with Newman Jeffrey. Murray excitedly said, "Brother Newman, I've been to Kaya Mountain a few times for training. How about we team up and go there together next time?" Newman readily agreed. "Sure. Ever since I successfully changed my profession, I've wanted to try Kaya Mountain again. With a talented mage like you, we could definitely conquer the mountain together." As time passed, Newman patted Murray on the shoulder and said, "All right, it's about time I move on to the next person. Good luck, Murray. Aim for a great result." With that, he turned and left to find the next challenger. Murray watched Newman's departing figure, thinking to himself, "No, don't go. We were having such a great chat. Can't we talk a bit longer? But Newman was already gone, and Murray had no choice but to press on. A handsome young man just arrived. Joanna Stewart, in her red dress, glanced over with interest at Murray Green, who had just passed the first round. She leaned over to Elizabeth Ellis and whispered, "This young man is quite brave to come and invite me to dance so quickly. I'll go and meet him." Elizabeth Ellis nodded slightly, cautioning, "Murray Green, the genius magician, be careful." Upon hearing that title, Joanna raised an eyebrow and proudly said, "Even the most brilliant magician can't withstand my sword. I wonder if this young fellow will make me want to draw it." With that, she elegantly picked up a glass of red wine, twisted her lithe body, took a light step, leaving behind a fiery red afterimage, and vanished in an instant. Murray Green suddenly sensed a red aura approaching. Alert, he slightly raised his left hand in front of him, ready to deploy the knife hidden in his sleeve. His right hand held a wine glass close to his chest, prepared to draw a gun from under his arm at any moment. The next second, Joanna, in her fiery red gown, appeared abruptly before Murray. Recognizing her, Murray relaxed and eased his defensive stance. Joanna chuckled softly. "Ha! You must be Murray Green. I've heard you're a genius magician. I'm Joanna Stewart, and I love dealing with geniuses." Murray sighed inwardly. "Who's spreading this genius magician title? It seems like everyone I meet mentions it. What about my 3 fellow warriors? There are supposed to be 3 warriors, yet 4 genius magicians. I hope they're not curious enough to test me." Despite his apprehension, being complimented by a beautiful woman felt nice. Murray decided to overlook her presumptuousness and smiled humbly. "Ha! It's just a nickname my close friends came up with, nothing serious. If anyone's a genius, it's you. I couldn't even see you approaching earlier." Joanna squinted slightly, her intuition telling her he was lying. As a warrior, she could sense that Murray wasn't without defenses. Although she was at the peak of level 2, nearing level 3, Murray had still sensed her approach at such a close range. Perhaps the genius magician title wasn't entirely unearned. Murray continued to downplay his abilities, hoping Joanna would dismiss him as too weak and eliminate him. However, fiery by nature, Joanna bluntly said, "People might choose the wrong name, but never the wrong nickname. Besides, Elizabeth agrees with it. And I noticed you're not as simple as you seem." Caught so directly, Murray could only stand there with an awkward laugh, seething inside. Murray Green realized that modesty wasn't serving him well in this world, so he decided to change his approach. After chuckling twice, he straightened his expression, showing a confident demeanor. "Haha, as expected of Joanna, you truly have a sharp eye and great insight." Murray laughed heartily, his voice brimming with confidence. "That's right, from the very first class, Professor Linden praised my strong mental powers. My meditation progress has always been ahead of the curve." His voice was deep and persuasive as he continued. "In fact, I might be the top freshman magician at the academy. It was precisely because of my exceptional talent that Princess Elizabeth gave me the first invitation to the academy." Murray's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of those around him. With the crowd's eyes on him, he smiled and gazed fondly at Elizabeth Ellis. "A week ago, when I met with Her Highness, I invited her to dance," he announced. This statement was like a bombshell, capturing everyone's attention. Heirs and challengers alike paused their activities to focus on Murray Green. They wondered who this young man was, to have met with the princess before the banquet and even invited her to dance. Murray seemed lost in his own world as he described the scene to Joanna. At the time, Her Highness said she'd consider it. Now that the banquet is underway, I want to confirm with her if I might have the honor of inviting her for the first dance. He thought to himself that since modesty wasn't working, he'd try the opposite approach. What was initially a simple dance invitation had now escalated to the first dance. If Elizabeth agreed, the others could consider themselves out of the running. Joanna Stewart exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness! I didn't expect you had such an agreement with Elizabeth. It's incredible." She looked at Murray Green, who seemed like a completely different person, thinking that the once sheepish boy had transformed into an ambitious wolf. "Yes, if you don't believe me, you can ask Her Highness," Murray said confidently. "Or you can listen in when I ask her." Joanna glanced at Elizabeth Ellis. Despite the noisy banquet, Elizabeth, being an intermediate warrior, should have heard Murray's words. Seeing her slight displeasure but no direct rebuttal, Joanna deduced that there was some truth to it. Looking at the smug Murray, she seemed to understand why Elizabeth wasn't fond of this so-called magical prodigy. "Oh, young man, how can you be so lacking in discretion?" Joanna thought to herself. "I thought you were decent, but a little praise and you lose your composure. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being harsh." Her smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. Murray Green immediately felt a chill in his heart, as if being simultaneously scorched by intense heat. Murray Green felt a rush of excitement as he sensed the sudden pressure emanating from Joanna Stewart. Keeping his composure, he extended his glass and said steadily, "Senior Joanna, there's something I need to discuss with His Highness." He slightly raised his glass, signaling for a toast. In this banquet, each toast held its own meaning. A toast at the beginning signified welcome. One during the height of the event meant continuation, and Maui's current gesture, combined with his words, was undoubtedly a polite way of expressing his intent to leave and seek out Elizabeth Ellis. Faced with such a straightforward request, Joanna's lips curled into a cold smile. She thought, if I let you pass so easily, I'd be failing in my role as a gatekeeper. Elizabeth would never forgive me. She chuckled softly, heh, and then intensified the pressure she was exerting. Murray suddenly felt as if he were in a furnace. Instinctively, he wanted to shield himself with mental strength, but quickly realized that was inappropriate and stopped the thought. Feigning discomfort, he said, I don't know why, but it's suddenly a bit hot. With that, he fanned himself with his left hand and unbuttoned the top two buttons of his high collar, revealing his Adam's apple and a small patch of skin on his neck. Seeing this, Joanna's eyes twitched slightly. She pondered, what is this little guy trying to do? Is he hinting at something? She knew well that banquets were often breeding grounds for romantic escapades, which usually began with subtle hints exposing a bit of skin, gently scratching a palm during a handshake, and other such gestures. The response of the one being hinted at often determined what happened next. After weighing her options, Joanna made her decision. Regardless of whether Murray was genuinely hot or had ulterior motives, his actions were inadequate. She smiled charmingly, suddenly grabbed Murray by the collar, and whispered in his ear, Junior, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Let's go somewhere quiet. With that, she forcefully tugged at Maui's collar, pulling him aside. The surrounding guests witnessed this scene with knowing smiles. Some looked at Murray with pity, while others showed envy. Stumbling as he was dragged, Murray couldn't help but plead softly, Hey, sister, dear sister, I wasn't trying to resist. Could you be a bit gentler? Ignoring his plea, Joanna headed straight for a secluded corner of the banquet hall. Although the hall was open, it was designed to accommodate guests who preferred privacy or needed a discreet space. The layout included a back hall and side rooms. Additionally, the second floor had guest rooms for those who might need a rest after drinking. The garden courtyard was perfect for secret rendezvous, and the private balconies offered an ideal spot for moonlit conversations. Joanna Stewart, the fixer, wasn't one to worry about appearances. She grabbed Murray Green and stormed into a side room with great urgency. The few people who had been enjoying a moment of peace were left dumbfounded by the sudden intrusion. You all carry on. I'll just step out for another drink, said a flushed, introverted classmate as he quickly exited, with the others following closely behind. As they left the side room, they noticed many eyes were now on them. Next to Elizabeth Ellis, a gentle woman whispered, Oh dear. Joanna is too fiery. She doesn't excel at handling things gently. That freshman is in for a rough time today. Hearing this, Elizabeth frowned, feeling conflicted. She pondered to herself, spatial combat techniques, indeed a remarkable talent, but sadly lacking in character. To her, Murray Green was like a chicken rib, something of little value, hard to discard, yet not worth savoring. According to her great-grandfather, spatial combat techniques required training to the level of a high-level mage to truly shine. But with Murray Green's arrogant nature, he might not live to reach that level. Shaking her head, Elizabeth decided not to dwell on this minor incident at the banquet. Her gaze shifted to Morpheus Crane, the fire mage, then to Harlan Hollis, the artificer, Quincy Collins, the storm swordsman, and Rory Clemens, the sharpshooter. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the side room was tense. Joanna released Murray Green and asked coldly, Freshman, what's with unbuttoning your collar? Murray Green feigned innocence. I'm hot. Is that so? Let me see if you're really hot. Before he could respond, Joanna suppressed her power to the first level and, with her fingers forming a sword-like gesture, thrust them toward Murray Green's shoulder. Sensing danger, Murray Green instinctively used his mental power to control his body, narrowly avoiding the sudden attack by shifting his shoulder aside. He quickly retreated several steps, putting about 4 or 5 meters between him and Joanna. Whoa, what? Senior, what are you doing? Murray Green asked, feigning surprise. Joanna, intrigued that a newly minted mage could dodge her attack, showed a hint of interest on her face. Freshman, your reflexes are impressive. Show me what else you've got. Murray Green, now acting quite audaciously, declared, I'm a magic prodigy. I've got some skills. But, Senior, this is His Highness's banquet. Fighting here might not be appropriate, don't you think? Calculating his options, Murray Green figured his abilities could no longer be concealed. Rather than being passively attacked, he chose to showcase some of his prowess. With a thought, he used his mental power to make 2 wine glasses float in front of him. Using the mage's hand, he lifted a bottle of red wine and poured a little into each glass. Then, he unbuttoned another button on his shirt, adjusting his disheveled collar. Instantly, his appearance transformed from that of a dashing young nobleman to a charming young man. Murray Green picked up a glass of red wine and, using the mage's hand, offered the other glass to Joanna. He raised an eyebrow with a playful smile, his eyes carrying a hint of flirtation. Senior, at a banquet, we should do what one does at a banquet. Freshman, you've got some nerve. Joanna Stewart chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on the floating wine glass before her. She elegantly extended her hand, her white fingers gently caressing the rim of the glass, giving it a slow, deliberate spin. Not really, Murray Green responded calmly. A hint of amusement flickered in Joanna's eyes. I'm not interested in how brave you are. I want to know if you're skilled enough. Her words barely finished. She flashed a bright, yet dangerous smile at Murray. Suddenly, Joanna flicked her middle finger against the glass. In an instant, the floating glass exploded like a bomb, sending shards and wine flying towards Murray. The fragments spun in the air, and the wine splattered like blood, creating a deadly yet beautiful display. Facing this lethal yet stunning attack, Murray remained unfazed. He waved his right hand, fingers slightly spread, palm facing the incoming shards. Telekinesis, activate. As soon as he spoke, the speed of the glass shards and wine dramatically slowed, eventually hovering in midair, as if caught by an invisible force field. Telekinetic, impressive, Joanna nodded approvingly. But that's not enough to impress me. She glanced around, grabbing a feather duster and charged straight at Murray. Go, Murray murmured, as the shards of the wine glass, enveloped in his telekinetic grip, shot back at Joanna like meteors. Explode, Joanna shouted, swinging the feather duster, unleashing a blast that shattered the oncoming shards into dust. Seeing this, Murray touched his waist where his handgun was, but decided against using it. Instead, he quickly summoned 3 telekinetic hands, each grabbing a larger shard of glass. Senior, it's just a drink. No need to get physical, he said, though the shards continued to attack Joanna under his control. I'm not being physical, just testing your skills, that's all. Joanna laughed lightly, deftly stepping back to avoid one shard, flicking another away with the feather duster, and deflecting the last with a backhand, effortlessly countering Murray's attack. Murray, seeing his attack fail, calmly retreated and prepared for a second wave. This time, however, the scattered shards couldn't attack simultaneously. Joanna seized the opportunity, swinging the feather duster 3 times. Explode, explode, explode. With 3 blasts, the shards turned to dust. Joanna chopped through the dust with a vertical slash, creating a path as she charged at Murray with fury, feather duster in hand. Watching Joanna's fierce advance, Murray couldn't help but exclaim, terrifying. Senior, aren't you afraid of scaring the juniors and ruining their image of a great beauty? Murray Green asked provocatively, his eyes gleaming with a challenging light. He casually placed his wine glass on the table, his gaze sweeping over the yellow-beclered dinnerware. Suddenly, he slapped the table, and the knife and fork floated into the air. Go, he commanded. The silver utensils shot forth like arrows, the knife aiming for Joanna Stewart's face while the fork targeted her thigh. Meanwhile, the plates spun around Murray Green, forming a silvery shield. Nice move, Joanna Stewart chuckled softly. She deftly twisted to the side, her fiery red dress swirling like a dancing butterfly. With a flick of her feather duster, she knocked the fork away, then executed a graceful spinning kick to send it back to Murray Green. Stop! Murray Green exerted his mental force, using his mage hand to grip the fork tightly. The fork halted abruptly a meter away from him. However, before he could relax, the fiery figure darted within 5 meters like a flash of lightning. Counterstrike, Murray Green murmured. The evaded knife traced a graceful arc, heading towards Joanna Stewart's side. Without turning her head, she pushed off with her legs, leaping into the air. Her body spun 720 degrees, and the knife whizzed past her waist. Impressive, Murray Green admired Joanna Stewart's graceful form while retreating and launching the fork in front of him. Haha, not bad, forcing me to this extent. I acknowledge your title as a genius mage. Joanna Stewart laughed lightly in the air. She casually swung her feather duster, accurately intercepting the oncoming fork. The two were locked in a stalemate, but Joanna Stewart borrowed force from thin air, stepping on the fork and pointing her feather duster at Murray Green. Heavenly strike. Murray Green looked up at the red silhouette in the air, smiling with a thumbs up. Senior, your legs are really fair. Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in anger at his words. At that moment, the plates orbiting Murray Green flew towards her in a strange curve. She swung her feather duster to deflect them, only to see the knife shooting directly at her. Gritting her teeth, she knocked the knife away and aimed at the plate. Slow, Murray Green whispered. The plate paused in midair, its speed dramatically reduced, skillfully avoiding Joanna Stewart's strike and continuing towards her neck. Oomph, child's play. Joanna Stewart snorted coldly. She twisted her flexible body, easily evading the plate's attack, then descended gracefully to the ground. However, as she looked up, a streak of red light was already upon her. Faced with the attack, Joanna Stewart instinctively swung her feather duster, only to be hit in the shoulder by a fork flying from behind. She hesitated for a moment, and Murray Green seized the opportunity. He reached out with his left hand, and a red light flashed. Joanna instinctively raised her hand to block, only to find a wine glass filled with red wine hovering steadily in front of her. She was momentarily stunned, then her lips curled into a smile, and her bell-like laughter echoed in the air. Hee hee. Murray Green. Not bad. You're really not bad. Murray Green straightened his back, his face full of pride. I know I'm pretty good. Otherwise, why would I be called a genius magician? He said smugly, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. This time, he had suppressed Joanna with sheer strength, without any tricks, and felt so exhilarated he almost wanted to howl at the sky. My talent and strength are unparalleled, and my looks are extraordinary, Murray continued to boast. So I'm a perfect match for Her Highness. Senior, could you put in a good word for me with her, and get her to agree to dance the first dance with me tonight? Joanna looked at the wine glass in front of her, then glanced at the smug Murray, momentarily at a loss. The genius magician who just managed to suppress her had turned into this in the blink of an eye. She found it hard to reconcile. Seeing Joanna hesitate to take the wine glass, Murray pressed on. Senior, if you could mention this to Her Highness, I'd be eternally grateful. When I marry her, I'll make sure you get the best seat at the wedding. At this, Joanna's face darkened, and she stared incredulously at Murray. Boy, I knew you were confident, but I didn't expect you to get ahead of yourself so quickly. You're already thinking about marriage before you've even made any progress. You're really getting ahead of yourself. Senior, you don't look too well, Murray said with a puzzled expression. Could it be that you got hurt during our spar? No way. I remember holding back. I didn't hit hard. This comment completely ignited Joanna's anger. To hell with your wine. To hell with holding back, she shouted, smashing the floating wine glass with a slap. I want to see just how strong you really are, daring to hold back against me. Joanna leveled her feather duster, stripped off all the feathers with her left hand, leaving only a bamboo stick. She held the bamboo in her right hand, swiftly twirling it to adjust her grip, her bright, angry eyes fixed on Murray Green. Murray was secretly delighted. She's mad. Great. Even if I get beaten today, it's worth it, he thought. Offending her, then offending her best friend, I don't believe this risky start will end well. If it does, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. So Murray extended his right hand, for fingers together, making a please gesture, signaling Joanna to bring it on. Joanna Stewart witnessed the scene, her anger flaring. She moved swiftly, charging at Murray Green like a wildfire. Murray quickly summoned his dining trio, a knife, a fork, and a plate, sending them flying through the air to attack Joanna. In Joanna's hands, a featherless duster transformed into a weapon, her attack speed increasing with her rising fury. Seeing this, Murray used his mental pull to retrieve the knife that had been knocked away. With a flick of his fingers, the stationary knife turned into a spinning blade. He maneuvered this makeshift cutting tool to spin around him 3 times before launching it at Joanna using his mage hand. Joanna swatted away the fork and took a step forward, only to be forced back by the ferocious strike. She gritted her teeth, swinging her bamboo stick with explosive force. The spinning silver knife collided with the bamboo, and despite not being sharp, it sliced through the stick instantly due to the mental force and rotation. However, the explosive force from the bamboo stick significantly altered the knife's trajectory. Joanna easily dodged the knife that had lost its aim, then hurled the broken bamboo stick at Murray. He caught it with his mage hand, feeling the immense power within, and was secretly alarmed. Senior, it's just a sparring match. No need to go so hard, he said, pulling the stick aside with effort. He managed to deflect the attack enough to avoid a direct hit. Murray stood his ground, continuing to control the fork and plate in his assault. The bamboo stick brushed past him, the wind tousling his hair, adding a touch of flair. Now unarmed, Joanna retreated a few steps, deftly dodging 2 attacks before moving beyond Murray's 10-meter control range. Murray withdrew his trio and paused the attack. Although his mental power only covered a 10-meter range, it was enough for him to manipulate objects with agility. If necessary, he could use a solidified mage hand paired with mental repulsion to easily strike opponents 50 meters away, and even at 100 meters, it was quite effective. However, against opponents of similar level, this method was too rigid, making dodging or intercepting as easy as pie. I refuse to believe I can't handle you today, Joanna declared. As a blaze swordswoman, each of her moves packed explosive damage. She had high standards for her weapons, even worrying that the bamboo stick might accidentally explode in her hands. Looking around, she quickly moved to the fireplace, grabbing a pair of copper fire tongs and giving them a practice swing. A bit light and short, but they'll do. Joanna turned to face Murray, only to find him with 2 wine glasses set before him, leisurely pouring champagne. Murray looked up at her, his eyes filled with curiosity. What's wrong, Senior? Haven't you conceded yet? Admitting defeat? Those words have never been part of Joanna Stewart's life motto. Tonight, her already fiery temper was further ignited by the provocations of Murray Green. Joanna's eyes blazed with anger as she held a pair of tongs level with her chest, her left index finger pointed like a sword at Murray. He blinked, calmly setting down his champagne. Come on, Senior. It's a banquet tonight, a time for fun. Murray began, only to be cut off by Joanna. For me, fighting is fun, she said coldly, kicking a nearby chair. The chair flew towards Murray like a cannonball, but was stopped midair by his telekinesis, landing softly on the ground. Senior, a fight's a fight, but damaging public property will cost you, Murray reminded her. I'll pay. I've got plenty of money, Joanna replied arrogantly. So, you'll cover the expenses from here on out. Murray chuckled, inwardly impressed by Joanna's wealth. Without another word, Joanna swung the tongs, smashing the obstructing chair into pieces. The chair that Murray had just protected was instantly reduced to a shower of fragments. Suddenly, a set of tableware appeared in front of Joanna again. This time, she acted without hesitation, her explosive battle aura boiling as she struck the plate with her tongs. Clang! The sharp sound echoed throughout the side hall, even reaching outside. The plate, propelled by the explosive force, flew out of Murray's control, a searing energy piercing through his mental defenses, impacting him directly. Astonished by the strength of a powerful fighter, Murray quickly adjusted his strategy. He spun a dinner knife at high speed and grabbed a champagne bottle. Watch out, Senior, he shouted, hurling both the spinning knife and champagne bottle at Joanna. Good. I've been waiting for this move. Joanna's eyes gleamed with cunning. Her right arm flexed, and the tongs, like a striking viper, precisely caught the spinning knife. As they wrestled, she deftly caught the incoming champagne bottle with the tongs. What's your scheme this time, Junior? Joanna asked warily. Murray smiled mysteriously. Just a little trick to win. No need to worry, Senior. Behind Joanna Stewart, a piece of the chair she had broken suddenly rose into the air and silently hurled towards her. Her sharp ears twitched slightly, detecting the disturbance behind her. Almost instinctively, Joanna swiftly sidestepped, allowing the chair fragment to skim past her waist and hit a champagne bottle nearby with precision. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered. In that split second, Murray Green clasped his hands together, palms facing Joanna, and thrust them forward. A surge of invisible psychic force rushed out like a tide, carrying with it the shards of glass and red wine, shooting uniformly towards Joanna. Faced with this close-range assault, Joanna Stewart remained unfazed. She raised the fire tongs in her hand, a glint of disdain in her eyes as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Murray Green wasn't about to sit idly by. With a wave of his left hand, the only surviving fork from the set floated over, suspended in his palm. His right hand quickly cast an enchantment spell, with 3 mystical hands simultaneously controlling the fork to spin furiously, resembling a miniature drill. In the blink of an eye, the enchantment was complete, and a barely perceptible gray glow appeared on the fork's surface. Go! Murray Green commanded in a low voice. The fork, enhanced with spatial enchantment, burst forth with incredible speed under the control of the mystical hands, appearing almost instantly within inches of Joanna Stewart. Open! Murray commanded again. Joanna Stewart reacted swiftly, bringing down the fire tongs in her hand, splitting the oncoming glass shards and wine in two, letting them pass by her harmlessly. However, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden sense of imminent danger surged through her, causing her pupils to contract sharply. Whoosh! Before Joanna could mount a defense, a sharp sensation grazed her white neck, severing a few strands of her hair. Immediately after, a faint whooshing sound echoed in her ear. Joanna Stewart finally snapped back to reality, her face a picture of shock. She instinctively reached up to touch her neck, as if she could still feel the lingering threat of the enchanted fork. After a few seconds, she managed to compose herself, fixing her eyes on Murray Green with a cold tone. What was that move just now? It made me feel a mortal threat. In response to Joanna's question, Murray Green appeared smug. He shrugged, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed heartily. Ha! That's my exclusive ultimate technique, the ultimate invincible spinning destruction drill. It can destroy anything in its path. So, do you think I'm qualified to protect His Highness? With this ultimate spinning invincible destruction drill, I assure you His Highness will be safe. Joanna Stewart frowned, sensing something off. Wait, she interrupted. What was that technique called? The invincible spinning ultimate destruction drill. Murray Green blurted out. Why? Interested in learning it? If you say a few nice things about me in front of His Highness, I might consider teaching you. Outwardly, Murray Green maintained his smug demeanor, but internally, he was berating himself. Damn, I got carried away, he lamented to himself. What did I call it in the beginning? The name's too long. I just said it without thinking, and now I've forgotten. After a brief exchange with Murray Green, Joanna Stewart considered raising the fire tongs again to smash his mouth. Such a handsome young man, she thought, but with such a mouth. However, upon careful reflection, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in realization, glaring at Murray Green with anger. You're messing with me, she shouted. Hearing this, Murray Green quickly put on an innocent expression and casually replied, no deal. Upon hearing Murray Green's flirtatious remark, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in disbelief, blinking as if to confirm she hadn't misheard. However, in the next instant, her expression twisted with rage, erupting like a volcano. You've got a death wish, don't you? Joanna hissed, emanating a dangerous aura. She no longer suppressed her power, and her formidable presence filled the entire room. Murray Green, sensing the shift in atmosphere, narrowed his eyes, and quickly placed his right hand on his waist. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and his whole stance suggested he was ready for action. Seeing Murray's reaction, Joanna, furious yet amused, said coldly, "Little Junior, you really plan to go against your senior? I'll play dirty, using my seniority to bully you." Murray Green was dancing on the edge of a knife, perilously close to danger. Yet, to maintain his self-imposed persona of arrogance, lechery, and slight incompetence, he had no choice but to continue this risky game. Just as tensions peaked, an urgent knocking sounded at the door. 3 rapid knocks, so quick they almost blended into one. The unexpected knocking was like a cold shower, instantly quenching Joanna's fury. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but still shot Murray a fierce glare. "You're lucky today," Joanna said icily. "Next time, I'll show you how the flowers bloom." Murray, undeterred, continued to provoke. "Senior, I've already said I'm not interested. My heart is full of Her Highness, and there's no room for anyone else." Joanna raised the poker as if to strike, but ultimately just glared at him and tossed it aside. She quickly tidied her disheveled dress and headed to the door. As the door opened, a cold, exquisite face appeared. It was Elizabeth Ellis. She said calmly, "Joanna, step out for a moment. I need to speak with Murray Green." "All right." Joanna had no objections, but before leaving, she whispered a few words to Elizabeth and glared at Murray one last time before turning to leave. Murray, outwardly displaying a bitter expression at Joanna's tattletale behavior, inwardly applauded her. "Well done, dear sister." In the side chamber, Murray Green was alone with Elizabeth. He bowed his head, organizing his thoughts, but Elizabeth spoke first. "Joanna said you did well." "Gah." Murray was taken aback, but quickly smiled as if he had expected it. He took 2 steps closer to Elizabeth, placing his left hand on his chest and extending his right hand towards her, smiling as he asked, "In that case, may I have the honor of inviting Her Highness for the first dance tonight?" Faced with such a direct invitation, Elizabeth frowned slightly, her eyes flickering with hesitation. "I don't feel like dancing tonight. Maybe another time." For Elizabeth, tonight's event was merely an initial screening to meet candidates and conduct simple tests. Though some men stood out, none shone bright enough to meet her expectations. Murray Green, however, was not ready to give up so easily. He continued to persuade. "Your Highness, won't you reconsider? I'm quite the dancer. I'll tell you a secret, but don't let it get out, all right?" Murray Green unknowingly stepped into Elizabeth Ellis's personal space, almost intruding upon it. The move made Elizabeth frown, but out of politeness, she forced herself to listen patiently. Murray was enthusiastically sharing his secret. "At this year's welcome dinner, I danced with 13 female classmates. They all praised my graceful moves." Elizabeth's patience was wearing thin. She was frustrated, wondering why she was wasting her time listening to such dull bragging. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and raised her hand to interrupt him. Her voice was icy. "I already said, I don't want to dance tonight." Although Elizabeth didn't use any special powers, her years of cultivating an authoritative presence exerted an invisible pressure that immediately silenced Murray. He could only nod stiffly, while inwardly grumbling, "This woman is fierce. If I married her, I'd probably face domestic violence every day." Elizabeth briefly reprimanded him and then ushered him out of the side chamber, calling the next person in. Murray dragged his feet, deliberately putting on a disappointed expression as he left the room. As expected, all eyes turned to him. He sighed deeply and called out with a slightly dejected tone, "Morpheus Crane, Her Highness Elizabeth wants to see you." With that, he reluctantly stepped aside to let Morpheus enter. Hearing his name, Morpheus Crane quickly ended his conversation with Melody Partridge and walked briskly to the door. The handsome young man in a magical robe took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, smiled slightly at Murray, and entered the side chamber confidently. Before closing the door, Morpheus glanced at Murray's despondent figure, feeling a sense of triumph. "Seems like he's out of the running. I thought he'd be a tough competitor." With a confident smile, he shut the door. As soon as Murray exited the side chamber, before he could continue his disappointed act, a large hand grabbed his shoulder. Ryan Green urgently asked, "Brother, what did Her Highness say to you? You look so upset." Everyone around strained to listen, eager for this first-hand account. Those further away, unable to get closer, hoped Murray would speak loudly. Faced with Ryan's question, Murray quickly calculated his response. He couldn't simply say he was turned down for a dance that was no big deal. He decided to concoct a more dramatic story, one that would cause a stir and reduce his threat in the ongoing competition. Murray's mind raced as he prepared to weave a believable lie. As soon as His Highness stepped into the hall, Murray Green couldn't wait to speak up. "His Highness said I did well." This statement was like a bomb exploding among the crowd. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Murray Green, filled with suspicion and hostility, as if ready to tear him apart at any moment. At that moment, Joanna Stewart stepped forward. Her face was full of anger as she unhesitatingly exposed Murray Green's lie. "You're lying." Her voice echoed clearly in the hall. "I personally heard His Highness tell Elizabeth Ellis. decent performance, but a terrible person. Joanna Stewart's words drew gasps from everyone present. She continued to explain, I know Elizabeth, and she would never praise someone so bluntly. She would always quote others. Murray Green, who had been pondering how to cover up his lie, suddenly found inspiration in Joanna's words. He was secretly pleased. Thanks to my dear sister for the setup, now I can move directly to the main act. Feigning anger, he shouted at Joanna. What gives you the right to call me a liar? Seeing Murray Green's flustered and exasperated demeanor, Joanna Stewart felt a sense of satisfaction. She smirked confidently. Based on my understanding of Elizabeth, she would never compliment someone so straightforwardly. Murray Green blushed, stubbornly retorting. Can I be the exception? Joanna Stewart scoffed, elegantly countering. There might be exceptions, but it certainly wouldn't be you, Murray Green. As Elizabeth Ellis's close friend of the same age, Joanna Stewart's words carried significant weight. Those present began to believe her, casting disdainful looks at Murray Green. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Murray Green's expression turned dark. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, pretending to have a revelation. It was you. You whispered bad things about me to His Highness when you left the side hall. Joanna Stewart crossed her arms in front of her chest, standing gracefully with a look of triumph on her beautiful face. Those weren't bad things, just the truth. You, a deceitful person, dreaming of inviting Elizabeth to the first dance? It's pure fantasy, like a toad lusting after a swan. Though there was no official verdict, everyone had their own judgment. They gradually dispersed, no longer surrounding Murray Green. Seeing the situation turn against him, Murray Green suddenly changed his expression, his voice tinged with anger. You're so vicious. You must have asked me out, and when I declined, you got angry and badmouthed me to His Highness, you malicious shrew. This accusation was like a heavy blow, drawing back those who were about to leave. Guests from afar crowded together, eager not to miss this dramatic confrontation. Everyone's eyes burned with the fire of gossip, silently exclaiming, this banquet is truly spectacular. In response to Murray Green's accusation, Joanna Stewart coldly replied, give it up. Murray Green was filled with anger and regret. He furiously told Joanna Stewart, my heart belongs to the beautiful, enchanting, kind, and generous Princess Elizabeth. You want to destroy my image in her eyes for your own unspeakable purposes. You are the one truly deluding yourself. Yet, inwardly he was apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, my dear sister Joanna. Faced with the choice between offending Joanna Stewart and marrying into a family, Murray Green unhesitatingly chose the former. He mused to himself, being too talented is indeed a burden. I'm forced to take this path, hoping Joanna Stewart won't aim for my face when she hits me. Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in disbelief at Murray Green's slanderous retort. She had never been subjected to such humiliation. A powerful, fiery aura emanated from her as she clenched her fists tightly. Get out of my sight, Joanna Stewart shouted angrily, stepping towards Murray Green, ignoring the onlookers. The innocent bystanders couldn't dodge in time, and two unlucky ones were sent flying by her fury. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a woman from Elizabeth's circle appeared behind Joanna Stewart, her long, white fingers gripping Joanna's shoulder. Joanna, calm down. We'll deal with this later. Though Joanna Stewart instinctively struggled, she couldn't break free and could only glare fiercely at Murray Green. Murray Green, this isn't over. I said I'm not interested. Murray Green's response drew gasps of disbelief from the crowd. You just wait, Joanna Stewart said, surrounded by her friends, before turning to leave. As Murray Green was about to speak, Ryan Green clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing him. All right, little brother, enough. With that, Ryan Green led him out of the hall and away from the student auditorium. Ryan Green gave him a thumbs up, looking at him with a teasing expression. Little brother, impressive. You dared to provoke Joanna Stewart, the fiery demoness. I, your elder brother, am in awe. Murray Green could only shrug and reply, I had no choice. You didn't see the way Joanna was today. She dragged me into the side hall without a word and wanted to hit me. He continued, feeling aggrieved. Even though I'm not someone with a strong sense of pride, she can't just try to hit me without a word. She's powerful, and I can't fight her, so I might as well win the verbal battle. Listening to Murray Green's grievances, Ryan Green felt he hadn't done anything wrong, though the outcome was unfortunate. Forget it, what's done is done. Just focus on getting stronger. Otherwise, the days ahead will be tough. After giving Murray Green some advice, they parted ways, each returning to their own place. Practicing, attending classes, honing magical skills, and refining telekinesis techniques, Murray Green was fully immersed in his training under the careful guidance of his mentors, Payne DuPont and Webster Ellis. Despite the shadow of gossip from the banquet incident further tarnishing his reputation with women, it drove him to focus even more on enhancing his own abilities. In just a month, Murray Green's progress was astonishing. The magic within his mental realm had coalesced into a remarkable fist-sized concentration. According to the usual internal ranking, he had already reached the level of a senior magic apprentice. Although the term apprentice might not sound formidable, whether a warrior or a magician, A level 1 practitioner is merely someone who has just grasped magic or combat aura. At this stage, there is no need to worry about bottlenecks. Continuous accumulation naturally leads to increased strength. Murray Green calculated that at his current pace, he could reach perfection within 3 months. He effortlessly executed 2 spatial feedbacks, a spatial skill he had once uniquely mastered and now wielded with ease. Coupled with the rapid casting technique taught by Webster Ellis, he could even complete a spell in the blink of an eye, always in control of the surrounding spatial information. However, the greatest achievement this month was converting his mental power into telekinesis. Telekinesis, the fundamental skill of a telekinetic master, was indeed formidable. Once the conversion was complete, Murray Green's control range extended to 20 meters, with the ability to exert an impressive force of 100 pounds and simultaneously manipulate 5 targets. Mastering telekinesis, gravity, and repulsion, foundational trio of forces for a telekinetic master. Murray Green had grown into a genuine level 1 telekinetic master, rather than a superficial shell of a magician. To test his progress, Murray Green decided to conduct a practical exercise. With a wave of his left hand, 5 featherlight daggers flew from his sleeve. He gently stroked the daggers with his right hand, murmuring an incantation. In an instant, wisps of gray light appeared on the dagger's surfaces. Go! At Murray Green's command, the 5 daggers transformed into gray lightning, whirling around him with a haunting whistle. Watching this impressive display, a satisfied smile crept onto Murray Green's lips. Return. At his command, the gray light on the daggers dissipated, their speed decreased, and they revealed their true form, obediently slipping back into his sleeve, demonstrating remarkable control. Stowing away the daggers, Murray Green, still eager for more, left the training room. As he passed by Payne's reception room, he noticed the door was closed. Through his mental perception, he sensed that Payne was entertaining a guest inside. Remembering his previous mistake of barging into Webster Ellis's room, Murray Green wisely chose to leave this time. As he walked back to his dormitory, he spotted a familiar figure in the distant seat was his senior, Patty Bruno. Ever since the first class of Introduction to Magical Flora and Fauna, when Professor Simona Lind made her appearance, it has been Senior Patty Bruno who has been substituting for her. Today, Murray Green encountered this senior once again in the hallway. Senior Patty, Murray greeted politely. Patty nodded with a smile. Junior Murray. Aside from their classroom interactions, the two had almost no other contact. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they each went their separate ways. Back in his dorm, Murray eagerly removed his coat and immediately took out his prized combat gear and gun case. Carefully opening the case, he revealed an array of neatly arranged handguns. Murray's gaze swept over the weapons, a satisfied expression on his face. Inside the case were various types of guns. The early, obsolete single-shot pistols, powerful magic crystal guns, short and long-barreled revolvers, and 2 new model revolvers noticeably larger than the long-barreled ones. These 2 new revolvers were codenamed Python, with a captivating dark gold finish and intricately engraved patterns resembling a python scales, making them particularly distinctive. These Python revolvers were Murray's latest proud creation. He spent a significant amount of time seeking out different senior artificers to custom-make parts, which he then assembled himself. Unlike the parts he previously crafted by melting and casting gold, silver, and copper, the components of these 2 Python revolvers were crafted by professional artificers using special techniques. Although the raw materials were the same, the hardness of each part far exceeded anything Murray had made himself. The Python revolvers were also equipped with a shock-absorbing magic array and pure gold bullet casings, allowing them to withstand higher explosive damage while producing less recoil. This enabled Murray to further increase the ratio of magic crystal powder. Now, their single-shot power was on par with that of a magic crystal gun, but with greater efficiency. A single shot from a magic crystal gun required enough magic crystal powder to make 2 Python revolver bullets. Murray doubled the explosive utilization rate of the magic crystal powder. Each bullet's lethality rivaled that of a fireball spell. With 12 shots in total, the dual revolvers allowed Murray to unleash a terrifying level of suppression akin to fire-based combat techniques in an instant. If he were to use spatially enchanted bullets, Murray believed that many second-tier warriors or mages would find it difficult to contend with him. Of course, such powerful weapons came at a high cost. Each gun's manufacturing cost exceeded 30 gold coins, most of which went to the artificer's craftsmanship fees. If it weren't for Murray's recent adventures with Nigel Aroland to the Kayas Mountains, where they earned a handsome sum, he would never have considered creating these expensive guns. In comparison, the 500 gold coins for Payne Dubin's guidance fee, although steep, was considered tuition and could be reimbursed by Ryan Green. However, the 60-plus gold coins for these toys would likely lead to a reduction in future pocket money if he sought reimbursement from Ryan. Murray deftly spun the 2 Python revolvers in his hands, flipping them back and forth, rotating them sideways, and then pressing the cylinder against his sleeve before giving it a sharp pull forward. The clicking sound of the cylinder was music to his ears, and Murray nodded in satisfaction. These are truly fine guns, Murray murmured to himself, a smile playing on his lips. It's a pity that recently, I was at a critical moment of transforming my mental strength into telekinesis and couldn't get away to let you see some action. A glint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. But today, your time to shine has finally come. Murray Green, dressed in a black trench coat, stepped out of the academy gates and scanned the street, fixing his gaze on a nearby tea house. He pushed open the door and immediately spotted Newman Jeffrey, his agreed companion. The freshman from the Warrior Academy looked entirely different from his appearance at the banquet. His fitted leather armor highlighted his agile form, with two daggers glinting at his back, exuding a sleek and efficient aura. They sat across from each other, savoring aromatic black tea and nibbling on a few exquisite pastries. Amidst their casual conversation, they mounted their horses and galloped towards Mount Caius. At the foot of the mountain, Murray found a magical beast merchant he had previously worked with, and with a few words, they sealed a straightforward deal. The merchant would take all their catches, regardless of quality. They only needed to focus on hunting and would receive 60% of the profits. As for how to split this 60%, given their unfamiliarity with each other, they decided to divide it based on individual performance for now, with plans to establish a fixed ratio once they became more acquainted. As they ventured into the forest, Murray was surprised to find Newman showing no signs of being a novice. It turned out that in the past month, Newman had followed senior students into the mountains for training 4 times, mostly assisting, but gaining a broader perspective and accumulating considerable knowledge. As they walked and talked, Murray noticed Newman instinctively moving within the shadows of the trees, his presence almost invisible. If not for the occasional conversation, Murray might have thought his companion had disappeared. Suddenly, Newman whispered, "I hear something. I'll check it out." Before the words were fully spoken, he had already vanished into the dense woods. Murray turned cautiously to his right, the direction where he sensed the movement, his hands naturally at his sides, fully focused on waiting for Newman's report. Before long, Newman seemed to emerge from the shadows, quietly returning to Murray's side and shaking his head. "Just an ordinary level 1 wolf beast, hunting for food. Not worth our time. Let's move on." Murray pondered silently. As a certified psychic, armed with 2 magic-enhanced high-tech revolvers, his combat prowess was already among the best at level 1. Although Newman hadn't explicitly stated his profession, his actions suggested he was likely a shadow assassin. Known for their unique dark combat aura, silent movements, and deadly ambushes, shadow assassins are formidable opponents for mages. In such a forest, a shadow assassin thrives. With their combined strength, starting with an ordinary wolf beast seemed like overkill. Murray nodded in agreement, and they continued deeper into the mountain. On the outskirts of Mount Caius, they encountered magical beasts 3 times, but each time decided against engaging due to the lack of challenge. After traveling for over half an hour along the border between the outer and middle regions, Newman's eyes suddenly lit up, had finally spotted a worthy target, a wind-ring black tiger. A massive wind-ring black tiger appeared before them. Its body was entirely black, adorned with sky-blue ring patterns along its fur, and had matching long fur along its spine. This fierce beast was over 2 meters long, with a tail extending more than a meter, making its total length nearly 4 meters. Though not significantly larger than an ordinary tiger, it could effortlessly hunt down more than 10 of its kind. As the wind-ring black tiger was hunting, it instantly sensed the presence of 2 unfamiliar scents. At the same time, Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey noticed its presence. A low growl emanated from the beast's mouth as it crouched low, its belly slightly arched, ready to launch a deadly attack. The muscles bulging from its forelimbs to its shoulders showcased its lethal potential. "Good tiger." Newman Jeffrey's eyes lit up as he swiftly retreated a few steps, blending into the shadows of the trees. In Murray Green's spatial perception, Newman was silently approaching the wind-ring black tiger. Murray Green stood his ground, his light blue eyes calmly meeting the tiger's gaze, his hands hanging naturally by his sides, fingers occasionally twitching slightly. Suddenly, the wind-ring black tiger let out an earth-shattering roar, its powerful limbs pouncing forward, jaws wide open towards a tree that had suddenly stirred. Just as it was about to bite its target, a figure darted out from the side like a viper, wielding dual daggers, and unhesitatingly struck at the tiger's flank. Realizing it had been misled, the wind-ring black tiger reacted immediately. It halted its advance, its sky blue fur glowing faintly as a breeze enveloped its body, significantly boosting its defenses. Newman Jeffrey had thought he could fully drive the dagger into the beast's body, hitting vital organs. However, against the tiger's dual defenses, he could only pierce halfway. Quickly withdrawing his weapon, he turned to flee, shouting, "Haha! Thrilling!" He narrowly dodged the tiger's retaliatory bite and vanished back into the shadows. Enraged by the pain, the wind-ring black tiger sniffed the air, ready to pursue. At that moment, a sense of imminent danger struck. The protective breeze intensified as its speed increased, but before it could take 2 steps, a blood hole the size of an egg suddenly appeared on its body, followed by a deafening boom. Twice wounded, the wind-ring black tiger went into a frenzy, the wind around it intensifying. Murray Green only saw a blur as the tiger moved sideways about 3 meters, easily evading his next 2 shots. It then leaped into the air, reaching a height of at least 4 meters, and dove into the branches of a nearby tree. As it landed, a figure emerged from within Newman Jeffrey. Forced out, Newman's expression darkened. Preparing to retreat into the shadows again, he felt a breeze pass by, realizing something was amiss. A massive form descended from the branches, aiming to crush him. Newman focused on the tiger's throat, gripping his dual daggers tightly. Seeing the tiger suspended midair, Murray Green's eyes sparkled. He quickly fired the remaining 3 bullets from his Python revolver, holstered the empty gun, and drew another fully loaded revolver from his left hip. Without hesitation, he fired all 6 bullets. After completing these actions, Murray Green stood still, opened the revolver's cylinder, and began reloading. At this point, the bullets from the Python revolver were as powerful as fireballs. Hitting the target 9 times equated to the force of 9 fireball spells, a challenge even for a beast of the tiger's formidable physique. TSK, the power, the speed of attack. It's incredible, truly incredible. Your magical weapon is quite strong, Newman Jeffrey remarked while circling the corpse of the wind-ring black tiger, closely examining the ghastly wounds. 9 bullets, as powerful as fireball spells, had left gruesome, bloody holes on the side of the wind-ring black tiger. Through these gaping wounds, one could vaguely see the shattered internal organs. Clearly, the defense of this level of magical beast was insufficient to withstand such a ferocious attack. Hearing his companion's admiration, Murray Green raised an eyebrow and patted the handgun at his waist through his coat, with a hint of pride in his voice. Of course, these 2 magical weapons are my masterpieces. I've been researching magic crystal guns for a long time, personally designed them, and even paid a hefty price to have several senior craftsmen work together for over half a month to create them. If they weren't this powerful, I'd be at a huge loss. Murray Green's words, though slightly exaggerated, were not lies. Those senior craftsmen indeed created different parts, but the final assembly was his own work. This explanation made Newman Jeffrey realize the truth, as such a significant investment naturally resulted in powerful weapons. Before long, 2 fellow warriors who collaborated with magical beast merchants arrived. After negotiating a price with Murray Green, they carried away the beast's body, agreeing to settle accounts after leaving the mountains. Having completed this transaction, the 2 set off again in search of suitable magical beasts. Meanwhile, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the Kayas Mountains, an intriguing visitor arrived at the Mountain Pass Market. A strikingly red and unique steed entered the market, with a single horn on its head and a size even larger than that of a regular warhorse. This majestic horned fire horse drew everyone's gaze, and when they saw the person riding it, they were even more astonished. It was a woman clad in red light armor, wearing tight leather riding pants, with a fiery long sword hanging at her waist. Yet, the most captivating aspect was her beautiful and alluring face. Someone recognized her and couldn't help but shout her name. Joanna Stewart. What? She's the blazing witch Joanna Stewart, someone exclaimed. My dreams just got shattered. While another voice sincerely admired. She's so cool. Riding her fiery steed through the bustling crowd, Joanna Stewart squinted her eyes, fixing her gaze on the distant Mount Caius. A peculiar smile curled at her lips as she thought to herself. You little brat. You didn't expect this, did you? I'm coming for you. Just wait for me on that mountain. She dismounted and strode into a tent. Inside, a slightly chubby-cheeked man was engrossed in his bookkeeping. Hearing her footsteps, he looked up with a friendly smile. Hello, student. How can I assist you? I'm looking for someone. Joanna interrupted bluntly. The tent owner was momentarily taken aback, then his smile widened. I'm sorry, student. I'm a magical beast merchant. If you need someone to help carry a beast, I can find the right assistant for you. But finding people isn't part of our services. Despite the refusal, Joanna didn't turn to leave. She pulled a bulging pouch from her waist and dropped it onto the table with a thud. The clink of metal against wood made the merchant's eyes light up. Ha ha, he laughed heartily. This lovely and generous young lady has moved me with such sincerity and warmth. Although we don't offer people finding services, I'm willing to make an exception for you. Joanna watched the man's transformation with an approving nod. As the cherished daughter of a marquis, with 4 doting brothers, money had never been a concern for her. To her, problems solvable with money were trivial. Murray Green, Joanna said directly. I want to know where he is now. What? The merchant's face changed abruptly. Murray Green is my best, most valuable customer. I can't. Before he could finish, an even larger pouch landed heavily on the table. The merchant's knees nearly buckled, and he staggered back to the wall, facing Joanna with a conflicted expression. Finally, he clenched his teeth, turned his back on her, and slammed his fist onto the map behind him. Leave, he shouted fiercely. You're outrageous, trying to insult my noble character with money. I, Granddad, am not someone who is swayed by money. You want me to betray my customer? Dream on. I'll keep your money as an apology. Want it back? Only if you can beat me. Surprisingly, the usually fiery-tempered Joanna didn't react explosively. She merely said coldly, Senior Granddad, I've heard of your skills. I'm not your match now, but this isn't over. With that, she turned and left the tent, mounted her horse, and with a sharp neigh from the fiery steed, Joanna resolutely rode towards Mount Caius, determined to find the person who occupied her thoughts. 5 flying daggers danced in the air, facing off against an iron-feathered eagle with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. High above, a lightning-fast figure darted around, always orbiting the position of Murray Green. At Green's feet lay the carcass of a 7 or 8 meter long snake, their recently defeated prey. However, instead of the expected magical beast merchant, a magical beast coveting their catch arrived first. Shoot, Murray. Why aren't you shooting? Newman Jeffrey shouted urgently. Murray Green kept his eyes fixed on the iron-feathered eagle above, responding in a deep voice. Easier said than done. If I can't lock onto the target, shooting would just waste bullets. The eagle's speed was incredible and the distance too great. Green's mental energy couldn't reach it, let alone lock onto it. Judging by aim alone, he estimated a high chance of missing. Being on the defensive is so frustrating. Newman Jeffrey gritted his teeth. Maybe we should retreat? This is just a second-level flying magical beast. If we keep this up, things could get ugly. Though they were only training along the border today and shouldn't have encountered a second-level beast, reality often defies logic. Just as they were celebrating their successful hunt of a formidable magical snake, the iron-feathered eagle suddenly descended from above. If not for Murray Green's constant spatial awareness and quick use of the daggers to intercept, not only would their prey have been snatched, but they themselves could have been in danger. Hearing Newman's suggestion, Murray Green pondered for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. You hide in that tree for now. I'll engage it a bit more and assess the situation. The previous prey hadn't posed much of a challenge for Green, especially with Newman's support as a shadow assassin. He initially thought this excursion was akin to picking up money in the mountains. Now facing such a formidable opponent, he was reluctant to give up easily, intending to test his limits. The last time I fought with all my strength was against Joanna Stewart. This time, I wonder if I can gauge my maximum combat capability, Green mused to himself. Seeing Green's determined expression, Newman Jeffrey sighed, fired a distress flare, and responded, All right, then let me witness the power of a psychic's 3 forces. As you wish, Green nodded in agreement. As a top-tier assassin, Newman felt a tinge of regret. Against other second-level magical beasts, he could showcase his skills. But facing a flying beast, aside from archers, most warrior classes could only take hits passively, with the exception of flying knights, especially dragon knights. On the other hand, magicians had an easier time dealing with flying beasts. Once Newman was concealed among the branches, Murray Green looked up, firing 3 rapid shots with his right hand, while raising his left hand with a middle finger extended high. Bullets propelled by magical crystal powder maintained lethal force even hundreds of meters up. However, for the speed-oriented iron-feathered eagle, dodging these 3 shots was merely a matter of flapping its wings a bit more. The iron-feather eagle was enraged when it discovered that a prey weaker than itself dared to provoke it. With newfound intelligence, it furled its wings and dove from the sky like an arrow, its sharp beak aimed directly at Murray Green. Facing this deadly attack, Murray Green moved with lightning speed. He swiftly drew his pistols, unleashing a barrage of bullets. His left-hand revolver was quickly holstered, while his right-hand gun spun open with a flick of his wrist. As the bullet casings hit the ground, a new bullet flew from his pocket. Murray Green chanted an incantation, enchanting the bullet the moment it was chambered. With a sharp flick of his left hand, the cylinder spun wildly. Before it even steadied, he raised his gun, aiming at the diving iron-feather eagle. The iron-feather eagle was taken aback by Murray Green's rapid 9-shot sequence, but its instincts enabled it to sense danger precisely. With a slight adjustment of its wings, its massive body elegantly dodged through the rain of bullets, tracing a graceful arc in the air. Within moments, the distance of several hundred meters vanished. The iron-feather eagle closed in within 100 meters, while Murray Green's cylinder was still spinning. However, his mental focus was locked onto the target, and he seized the moment to pull the trigger. Bang! A gray light flashed, cutting through the 100-meter gap straight towards the iron-feather eagle. Even with its quick reflexes, the bullet, aided by spatial magic, was faster. Squawk! Unable to dodge in time, the iron-feather eagle abruptly spread its wings, forcibly altering its glide path. Its feathers gleamed with a metallic sheen, but this was futile against the spatially enhanced bullet. Thud! The bullet pierced the eagle's wing, leaving a fist-sized wound. Though not fatal, the intense pain was undeniable. Yet, the iron-feather eagle did not abandon its attack, continuing its assault on Murray Green. Murray Green swiftly holstered his revolver, while 5 throwing knives arranged themselves before him. From the start of the battle, his incantations had been continuous, and by now, 2 of the knives were enchanted. As the iron feather eagle closed into 50 meters, it entered Murray Green's spatial feedback zone. With mental lock-on, he could clearly sense every move of his opponent. The eagle's posture shifted, from beak first to body leaning back, its talons extended, targeting Murray Green directly. The gleaming claws were terrifying, and Murray Green knew that a hit would be fatal. Yet, in such a perilous situation, he showed no panic, instead feeling a strange excitement. The surge of adrenaline put him in a peculiar state of euphoria. Inside his mind, Murray Green's mental sea churned furiously, but outwardly he remained calm, his breathing even more measured. Time was running out as the iron-feathered eagle closed in to within 20 meters. Murray Green quickly formed seals with both hands, casting an enchantment spell with all his might. 3 daggers were instantly imbued with spatial magic, shimmering with gray light, while the other 2 fell to the ground. Murray focused all his mental energy on controlling the 3 enchanted daggers. Go! With a low command, 3 streaks of gray lightning sliced through the sky, hitting the iron-feathered eagle's wings, chest, and abdomen with precision. A piercing screech echoed through the clouds as the iron-feathered eagle realized it was gravely wounded. Yet, it did not retreat, instead accelerating toward Murray, determined to launch a final attack. Murray remained motionless, his gaze intense, as mental energy surged within him. When the eagle's talons were just 5 meters away, Murray slightly raised his head, his light blue eyes glinting with a silver light, a testament to his powerful mental strength. Psychic repulsion, maximum power. Repulsion shockwave. Murray muttered, unleashing an invisible force from within, propelling it towards the iron-feathered eagle like a gust through a valley. The eagle's speed suddenly slowed, but it relentlessly continued its attack on Murray. At this critical moment, Murray brought his hands together, channeling his mental energy into a giant hand that lifted the eagle, allowing it to narrowly miss his head. Chirp! The iron-feathered eagle let out a confused shriek, attempting to turn and strike again. But it was too fast to adjust its course in time. Just then, 2 streaks of gray light shot out from Murray's sleeve. Without looking back, he deftly launched 2 enchanted daggers. One pierced the eagle's wing, while the other went through its neck and out its throat. Despite hitting vital spots, Murray remained vigilant. He knew that for a massive creature with a 5-meter wingspan, these small daggers were far from lethal. Indeed, even with its throat injured, the iron-feathered eagle continued to struggle, emitting a grating hiss as it vigorously flapped its wounded wings, managing to take flight once more. Trying to escape? Too late. Murray smirked, swiftly opening his coat. Inside, over 20 daggers were neatly arranged. His hands moved like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he hurled all the daggers at the eagle soaring above. The iron feather eagle, which was soaring upwards, suddenly sensed impending danger. It swiftly turned, its wings rotating at high speed to create an ascending spiral. The surrounding air currents became violently turbulent, causing the throwing knives to veer off their intended path the moment they entered this chaotic vortex. Murray Green marveled silently, acknowledging that taking down a level 2 magical beast was no easy feat. Although the knives hadn't harmed the iron feather eagle, the attack succeeded in slowing its escape. Without this, the eagle might have already soared away, rendering his previous efforts futile. Realizing the limitations of his attack methods, Murray Green quickly adjusted his strategy. He grasped a throwing knife in each hand, meticulously performing spatial enchantments. The moment the enchantment succeeded, he unhesitatingly launched both knives simultaneously. The iron feather eagle, still in its spinning state, was unable to completely evade the attack. It could only awkwardly shift its body, attempting to avoid critical areas. The knives, initially aimed at its chest, instead pierced its abdomen. Hiss! The iron feather eagle let out a piercing screech. It felt its wings grow unbearably heavy, unable to move freely. The gunshot and knife wounds were bleeding profusely, the severity of which could no longer be contained. These 2 lethal knives were like the final straw breaking the camel's back. The eagle, which was spiraling upwards, released its wings and tilted, plummeting towards the nearby forest. The massive body with a 5-meter wingspan crashed into the trees, producing a series of snapping sounds mixed with the eagle's shrill cries. Turning to Newman Jeffrey, who had been watching from the shadows, Murray Green said, "Newman, you've been watching for a while. How about I leave the finishing blow to you?" Newman Jeffrey, who had been squatting on a branch in shock, immediately revealed himself, his eyes gleaming as he asked, "Really, Murray?" Murray Green nodded affirmatively. "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Newman Jeffrey was overjoyed, thumping his chest in assurance. "Ah, you're truly my good brother. From today on, you're like a real brother to me. If you ever face any trouble, just tell me, and I'll back you up." Murray Green responded in kind. "I'll be counting on you, Newman." "Absolutely, you can count on me," Newman Jeffrey said, patting his chest with a resounding thud, before drawing his daggers and heading towards the forest where the iron feather eagle had fallen. Murray Green watched the forest sway and listened to the ongoing sounds of battle, feeling relieved about his decision. The forest's confined space would have been dangerous for a fragile mage like him to enter recklessly. Before long, Newman Jeffrey emerged from the thicket, blood-stained daggers in hand, smiling at Murray Green. It's done. By this time, Murray Green had reloaded his bullets, twirling his two Python handguns. However, his expression was somewhat dazed, lost in thought. Newman, do you think I'm not strong enough? Murray Green suddenly asked. Newman Jeffrey was taken aback, incredulously glancing at Murray Green and then at the now-dead level 2 magical beast, the Iron Feather Eagle. Do you even hear what you're saying? He muttered. This newly acknowledged brother might not be quite right in the head. If we weren't just getting to know each other, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Before he could finish, Newman Jeffrey's expression changed, as if realizing something unbelievable. He suddenly understood. Based on Murray Green's previous display, if they were to actually fight, he might not be able to hold his own. Murray Green, known as a telekinetic among wizards, is renowned for his lethal combat skills. His power grows stronger as the distance to his target decreases, making close combat less of a threat to him. The Iron Feather Eagle met its defeat because it ventured within 20 meters of Murray's strongest attack range. If it hadn't chosen a desperate strike, it could have retreated safely, leaving Murray frustrated. Newman Jeffrey realized this and couldn't help but comment, "Not bad at all. With your combat skills and those two magical weapons, you're probably second only to the battle wizards of your level." Hearing this, Murray nodded expressionlessly, though his heart was filled with sorrow. He sighed inwardly. It's a sad story. As a spatial battle mage, it's frustrating not to be able to fully utilize my potential. Newman asked, "By the way, why didn't you use magic? If you had used water bullets or a water barrier, you could have harmed and slowed down the Iron Feather Eagle, wetting its feathers and reducing its speed. As a telekinetic, learning some elemental magic is normal. With your magical weapons, the victory wouldn't have been so close." Murray replied awkwardly, I haven't learned any." He explained that he only knew one level 1 spatial magic spatial feedback and couldn't find a place to learn other spatial magic. Newman understood. That makes sense. You've mastered the 3 powers of a telekinetic in a short time, so it's natural you spent most of your time on that, and didn't have time to learn elemental magic. He suggested, mastering more skills can increase your combat power. You should learn some suitable magic to complement your telekinetic abilities, and then you'll easily defeat more opponents. Murray felt a bitter sting in his heart, but smiled brightly on the surface. After thanking Newman, he went to collect his scattered throwing knives. He searched the Iron Feather Eagle's body, the trees, and the grass, eventually finding about 20 knives, with a few still missing. Frustrated, he kicked the Iron Feather Eagle's body a couple of times. Each knife, though small, was a level 1 weapon, and together they were worth several gold coins. Thankfully, the Iron Feather Eagle's body remained, preventing a total loss. The two waited for Glanville's people to come and retrieve the beast's body. Newman calculated the value of the level 2 beast, while Murray sat under a tree, meditating. Before long, Murray, with his sharp senses, felt a slight tremor, furrowed his brow, and looked in the direction of the disturbance. This feeling, it seems familiar, he murmured to himself. Murray Green furrowed his brow as a sudden jolt of intuition surged through him, sending a wave of unease crashing over his mind. As a gifted magician, his heightened mental perception was alerting him to impending danger. "Stay alert. Something dangerous is approaching," Murray warned in a low voice, motioning for Newman Jeffrey, who was examining the iron-feathered eagle's corpse, to come over. Upon hearing this, Newman immediately put down his work and asked gravely, "Which direction? I'll go check it out." Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Newman had already melded into the shadows, swiftly moving in the direction Murray indicated. Moments later, he emerged with an odd expression, clapping Murray on the shoulder and saying earnestly, "Murray, my friend, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but this time, I can't take it on. You're on your own. Take care." With that, Newman disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Murray puzzled. However, Murray's spatial awareness told him that Newman hadn't fled, but was instead perched on a tree 30 meters away. As Murray tried to make sense of the situation, the sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. Looking up, he saw a fiery red horned horse appear in his line of sight. Although this first-level magical beast was formidable, it wasn't enough to intimidate Murray. However, when he saw who was riding the horse, he immediately understood Newman's earlier peculiar expression and cryptic words. The rider was none other than Joanna Stewart. That unreliable friend, Murray cursed inwardly. If he knew it was Joanna, why didn't he warn me sooner so I could make a getaway? It was too late to escape now. Murray knew that as a magician, he couldn't outrun the horned horse and Joanna's pursuit. Resigned, he could only force a wry smile, sitting cross-legged and pretending to meditate. The horned horse galloped effortlessly, quickly reaching Murray. Joanna pulled the reins sharply, causing the horse to rear up, its front hooves landing heavily as it exhaled a hot breath towards Murray. Dust and heat blasted towards him, but Murray was prepared, focusing his mental energy to form an invisible barrier that kept all debris at bay. Opening his eyes, Murray met Joanna's gaze and immediately donned a fawning smile. Rising to his feet, he greeted warmly. Isn't this Joanna, my senior? Long time no see. I've missed you. Are you here for some training in the mountains too? Need a teammate? I've recently picked up some telekinesis skills, quite impressive if I say so myself. Together, we could be unbeatable in the Kaya's mountains. As he spoke, Murray casually patted the horned horse's shoulder and asked, This is a great horse. Could I have a ride, senior? The fire horse that Murray Green patted turned its head and snorted discontentedly at him. Saliva sprayed everywhere, and if it weren't for the repelling force blocking it, Murray would have been covered. Senior, your horse has quite a temper. But I like spirited horses like this, Murray said, trying to sound calm. Joanna Stewart looked down at him with a mischievous smile, lightly tapping the hilt of her sword with her left hand. But it doesn't like you, and I won't let you ride it. Murray Green, it's been a while. It took quite some effort, but I've finally found you. Murray felt a twinge of anxiety, but feigned ignorance. Senior, what brings you here to find me? He knew very well that Joanna had come all the way to Kaya Mountain to teach him a lesson. Here, no one could stop Joanna when she was in full force, not even Newman Jeffrey, who had been scared away by her. Joanna chuckled lightly. Murray Green, weren't you quite clever and arrogant before? Why are you acting so dumb and cowardly now? She patted the long sword and gracefully dismounted, standing in front of Murray. The last time, there were too many restrictions, and I didn't get to enjoy the fight. This time, I've come to find you, so you can give me a good fight. If I feel satisfied, I'll forgive you for the rumors you spread about me that night. Joanna stated her purpose directly. Murray's face changed dramatically. Senior, you're a level 2 warrior, and I'm just a mere level 1 mage. How could I dare to fight you? Joanna mocked. Oh, but you were quite bold that night, weren't you? What? Without Elizabeth around, you suddenly lack courage. Murray retorted firmly. Princess Elizabeth is always in my heart. But if you're going to be so unreasonable, even if I can't beat you, I can refuse to fight back or engage, leaving you with no sense of battle. He pointed to where Newman Jeffrey was. Afterwards, I'll spread the word throughout Ellis Academy that Joanna Stewart bullies the weak. Don't think you can silence me. My good friend Newman Jeffrey is right there watching us. If you want to silence me, you'd have to kill him first, or you'll have to face the consequences with me. Joanna scoffed. Newman Jeffrey? So much nonsense. I, Joanna Stewart, the Blazing Witch, have never cared about my reputation at Ellis Academy. Before she finished speaking, she tapped the sword at her waist, and the fiery red sword flew out, its hilt aimed at Murray's abdomen. However, Murray keenly noticed that Joanna's aura began to drop, soon reaching a level 1. Murray was secretly pleased. This tough-talking Joanna was soft-hearted, unwilling to bear the reputation of bullying the weak. Murray Green instantly unleashed a repulsive force, precisely intercepting the longsword swung by Joanna Stewart. Meanwhile, Joanna lightly patted her horned horse, signaling it to stay clear of the battlefield. A slight smile played on her lips. Now that we're on the same level, any beating you take is just part of the spar. No sooner had she spoken than Joanna stomped the ground, producing a deafening sound. She shot towards the suspended sword like a cannonball, reaching out to seize it. Quick as a flash, Murray grabbed the sword with his right hand, using telekinesis to fling it upward. Joanna's attempt to grab the sword failed, but she didn't relent in her attack. Just a month away, and you've mastered telekinesis? Huh, not bad at all. We can have a proper fight today. Joanna laughed heartily, launching a punch straight at Murray's most prized handsome face. Murray raised an eyebrow as 5 flying daggers formed a defensive barrier in front of him. Amidst the clanging collisions, Joanna deflected the attack with her bracers, effortlessly neutralizing it. Taking advantage of the moment, Murray quickly retreated, putting some distance between them. After running over 10 meters, Murray paused to catch his breath. Joanna, having blocked his attack, leaped 3 or 4 meters high, seized the falling longsword, and charged at Murray once more. Unwilling to be outdone, Murray controlled 2 spinning daggers to target Joanna. At such a close range, dodging was nearly impossible. Joanna, holding her sword in one hand, executed a precise slash, hitting both daggers. Despite this, the force behind the daggers momentarily halted her advance. In that split second, Murray swiftly drew his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bring it on. Though Joanna didn't recognize the magical weapon, she sensed the deadly threat from the incoming bullets. She quickly leveled her longsword, her left hand brushing the blade, making the fiery sword seem as though it was about to ignite. Flame sword dance. Joanna swung her sword in a tight pattern, creating a magical barrier of red sword shadows around her. The gunshots and the clangs of deflection interwove, forming a terrifying symphony. With a low shout, Joanna pressed forward despite the bullets. After firing his last bullet, Murray sent out a magically enhanced flying dagger that began to spin at high speed. Take this. The space enchanted dagger appeared before Joanna faster than a bullet. Sensing the imminent danger, Joanna's pupils contracted as she gripped her sword with both hands. Her movement suddenly halted, then she unleashed a powerful slash. Explosive flame slash. A flash of red light appeared as Joanna's sword moved faster than the eye could follow, striking the space-enchanted dagger. The collision was eerily silent. Joanna felt the terrifying force and tearing sensation from her sword, leaving her mind reeling. "How is this possible?" she murmured, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Joanna Stewart's hands trembled slightly as she sensed something was amiss, causing her longsword to shift slightly. The space-enchanted throwing knife skimmed along the surface of her sword, slicing through the air with a low whooshing sound as it narrowly missed her. Raising her longsword, Joanna fixed her gaze on the newly appeared scratch on the blade with a serious expression. "This must be your trump card. Impressive. It seems like an enchanted attack, but different, because no ordinary enchantment has such devastating power." Murray Green thought to himself. It's actually an enchanted attack, just with space enchantment. He understood that different enchantment attributes produced different effects. Fire attributes carried explosive and burning damage. Wind attributes increased attack or flight speed, while space attributes, being one of the two supreme elements, were unmatched. A throwing knife with space enchantment not only flew at incredible speed, but also carried the unyielding nature of space itself. Many defenses were futile against it, like the Iron Feather Eagle's proud iron feathers, which were no match for Murray's space attribute. The space magic didn't enhance the knife's sharpness, but tore through space, shredding anything in its path. If not for the limited space magic on the knife, Joanna's precious longsword might have been severed. Murray sighed inwardly, realizing his limited attack strategies. His Python revolver was lethal against weaker opponents, and could even hold off stronger ones. But Joanna Stewart, as an explosive swordsman, was not only proficient in her class, but also mastered first-level warrior skills and professional skills. Coupled with at least a second-level longsword and an unknown grade light armor, she was nearly unbeatable at her level. Even bullets as powerful as fireball spells, or actual fireball spells, she could slice through with a single swing. Of course, if Murray used a rifle for a barrage, Joanna wouldn't withstand it and would be riddled with bullets. However, this posed two significant challenges. First, concealment. A rifle was far less discreet than a handgun, and warriors had incredibly fast reflexes. In long-range shooting, bullets couldn't be fine-tuned with mental power like fireball spells, making them easy to dodge. While close-range shooting increased accuracy, it also risked a desperate situation, much like the perilous encounter with the Iron Feather Eagle. If not for using psychic techniques to catch it off guard, Murray himself might have perished there. Second, and most troublesome for Murray, was the cost issue. In Murray Green's hands, a pair of Colt pythons glinted coldly. Though the guns, costing over 60 gold coins, hadn't bankrupted him, it was the ammunition that truly troubled him. He knew all too well that on the battlefield, logistics often drove one crazier than combat itself. When the cannons roar, gold flows like water was no exaggeration. Murray Green calculated silently. With his current financial standing, even acquiring a Gatling gun wouldn't be out of reach. But a Gatling without bullets was no more useful than a stick. He glanced at the Colt pythons in his hands and sighed inwardly. Each bullet used in these guns was as precious as gold. The casings, made of pure gold, could be reused, but they were limited in number. The silver bullets were somewhat cheaper. What really hurt was the gunpowder made from magic crystals, the finest and most expensive energy source in the world. Murray quickly did the math. Magic crystals were 10 times the value of gold by weight. A standard crystal, weighing 10 grams, was worth 10 gold coins and only produced 20 bullets. Thinking about the exhilarating burst of shots just moments ago, Murray felt his heart bleed. That was a whole 3 gold coins. He looked up at Joanna Stewart across from him, his eyes earnest to the point of almost pleading. "Senior, I really don't want to fight you." Joanna Stewart felt a twinge of hesitation, but still pointed her sword at Murray, her voice firm. "Save your breath. If you entertain me enough today, I'll forgive you and maybe even put in a good word with Elizabeth." "Thank you so much, Senior," Murray thought with a bitter smile. He'd rather Joanna say more bad things about him to Elizabeth, but with a mission at hand, he had no choice but to fight with a heavy heart. Joanna didn't hesitate, raising her sword once more. "Explosive step," she called out, compressing her fire attribute battle energy and releasing it in an explosive burst, creating a terrifying impact. Murray took a deep breath and holstered his guns. Since the Colt pythons were less effective, he'd rely on his skills as a telekinetic for a true battle. His eyes focused, silver light flickering as he compressed his spatial feedback to 20 meters, capturing everything around him. For throwing knives hovered around Murray like fish swimming. With a sharp gaze, he sent one spiraling towards Joanna's right calf. Joanna sensed the attack as soon as she landed and swiftly thrust out her longsword. However, the knife suddenly changed trajectory, rising in an unexpected arc to collide with her sword. This sudden change caught Joanna off guard, like a punch halted before it could land, leaving her feeling unsettled. She quickly rotated her sword to ease the discomfort and kicked the ground with her left foot, sending dirt and grass flying. Using the debris as cover, Joanna's form blurred as she skillfully shifted her steps, preparing a side attack from the left. Murray's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, naive, he wasn't relying on his eyes to track her. The spatial feedback clearly captured Joanna's movements. Murray pushed his hands forward, and the uprooted grass and dirt reversed direction, hurtling towards Joanna like a storm. Joanna Stewart faced the oncoming rush of grass and dirt sent her way by Murray Green, her sword slicing through the air with the grace of a dancer. She deftly dodged every attack, her movements fluid and seamless. Observing her agility, Murray's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly changed tactics. He wielded 2 flying daggers, spinning them like a lawnmower across the ground to clear a patch of land. With a flick of his mind, the daggers gathered a mass of grass and hurled it toward Joanna. Let's see how you handle this, Joanna. Murray taunted, his voice laced with provocation. The grass came at her like a torrential downpour, obscuring her vision. Fueled by anger, Joanna swung her sword in a wide arc, scattering the grass before her. Yet the forest seemed inexhaustible, and Murray launched another wave of assault. Coward! Face me heat-in if you dare, Joanna shouted, her sword gleaming as she lunged forward. Suddenly, a sense of danger gripped her as a dagger hidden among the grass aimed for her vital spot. Forced to halt, Joanna concentrated fully on countering the intricate attack. She knew the real threat lay in the daggers, while the grass, though annoying, posed little actual harm. Reluctantly, she slowed her pace to fend off all incoming objects, knowing she would be left disheveled if she didn't. Seeing his plan succeed, Murray turned towards the trees. With a deft motion of his left hand, he utilized his gravitational powers, propelling himself like an arrow towards a towering tree. By the time Joanna broke through to where Murray had been, she saw only his retreating figure. Murray Green, you coward, stop right there, Joanna roared. Using gravity to his advantage, Murray moved swiftly, reaching the tree in no time. He laughed, calling back, I'm a coward, not an idiot. Why would a mage like me stand still for a warrior like you to engage in close combat? Who's the fool here? Before he finished speaking, Murray's telekinetic power sent a flurry of leaves flying toward Joanna, obscuring her view once more. Yet, relying on her instincts, she could still sense Murray's general direction. Joanna gritted her teeth, assuming an attacking stance. She held her sword level with her right hand and stepped forward with her left foot, her entire body tense like a drawn bow. Blazing thrust, get out of my way, she commanded, unleashing a fiery aura. Her sword struck like lightning, cleaving through the leaves and carving a path forward. Watching this, Murray felt both envious and cautious. He swiftly used gravity to draw more leaves towards him, then repelled them in Joanna's direction. Simultaneously, a space-enchanted dagger materialized before Murray. With a flick of his finger, the dagger spun and shot towards Joanna, a silver flash slicing through the leafy curtain. Facing the overwhelming assault of leaves, Joanna Stewart's expression was tense. She intended to unleash another fiery thrust, but a strong sense of danger stopped her. Damn kid, don't let me catch you, she muttered through gritted teeth, closing her eyes. When she reopened them, a flash of red flickered in her gaze, and the explosive battle aura within her surged to its peak. Gripping her longsword tightly, she delivered a fierce blazing slash toward the spiraling enchanted knife hidden among the leaves. As for the leaves flying at her, she could no longer pay them any mind. Clang, the familiar sensation of tearing came again. Joanna squinted slightly, skillfully twisting her wrist to divert the knife off course. This time, prepared, she caught a faint glimpse of a gray light. Gray? What kind of magic is this? She wondered, but there was no time to delve deeper. Countless leaves swarmed against her like a hive of bees. Joanna shielded her face with her left arm's bracer, sword in her right hand, pushing forward with effort and breaking through the leafy encirclement once more. However, after this charge, the once valiant and spirited Joanna was now disheveled and covered in leaves, except for her protected face. With a scowling expression, Joanna angrily plucked the leaves from her hair, tossing them aside. She shook herself, causing most of the leaves to drop off. Senior, why bother? They'll just pile up again soon, Murray Green commented leisurely from beside a tree, watching the leaves fall like rain. It should have been a beautiful sight, but to Joanna, it was nerve-wracking. Joanna pointed her sword directly at Murray, her face flushed with anger. Today, I've set my sights on you, and no one can stop me, she declared, her presence suddenly intensifying and breaking through to the next level, leaving Murray stunned. Senior, that's not fair, you're not playing by the rules, Murray exclaimed in surprise. I don't care about fairness or rules, what can you do about it? Joanna retorted, charging at Murray with even greater speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. Oh man, she's so fast. Faced with Joanna's sudden burst of power, Murray felt exasperated and quickly summoned leaves in defense. However, with Joanna's enhanced strength, her fiery sword dance pushed forward relentlessly, the leaves only slightly slowing her advance. How am I supposed to fight this? Murray muttered with a wry smile, realizing he was in for a tough time. He called out towards Newman Jeffrey. Newman Jeffrey, you go ahead, Don't mind me. Just make sure everyone at Ellis Academy hears about her Norrell's behavior, and I'll rest in peace. Newman Jeffrey replied helplessly. I'm just here watching quietly. Why involve me? Looking around, Newman spotted a large tree a few meters away, offering a better vantage point. He leaped gracefully, grabbing a branch and swinging towards his target. After a couple of spins in the air, he landed securely on the tree. But just as Newman was about to climb higher, a large hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. Kid, this is my spot. What are you doing here? A deep voice rumbled in his ear. Newman Jeffrey, a shadow assassin, never imagined he would become the target of an attack. When a vice-like hand clamped down on his wrists, he shuddered, his skin crawling. Instinct urged him to draw his dagger and fight back, but he found himself unable to move. Turning his head, Newman saw that it was a middle-aged man in hunting gear, with a longbow slung across his back, who had restrained him. Are you the teacher? He blurted out. The man rolled his eyes, looking at Newman as if he were a fool, and said heavily, You sound unsure. Is there anyone older than me studying in the Chaos Mountains? Newman quickly explained. No. Teacher, I'm just surprised to see you here. By the way, why are you here? The teacher sighed, turning his gaze away from Newman and towards the distant battlefield. Someone sent up a distress flare, so here I am. With that, he released Newman's hands. Realizing what had happened, Newman's face flushed with embarrassment, mentally cursing himself for having been so scared and humiliated. He could only hope this teacher wasn't one to gossip. Meanwhile, Murray Green was fully focused on countering Joanna Stewart's fierce assault. Joanna was displaying astonishing combat prowess, effortlessly deflecting space-enchanted throwing knives, her sword dancing like the wind, keeping even the leaves at bay. Facing such a formidable opponent, Murray dared not relax for a moment. He continuously used his mental pull to draw himself deeper into the forest, trying to evade Joanna's pursuit. Suddenly, a flash of red light streaked by as Joanna's fiery sword sliced a thick tree in half. Murray quickly leapt to another tree, simultaneously manipulating the fallen tree's leaves to press towards Joanna. However, Joanna's form flickered, and she appeared instantly beneath the tree where Murray stood. Planting her feet on the trunk, she surged upward without using her hands. Sis, isn't this a bit much? Murray chuckled wryly, launching a spiral knife. Joanna's expression darkened, but she still managed to cut the knife down with her sword. Though she easily neutralized the attack, her momentum was interrupted, forcing her to stop midway. It is necessary, very necessary. Joanna gritted her teeth. If I don't give you a beating today, I won't be able to vent my anger. And if I can't vent my anger, I'll feel terrible. She stabbed her sword into the trunk to steady herself and reached for the nearby branches to continue climbing. Just then, there was a sharp crack, and the branch snapped. Murray Green, witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of caution in his eyes. He knew he couldn't let Joanna Stewart succeed, so he deftly controlled several spinning knives to precisely cut the branches around Joanna. Joanna snorted disdainfully, dropping the severed branch with a dark expression. Now I'm even more upset, she said through gritted teeth, her left hand gripping the tree trunk tightly, leaving deep impressions with her fingers. Using the leverage, she leapt up and continued her climb. Murray Green watched his approaching adversary, sighed softly, but his demeanor suddenly became unusually calm. The knives hovering around him froze in midair, as if time had stopped. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a brilliant silver light, resembling a divine presence. Joanna was startled, sensing the sudden shift in his aura. What's happening? Why has his aura changed? Before she could react, an immense invisible pressure descended from above, immobilizing her. In the distance, a middle-aged teacher smirked slightly and murmured, Here it comes, he's getting serious. I thought Payne hadn't taught him that skill, but it seems the kid was holding back until now. Newman Jeffrey perked up, catching what seemed to be important information, but he couldn't fully comprehend it. He turned to the middle-aged teacher, who remained focused intently on the battle, ignoring him. Forced to the ground, Joanna demanded harshly, What kind of trick is this? However, Murray Green, in his unusual state, gazed at her coldly without uttering a word. Murray spread his fingers, and the leaves coalesced into a massive handprint, pressing down on Joanna. Sensing the danger, Joanna swung her sword in reverse, slicing the leaf hand in two. Stop pretending, she scoffed, convinced that a level 1 Murray couldn't defeat her, a level 2. Joanna swung her sword again, cutting down the tree where Murray stood. If I can't climb up, I'll bring him down, she declared, noticing that she had already felled all the trees within 10 meters around her. At that moment, Murray snapped his fingers, causing all the leaves to fall and gather into a long snake of foliage around him. Go, he commanded, but Joanna swiftly cut it down with a single stroke. When she looked back at Murray, she saw him lightly stepping on the swirling leaves, deftly leaping into the air and landing on the nearest tree. He then moved like a monkey, jumping and weaving through the branches of several trees, with leaves cascading down wherever he went. At this moment, Murray felt his mind boiling like water, constantly churning. Yet, the more his mind boiled, the calmer he became, a contradictory sensation that unsettled him. This was the skill of a psychic master mental boiling, which greatly amplified the three powers of a psychic, but the longer it was used, the more severe the consequences. Joanna Stewart stood amidst a sea of fallen leaves, cautiously scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, two leaves sliced through the air like blades, heading straight for her. She deftly dodged them, silently thinking to herself, "Battling a wizard is not as thrilling as I'd hoped." She raised her right hand, gripping a longsword, and gently stroked the blade with her left hand. The sword's edge immediately burst into a vibrant red glow, resembling flickering flames. "Hey!" she shouted softly, turning and swinging her sword. In an instant, the fallen leaves within a 5-meter radius were swept away by an invisible force, leaving the air filled with a scorching heat that blocked all leaves not controlled by Murray Green. Not far away, a middle-aged teacher watched the scene with interest. A gleam of approval flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "The blazing sword defense. Even this young girl can pull it off. The combination of mental fervor and the blazing sword defense, not bad at all. It's a shame there's no fine wine to accompany it, though." Just then, his attention was drawn to some movement behind him. 4 warrior students were approaching, quickly noticing the duel between Murray Green and Joanna Stewart. "Hey, isn't that our partner, Murray Green?" one of them exclaimed. "Why is he fighting? Is someone trying to steal the prey? If he loses, won't we have come all this way for nothing?" It turned out these 4 were part of a team collaborating with Grant to transport the prey. They had come in response to the signal flares sent up by Murray Green and his companion. The tall warrior leading the group calmly analyzed the situation. "We won't have come for nothing. Whoever wins will need us to transport the prey. We just need to find a place to watch and reveal ourselves once a winner is decided. Whoever hands over the prey to us will help them." The other 3 nodded in agreement. "That tree looks good." One companion pointed to a tall tree in the distance. "It's high and offers a clear view, perfect for watching." Satisfied, the leader nodded, and the 4 headed towards the tree, starting to climb. What they didn't know was that someone had already claimed the best vantage point. Hidden in the shadow of the branches, Newman Jeffrey observed the familiar scene, sneaking a glance at the expression of the middle-aged teacher beside him. The teacher gave a light hum, slightly displeased but understanding that it was indeed the best spot for watching the battle. Before long, the 4 climbed onto the branches, and the leader looked up to see a middle-aged man with a longbow on his back crouching near the treetop, with a vague silhouette beside him. The middle-aged man stared at them impassively. "Ah, Cecil, sir." The tall leader immediately recognized the mountain guardian teacher nearby. The 4 awkwardly clung to the trunk, unsure whether to continue climbing or descend. Cecil Carnegie nodded slightly, and then turned his attention back to the battlefield, as if this unexpected encounter had never happened. At this moment, Murray Green was like a drifting leaf, his left hand gripping a large python handgun at his waist, muttering incantations under his breath. Utilizing his ability to switch freely between 3 forces, he continuously shifted positions among the swirling leaves, attempting to evade his opponent's pursuit. Opposing him was Joanna Stewart, wielding the flaming sword technique with the force of a fiery whirlwind, charging forward relentlessly. Her formidable sword skills, combined with her substantial battle energy, effortlessly neutralized all of Murray Green's attacks. Each clash lasted barely a round, forcing her opponent to retreat. "Damn, just a step too late," Joanna cursed under her breath, slicing through a humanoid form made of leaves with her sword. Her sharp gaze scanned the directions where Murray might have moved, but all she could see was an endless vortex of leaves. With these numerous obstacles, she had to rely on her senses to pinpoint his location. However, Murray, being a telekinetic, inherently possessed formidable mental strength. Now in a heightened state, even though Joanna's level was higher, pinpointing his exact location was challenging. This always left her a step behind, allowing Murray to keep maneuvering. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking leaf broke through the 5-meter distance, shooting towards Joanna like an arrow. Annoyed but undeterred, she casually sliced it with her sword. At that instant, a spiral-throwing knife whizzed in from another direction. Joanna's pupils contracted, recognizing the dangerous gray hue. She immediately launched a full-force strike, deflecting the knife with her sword. However, after completing the move, her heart skipped a beat, sensing an even more dangerous attack looming. "Ha, ha, ha, bring out all your tricks." Joanna couldn't help but smile with excitement. As a warrior who thrived in battle, she not only didn't fear danger, but found true joy in it. Meanwhile, Murray had finished enchanting 6 bullets. With a flick of his left hand, the python handgun flew to his front, his right hand swiftly grabbing the grip. Although the sight was filled with leaves, he knew Joanna was behind them. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, aiming for Joanna's shoulder. The space-enchanted bullet transformed into a gray streak, silently slicing through all the leaves, reaching within 5 meters of Joanna in the blink of an eye. "Bring it on." Joanna's eyes narrowed slightly as she swung her sword in reverse. The gray bullet clashed with her fiery red sword, emitting a crisp impact sound. But Joanna felt a strong tearing sensation. Gray again, she grunted, channeling her explosive battle energy with full force, a surge of power flooding her arm. Back off. She exerted more strength, finally repelling the space-enchanted bullet. But upon seeing another deep scratch on her sword, her mood soured. Seeing the first bullet fail, Murray calmly continued pulling the trigger. Another space-enchanted bullet shot out. Joanna, caught between expended old strength and yet-arrived new strength, had to grip the sword hilt with her right hand, pressing the blade with her left, positioning it in front of her. Clang! The bullet, carrying immense power, forced Joanna to stumble 3 steps back before she barely managed to block the strike. Quickly regaining her stance, she gripped the sword with both hands, splitting the third bullet in two with a powerful downward slash. Before she could celebrate, the fourth bullet unexpectedly struck directly on her sword. Caught off guard, Joanna's hands went numb, and the sword nearly flew from her grasp. Trying to disarm me? Dream on. Joanna instantly grasped Murray's intent. Her eyes flared with a fiery red glow, and she boldly stepped forward, charging towards the danger. Leaves fluttered wildly in the air, parting in response to the power of the blazing sword, as Joanna's steward advanced as if she owned the place. Murray Green, sensing her rapid approach through spatial feedback, frowned. Only 2 enchanted bullets remained in his gun, and they might prove ineffective against Joanna, who had enhanced her abilities. He rubbed his temples, aching from mental exertion, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon the tree where Newman Jeffrey was. What he saw shocked him. His spatial feedback detected 5 people in the tree, along with a powerful, indistinct presence. In a flash of decision, Murray Green sprinted in that direction without hesitation. Seeing this, Joanna immediately pursued, shouting, "Don't run." Murray Green inwardly chuckled. If you didn't chase me, why would I run? If you weren't running, why would I chase? As he dashed through the dense foliage, Murray Green's silhouette came into Joanna's view. In a straight run, a warrior's speed far surpassed that of a mage, and the distance between them quickly decreased. At a critical moment, Murray Green used his right hand to exert a pulling force, grabbing onto the tallest nearby tree and leaping up to land steadily on a branch. He crouched down, bewildered by the 6 bystanders already in the tree, and politely greeted them. Hello. Cecil Carnegie, Newman Jeffrey, and the other 4 silently stared at this unexpected guest, while Murray Green let out a sigh of relief, looking back at them. On the ground, Joanna Stewart looked at the nearly 80-centimeter thick tree in front of her and shouted angrily, "I told you to climb the tree." She dashed forward, gripping her sword with both hands, slashing diagonally downward with a blazing slash. The fiery sword, enhanced by her blazing aura, sliced through the thick trunk like it was butter. The strike was as swift as lightning, and the tree seemed to react only after a second or two, beginning to tilt and fall. The branches shook violently, as if something was about to emerge. Joanna's eyes narrowed, her right hand gripping her sword, ready to unleash a powerful blow at any moment. Sure enough, a figure leaped out from the branches. Joanna swung her sword to strike, but upon seeing the person's face, she was taken aback and quickly withdrew her attack. It wasn't Murray Green, but a stranger. Before Joanna could make sense of it, several more figures jumped out from the falling tree, further confusing her. She shouted in bewilderment, "What's going on here? Where's Murray Green?" The 4 who had jumped from the tree and Newman Jeffrey all looked at the falling tree and replied in unison, "He's still in the tree." Joanna Stewart was even more puzzled. "Then what's your story?" Newman Jeffrey exchanged a glance with the 4-person group, and they all stepped back in unison, pushing Newman to the forefront. With a sigh of resignation, Newman was about to explain the situation when a violent shake interrupted him. The large tree was now leaning at nearly 40 degrees, and its fall was accelerating. On the branches, Murray Green and Cecil Carnegie were still locked in a standoff. Cecil couldn't resist a taunt. "Kid, why don't you just jump down?" Murray, struggling with a severe headache, weakly responded, "I'm badly injured, dizzy. Jumping down could result in injury. Going down with the tree might be less risky." Cecil sneered, cutting straight to the point, "Don't give me that. You're just afraid of jumping down and getting thrashed by that little girl." As the trunk's angle approached 60 degrees, Murray couldn't help but admire how Cecil remained steadily perched on the branch. In desperation, he pleaded, "Teacher, save me." Cecil let out a derisive laugh, but made no move. The branches were already touching the ground, and staying any longer would be disastrous. He stood up, grabbed Murray by the collar, and with a light step forward, they vanished from the branch. The next moment, they appeared on the ground. The massive tree crashed down with a thunderous noise, sending dust everywhere. Cecil took another step forward, bringing Murray to the edge of the dust cloud, leaving them spotless. Joanna Stewart, upon seeing Murray, instinctively raised her sword, but when she noticed Cecil, she immediately lowered her weapon and respectfully bowed. "Teacher." Cecil, with a hint of teasing, praised her. "Not bad, girl. That explosive sword strike was quite powerful." Joanna, slightly embarrassed, forced a smile and responded, "Thank you, teacher." She had intended to force Murray off the tree, but unexpectedly brought out so many people, including her teacher. She glared at Murray, blaming him for the trouble. Cecil dropped Murray onto the ground. Murray struggled to stand and respectfully said, "Thank you, teacher, for saving me." Cecil impatiently waved him off. "All right, you silver-tongued devil, go rest. Mental exhaustion is no joke." Murray nodded in agreement, quickly briefing Newman and entrusting him with the task of selling the magical beasts. Then, enduring the pain, he ran down the mountain without looking back. He rushed back to Ellis Academy, retreating to the meditation room in Stanley Ellis Tower. Once he relaxed, the intense headache rendered him unconscious. It took him 3 days to recover from the aftermath of his mental exhaustion. During that time, Newman visited and handed over the money from selling the magical beasts they had captured. According to their prior agreement, apart from the last second-level magical beast that Murray kept for himself, the rest were divided in a 3,070 split. In the end, Murray earned 47 gold coins from this venture into the mountains. In his bedroom, Murray Green focused intently as he poured all the coins he had onto the table and began counting them one by one. The gold coins glimmered enticingly under the light, as if whispering their worth. He recalled his annual allowance, his pocket money off 240 gold coins a year. In previous years, the Countess would personally hand it to him at the beginning of each month. But this year, as he was leaving for school, she uncharacteristically gave him the entire year's allowance of 240 gold coins all at once. Murray Green ran his fingers over each coin, feeling a sense of gratitude. For ordinary people, this was a fortune. He had heard that just 5 gold coins could comfortably support a typical family. Some people might never touch such wealth in their lifetime. Thinking of this, he felt fortunate to have been reborn into this noble family. However, for the second son of a count, 240 gold coins seemed a bit meager. Murray Green quickly calculated that it averaged out to only 20 gold coins a month, which might not even buy a few bottles of fine wine in noble circles. He remembered how he had previously squandered his money quickly, leaving his small treasury empty. Whenever he was short of money, he had to rely on his older brother's generosity or wait for the Countess to be in a particularly good mood. Next year, Murray Green resolved to himself, "I must request an increase in my allowance from Mother. Given my current performance, though not as outstanding as my brother's, doubling the amount shouldn't be out of the question." He continued counting the coins on the table. In addition to his allowance, he had some money received as gifts at his comingafage ceremony, totaling over 100 gold coins. Most guests chose to give gifts, but these cash gifts were also a significant income. Lastly, there was the income from hunting magical beasts in the mountains recently. Murray Green calculated carefully. After deducting recent expenses for making firearms and some daily expenditures, his total assets amounted to 319 gold coins. This sum was enough to ensure a comfortable life at school, but it was still far from achieving his ultimate goals. During the past 3 days of rest, Murray Green had thought a lot. He faced 2 choices. Either follow Webster Ellis's advice and focus wholeheartedly on becoming a high-level mage, or invest more time and money to learn the art of crafting. He knew that commissioning other craftsmen to make weapons based on his designs carried significant risks, such as potential leaks. If he encountered a craftsman with ill intentions, his ideas could be stolen, leading to even bigger problems. After much deliberation, Murray Green chose the latter. However, learning crafting required substantial investment. First was the expensive apprenticeship fee, followed by the cost of materials needed for learning and practice. Becoming a skilled craftsman was unimaginable without strong financial support. At this moment, Murray Green found himself in a predicament, with the biggest obstacle being insufficient funds. Although this could be considered an educational expense, as a spatial battle mage, focusing less on training to switch to being a telekinetic could be explained as a strategy to get through a weak period. But if he were to also pursue crafting, it would be hard to justify. He clearly understood that among mages, crafting and potion making were the slowest professions to advance in Indiana. Their predecessor, the alchemist, was notorious for slow progress. It was said that many alchemists spent their entire lives only reaching the first level. Murray Green fell into deep thought, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the coins on the table, pondering how to achieve his goals with limited resources. In this fantastical world, the profession of alchemy is divided into several branches, with artifact crafting and potion making being the most challenging, time-consuming, yet highly sought after. Murray Green, a genius destined to become a battle mage, found himself deeply fascinated by artifact crafting. He was acutely aware that if his brother Ryan Green or his mentor Webster Ellis discovered this secret, he might be confined to a small room until he advanced to a senior mage and could finally see the light of day again. Murray gently caressed the pair of giant serpent handguns by his side, the cold metal contrasting sharply with the heat of his passion. He knew well that in this perilous world, hiding would only keep one in the shadows forever. Eager to explore this magical realm, he resolved to teach himself the art of artifact crafting. From that day forward, Murray's life became exceptionally busy. Classes, training, meals, and sleep filled every minute of his schedule. He frequently visited the library to gather information, diligently practiced his telekinetic abilities, and made time to earn money at Mount Caius. This high-intensity lifestyle made him like a tightly drawn bow, ready to launch. Webster Ellis observed his student's dedication and nodded in satisfaction. He always believed Murray had extraordinary talent, albeit a bit lazy at his core. As a mentor, he refrained from interfering excessively in his students' studies, as long as Murray continued to put in effort. However, if Ellis knew Murray's hard work was directed towards learning artifact crafting, he might not remain so composed. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Murray had initially estimated it would take 3 months to reach the first level of mastery, but he achieved his goal a month ahead of schedule. From the time he enrolled, it had only taken 5 months for him to grow from an ordinary person to a first-level master mage, a training speed that was exceptional even in the Warrior Academy. At the Magic Academy, Murray was far ahead, with the fastest training battle mage students only just breaking into the advanced level. Mages differ from warriors, as the former emphasize accumulation, and their training speed is typically much slower. In the 500 years since Ellis Academy was founded, while many 5th-level warrior students have been cultivated, there has never been a 5th-level mage student. If it weren't for the complex factor of Elizabeth Ellis, Webster Ellis would never have agreed to let Murray learn telekinesis, and might even have encouraged him to challenge the Academy's records. As his skills improved, Murray moved out of the student dormitory and spent a hefty sum to rent a small standalone castle. This stone building had 2 floors and 4 bedrooms, with the second floor housing the master and guest rooms, each equipped with private bathroom facilities. The first floor featured a hall, servants' quarters, kitchen, and bathroom, all fully equipped, along with a charming small garden. However, what truly captivated Murray was the castle's basement. For a mage, a spacious basement was essential for training, practicing magic, and conducting experiments. Murray switched on the basement's magic crystal light, and the bright glow dispelled the darkness, illuminating the various instruments inside. These were the fruits of his labor over the past 2 months, for which he had nearly exhausted all his savings to purchase these crafting tools and beginner's books. Looking at all this, a satisfied smile spread across Murray's face, filled with excitement for the artifact crafting journey about to begin. Magic circles are an advanced form of magic, created by enhancing and reorganizing multiple spells. The core skill of an enchanter is mastering these complex magic circles. Take an entry-level enchanting magic circle, for example. It's a clever combination of 3 basic enchanting spells. Not only is it more stable than a single spell, but it can also exist independently of the caster's control, directly inscribed onto objects to grant them lasting magical effects. Murray Green stood at his workbench, holding an ancient leather-bound book. To the untrained eye, the crooked texts and strange patterns on its pages were meaningless, but to him, this book was a precious imprint of enchanting magic circles. He closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to his fingertips, and gently brushed the pages. In an instant, the words in the book seemed to come alive, merging with Murray's mental energy, flooding into his mind like a tide. The once obscure symbols transformed into familiar text in his mind, while the vague patterns turned into a clear instructional video. This unique method of learning was no accident. In this world, aside from basic warrior breathing techniques accessible to the public, most advanced cultivation methods were closely guarded secrets. To learn these secrets, one had to either apprentice with a master or enroll in specialized schools. Even then, to prevent the leak of these secrets, the teaching methods were highly specialized. When Lyndon Beale taught Murray meditation, he directly imprinted the knowledge into his mind and set restrictions. This allowed Murray to practice and even recite it by heart, but he couldn't teach it to others. The enchanting magic circle imprint book in front of him was no different. Without the correct method of interpretation, it would appear as a jumble of meaningless symbols. As Murray finished reading, the text and patterns on the pages noticeably faded. This was his 4th time reading the book, leaving him with 3 more opportunities to learn from it. If he failed to master it after these 7 attempts, he would have to purchase a new one. Setting the book aside, Murray closed his eyes to meditate, repeatedly reviewing the instructional images in his mind. Slowly, he raised his right hand, tracing the air with his fingers, practicing how to construct the structure of an enchanting magic circle. After an indeterminate amount of time, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes with confidence. From the workbench, Murray picked up a palm-sized copper plate and a delicate engraving knife, ready to put theory into practice. However, the moment the knife touched the copper plate, he realized that what seemed like a simple operation was, in fact, fraught with difficulty. Despite the clear guidance in his mind, accurately engraving the complex magic circle required a great deal of practice and refinement. Murray Green stood in the basement, holding a piece of copper that glowed dimly with a grayish light, beads of sweat shimmering on his forehead. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his mouth involuntarily curved into a bright smile. The copper piece was engraved with a complex magical array, the culmination of 7 days of painstaking effort. Reflecting on the hardships of the past week, Murray couldn't help but feel a deep sense of accomplishment. Mastering the enchantment magic array alone took 5 days, an unprecedented challenge for him, considering his limited magical knowledge. The most difficult part wasn't completing the engraving of the magic array, but controlling the pressure of the engraving tool. Both too deep and too shallow were unacceptable. It required precision to the millimeter. Fortunately, Murray possessed the ability known as divine control, which allowed him to perfectly manage his body with mental strength. Coupled with his telekinesis, his bodily control was as effortless as moving his own limbs. After 2 days of intensive practice, he finally succeeded. Murray carefully stroked the surface of the copper piece. Although the texture was slightly rough, it did nothing to diminish his joy. He used telekinesis to make the copper piece fly around the basement. To his delight, the speed of the copper piece was even faster than an enchanted flying dagger, and its duration was longer. Just as Murray was reveling in his success, the copper piece flying through the air suddenly shattered. He quickly used his telekinesis to gather the fragments in front of him, and, after careful examination, concluded that the material lacked sufficient strength. Engraving a magic array compromises the integrity of an item, reducing its strength. Murray recalled the information he had researched. Some had tried drawing on surfaces using special ink to create magic arrays. While this method preserved the item's integrity, it resulted in poor magical effects that would peel off with slight impact. Faced with this dilemma, two mainstream approaches emerged in the field of artifact crafting. One involved warrior blacksmiths who, using special materials and techniques, created weapons with special effects, though such talents were rare. The other involved magic-side artificers, who at advanced levels could use a fusion method to integrate magic arrays into items, albeit at a high cost. Thus, most people opted to purchase sturdy weapons and then have an artificer engrave a magic array. Although this shortened the weapon's lifespan, it significantly enhanced combat power. In this world, enhancing one's strength was paramount. Murray looked at the fragments in his hand, lost in thought. Although this experiment had failed, he had glimpsed the dawn of success. He knew that with continued effort, he would one day become an outstanding magician. What? You want to graduate early? Murray Green was deeply absorbed in the world of crafting, and time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and he decided to conduct some market research by crafting items that could be easily sold to cover the cost of materials. As he stepped out of the classroom, Murray saw his elder brother, Ryan Green, waiting in front of the school building. Ryan patted his brother's shoulder, his expression serious, as he explained, "The northern barbarian orcs have been unusually active lately, attacking our territories multiple times. Father believes this is their way of testing us, and he predicts a major war will break out in the north in the coming years." Ryan's eyes sparkled with fervor, his voice filled with passion. "Murray, our Green family rose from the ashes of war. As a war knight, I feel that academy life has been stifling my growth. The battlefield is where I truly belong, where I can make a name for myself." Murray looked at Ryan in surprise, seeing a side of his gentle brother that resembled their father, Earl Green. Ryan continued, "I will make the Green family stronger." With that, Ryan left in haste, depositing a large sum of money into Murray's student account before departing with his newly recruited followers, escorted by the cavalry, towards the Green territory. Murray stood at the academy gate, watching Ryan and his entourage disappear from view. He murmured to himself, "War is coming. I can almost smell the blood." Just then, a vendor carrying a pole interrupted his thoughts. "Duck blood soup, freshly killed old duck. Young master, would you like a bowl?" Murray pondered for a moment and said, "I'll have a bowl of duck blood soup. Hold the blood, less broth, more duck meat, and extra chili." He pulled out a silver coin from his sleeve and handed it to the vendor. "Keep the change." The vendor gratefully accepted the coin. "Thank you, young master." Murray squatted near the gate, skillfully using chopsticks to pick up duck meat and dip it in chili, eating with gusto. The vendor watched in amazement at the young master's hearty appetite. As he ate lunch, Murray observed the students coming and going through the school gate. He realized that he had been so preoccupied with his studies and crafting that he had tightly scheduled his time. Now, leisurely enjoying lunch felt like a rare pleasure. He sighed, "Bitter first, sweet later. I hope the sweetness really follows the bitterness." After finishing the duck meat, Murray drank the broth in one go, returned the bowl to the vendor, and turned back into the school to continue his arduous studies. A few days later, Murray received a notice that all first-year students were to gather in the student auditorium. Entering the auditorium, Murray noticed that the setup was entirely different from the usual banquet events. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified, enveloped in an icy blue ambience. Students stood according to their faculties, with the Warrior Academy students taking up most of the space, while the Magic Academy students occupied only a small area, appearing particularly sparse. Although fewer in number compared to the Warrior Academy, the students of the Magic Academy exuded a palpable aura of confidence. Murray Green silently blended into the crowd of Magic Academy students, standing still as he pondered the reason behind the school's sudden emergency notification. Around him, students gathered in small groups, whispering about the situation. The Northern Wind Fortress is under siege by an army of 200,000 barbaric orcs, a tall student murmured. It's been several days, and the pressure on the front line is immense. The school must be planning to send some of us to help at the front. A bespectacled girl added. There are 3 fortresses in the north, and the Northern Wind Fortress is the largest and strongest, but it's also the closest to the orc tribes. If it falls, a quarter of the northern lands will be unprotected, vulnerable to orc raids. The news swept through the crowd like a chilling wind, leaving many students with fearful expressions. Quite a few of them likely had homes in that vulnerable region. Don't worry, a burly male student reassured his companion. A mere 200,000 barbaric orcs can't possibly breach the Northern Wind Fortress. Even if their numbers doubled, it wouldn't be enough. True, another student chimed in. But with battles at the front, the rear needs support, whether in manpower or funds. Our school trains elites, so they're bound to send a group to aid the effort. As the discussion swirled around him, Murray Green's thoughts drifted to his brother, Ryan Green, who had graduated early to join the fight, and to the Green family estate near the border. His heart sank as he worried about his family's safety. Although the Green family's forward fortress wasn't a primary battlefield, it was certainly threatened by roaming orc squads. Just as Murray was lost in thought, a resonant bell rang through the hall, instantly silencing all conversations. All eyes turned to the stage as the curtain slowly rose, revealing 3 figures. In the center stood the stern-faced Elizabeth Ellis, with her white hair and eyes exuding a powerful presence. Flanking her were the Magic Academy's dean, Webster Ellis, and a man Murray did not recognize. Judging by the man's burly build and severe expression, Murray surmised he was likely the renownedly strict warrior academy dean, Upton Ellis. Another bell chimed, pulling Murray back to reality. Elizabeth Ellis stepped forward slightly and cleared her throat. Students, her voice rang clearly throughout the hall. The Northern Wind Fortress is currently surrounded by 200,000 barbaric orcs. After much deliberation, we've decided to send a third of our faculty to the front lines. Additionally, we are allowing some students to participate in actual combat. Those who participate will earn a substantial amount of academy credits, and killing barbaric orcs in battle will not only earn you military merit, but also school credit bonuses. Military merit. The words sparked a wave of excitement throughout the hall. In the Kingdom of Laney's, military merit was the sole path to acquiring land and noble titles. The students' eyes gleamed with excitement and ambition, as if they could already see a bright future ahead. Elizabeth Ellis observed the energized atmosphere and continued. That's right, this practical training exercise indeed offers the opportunity to earn military merits. The school has reached an agreement with the 3rd Legion. Participating students will receive temporary military ranks and directly gain merits for the kingdom. These merits can be recorded under your name, attributed to your family, or even exchanged for resources in the Legion's treasury. She further elaborated on the operation of noble families. A noble family is a vast entity where individuals and the family are closely linked. Although titles are inherited by the eldest son, other children receive a share of the family business upon reaching adulthood. These businesses are under the family name, but the actual profits belong to the children. The stronger the family, the greater their benefits. Elizabeth emphasized the importance of family consciousness. In this world, whether noble or commoner, family awareness is extremely strong. People believe in strength in numbers. During this training, I will act as the commander for all participating students. Those who perform exceptionally will receive generous rewards from the Legion, the school, and the Ellis family. She then announced the registration details. Students who wish to participate can now register with their teachers. Those who do not wish to join may leave. The specific departure time will be communicated by the teachers of each college. Turning to the 2 deans, she asked, "Do either of you have anything to add?" Seeing them shake their heads slightly, she declared, "All right, meeting adjourned." As soon as she finished speaking, the previously quiet auditorium erupted. Many students cheered and lined up to register, eager for the chance to earn merits. Of course, some chose to leave. Murray Green watched all this, deep in thought. Compared to military merits, he valued academic credits more. At Ellis Academy, credits are more valuable than gold coins, as they can be exchanged for advanced knowledge in the field of alchemy that money can't buy. Although he is just a beginner now, preparing for the future is essential. Additionally, the Green family has always been generous to him, and he is not ungrateful. Having been away from home for nearly 6 months, and with the situation in the Green territory unstable, he felt it necessary to return and understand the circumstances. With these thoughts in mind, Murray Green looked up at his mentor, Webster Ellis. The perceptive Webster immediately sensed Murray's gaze and locked eyes with him. "Murray, what's on your mind?" Webster's voice echoed in Murray's mind through telepathy. Murray promptly responded mentally, "Mentor, I want to participate in this practical training exercise." Why? Webster inquired. Webster Ellis frowned as he looked at Murray Green, who was staring at him with hopeful eyes. Ellis sighed and began to speak slowly. You haven't even mastered the most basic spatial magic yet. Going straight to the battlefield is too dangerous. He paused. I know you want to go home to see your family, but the Green family spent a great deal to send you here to study magic. You're only at level 1. What good would it do to go back now? It would be better to stay a while longer, improve your skills, and return during the holidays. Upon hearing this, Murray Green's eyes darted around as he decided to play his trump card. He deliberately glanced at Elizabeth Ellis before lowering his head and saying shyly, Her Highness is going to the battlefield. Naturally, I must follow. Webster Ellis frowned deeply, mumbling to himself. This kid is obsessed. He was doing well a few months ago, and I thought this was over, but he's still fixated on it. He thoughtfully stroked his chin and turned to scrutinize Elizabeth beside him. Elizabeth felt puzzled by the strange look and couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, what's wrong? Nothing, Webster shook his head, sighing inwardly. One shouldn't meet someone too extraordinary when young. Otherwise, it's hard to let go for a lifetime. He then conveyed a message to Murray. All right, you can participate in the combat training. But this time, it won't be me leading the team, it'll be Upton. You must be careful, and I'll ask Teacher Payne to look after you. Make sure to stay close to him. Murray was secretly delighted and quickly expressed his gratitude, promising to stay safe before hurrying off to find Teacher Payne to sign up. Returning to his dormitory basement, he began preparing for the upcoming battlefield experience. 3 days later, Murray received a sudden summons from Webster, asking him to come to the Stanley Ellis Tower. Feeling apprehensive, Murray reached the top of the tower and had barely called out Minter when Webster raised a hand to touch his forehead. Startled, Murray initially thought he was about to have his mind searched, but soon felt a familiar warmth and calmed down to receive the knowledge his mentor imparted. When Murray opened his eyes, he realized it was a level 1 spatial magic. He looked at Webster with some resentment. Didn't you say you only knew spatial feedback? Seeing this, Webster lightly tapped Murray on the forehead. Stop with the pitiful look. I do only know spatial feedback, but I arranged for someone to find a few spatial skills. A few. Murray's eyes lit up, staring at Webster excitedly. Minter. After a series of persistent efforts, Murray Green finally acquired another spatial magic. At this moment, this distinguished spatial battle mage had mastered 3 spatial spells, a remarkable achievement worth celebrating. As a first-level master of spatial magic, Murray easily handled 2 first-level spells, especially those with similar attributes. The newly acquired Airstrike spell was quite unique. The user only needed to mentally lock onto an enemy to deliver a guaranteed hit from a distance. Although the attack's power depended on the user's strength, this sudden assault could disrupt an opponent's attack rhythm and potentially become a fatal blow. Of course, agile opponents might still evade the attack by moving quickly or escaping the range of mental lock. The Air Cut spell, on the other hand, was a powerful amplification magic exclusive to spatial attributes. When used on sharp weapons like swords, its power was immeasurable. Murray experienced it firsthand, as his dagger, enhanced by the Air Cut spell, easily sliced through tough materials around him. A few days later, upon receiving departure orders, Murray Green donned a special set of gear. He wore a black trench coat made from magical beast hide, along with black jeans woven from spider beast silk. This outfit, enhanced by a toughness magic array, had become a first-level magical item with significantly increased defense. On his feet were tactical shoes crafted from beast leather, and on his hands, he wore black gloves with an agility magic array. He also carried a black case covered with cowhide on his back, making him look fully armed. When Murray arrived at the gathering point, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He was surrounded by mages in magical robes, and his outfit seemed out of place. Others looked at him with curious eyes, making Murray's scalp tingle, wishing he could dash back to his dorm to change into a magical robe. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, Murray saw the tall figure of Nick Brown. Nick, dressed in a magical robe and holding a green staff, waved at him. Hey, Nick, my good buddy, I didn't know you were here. Murray beamed a bright smile and quickly approached, giving Nick a hearty hug, which left Nick a bit puzzled, wondering if Murray had lost his marbles. As Murray and Nick engaged in lively conversation, the novelty of Murray's peculiar attire quickly faded, and others no longer paid it much attention. Nick, didn't you just break through to become a mage? Why aren't you staying at school to continue training? Murray curiously inquired. Hearing this, Nick rolled his eyes, a hint of frustration in his tone. What do you mean I just became a wizard? I've been a wizard for over 2 months now. Murray Green paused, then scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, really? I've been so busy lately, I completely forgot. His voice held a hint of apology. In recent months, Murray had been juggling his other training while also teaching himself alchemy. His schedule was packed, leaving him no time to catch his breath. Under such pressure, some seemingly important things slipped his mind. If Nick Brown knew that his becoming a wizard, such a significant milestone in life, was considered unimportant by Murray, He might just use his magic wand to knock some sense into his head. Nick rolled his eyes and continued to chide. Well, of course, you're a busy man. Apart from classes, it's impossible to find you anywhere. You're so busy, you even forgot about your uncle here. Murray lowered his head, accepting the criticism sheepishly, unable to come up with a retort. Nick suddenly noticed the black box in Murray's hand and asked curiously, by the way, what's in that black box of yours? Oh, nothing much, just some toiletries and a change of clothes. Murray lied casually, quickly changing the subject. Your wand looks pretty nice. How many gold coins did it cost? Nick perked up at this, a proud smile spreading across his face. Haha, this wand wasn't bought. It was custom made by a senior alchemist. Isn't that still buying? Murray muttered under his breath. I said it's not buying, it's custom made. Do you understand the allure of customization? Nick replied, a bit impatiently. Never mind, seeing your odd outfit, I can tell you don't get the charm of custom work. Murray hurriedly agreed. Yes, my outfit is just something I randomly designed and made myself, not custom made by a senior alchemist or anything. The charm is miles away from your wand. Nick beamed at this, raising his wand to continue boasting, when suddenly his attention was caught by a figure. Wow, it's Senior Harlan. A tall senior appeared in everyone's view, wearing a green wizard robe and holding a similarly green wand. Compared to Nick's, the wand's quality was distinctly superior, like an authentic piece next to a cheap imitation. Most striking was the excised gemstone embedded at the wand's tip, dazzling to the eye. Harlan Hollis wore a ring on each finger of his left hand, each radiating magical brilliance, showcasing his wealth and status. Murray looked at the successful alchemist with envy, reminded of another exceptional potion master, Simone Lind. He realized that although alchemy and potion making were challenging in the beginning, once successful, wealth and fame were within reach. Keep going, Murray, you can do it. He silently encouraged himself. Harlan was used to such admiring gazes. He carried his wand, left hand behind his back, striding confidently with a few companions to a quieter spot. But it wasn't long before he was surrounded by a throng of people. Harlan Hollis's skill in crafting magical items is truly exceptional, with his high fees matched by the outstanding quality of his work. At this moment, Murray Green is intently staring at the 5 rings on Harlan's fingers, his eyes filled with envy. These small rings contain advanced level 3 crafting techniques, capable of bearing complex magical arrays, showcasing Harlan's extraordinary craftsmanship. As a beginner level 1 craftsman, Murray is well aware of the gap between himself and Harlan. He can only inscribe simple level 1 magical arrays on ordinary materials and has a long way to go before he can create genuine magical items. Meanwhile, Harlan's appointment list is booked until graduation, a testament to his renowned reputation. With the arrival of several prominent figures, the atmosphere at the scene becomes even more lively. Before long, the students participating in the practical training arrive at the Magic Tower's gathering point. Once everyone is in place, the master of the Magic Tower and the accompanying teachers emerge from the tower's entrance almost simultaneously, surrounding a white-haired middle-aged man. This stern-looking white-haired man is the vice principal of the Magic Academy and the overall leader of this training exercise. His voice is not loud but clear. Hello, everyone. I am the vice principal of the Magic Academy. Due to the special nature of this training, I hope all students will strictly follow the arrangements of your teachers or superiors. Understood? The students replied in unison, understood. The vice principal nodded with satisfaction and then instructed the teachers to form a line, with the students taking their places behind their respective leading teachers. Murray quickly bid farewell to Nick and hurried to line up behind teacher Payne DuPont. Soon, all the students were ready, and the teachers confirmed the head count and relayed the information to the vice principal. Good, since everyone is here, let's set off, announced the vice principal. Murray looked around, but saw no sign of any transportation. With nearly 200 students participating in the training, arranging enough carriages would be an overwhelming task. Yet, not a single horse was in sight, leaving Murray puzzled. As Murray Green stood puzzled, the vice principal unexpectedly turned and opened the door, heading straight back to his magic tower. Following him, other teachers led the students inside. Upon entering the magic tower, Murray Green looked around but quickly lost interest. To him, this 200-meter-tall tower was far less impressive than the Stanley Ellis Tower he frequently visited. The magic tower had over 30 levels, with half used for storage and the rest spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 200 students. Teacher Payne DuPont guided Murray Green to a spacious room. Inside were more than a dozen stone platforms, each with a cushion on top. Before Murray Green could ask any questions, Teacher Payne gave a direct order. Choose a spot, sit cross-legged, focus, and be ready for my command. With that, he sat down at a central stone platform. Murray Green and the others followed suit, sitting in a circle around Teacher Payne. Good. Now begin to regulate your breathing and clear your mind. Although not entirely sure of the purpose, the students complied. A senior student couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what are we doing? Teacher Payne smiled mysteriously and calmly replied, preparing for takeoff. He then instructed, "Now channel your magic downward." At that moment, Murray Green felt an invisible force beneath him, drawing his magic downward. The force wasn't strong, and he could stop it at any time. But following the teacher's instructions, he didn't resist, and instead actively channeled his magic into the stone platform. As the magic flowed in, the previously dull stone platform suddenly lit up with intricate magical patterns. These patterns, like complex circuits, gathered all the students' magic to the central platform where Pain was seated, and then transmitted it downward. With the influx of magic, the exterior of the magic tower began to glow with dense magical patterns, and a powerful force appeared out of nowhere, lifting the entire tower off the ground. Initially, the tower shook violently, and Murray Green thought it was an earthquake, but he soon realized, to his amazement, that the massive 200-meter structure was slowly rising into the air. Through the window, Murray Green watched in awe as the outside scenery shrank, and the magic tower continued to ascend. The sudden rise of the 200-meter-tall building, now suspended hundreds of meters in the air, caused an immediate sensation. Students of Ellis Academy and city residents stopped to watch, excitedly calling friends and family to witness the spectacular scene. "Honey, come out and see the magic tower," echoed the cries of astonishment throughout the city. Meanwhile, students from the Warrior Academy gathered outside the school also witnessed the event, their faces showing envy. Seeing this, the Warrior Academy's headmaster, Upton Ellis, scoffed loudly, his voice carrying across the crowd. "Humph. Those show-offs at the Magic Academy, always flaunting. Real skill is what counts in battle, not showing off. What are you looking at? Get on your horses." The Warrior Academy students glanced at the tall, splendid horses provided by the academy, then looked up at the magic tower flying north, and couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, a thought crossed their minds. Why don't these horses seem appealing anymore? The floating magic tower sliced through the night sky like an arrow, weaving through the clouds. Inside, students took turns providing magical energy, switching every 2 hours to keep the massive structure airborne. After a journey of over 10 hours and 1,000 miles, the magic tower finally neared its destination. Murray Green finished his shift, stepped out of his room, and onto the observation deck. The high-altitude wind was biting cold, but he took a deep breath, savoring the fleeting thrill of conquering the skies. Below, the land spread out like a flat carpet. In the distance, illuminated by moonlight, he saw 2 towering peaks standing like giant sentinels. Between these 2 mountains lay a notable connection, the Northwind Fortress. Although the fortress itself was massive, it appeared diminutive against the backdrop of the towering peaks. As the magic tower approached, the outline of the Northwind Fortress became clearer under the moonlight and the glow of eternal bonfires. The 100-meter-high, 30-meter-thick walls snaked for 40 to 50 kilometers, sealing the gap between the mountains and thwarting the barbaric orcs' ambitions of moving south for thousands of years. Outside the walls, countless bonfires dotted the night, marking the encampment of a 200,000-strong orc army. Murray Green couldn't help but marvel. This is the Northwind Fortress, truly magnificent. The magic tower slowed and descended, drawing closer to the fortress, preparing to land. At that moment, a figure shot up like an arrow, reaching the tower. "Are you from Ellis Academy?" the figure called out. The topmost wall suddenly lowered, revealing Vice Principal Gall Ellis. He stood within the tower, waving to the airborne visitor. "Indeed, long time no see, Captain Carter." "Haha, it has been a while, Gall," laughed Carter Powell, deputy captain of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, as he flew into Gall's level. The magic tower continued its descent, as the soldiers at Northwind Fortress swiftly cleared the landing area and secured the perimeter, waiting for the magic tower to land safely. With a thunderous crash, the tower's base touched the ground. The tower shook briefly, and the magical runes flickered, reinforcing the connection. A few minutes later, when the tower settled, the runes stopped flickering and returned to normal. After a night's rest, the next morning, Murray Green felt the fatigue from providing energy to the magic tower had dissipated. He stretched, yawned, and loosened up, feeling invigorated. Led by Pain, Murray Green and others left the magic tower and entered the city behind the fortress. Behind the Northwind Fortress lay a main city and 3 small towns, all built in reliance on the fortress. This place not only served as a defensive shield against the orcs, but also as a gateway to the northern grasslands. The northern grasslands, a vast land where wilderness and opportunities coexist. Here, magical beasts roam freely, rare treasures are abundant, and the land is rich in minerals, yet it remains undeveloped due to the presence of barbaric orcs. During times of peace, trade with the orcs is frequent, attracting countless mercenaries and merchants. Over time, driven by profit, people gathered, gradually forming a main city and smaller towns. At this moment, the atmosphere in Northwind City is so tense it feels almost frozen. The streets are crowded with fully armed mercenaries, some with armor still stained with fresh blood, clearly having just returned from battle. The savage orcs' assault on Northwind Fortress prompted the fortress to issue numerous high-reward exploration and combat missions, attracting many powerful mercenaries. These individuals are mostly unruly, quick to resort to violence over verbal disputes, sometimes resulting in fatalities, their brutality shocking. However, when the team of teachers and students from Ellis Academy passes by, these fierce mercenaries uncharacteristically make way, none daring to block the path. From afar, hushed whispers can be heard. Are those the students who came out of the floating magic tower last night? Yes, so young and already at the front lines, they must be from Ellis Academy. What are these rich kids doing here? On a field trip? Chill. Do you want to die? Although the mercenaries deliberately lower their voices, the students, being skilled magicians, can easily pick up on these discussions. Nevertheless, they show no reaction, instead mimicking their teacher's calm demeanor, walking straight ahead with heads held high. Before long, the teachers and students arrive at a military camp. Carter Powell, who ascended to the skies the day before, is already there waiting with dozens of uniformed officers. Vice Principal Gar Ellis steps forward briskly to exchange pleasantries with Carter Powell, who nods in acknowledgement before turning to the students. Let's begin registration. At the command of the Legion commander, an officer approaches Murray Green and the others, saying, "Welcome to the Kingdom's 3rd Legion, where you'll engage in a month-long practical training. We will now register you, requiring accurate and detailed information to create identification badges. Additionally, we will assess your specific abilities to assign suitable tasks. Please take this seriously." The registration process goes smoothly, and the assessment is quite straightforward. An officer asks about Murray Green's abilities, and after a brief spar with a testing officer, the evaluation is declared complete. Subsequently, an officer assigns Murray Green a dormitory. Surprisingly, it is not the communal barracks or shared rooms he expected, but a private single room. Upon inquiring with other students, Murray Green learns that, to facilitate student training, Ellis Academy funded the construction of this military camp in Northwind City many years ago. Both teachers and students enjoy the amenities of single rooms. If Ellis Academy does not use the camp, the fortress can rent it out, with the rental income shared equally. The next day, students from the Warrior Academy arrive at Northwind Fortress, bringing life to the previously quiet camp. On the 4th day, Legion Commander Carter Powell and Chief Coordinator Upton Ellis hold a motivational rally on the playground. After the rally, Murray Green receives a box delivered by an officer. Upon opening it, he finds 2 sets of standard military uniforms, a military handbook, an identification badge, and a mission letter neatly arranged inside. On the first day of his training, fully armed Murray Green entered the military camp of Northwind Fortress, carrying a heavy black weapons case. His youthful face contrasted sharply with his determined eyes, drawing a few extra glances from the gate guard. "Hello, is this the reconnaissance unit of the 3rd Army? I'm Murray Green, the new recruit," Green inquired politely. The gate guard looked up and down at the young man who seemed like a nobleman, surprise evident on his face. "Do you have your ID badge? You have it on you, right?" he asked suspiciously. Green quickly pulled his ID badge from his pocket and handed it to the soldier for inspection. After confirming everything was in order, the soldier pointed towards the main gate. "Go inside. Take the first right to the office. That's the personnel dispatch office. They'll take care of you." "Thank you, brother," Green smiled in gratitude. "No problem." The soldier hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "Are you a student here for training? You look barely of age." "Yes, I just turned 18 this year," Green replied candidly. The gate guard was momentarily speechless and could only watch as the young man headed towards the personnel dispatch office. There, the staff carefully checked Green's ID badge and assignment letter, then arranged for someone to escort him to his assigned squad. "Squad 35. Your new teammate is here," the escort called out to 4 burly men training on the field. The 4 immediately ran over upon hearing the call, surrounding Green and scrutinizing him. "You're our new teammate?" one asked in disbelief. Green couldn't help but touch his youthful face with a wry smile. "If there's no mistake in the assignment, then yes." "Wow, so young. What can you do?" a young man around 20 grumbled discontentedly. The escort quickly explained, "This is Murray Green, a student from Ellis Academy here for training, and he's a magician." "What? A magician? Really?" a man in his 30s exclaimed, his eyes shining as he stared at Green, making him feel uneasy. "Ha! This is great." The man laughed heartily, patting the escort on the shoulder. "Finally, after filing reports for over 10 days, you guys have satisfied me." The escort grimaced in pain but managed to force a smile. "Get to know your new teammate. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he rubbed his shoulder and left quickly. Green's eye twitched as he turned to observe his 4 new teammates. The straightforward Captain Barlow, in his 30s and a level 2 warrior, the initially dismissive young man Marcus, and then Mike and Edge. "Hello, my name is Murray Green, a level 1 accomplished telekinetic. Please take care of me." Green introduced himself briefly. "Green? Telekinetic? Level 1 accomplished? All right. Each of the 4 focused on different aspects. but their attitudes towards Green became noticeably warmer. In the morning, Green engaged in some practice drills with the four. His agile movements and precise magical control left his teammates impressed. Soon, this young magician fully integrated into Squad 35, adding a mysterious and powerful strength to the upcoming missions. The reconnaissance team's mission is not to guard the city walls, but to carry out dangerous patrols in the Beezes Mountains. They follow a predetermined route to search for savage orcs, towering over 2.5 meters tall, who can scale the two steep mountains beside the Northwind Fortress and wreak havoc in the rear. The five-member squad has a clear responsibility: report or join forces with other squads to eliminate small groups of orcs, hunt down scattered orcs on the spot. Without the protection of city walls, engaging in close combat with these ferocious creatures results in high casualty rates for the reconnaissance team, but it also brings substantial military honors. During wartime, the benefits are generous. A first-level warrior earns a monthly salary of 30 merit points, plus 1 merit point per day of duty. Killing an adult orc earns an additional 10 merit points, distributed by the squad leader. The rewards for mages are doubled. The squad leader determines specific benefits based on strength and ability. A month's wartime income can rival that of an entire year during peacetime. The four members of the 35th Squad are thrilled by the sudden outbreak of war. They enlisted for moments like this. High risks come with high rewards, far surpassing the life of an ordinary guard or freelance mercenary. The five rode to the vicinity of the Beezes Mountains, returned their war horses to the camp, registered at the mountain checkpoint, and then ventured into the mountains. Squad leader Barlow immediately ordered, "Marcus, scout ahead." Marcus, who once underestimated Murray Green, promptly moved forward without a word. Barlow turned to Murray Green, "We'll follow." "Murray, the patrol speed might be a bit fast. You're a mage, so let us know if you can't keep up. We've never worked with a mage before, so we're not familiar with your pace." Murray nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll try to keep up." The four followed Marcus, advancing along the patrol route. Along the way, Mike and Archie also took turns scouting ahead. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to traverse. Although Murray's physique was superior to that of an average person, he couldn't match the warriors. He occasionally used repulsion spells to counteract gravity, barely keeping up with the team. Barlow observed Murray secretly, surprised that this mage was not only unspoiled but also able to keep up with their pace, feeling secretly pleased to have found a gem. Whether by luck or misfortune, they patrolled the mountains for a long time without encountering anything. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that Barlow ordered them to stop. Three team members quickly searched for a suitable campsite nearby, setting up alert devices and traps. By the time they finished their preparations, the sun had completely disappeared. The bright moonlight couldn't penetrate the dense forest, plunging the surroundings into darkness. However, Barlow and the others seemed unfazed, moving skillfully in the dark and gathering together. Barlow gave concise instructions. "Marcus, Mike, Archie, you three take turns on watch. Notify us immediately if anything happens." Then he turned to Murray Green. "You rest first and stay in top condition. The nights in the mountains aren't exactly peaceful." Murray Green carefully took a set of military attire from the black box and laid it on the makeshift bed made of branches. He sat cross-legged, leaning against the rough tree trunk, and let out a sigh of relief. This month's training, without Webster Ellis's supervision, was the perfect chance for him to go home. Murray calculated that directly asking Webster for leave might be refused. Although Webster was just a mentor and couldn't fully decide his comings and goings, he could persuade the Earl's parents to keep Murray at school. So, he cleverly used the pursuit of Elizabeth Ellis as an excuse to join this training. This reason was hard for even the dean to refute, unless Elizabeth herself explicitly declined. In the field, orders from afar are not binding, Murray muttered to himself, deciding to act first and report later. He reassured himself that since he was already out, a trip home before returning to school wasn't a big deal. This area of the Beezes Mountains, due to frequent battles between humans and savage orcs, was almost devoid of magical beasts and animals, with only a few birds flitting through the forest. Not far away, Barlow had fashioned a simple hammock from vines and branches and was lounging in it. He turned to the still resting Murray and curiously asked, "Murray, you're so young, just barely an adult, a student at Ellis Academy, and an heir to an earldom. Why join this battle?" Murray's heart skipped a beat but quickly calmed. To maintain his excuse, he feigned shyness and replied, "I'm here for Princess Elizabeth." "Elizabeth?" The reactions from the four in the tree varied, with some looking puzzled and others exclaiming, "You mean the future Grand Duchess of the North, Princess Elizabeth Ellis?" Murray nodded without hesitation, causing the four to inwardly sigh. The ways nobles pursue love are truly baffling. Instead of going shopping or giving flowers, they come to the battlefield to court. They couldn't help but wonder if this was why they themselves couldn't become nobles. For a moment, the forest fell silent, broken only by the occasional bird call. "Rest up," Barlow broke the silence. "If you don't rest now, there might not be a chance later. You're on watch, don't fall asleep." With that, He closed his eyes to conserve energy. Murray did the same, but still released spatial feedback at intervals to ensure safety. The bright moonlight filtered through the forest, but the thick leaves cast the ground into darkness. Just then, a group of tall shadows suddenly appeared, sprinting swiftly along the rugged mountain path. They deftly leaped over or dodged obstructing branches, as if the night had no effect on them. Mike, who had just taken over the watch, suddenly widened his eyes and sniffed the air intently. A faint, foul stench wafted in, instantly putting him on high alert. On duty, Mike swiftly drew his longbow and slapped his hand against the rough tree trunk. The branches shook violently, waking the other 4 team members from their light sleep. As a newcomer, Murray Green slept restlessly and immediately sensed something was amiss. Mike lowered his voice. In that direction, there might be wild orcs. He pointed towards the suspicious area, and the others quickly went on alert. The squad leader, Barlow, tightened the shield gauntlet on his wrist, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes before ordering Marcus, "Go check it out." Understood, Marcus replied softly. Dressed in tight leather armor, he nimbly drew a dagger and silently leaped down from the branches, stealthily heading in the direction Mike indicated. Barlow decisively commanded, "Let's get down too. Stay alert." The 4 of them swiftly landed, forming a defensive formation. Barlow took the lead, moving at the front. Murray Green stayed in the center, staff in hand, ready to cast spells at any moment. Mike and Edge, armed with a bow and a greatsword respectively, guarded the flanks. Barlow turned back to remind Murray Green, "Focus on your spells. We'll protect you." "No problem." Murray Green nodded, his expression serious. The team advanced slowly until a bird's call pierced the silence. "It's Marcus's signal." Barlow immediately recognized it. "A few scattered wild orcs. Let's take them down." Before he finished speaking, Barlow shot out like an arrow, with the other 3 closely following. Soon, they regrouped with Marcus. Marcus quickly reported, 7 ordinary wild orcs. They've spotted us and are fleeing in that direction." Barlow grinned menacingly. "Running? Dream on. Marcus, you and I will intercept. The rest of you flank them from behind. Annihilate them all." Barlow and Marcus dashed forward like the wind, quickly engaging the orcs. Murray Green and the others arrived at the battlefield to see Barlow fighting 5 orcs single-handedly, his shield gauntlet both attacking and defending, throwing the towering orcs into chaos. Marcus moved between 2 orcs, appearing a bit harried but effectively holding them off. Seeing this, Edge roared and was about to rush to aid Marcus with his sword. Mike sharply reprimanded him. "Idiot, don't charge. Protect the mage in me." Edge realized his mistake and immediately halted. Seizing the opportunity, Murray Green waved his right hand, sending 2 spiral sword-shaped darts whizzing through the air towards the 2 orcs pursuing Marcus. These orcs, nearly 3 meters tall, were covered in blue skin, draped in animal hides, with fierce claws and fangs. However, before they could react, the darts pierced through their chests, leaving gaping, bloody holes. The 2 orcs let out confused howls and collapsed with a thud. Though not dead yet, their shredded hearts sealed their fate. "Nice shot," Mike cheered, quickly nocking an arrow and aiming at the wild orcs attacking Barlow. Archer Mike's arrow whistled through the air, piercing the heart of a savage orc with deadly precision. The green-skinned creature couldn't even complete its scream before Barlow's powerful punch sent it flying, crashing to the ground, never to rise again. This scene ignited Barlow's fighting spirit. Wielding his dual-purpose shield fists, he delivered 2 ferocious straight punches to the abdomen of another orc, sending it crashing away. Murray Green seized the moment, flicking his wrist to send a spinning dagger through the air, cleanly severing the orc's head. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 7 orcs were dispatched. The remaining 3, sensing their disadvantage, quickly abandoned their assault on Barlow. They dropped to all 4s and scrambled frantically towards the open field. "Don't even think about escaping," Barlow roared, stepping forward with a mighty stride. His fist, like a hammer, smashed into the back of an orc, and with a sickening crack, its spine shattered. Before its anguished scream could fade, Barlow's reverse punch crushed its skull. Even the resilient orcs couldn't withstand such a fatal blow. Despite Barlow's exceptional skills, he could only stop 1 orc. The other 2 continued their escape, but suddenly, a nimble figure flipped through the air, colliding precisely with one of the fleeing orcs. The last orc became the joint target of Murray Green and Mike. Without hesitation, Mike drew his bow and fired an arrow. Murray Green, noticing, subtly adjusted the arrow's trajectory with a flick of his mind. The arrow, carrying lethal force, struck the final orc's neck with unerring accuracy. The sharp arrowhead pierced through flesh, emerging from its throat. The orc opened its mouth to scream, but no sound came out. It collapsed to the ground, life draining swiftly from its murky eyes. "Ha ha ha, well done, Mike. That shot was incredible. You've really improved." Barlow laughed in admiration. Mike sheepishly scratched his head, amazed by the seemingly miraculous shot himself. Considering the dimming light and distance, Mike had aimed conservatively for the orc's back, not expecting to hit its throat. "Haha, it It was just luck, Mike said modestly. Maybe it wasn't my aim, but the orc's bad timing. Having a mage really makes things easier. We wouldn't have dealt with these green skins so effortlessly before, Barlow remarked, his face beaming with satisfaction. The addition of a mage had significantly boosted their team's combat strength and safety, allowing them to earn more battle accolades. Indeed, thanks a lot, Murray, Mike said sincerely. At that moment, Marcus approached, wiping the blood from his dagger before sheathing it. He looked at Murray Green with a complex expression, a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. Initially, Marcus had been the most resistant to Murray Green, but he was the first to benefit from the mage's presence. As an assassin not suited for direct confrontation, Marcus had been in a perilous situation intercepting two orcs. If Murray Green had chosen to assist the captain instead of helping him first, Marcus would have been in deep trouble. Marcus, who came from a humble background, had become a first-class warrior in his early 20s, which gave him a certain sense of pride. However, when he encountered Murray Green, who was much younger yet exceptionally powerful, he felt a pang of imbalance. The recent battle had been a wake-up call for Marcus. Murray had effortlessly dealt with an opponent that had given him a hard time, making any rivalry with someone like that seem like a path to self-destruction. Murray had shown him goodwill, and Marcus thought to himself, why not seize the opportunity and align himself with this formidable ally? The prospects for both future success and wealth seemed promising. It's okay, as long as you're fine, Murray said with a smile, nodding before turning to retrieve his throwing knives and darts. With a flick of his mind, he shook off the residual blood, and the weapons silently slid back into his sleeves. Meanwhile, Mike and Edge carefully extracted the tusks from 7 savage orcs, wrapped them up, and handed them to their squad leader, Barlow. Barlow accepted the tusks, securing them close to his body, and remarked, 7 pairs of tusks, 70 points of battle merit. Not bad at all. Barlow glanced around at the 4 of them, his gaze lingering a bit longer on Murray. In the recent skirmish, Murray performed exceptionally well, taking down 3 savage orcs on his own. Let's reassess the distribution of battle merits. The other 3 agreed in unison. Though Murray seemed slightly puzzled, he still nodded along. Barlow proposed, I'll take 30%, Murray will also take 30%, Marcus gets 20%, and Mike and Edge each get 10%. That's my initial thought. Any objections? Marcus was overjoyed at the suggestion and was eager to agree. Previously, the captain would usually take 50%, with stronger teammates getting 20%, leaving Marcus and others with only 10%. Now, the captain was not only giving 2 additional shares to Murray, but also giving Marcus an extra share, which was an unexpected delight. No problem. Mike and Edge maintained their original shares and had no objections. Marcus readily agreed. Then, all eyes were on Murray. Faced with their attention, Murray nonchalantly nodded in agreement. Being offered an equal share with the captain right after joining made him feel positively towards Barlow, and he had no reason to object. Seeing Murray nod, the 4 felt relieved, and their faces lit up with bright smiles. All right, Mike, take care of our tracks, and then we'll— Barlow's words were interrupted by Murray suddenly saying, no need to worry about that. We have company. Upon hearing this, the 4 immediately became alert. At that moment, several large shadows approached them, causing Edge to cry out in surprise. Barlow quickly deduced, what we just encountered weren't stray orcs, but scouts, followed by an orc squad. He calmly issued commands. No need to fear, they're just ordinary savage orcs. Advance, break through the encirclement. Edge, charge ahead. Mike, provide support. Marcus, scout around, and I'll guard Murray, Barlow instructed, reaching out to carry Murray. But Murray deftly used his repulsion force to evade. Just charge ahead. I can keep up, Murray confidently stated. With the power of 3 forces backing him, he could easily keep pace with the team. There was no need to waste Barlow's formidable combat ability, so Murray decided to act independently. The Greenskins, your grandpa Aki is here. Aki raised his great sword high, letting out a thunderous roar as he charged towards the enemy lines. Mike was right behind him, holding 3 arrows between 4 fingers, releasing them in rapid succession. 9 arrows whistled through the air in an instant. Facing Mike's arrow storm, some of the savage orcs used their blade-like claws to parry, others dodged nimbly, while those who couldn't react in time had to withstand the attack with their bodies. Although the triple arrows weren't lethal, only causing flesh wounds, this fierce assault effectively suppressed the orcs' advance. Nice shot, Mike. Aki cheered, stomping the ground hard and leaping over 2 meters high, aiming directly for an orc struck by an arrow. His great sword, fueled by the momentum of his descent, cleaved into the orc's shoulder, sliced through its chest, and finally exited at the waist, splitting the unfortunate opponent in 2. Upon landing, Aki immediately spun around, sweeping his sword horizontally to fend off nearby enemies. However, these savage orcs were not easy foes. One orc suddenly pounced, pinning Aki's great sword with its claws, and opened its gaping maw to bite his head. In the nick of time, a flash of cold steel pierced the orc's throat. Instantly, a fountain of blood gushed from the beast's mouth. Aki thought to himself. Murray made his move. As he quickly raised his left hand to shield himself from the spraying blood, regained control of his great sword with his right, and swung it around to disperse the surrounding enemies. The orc that lunged at him fell backward, and Aki pressed forward, stepping over its corpse. After rescuing Aki, Murray Green launched 2 spiral sword-shaped darts, then used a repulsion force to make himself light as a feather, closely following Mike's lead. Barlow, bringing up the rear, asked about Marcus's situation with concern. "Marcus, how are things?" Barlow shouted. "Not good. There are over 10 greenskins behind us." Marcus shouted back, unable to stay hidden as he fled in panic, a large group of towering savage orcs hot on his heels. "Damn it. We're surrounded after all," Barlow muttered, having feared the worst but reluctant to face it. "No worries. There are at most 30 or 40 of them. They can't stop us," Barlow roared, clenching his fists and charging forward, quickly overtaking Murray Green. "I'll go clear the path for Aki. Marcus, come get you." "Got it," Murray replied. Barlow, a formidable warrior, smashed an orc's kneecap with a single punch. The orc lost control and collapsed to the ground. Barlow followed up with an uppercut, striking the orc's jaw. With a scream, the orc fell backward, its mouth twisted grotesquely, clearly unable to eat again. Barlow and Mike joined forces, swiftly defeating several orcs ahead. Finally, the group of 5 broke through the encirclement, successfully escaping the trap. After escaping the encirclement, Barlow decisively pulled out a flare and shot it diagonally into the sky in the direction they were fleeing. The brilliant red light cut through the night sky, leaving a bright trail in the darkness. "Run. Once our reinforcements arrive, I'll make sure those green-skinned creatures regret it," Barlow shouted breathlessly, with a hint of vengeful satisfaction in his voice. Suddenly, a chorus of roars erupted behind them, initially just a dozen, but quickly growing like a snowball. The footsteps of the savage orcs grew closer, and Murray Green realized things were not looking good. So, it turns out that a mage who hasn't reached a certain level of mastery should avoid going out. Otherwise, if you can't win, you won't even have a chance to escape, Murray Green thought with a bitter smile, letting out a sigh. His hands instinctively reached for his waist, preparing to retrieve something. "I initially wanted to fight you as an ordinary mage, but all I got in return was your relentless pursuit and overwhelming numbers," Murray Green said through gritted teeth. "Enough pretending, I am." In that critical moment, Marcus suddenly ran in front of Murray Green and grabbed his shoulder. With the aid of repulsive force, Murray Green's body became as light as a feather. Marcus hoisted him onto his back and sprinted forward. "Thanks, Marcus," Murray Green said with mixed emotions, both grateful and a bit helpless as he was carried on Marcus's back. "No need to thank me," Marcus replied shortly, his pace unbroken. Murray Green closed his eyes and whispered, "Keep within 100 meters of them, and we'll have hit the jackpot today." Before he finished speaking, 5 spinning daggers sliced through the air towards the savage orcs behind them. The lead orc barely had time to register the flash before instinctively raising its sharp claws in defense. With a crisp clang, the dagger collided with the claws. Before the orc could react, another dagger had already sliced across its neck from the side. It felt a sharp pain in its neck and stumbled forward a couple of steps, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Why was it flying? Before its not-so-bright mind could comprehend, its head had already hit the ground. Behind it, the headless body staggered a few more steps before finally collapsing with a thud. "Ow ow!" The savage orcs behind, witnessing their comrade's bizarre death, let out warning howls. However, some threats can't be avoided just by being vigilant. Under Murray Green's precise control, the daggers moved like the scythe of death. Their palm-sized blades spun rapidly, incredibly sharp and deadly. The orcs, lacking armor and weapons, were defenseless. In no time, 2 more pursuers fell into pools of blood. Initially, Marcus didn't understand Murray Green's intention, but when he looked back and saw 3 orcs being mercilessly cut down by the daggers, his face first showed shock, then joy. "Is this what a mage can do? Incredible!" Marcus exclaimed, then slowed his pace to keep a distance of 60 to 70 meters from the pursuers. Murray Green used spatial feedback magic to detect the situation within 100 meters. 7 left, he said calmly. "Let's take out these 7 first." The 5 spinning daggers once again sliced through the air, tracing graceful yet deadly arcs in the night, heading towards the wary savage orcs. The pursuers let out alert cries, but they could not prevent the arrival of death. As the savage orc was fully focused on the spinning dagger, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared from its rear side. It was a space-enchanted dagger that swiftly sliced through the orc's neck with lightning speed. Blood spurted out, and the savage orc let out a short howl before collapsing to the ground. This scene infuriated the other savage orcs. They roared angrily, dropping to all fours and sprinting forward with increased speed. Marcus felt the threat closing in from behind and quickened his pace. "You've really pissed them off," Marcus panted. Murray Green, with his eyes closed, replied calmly, "Just impotent rage. You might want to speed up, they seem to be catching up." Upon hearing this, Marcus accelerated again, widening the gap between them and the savage orcs. Murray Green seized the opportunity to take down two more savage orcs with his enchanted daggers. Despite the angry howls from the pursuers, they could only endure the attacks passively. Suddenly, a roar louder than the typical beastly cries echoed. A burly figure charged in from the side. Was a level 1 savage orc. Mike saw this and shouted in a trembling voice. Barlow and the others turned pale at the sight, knowing the situation was dire. Savage orcs not only resemble humans in appearance, but also possess their own civilization. Their training focuses on enhancing their bodies to become as hard as steel and adamantium. In some aspects, this training system can even rival the legacy of dragons. This level 1 savage orc stood over 2 meters tall, possessed a formidable physique, and moved faster than the level 2 warrior Barlow. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the group of 5. Just digging its own grave, Murray Green murmured, as he directed an enchanted dagger towards the level 1 savage orc. Confronted with this sudden attack, the level 1 savage orc demonstrated astonishing reflexes. Its body moved with the flexibility of a serpent, narrowly dodging the dagger aimed at its neck, only losing a few strands of fur. Return, Murray Green whispered. The dodged dagger traced a graceful arc in the air, once again targeting the back of the level 1 savage orc. This time, Murray Green's attack was more assured. However, with its beastly instincts, the level 1 savage orc sensed the impending danger. The fur on its back stood on end, realizing that while the strike might not be fatal, it could cause severe injury. A deafening roar erupted from the orc's mouth. Instead of slowing down, it sped up, pivoted on its foot, and swung a claw at the dagger. The sharp enchanted dagger met the orc's claw, instantly severing its prized talon and continuing its advance. Faced with the imminent threat, the level 1 savage orc gritted its teeth and raised its now clawless right hand in defense. The dagger easily cut through the orc's arm, but after severing both the claw and the arm, its speed and lethality were significantly reduced. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the level 1 savage orc rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike once more. Nice job, but not very useful. The first level savage orc that was rolling on the ground hadn't yet stood up when a gray light sliced through the air. A spiral shuriken hit its head with precision, creating a large hole and shredding its brain. The savage orc died instantly, its body twitching a few times before it lay still. Howl! The savage orcs chasing from behind saw their leader's brutal death and let out cries. Fear gripped them, and their pursuit visibly slowed. Flank them, kite strategy, wear them down. No problem. Marcus thought to himself, amazed by Murray Green's long-range killing ability. He was momentarily distracted and nearly collided with a tree. In a split second, Marcus reacted swiftly, planting his feet on the trunk and running up the rough bark for several steps before executing a graceful leap. Quite impressive. As long as I don't fall, it's all just a performance, Marcus thought smugly. If he weren't carrying Murray Green, he would have added some flashy rolls to avoid looking too rigid. After landing, Marcus adjusted his direction slightly, no longer following the 3 in a straight line, but instead running in a graceful arc, gradually widening the distance from the team's path. Marcus, what's going on? Why are you veering off? Get back here, Barlow called out urgently, noticing that Marcus and Murray Green had strayed from the group. Before Marcus could respond, Murray Green shouted back, Captain, their leader is already dead. The rest are just small fry. I can take them all down. Barlow's temper flared. I know that first-level green skin is dead, but we still have over 30 savage orcs chasing us. It's not going to be easy. Despite his frustration with the pursuit, Barlow refused to turn and fight. Even if he was stronger than a first-level savage orc, facing 30 or 40 of them, he might break through, but Mike and the others wouldn't stand a chance. It's quite doable, Murray Green said confidently. I'm a mage. As long as I keep some distance, I can kill them all without a scratch. As he spoke, he controlled 3 flying knives to aggressively attack an orc. Unable to fend off 3 blades, the orc was soon stabbed in the throat and fell dead. Barlow was skeptical. He had heard of a mage's power when given enough space to cast spells, but the situation was dire. One wrong move, and while he might escape, Murray Green and the others would be in danger. Finally, Barlow gritted his teeth and ordered Mike and Aichi. Keep running forward. Wait for reinforcements. I'll switch with Marcus. With that, he immediately turned and ran toward Marcus and Murray Green. In no time, Barlow reached them, grabbed Murray Green's shoulder, and swung him onto his back. Marcus, you and Mike continue running and wait for backup, he instructed decisively, then told Murray Green. Murray, since you're so confident, I'll stick with you. I hope you're right, or you'll be in trouble. In this critical moment, Barlow disregarded Murray Green's status and spoke frankly. Murray Green confidently replied, Don't worry, even if my magic doesn't work, I'll still turn this situation around. The running skills of the second-level warrior, Baluo, truly lived up to their reputation. His speed control was precise, and his movements were as light as a feather. If Marcus were an ordinary car, Baluo would be a luxury business vehicle faster and significantly more comfortable. Thanks to Baluo's steady shock absorption, Murray Green was able to focus entirely on his attack. The 5 throwing knives in his hand danced in the dark forest, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Faced with this unpredictable assault, the savage orcs were terrified, fearing that a single misstep could cost them their heads. In the blink of an eye, 6 more savage orcs fell, leaving less than 30 in the pursuing group. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The frenzied orcs suddenly slowed, turned, and fled back in the direction they came from. "They're running away," Murray Green exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Baluo turned back in disbelief. Despite the darkness, the retreating silhouettes of the orcs were clearly visible. "They really are fleeing?" Baluo murmured, slowing his pace. Low-level savage orcs had intelligence akin to beasts and typically pursued their prey relentlessly when they had the upper hand. It seemed this group of greenskins had learned fear. Just as Baluo was about to stop, Murray Green quickly suggested, "Should we chase them down and take out a few more?" Baluo pondered for a moment, then picked up speed again, but changed direction. "Our reconnaissance team's mission is to locate and hunt savage orcs. Although the message has been sent, keeping track of their escape routes is crucial. Murray, this task is of utmost importance, and we must not be careless." "Understood, Captain," Murray Green replied with a smile, closing his eyes and pointing in a direction. "I sense there are more orcs fleeing that way. Should we chase them?" "All right, let's move," Baluo ordered decisively. Meanwhile, other teams in the Beezy's Mountains saw a distress signal rise into the sky and rushed toward it. Someone whispered, "Another team is about to suffer losses." However, elsewhere, a towering figure halted its sprint. It looked up at the signal flare in the sky, then changed direction to find another breakthrough route. Behind it followed over 100 savage orcs. "Some fools have been discovered," the tall figure said in a deep voice. "A lot of humans are heading that way now. Reconnaissance will be weaker in other areas, so we'll take a detour." At the same time, Marcus and his 2 companions noticed the diminishing noise behind them. Turning back, they were surprised to see the orcs fleeing, while Murray Green and Baluo were actively pursuing them. "Murray is indeed a formidable mage," Marcus exclaimed sincerely, and both Mike and Edge nodded in agreement. Within the northern fortress, the mage order is like an insurmountable mountain, admired from afar by ordinary soldiers. Although the station troops hold a slightly higher rank, they've rarely had the chance to interact with the aloof mages. Their daily routine involves scouting the Beezus Mountains, with little opportunity to witness the mages in action. Most stories about them are heard secondhand in the tavern, often exaggerated by inebriated soldiers. Today, however, the soldiers witnessed a battle that reshaped their understanding. Murray Green, a young mage of just the 1st rank, effortlessly defeated a barbaric orc of the same level and scared off over 30 others. Not stopping there, he boldly pursued them. This scene made the soldiers realize why the eccentric and demanding mages attract so many eager to team up with them. The allure of strength is truly irresistible. As the captain and Murray chased after the fleeing orcs, the remaining soldiers were left in a dilemma, unsure whether to continue fleeing or join the pursuit. At that moment, Mike had a bright idea. "Let's gather the loot here first, then follow them to pick off any remaining orcs." Aichi slapped his forehead, his eyes lighting up as if he saw gold everywhere. He rubbed his trembling hands and eagerly approached the nearest orc corpse. "A pair of tusks is worth 10 merit points," he muttered. "This simple joy, I wonder how long it will last." While efficiently extracting the orc's tusks, Aichi mused, "I heard Murray is only here for a month of training. If he stayed longer, imagine how much merit we could earn following him. Then I could open a tavern, drinking and working at the same time. What a dream." Mike, however, shook his head, pouring cold water on the idea. "Murray is a genius student from Ellis Academy, the son of an earl, and a suitor of the future duchess. There's no way he'd stay here long term. His future is boundless." Marcus suddenly interjected, "Do you think he'll be knighted? I've heard of the Green family. Their territory is in the west, near the border. Not only have they defended their land, but they've also carved out territory from the orcs. Now, in the north, that's the easiest place to earn a title. Murray, as the earl's 2nd son, will surely follow his brother into battle. With his skills, knighthood is practically guaranteed." The soldiers dreamed of their future as they gathered loot. Having the chance to become practitioners, they hoped to gain substantial rewards from the war. Buying some land or opening a shop upon returning home seemed promising. Yet, in the kingdom of Laney's, true luxury was reserved for the nobility. "Ah, how I envy Murray," someone sighed, "to have a chance at knighthood." For these soldiers of humble origin, a title was the ultimate dream. Even the lowest rank of nobility seemed unattainable, let alone a landowning noble akin to a local ruler. "If Murray started his own venture, I'd definitely follow him," Marcus said eagerly. Mike scoffed, "You think Murray's a fool? Staying with his family is much more comfortable, easily becoming a lord and living a high life. Why break away and go it alone?" With that, Mike urged everyone to focus on finding the orc corpses, Don't miss a single one. Losing 10 merit points would be heartbreaking. Kill, Murray, kill quickly. Barlow shouted urgently as he watched the last barbaric orc about to escape their attack range. Murray Green rode on Barlow's back, with 5 spinning daggers swirling in the air. Initially, Barlow was cautious, thinking the more they killed, the more they earned. However, as the battle progressed, they realized that any barbaric orc within 100 meters was doomed. These towering barbaric orcs, though physically comparable to first-level warriors, relied solely on instinct for combat skills. They might intimidate rookies, but to Murray Green, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Lacking sturdy weapons, strong defenses, and agility, they stood no chance against the flying daggers. If they had initially relied on their numbers to force their way through Murray's killing zone, they might have had a slim chance. After all, except for wind mages, other novice mages have fatal mobility flaws. But now, with Murray riding on Barlow's back, they were nearly invincible. As they pursued, over a dozen barbaric orcs had already fallen at their feet. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the remaining half wised up and scattered in all directions. Barlow was so anxious he stomped his foot. Even as a second-level warrior, he couldn't chase down enemies fleeing in all directions simultaneously. Captain, more orcs are escaping this way, Murray calmly pointed out. Without hesitation, Barlow chased in the indicated direction. Murray's 5 daggers traced elegant arcs in the air, instantly dismembering a slower orc. Barlow leaped over the corpse, and Murray seized the opportunity to take down a second one. The last orc was running fast, and Barlow struggled to catch up. Run, little greenskin. Think you can outrun your grandpa, Barlow? Barlow shouted angrily, igniting his earth element battle aura. Although it didn't significantly boost his speed, it gradually closed the gap. Seeing he still couldn't catch up, Murray spoke. Let me assist you. He retracted the daggers and exerted repulsive force on Barlow, making him feel as light as a feather, each step covering great distances. Finally, the last desperately fleeing orc came within attack range. Murray Green's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he whispered, Die. Murray Green was annoyed after being delayed by the savage orc for quite some time. With a flick of his wrist, a spiral-shaped throwing knife shot out at an incredible speed, hitting the savage orc's head with precision. The spinning blade pierced through the skull, turning its brain into mush. Barlow stormed over to the fallen orc, lifted his heavy boot, and crushed its already mangled head. He roughly set Murray Green down and, with both hands, forcibly yanked out the orc's tusks. Damn creature, wasted so much of our time. Barlow cursed. If it weren't for it, we could have gone back and taken out a few more. As he complained, he skillfully pried open the orc's skull, retrieving Murray Green's throwing knife from the bloody mess, and handed it back to the mage. Murray Green used telekinesis to clean the knife carefully before tucking it back inside his coat. Not too bad, Murray Green chuckled. 7 at the start, plus 22 more later, making 29 in total. Among them, a first-level savage orc worth 50 battle points. Earning 340 battle points tonight without any losses is pretty decent, right? Decent? Barlow's eyes widened. It's more than decent, it's fantastic. I never thought I'd earn over 300 battle points in a day. Barlow burst into laughter, like a 200-pound child given candy, almost dancing with joy. He casually tossed aside the orc's corpse, turned to Murray Green, his eyes full of admiration and delight. We've struck gold, truly struck gold, Barlow exclaimed excitedly. The personnel dispatch office finally got it right this time. Unlike last time, when they paired me with a brainless fool with some skills. Just when things were going well, he got cocky while handling a corpse and ended up getting his brain bitten by a feigning death orc. Barlow then shifted the topic to the composition of soldiers in this world. He explained that the best type of soldier comes from families with a military background, taking over after their elders retire or die in battle. These soldiers are the most loyal and skilled but are difficult to cultivate. The Lord needs to provide them with land, food, and even arrange marriages. The Third Army of the Kingdom has only a few of these family soldiers, mainly the core team, brought by the core commander from the Central Region, now mostly serving as officers in non-combat roles. The second type of soldier is those who join the army at a young age, receiving long-term training and ideological education. Their loyalty and discipline are commendable, often making them part of the main force. Most frontline soldiers are actually temporary recruits. The army enlists new soldiers every month based on attrition rates to keep functioning. In emergencies, they offer substantial rewards to recruit soldiers and assign tasks to mercenaries to handle minor issues. These temporary soldiers come from various backgrounds. As long as they are physically fit and have no criminal record, they can enlist. After basic training, they're deployed to various units to gain battlefield experience. Families of fallen soldiers receive compensation and battle point rewards, or they can choose to have the points retained for their descendants. Survivors can take their rewards and return home or get promoted to the main force for formal training. Barlow explained that their team was composed of temporary soldiers, assembled through dispatch. Faced with the constant threat of savage orc attacks, Bonds of camaraderie often don't have time to form before someone is gone. Some are scared off by the battlefield and apply for discharge, while others leave after earning enough, each with their own reasons. Thus, the relationships between temporary soldiers are unstable, held together solely by mutual benefit. This explained why Barlow felt no nostalgia for their fallen comrades, instead feeling grateful for having gained a mage in the process. After dealing with the savage orc, Barlow looked up at the sky. The fading glow of the distress flare was barely visible, just a faint glimmer swaying in the high air. He sighed, cursing the damned greenskins that had forced them to chase this far, straying from their original patrol route. Damn it, it's going to take a while to get back, Barlow grumbled, anger welling up inside him. He kicked out forcefully, sending the orc's corpse flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against a large tree. Blood splattered, and the body collapsed in a gruesome heap. Murray Green saw this and softly reassured. All right, let's not waste time. We should head back. Marcus and the others must be getting worried. The two turned to walk back the way they came, but they hadn't gone far when Murray Green suddenly felt a sense of unease. He glanced at Barlow, noticing that his expression had also turned serious. Captain, are you feeling something too? Barlow asked quietly. My warrior instincts are sensing something off, but I can't quite pinpoint what it is. Murray Green nodded, his expression grave. One person feeling uneasy might be a mistake, but if both of us feel it, there's definitely something wrong. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, but everything remained calm. Murray Green used space feedback several times, but received no useful information, making the situation even more eerie. Run! Barlow suddenly shouted, grabbing Murray Green's shoulder and sprinting in the direction they came from. They had barely covered a few dozen meters when a series of low growls from orcs erupted from the side. Several level 1 savage orcs burst from the forest, charging at them. Worse still, a larger, weapon-wielding level 2 orc was leading the charge. This is bad, Barlow muttered, his face darkening as he immediately pushed his battle energy to a burning state. Meanwhile, Murray Green cast repulsion to aid their escape. As their speed increased, the level 2 orc, intending to easily finish them off, grew anxious. It raised its 3-meter-long bone spear while sprinting, its muscular arms swinging powerfully. Huh! With a low growl, the bone spear turned into a white streak, heading straight for Murray Green's back. Sensing the deadly threat, Murray Green quickly redirected the repulsion to confront the incoming spear. The combination of repulsion and mental force was shattered by the spear's immense power. What strength, Murray Green thought, feeling the terrifying power of the level 2 orc through his mental feedback. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly changed tactics, using his mental force to grip the spearhead while applying suction to pull it towards the ground. As the bone spear slipped from his grasp, it lost control and plunged straight into the ground, the spearhead deeply embedded. The level 2 barbarian orc let out an incredulous howl before charging forward in a frenzy. Without the repulsive force to aid him, Barlow's speed dropped drastically, and he was quickly pursued to within 100 meters. Murray Green's voice echoed in Barlow's ear. Captain, at this rate, you'll be dragged down. While you still have some battle energy and the strength to fight back, why not just kill them? Barlow was shocked and blurted out. Brother, you're a mage, but only level 1. We're facing a level 2 barbarian orc and several level 1s. Escaping would be lucky enough, and you want to counterattack? With what? Murray Green calmly analyzed. You're a wind attribute warrior. You won't outrun this level 2 beast. If I enhance you with repulsion force, you'll be vulnerable to spear attacks. Without it, you'll soon be caught, and the chances of escape are slim. We should call for help and hold our ground until support arrives. It's the best choice. Though reluctant, Barlow couldn't argue. He set Murray Green on the ground, pulled out a flare, and fired it vertically. Meanwhile, a squad followed the flare's signal, setting an ambush on the path, ready to intercept the pursuing barbarian orcs. However, they waited a long time, and as the flare was about to expire, the ones who sent the distress signal had yet to arrive. Captain, could that squad have been caught while escaping? A worried team member asked. The tall, fully armored captain with a greatsword slightly shook his head. Probably not. They fired a guiding flare, not a vertical one, indicating they've broken out of the encirclement. It's nearly impossible for the orcs to wipe them out completely. At least someone should have made it nearby. The captain surveyed the surroundings and continued. We've already scouted. There are no signs of humans or barbarian orcs passing through. In a chase, neither side has time to cover their tracks. So, they either deviated or haven't arrived yet. But with the flare in the sky, where could they have strayed? The most likely scenario is that they haven't arrived. A team member suggested. Should we head towards the flare's origin to check? After a moment's thought, the captain agreed. He leaped down from a branch 5 or 6 meters high, leading the squad quickly in the direction of the flare. Soon, they discovered a barbarian orc lying on the ground. A team member immediately drew a bow and shot an arrow, hitting the orc in the head. Captain, this barbarian orc is already dead, the team member confirmed. The group strode over to the corpse and turned it over for inspection. Its beast teeth are missing, someone pointed out. Yes, the captain nodded. Barbarian orc teeth can be exchanged for battle merits. Unless the situation is extremely urgent, they would usually take the teeth. Let's go. I want to see what they're up to. Ifuli muttered under his breath as he led his 5-member 17th squad forward quickly. Along the way, they occasionally came across the bodies of savage orcs, each missing its tusks. The sight made the group envious, thinking to themselves, those tusks represent a lot of military merit. The 5 moved swiftly and soon spotted Marcus and his 2 companions busy at work. Hearing footsteps, the trio quickly gathered the tusks and gripped their weapons cautiously. They relaxed slightly when they saw the newcomers were smaller humans. Hello, we're members of the 35th Squad of the 3rd Army's Reconnaissance Unit, Marcus said. Which squad are you from? 17th Squad of the 3rd Army, Ifuli replied, his gaze sweeping over the trio. Are there only 3 of you left in the 35th Squad? Where's your squad leader? Ifuli tried to recall the appearance of the 35th Squad's leader. If I remember correctly, your squad leader should be Barlow. He scrutinized their faces but didn't find Barlow among them. The leader and one teammate went to pursue the savage orcs, Marcus explained. Pursue. Ifuli's voice suddenly rose, and the atmosphere grew tense. Marcus and his companions were startled and instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, warily eyeing the 17th Squad. Ifuli angrily questioned, if your squad could handle these savage orcs, why did you send up a flare? Do you think flares are toys? You can't just fire them off on a whim. The 17th Squad had rushed over upon seeing the flare, only to find themselves misled. Instead of ambushing the savage orcs, they witnessed another squad's success while gaining no military achievements themselves. Ifuli, feeling unbalanced, harshly criticized the trio. In response to the criticism, the 3 smiled wryly and explained, actually, we initially couldn't handle that group of savage orcs. We encountered a small orc squad, about 30 or 40 savage orcs, led by a level 1 savage orc. The 5 listened to Mike's explanation, their expressions changing as they looked at him with skepticism. Ifuli thrust his great sword into the ground, resting his hands on the hilt as he scrutinized the trio. Continue, we're listening, he said, his tone and stance adding pressure to the 3. Marcus took a deep breath and continued. When we realized we were surrounded by the savage orc squad, our leader made a quick decision. He led us in a breakout attempt, using a flare to create an opportunity for a counterattack. But our squad's mage was exceptionally skilled, using flying knives to take down the orcs chasing us, even managing to kill the level 1 savage orc. At this point, Ifuli's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Marcus and his companions. Wait, what did you say? A mage? You have a mage in your squad. The unexpected assignment from headquarters gave Squad 35 a significant boost. The inclusion of a student mage, though surprising, completely turned the tide of battle. This new member demonstrated astounding power, as ordinary savage orcs crumbled like paper before him, and even first-level savage orcs struggled to get close. Upon hearing the news, Ivli was instantly overwhelmed with frustration. Why do you get a mage? He asked through gritted teeth, jealousy flickering in his eyes. This was his first time witnessing a mage's power firsthand. The orcs that usually required multiple squads to take down were effortlessly routed and pursued by a single maggled squad. The mage's terrifying strength ignited a longing in Ivli, but his squad was already full, and headquarters wouldn't assign any newcomers. His gaze swept over his 4 teammates, a strange glint in his eyes that made them shiver. Humph. Count yourselves lucky. Ivli snorted, preparing to lead his team back to their patrol line. Just then, a bright flare streaked across the night sky. Ivli raised an eyebrow. Again? Are they having too much fun tonight? It better not be a false alarm, he muttered, suddenly realizing the flare's position looked familiar. Captain. Marcus and the other 2's faces changed dramatically, urgently shouting. That's the direction our captain and Murray Green were pursuing. They might be ambushed and unable to escape. Please help them. One of the team members questioned. Isn't that location near our patrol line? We just patrolled there today. What danger could they encounter? Ivli snorted but didn't hesitate to dash towards the flare's direction. Let's go check it out. Meanwhile, after firing the flare, Barlow clenched his fists, the clinking of his shielded gauntlets sounding like the call to battle. Murray Green placed a hand on Barlow's right shielded fist, softly chanting an enchantment. A faint gray light appeared on the gauntlet. I've enchanted your right fist. It lasts for 3 minutes. Keep track of time, Murray Green advised. Barlow swung his right fist, feeling unprecedented lightness, as if it could slice through the air. Haha, Murray, well done, he exclaimed excitedly. Having a mage teammate is amazing. His previous fear vanished, replaced by newfound confidence. At that moment, a second-level savage orc pulled a white-boned spear from the ground. It opened its gaping maw, letting out a deafening roar, and charged at Murray Green, closing the distance to 50 meters in an instant. Murray Green's lips curled into a cold smile as he watched the level 2 savage orc charging straight at him. 2 enchanted spinning daggers hovered around him, seemingly waiting for their master's command. With a sudden upward thrust of his hands, the daggers shot forward like arrows, tracing elegant arcs aimed directly at the orc. The orc let out a roar in response to this uncanny attack, its thick arms swinging a bone spear without hesitation to meet the oncoming blades. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Murray slowed the dagger's speed, deftly avoiding the orc's lethal strike. The daggers glided along the spear's shaft, heading straight for the orc's face. Sensing the danger, the orc gripped its spear tightly and gave it a powerful shake. The spear vibrated, hitting the daggers with precision. Even the enchanted blades couldn't withstand such force. They were sent flying after leaving deep grooves. The orc quickly turned, its spear a blur, knocking the other dagger to the ground as well. An old orc, Barlow exclaimed, scrutinizing the opponent. The orc was burly yet slightly hunched, its skin a gray-green hue marked by time. It's a seasoned veteran, Barlow confirmed, assuming a defensive stance. Those savage orcs have short lifespans. They mature quickly and are fiercely aggressive. Even in old age, its wealth of battle experience was intimidating. The old orc eyed its cracked bone spear, a flicker of apprehension in its eyes. Then, with a deep growl like a released tiger, it charged at Murray Green with its spear. Murray murmured, "Targeting me, smart move. Normally, I'd love to spar with you, but not in the mood right now." Barlow was left speechless, casting a reproachful glance at Murray. "Brother, now's not the time for boasting. The enemy's right upon you." Soused the daggers. Murray casually rotated his shoulders, nodding forward. "Why are you looking at me? Look ahead." At his words, Barlow turned, only to see the old orc closing in. His expression turned serious, body tensed and ready for battle. As Barlow turned his head, Murray Green's right hand moved like lightning to his waist, instantly drawing a powerful revolver. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The gun's magical engravings flickered, and a gray beam shot straight towards the old beastman's forehead. The old beastman's eyes widened as it saw death approaching. Too small to block, must dodge, it thought, instinctively trying to tilt its head to avoid the shot. However, Murray Green was prepared. His left hand shot out, gray light flickering in his palm, delivering a powerful slap to the old beastman's cheek. "Did I say you could dodge? Stand still," he commanded. Though the slap wasn't strong, it was perfectly timed to interrupt the old beastman's evasive maneuver. Stunned by the unexpected attack, the beastman found itself in a situation unlike anything it had encountered in over 30 years. In that moment of confusion, the enchanted bullet had already traversed space, reaching its forehead. Even the skull of a beastman, as tough as a first-class weapon, was like fragile tofu before this special bullet, which pierced it instantly. Responding to Murray's cue, Barlow turned to see the charging old beastman suddenly halt, its head exploding, red and white matter spraying from the back. The event was so sudden that the beastman's body, driven by inertia, took 2 more steps before collapsing to the ground. Before Barlow could react, a series of explosions followed. He watched in shock as the heads of 5 out of 6 first-class beastmen, following the old beastman, also burst. The sole survivor, seemingly unaware of its companion's demise, continued charging at them. The old beastman's body rolled to a stop at Barlow's feet. Looking down at the massive creature that could have easily crushed him, Barlow felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out uncontrollably. The last first-class beastman finally realized something was amiss and halted, emitting a confused growl as it surveyed the scene. Only then noticing all its companions were down. Fear engulfed it, and it let out a despairing whimper, helplessly looking at Murray Green. Murray holstered his revolver and walked forward, placing a foot on the old beastman's corpse. He calmly observed the last beastman and said coldly, "Your leader and companions are dead. You must feel lonely up there by yourself. Let me send you to join them." Before he finished speaking, the beastman turned to flee. But it hadn't gone far when it suddenly froze. An enchanted spiral-bladed dart pierced its neck from behind, shredding half its throat with its powerful spin. Even the robust life force of a beastman couldn't sustain it for long. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, its breath ceasing entirely. Barlow stood in stunned silence, his worldview shaken to its core. His gaze darted between Murray Green and the old orc, looking at Murray as if he were a monster. Though he had heard of prodigies defeating enemies across realms, he never imagined witnessing such an event firsthand, let alone failing to comprehend what had transpired. Barlow's lips turned pale, his cheeks flushed with an unusual red, indicating a state of shock. Just then, Murray Green's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ahem, I know you're about to shower me with praise, and I do enjoy hearing it. But there's a level 2 and 6 level 1 savage orc's fangs on the ground. Aren't you going to pick them up?" These words hit Barlow like a splash of cold water, snapping him back to reality. Surveying the area, he saw that the ordinary orcs who had charged with the level 1 savage orcs had fled, leaving a bounty of battle trophies for him to collect. A wave of happiness surged through him. "Ha ha ha, you truly are amazing, Murray. A genius magician," Barlow praised while swiftly pulling out the old orc's fangs, and then moving on to the 6 level 1 savage orcs. Murray Green didn't move, instead watching the retreating backs of the ordinary orcs, lost in thought. Finally, he shook his head, seemingly dismissing a plan. Should we pursue them? He asked Barlow. Barlow, still joyfully collecting fangs, shook his head vigorously at this suggestion. No, let's not. Not again, he insisted. The memories of previous pursuits and ambushes were still fresh. Despite Murray Green's knack for surprises and turning the tides, Barlow felt that experiencing such thrills twice in one night was enough. Any more, and he feared he'd die not from orcs, but from sheer fright. We're just two people, and while you're strong, we can't chase down hundreds of savage orcs. It's better to solidify our gains and leave the remnants to other squads, Barlow advised as he pulled out all his signal flares and fired them in the direction of the fleeing orcs. Several flares shot into the sky, drawing curses from nearby squads. Damn it, which squad is firing flares everywhere? If I find out, I'll report them to the commander, and they'll be in serious trouble. Two squads noticed flares heading their way. Despite doubting the reliability of the signaling squad, they set up an ambush and awaited developments. Soon, a disorganized group of savage orcs appeared before them. Seeing the terrified and fleeing orcs, the squad's eyes lit up. Thanks to the unknown squad for this gift. Let's not hold back, attack. With that command, the squads launched a surprise attack on the already panicked orcs. Meanwhile, Marcus and his companions, along with the Evlay squad, were rushing toward Murray Green and Barlow's location. They watched the brilliant display of flares with mixed feelings. Marcus and his friends were particularly anxious, wondering, could those flares have been fired by our captain again? The flares shot across the night sky, and Captain Barlow's actions were unsettling. However, the Ivley squad scoffed at this, secretly mocking Barlow's foolishness. They were well aware that different flare signals had distinct meanings. This particular launch indicated that a large number of savage orcs were fleeing in this direction, rather than the vertical launch of multiple flares that should be used when surrounded. Marcus and his two companions sprinted ahead, leaving behind a few unprocessed savage orc corpses. Soon, they stumbled upon an unexpected scene. Murray Green stood deep in thought with a black box on his back, while Barlow, like a busy little bee, was tidying up the battlefield. Captain, Murray, Marcus shouted. Barlow looked up and cheerfully greeted them. Oh, Marcus, you arrived just in time. Come help us find the orc's fangs, don't miss any. These are the fangs of a level 1 savage orc, worth 50 battle merits. Marcus and his companions were shocked as they observed the unharmed Murray and Barlow. They instinctively began to help, but soon realized something was amiss. H fired off questions like a machine gun. Captain, what happened here? Where are the savage orcs? Weren't you surrounded? How come there are only corpses now? Barlow, overwhelmed by the questions, simply gave a meaningful look at Murray Green. The others followed his gaze to Murray. What? Murray, who was busy thinking about a new weapon, was startled by their strange looks and asked in confusion. Barlow remained silent, but with a knowing smile, and Marcus and his companions immediately understood that their temporary teammate, Murray Green, played a crucial role in repelling the orcs. What they didn't know was that all the credit belonged to Murray, while their captain was merely an observer. At that moment, the 17th squad arrived belatedly. Seeing the orc corpses and the unharmed Murray and Barlow, they couldn't help but question, what happened here? Barlow recognized the leader. You're Ivley. He quickly stepped forward to explain. Haha. Ivley, thanks for coming to support us. Fortunately, we had a powerful teammate today, and we narrowly escaped danger. He then introduced both parties. Murray, this is the 17th squad's captain, Ivley. Ivley, this is our team's mage, Murray Green. Thanks to his formidable strength, I wouldn't have survived tonight without him. Ivley scrutinized Murray Green. His odd attire and the mysterious large black box he carried did give off a mage-like vibe. What stood out even more was his handsome and youthful appearance. After saying goodbye to Barlow, Eve immediately led the entire squad in pursuit of the fleeing savage orcs. Their target was 1 level 2, 7 level 1, and 29 regular savage orcs, totaling a potential gain of 840 battle merits. This number left Barlow and the others astounded, as it equaled the results they could hardly achieve after half a year of patrolling the Bist Mountains. On his first night with the squad, Murray Green managed to secure such an impressive amount of battle merits without a scratch, leaving his teammates both amazed and conflicted. They realized that this was no longer just about having a strong teammate, but encountering someone capable of handling things single-handedly. Barlow and Marcus felt a bit relieved, knowing they could at least serve as support for the formidable warrior. After collecting the spoils and returning to their camp, Barlow approached Murray Green with a sense of reverence. He respectfully said, Lord Murray, the 4 of us have discussed and agreed that it would be fair to distribute the battle merits based on contributions. Given your performance tonight, we want to adjust the allocation ratio within the squad. Murray Green smiled and nodded, signaling Barlow to continue. Barlow cautiously proposed. Here's the thing, we gained 840 battle merits tonight, but nearly all of them were earned by you. So, I dare to suggest that, including tonight, You take 80 of all the battle merits. How does that sound? After speaking, Barlow anxiously watched for Murray Green's reaction, fearing he might reject the proposal. Although the four of them would only receive 20, which seemed small, it was a fair proportion considering their actual contribution. To Barlow's surprise, Murray Green shook his head. Just as Barlow's heart sank and he prepared to suggest reducing their share to 10, Murray Green began to speak. This allocation plan. As a mage, as long as the enemy hasn't gotten close, they're just targets to me. There was a hint of confidence in Murray Green's words as he glanced around at his teammates. The campfire flickered in the night, illuminating the eager expressions on everyone's faces. Even though most of the savage orcs fell to my spells tonight, without your assistance, I would have expended several times more effort. Murray paused, noticing Barlow's previously calm expression suddenly turned tense. The three people tending the fire nearby perked up their ears to listen intently. So, you take 40%, and I'll take 60. Really? For surprised voices exclaimed in unison. Murray shrugged with a smile. What good would it do to lie to you? Thank you so much, Master Murray. Barlow exclaimed excitedly, bowing in gratitude. Murray didn't refuse, simply replying with a smile. No problem, just make sure to protect me in the future. Absolutely, Barlow assured, thumping his chest. With such a fierce mage, who wouldn't stick to the golden thigh instead of begging on the streets? Despite being a level 2 warrior, Barlow showed no sign of superiority. Haha, the fire's ready. Yak shouted excitedly. I'll boil some water for Master Murray to make tea. Marcus, let's go hunt some game so Master Murray can taste my cooking for a late-night snack. No need to call me Master, just Murray is fine, Murray said warmly. As you wish, Master Murray, Marcus teased with a grin, his face full of joy. He and Mike then headed off to find some game. Watching the three busy themselves, Barlow's expression grew complicated. He thought to himself, these three don't even consult with me. It's like they're ignoring me as the captain. And they didn't even give me a task. What should I do? Massage shoulders? Rub legs? Barlow felt frustrated that he wasn't a woman, as he couldn't do any of those things. In the fortress towns, he could arrange everything perfectly for Murray, ensuring his comfort. But out here in the wilderness, even the most resourceful woman can't cook without rice. While Barlow was racking his brains, Murray's gaze landed on him, then shifted to the campfire. Why didn't we light a fire before? But now we can. Barlow immediately replied, because we're in the Bissis Mountains, where it's the battleground between us and the savage orcs. Stealth is crucial during these skirmishes. Lighting a fire at night would easily reveal our location and make us vulnerable to ambush or encirclement. He looked seriously at Murray and continued, but now, after the earlier battle, the surrounding savage orcs are either being hunted by other squads or have moved far away. Right now, there aren't many savage orcs around us. This is our territory now. In his mind, Barlow added, even if there were, with a mage like you here, they'd just be delivering themselves to us. Soon, Yak returned with wooden cups and poured tea for both Murray and Barlow. The two chatted while sipping their tea, mostly with Barlow talking and Murray listening attentively, occasionally nodding and smiling. Although Barlow came from a humble background, he had reached the level of a second-tier warrior without family support, gaining a wealth of experience. His perspective as a commoner offered a view of the world quite different from the noble perspective Murray was familiar with. As Barlow spoke, Murray's understanding of the world grew richer and more nuanced. Suddenly, Marcus rushed back, carrying 2 wild chickens, and quickly joined Yak in preparing them. One chicken was roasted, and the other was made into soup. Haha, the chicken soup is ready, Marcus announced excitedly, and soon the camp was filled with its delicious aroma. The next morning, Murray Green awoke on his wooden hammock layered with 3 levels of leaves. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly got up. A wooden basin filled with warm water awaited him below the tree, where he quickly freshened up. Breakfast was hearty and delicious. Fried bird eggs accompanied by a mushroom chicken soup, and an unknown wild fruit that was sweet and tangy. After a good night's sleep and a delightful breakfast, Murray Green felt invigorated. The mental energy he had expended in last night's battle was fully restored, and his eyes were bright and alert. This lifestyle was not much different from home, except for the absence of his personal valet, Jim. Thanks to Barlow and the team's meticulous arrangements, Murray Green enjoyed the comforts of home even in the depths of the Bissis Mountains. Murray, how's breakfast? Barlow inquired. It's a pity we're short on oil. Otherwise, the bird eggs would have been even crispier. Very nice, it has a homey taste, Murray Green sincerely praised. He looked up at the sky, where sunlight pierced through the trees, creating a beautiful scene that starkly contrasted with last night's lurking danger. Once everything was tidied up, Barlow surveyed the surroundings and, seeing everyone ready, led the squad to continue their patrol along the predetermined route. 5 days later, the 35th Squad completed their mission successfully and returned to the fortress in high spirits. They made their way to the Army Logistics Office located in a rear town, a 5-story building over 50 meters tall and occupying tens of thousands of square meters, adjacent to the main encampment of the 10th Army. Entering the bustling logistics office hall, Murray Green keenly noticed that the attire and demeanor of these people resembled mercenaries more than regular soldiers. Seeing this, Barlow quietly explained that the first floor was dedicated to assigning and handling mercenary tasks, dealing with less urgent but complex tasks. Murray Green looked around. Directly opposite the entrance was a row of counters where mercenaries exchanged tasks and collected bonuses. The wooden walls on either side were covered with task announcements for selection. Staff frequently updated tasks, categorizing them in different areas. Good tasks were snapped up quickly, sometimes leading to disputes, but on the logistics office's turf, no one dared to engage in physical altercations, and even arguments were kept to a whisper. Unlike the regular army, mercenary rewards were directly paid in currency. The group quickly made their way to the second floor. It was noticeably quieter there, as it was where regular troops exchanged tasks and converted battle merits. The 35th Squad of the 3rd Army Reconnaissance Corps has completed the patrol mission. Please verify, Barlow reported to the staff. Barlow led the team to an empty counter. He carefully unfolded a rolled-up parchment map from his pocket, revealing their patrol route. Behind the counter sat a young woman in her 20s, wearing a neat military uniform with a pleasant appearance. She smiled as she took the map and spread it out on the counter. Her slender fingers gently brushed over the surface of the parchment, and instantly, intricate magical patterns illuminated the counter's surface. This scene made Murray Green's eyes light up as he recognized it as the legendary information transmission magic array, which only a level 5 magic array master could set up. Magic array masters differ from ordinary magicians. While weapon forgers learn to inscribe parts of magic arrays to create or enhance weapons, magic array masters focus on the research and innovation of magic arrays. Although their direct combat ability might not match that of ordinary magicians of the same level, given enough preparation time, the arrays they set up can confront or even defeat battle techniques hidden. This information transmission magic array is akin to the computer networks of the modern world. After countless years of effort by magic array masters, the entire Northwind Fortress is filled with various magic arrays, including this massive information transmission array network connecting the entire fortress. It not only relays real-time battle conditions from various parts of the walls, allowing commanders to deploy troops efficiently, but also records soldiers' achievements and locations. Ellis Academy also has a similar large-scale information transmission magic array, used for managing student cards and soldier tags. Moments later, the magic array patterns glimmered with faint light, their colors slightly shifting. The young woman looked up with a smile and said, "Transfer complete. You all did an excellent job, earning 50 battle credits. Squad leader, please hand me the soldier tags so I can record the credits." As her gaze lingered a bit longer on Murray Green's young and handsome face, she took a deep breath, her smile growing sweeter and her tone becoming more amiable. "Of course, if the battle credits have already been distributed, you can all hand me your soldier tags, and I can process the credit levels individually for each of you." Barlow and the others exchanged puzzled glances, amazed by the sudden change in the staff member's attitude. They cautiously observed the young woman, noticing that while her gaze swept over everyone, she couldn't help but steal glances at Murray Green. Although Murray Green's attention was primarily focused on the information transmission magic array, his keen perception immediately picked up on the young woman's subtle actions. He chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior, and, having grown accustomed to such situations, he silently mused. Being too handsome is a bother. I should just remain a quiet, charming gentleman. We still have some beast teeth to exchange for battle merits." Barlow carefully pulled out a bulging bag from his coat and gently opened it. He took out 2 cloth bundles and placed them lightly on the counter before unwrapping them. In the first bundle lay a pair of second-level barbarian orc teeth, gleaming coldly with edges that seemed to carry a scent of blood. The second bundle contained first-level barbarian orc teeth, slightly smaller in size, but equally fierce. Finally, Barlow cautiously emptied the contents of the large bag. Countless ordinary barbarian orc teeth poured out, forming a small mountain on the counter. Leva widened her eyes in surprise, carefully observing Barlow's 5-member squad. She had assumed these impressive spoils belonged to a platoon or larger unit, not a single squad. Leva quickly got to work, first placing the intimidating second-level barbarian orc teeth on the platform. A magical array lit up, flashing with verification light. Once confirmed, she took out an exquisite wooden box and carefully placed the teeth inside. The other teeth went through the same process. Soon, the battle merits for the 35th Squad were calculated. Leva announced, "Including the patrol mission, you've earned a total of 1,820 battle merits." Hearing this number, even though they were prepared, Barlow and the others felt a dizzying wave of happiness wash over them. It was like suddenly being faced with 10 billion in cash. The number might not mean much, but when the actual wealth was in front of you, the impact was overwhelming. Even the usually calm Murray Green had a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Leva continued, "Would you like these 1,820 battle merits recorded directly on the captain's ID card, or split up?" The surrounding teams, also submitting their battle merits, turned their astonished gazes toward the 35th squad. When they realized it was just a small squad, their surprise grew even more. Barlow seemed oblivious to the reactions around him and said excitedly, "Split them up. Miss, please record 60% of the battle merits to this honorable mage, Lord Murray's ID card." Murray Green remained expressionless, responding to the stares around him. Even second-level warriors struggled to withstand his sharp gaze. As people began to recognize Murray Green's extraordinary presence, along with Barlow's words, those who were initially curious or envious redirected their attention to their own affairs. As Murray Green approached, Leva couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart, a bright smile spreading across her face. Wow, this handsome young man is not only a mage but also a noble descendant. How wonderful, she thought. "Hello, my name is Leva. It's a pleasure to serve you, Lord Murray Green," Leva said sweetly. Murray Green politely replied, "Hello, Leva. You can just call me Murray. Please help record the battle merits. Thank you." With that, he placed his ID card on the counter. "Hee, it's just my job. No need to thank me," Leva said with a beaming smile, placing Murray Green's ID card on the platform and skillfully channeling the magical array to allocate 1,092 battle merits to his ID card. "Murray, I heard your captain mention you're a mage. Are you also a student from Ellis Academy gaining experience?" Leva asked curiously. "Yes," Murray answered briefly, then asked, "Have you seen any of my other classmates?" Leva nodded in response to Murray Green's question. In recent days, students from Ellis Academy have been coming in droves to complete tasks and exchange battle merits, but most of them are warriors. Liwa was busy at her workstation, and when she looked up and saw Murray Green, her eyes lit up finally. A mage had arrived. "You're the first mage I've seen." Liwa beamed, her work suddenly becoming more interesting. She curiously asked, "I heard that most students from the Magic Academy are assigned to the fortress walls to cast spells against the savage orcs. Why did you join the reconnaissance team?" Murray Green replied without hesitation, "Because I'm a telekinetic, and only in the reconnaissance team can I fully utilize my skills." He explained with a hint of pride, "As a spatial battle mage, I've mastered 3 spatial skills. Although Spatial Strike is an attack spell, its effect on the thick-skinned savage orcs is limited." Liwa's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, telekinetics are the strongest among mages. Aren't many mages no match for you?" Murray Green was amused by her enthusiasm and softly said, "In the first level, there shouldn't be many who can defeat me." Despite his confidence in being unmatched at the first level with his complete magic power, fully equipped telekinetic skills, 3 first-level spatial spells, and 3 battle technique basics, as well as his handcrafted equipment, he chose to remain modest. People around perked up their ears. Barlow and the other 4 agreed with Murray Green's assessment. Those who were second level and above felt he was a bit boastful but didn't pay much attention, dismissing it as youthful bragging in front of a pretty girl. However, some first-level practitioners were annoyed but, considering Murray Green's demeanor and status, chose to swallow their pride. Liwa was deeply captivated by Murray Green's calm, yet confident words, secretly thinking, "Handsome, charming, noble lineage, a mage, and powerful simply perfect." She seemed to see a god descending from the heavens, glowing with golden light. "Giggle, Murray, your battle merits have been recorded." Liwa carefully picked up Murray Green's identity badge and handed it to him with both hands. "Here, your identity badge, please keep it safe." As Murray Green reached out to take it, Liwa's hands gently covered his. When placing the badge in his hand, Liwa took the opportunity to lightly stroke his palm twice. Murray Green was taken aback, thinking, "Oh no, I've been taken advantage of." He maintained his composure and thanked her, "Thank you," then put away the badge, stepping back to make room as Liwa's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Seeing this, Barlow immediately stepped forward, placing his identity badge on the platform and respectfully saying, "It's my turn, Miss Liwa. Could you please help me with my battle merit record?" "Thank you." However, Barlow was surprised to see that Liwa's previously radiant smile quickly transformed into a formal expression. She responded blandly, "Okay," and began processing Barlow's battle merit record. Although Liwa had lost her former enthusiasm and tenderness, she still dutifully processed the battle achievement records for the group. With a look of reluctance, she watched as they bid her farewell and ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. Murray Green followed the group to the weapon exchange section in the logistics department. This was his favorite place to visit during his free time. Even though most of the weapons there were beyond his means, it didn't stop him from feasting his eyes and satisfying his curiosity. Behind the Northern Wind Fortress, a city and 3 towns lined up in close succession. To ensure quick support to every corner of the fortress, these 4 locations each established a sizable logistics department. Except for the more grandiose logistics department in the main city, Northern Wind City, the other 3 were 5-story buildings with largely similar functions. The first floor was for mercenaries to take and complete missions, the second floor for exchanging battle achievements, the third for applying for supplies, the fourth for weapon exchanges, and the fifth for exchanging cultivation methods. As members of a small team, Barlow and his group were not yet eligible to apply for supplies on the third floor, a privilege reserved for captains. However, the fourth floor was a frequent stop for Barlow, as it housed the army's finest weapons available for soldiers to exchange. Upon entering the fourth floor, Murray Green's eyes were immediately drawn to the dazzling array of weapons. Various weapons were neatly displayed according to type and level on different stands, each accompanied by detailed descriptions and price tags. Swords, spears, bows, crossbows, full armor, chainmail were available, making it difficult to take it all in at once. After surveying the area, Murray Green furrowed his brow and asked, "Why are they all warrior weapons? Where are the ones for mages?" Caught up in his excitement, Barlow was momentarily speechless, realizing that as a mage, Murray Green needed magical equipment rather than ordinary weapons. He explained, "Oh, right, mage equipment is managed by the Northern Wind Fortress Mage Corps. To exchange for those, you'd have to go to the mage headquarters in the main city, the Mage Tower." "The Mage Tower, huh?" Murray Green mused to himself. "I should find time to visit and see what I can discover." Nevertheless, he politely declined the suggestion to head to the Mage Tower immediately, opting instead to accompany his companions as they continued to explore the weapon exchange area. Murray Green's attention was caught by some weapons inscribed with magical arrays. He carefully studied these arrays, comparing them with his own knowledge and feeling quite enriched by the experience. At that moment, Barlow stopped in front of a pair of brown gauntlets. Murray Green leaned in for a closer look and read the information on the display card. Power gauntlets, level 2 weapon. Made from a blend of mountain copper essence, magic iron, and thousand forged steel, enhanced with a level 2 strength amplification magic array. Exceptionally sturdy, it enhances the user's strength. Crafted by level 3 weaponsmith Harlan Hollis. Price, 180 battle achievements. Barlow's weapon of choice was gauntlets, a rather niche selection that most blacksmiths wouldn't typically consider creating. Barlow stood before the ordinary shield gauntlets, his eyes gleaming with desire. Despite their lack of any rank, these weapons made his heart itch with anticipation. He had always dreamed of upgrading to a better pair of gauntlets. Finally, he couldn't resist any longer. With a grand gesture, he declared, "I'm taking them." Murray Green carefully read the description of the gauntlets, a familiar figure flashing in his mind. Harlan Hollers? That senior with 5 rings? Why isn't he on the battlefield but crafting weapons here? Meanwhile, in the office of the 10th Army Equipment Corps, Harlan Hollers, with 5 rings on his left hand, was solemnly requesting a transfer to the front lines from a burly officer. "Sir, I, Harlan Hollers, am applying again to be sent to the front." Faced with this genius weaponsmith from Ellis Academy, the head of the 10th Army Equipment Corps, Samuel Garden, was at a loss. Harlan Hollers, a third-level weaponsmith in just his 4th year, had limitless potential. When he was first assigned, Samuel was overjoyed, and Harlan did not disappoint, crafting numerous sought-after unconventional weapons in just a few days. Samuel even allowed Harlan to use his forge, equipped to the standards of a 5th-level smith. Yet, to his confusion, this talented weaponsmith was determined to be transferred to the front lines. "No," Samuel said, rubbing his temples, which were beginning to ache, as he directly rejected Harlan's second request. "Why?" Harlan's face showed a mix of frustration and sadness. He was here to prove himself in front of Elizabeth Ellis, but she was at the front, while he was stuck crafting in the rear. Samuel explained, "If I approve your transfer, the commander will have me court-martialed. Sending a weaponsmith to the front is extremely risky." Harlan felt disheartened. He regretted not pretending to be an ordinary mage during testing, which would have allowed him to join the main forces at the front. Samuel tried to console him. "Harlan, you're a distinguished weaponsmith. Unlike those soldiers risking their lives on the front lines, you can earn a lot of merit by crafting weapons to your liking in the comfort of the forge." Harlan Hollis stood at the entrance of the equipment group, a frown etched on his face. He was calculating in his mind. At his current pace of earning battle merits through crafting, it would take a few more years to accumulate enough for a Baron of Merit. However, to achieve the status of a Baron of Land, he feared it might be a lifetime endeavor. At that moment, an opportunity to share the Duke of the North's power was presented to him. As a non-firstborn noble, Harlan knew that if he didn't seize this chance, he would have to rely solely on his own efforts in the future. He scoffed, pondering how much his hard-earned battle merits would really amount to. But if he succeeded this time, wealth and glory would be within easy reach. With this in mind, Harlan's expression turned grim. He firmly addressed Samuel Garden, saying, "I'm here for Her Highness Elizabeth, not to make sacrifices. So, I'm withdrawing from the trial." With that, he unhesitatingly tossed his identity badge onto Samuel's desk and left without looking back. Samuel Garden watched Harlan's departing figure, his complexion shifting from dark to red, then to pale. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Sigh. These talented young nobles with backgrounds are really untouchable. But maybe it's for the best. Although I've lost a skilled craftsman, I can still account for this in front of the commander." He picked up Harlan's identity badge, preparing to process the retirement application, when he suddenly noticed a new battle merit record, power gauntlets, sold for 90 battle merits. Samuel couldn't help but sigh. What a lucky fellow, to have redeemed Harlan's last piece here. If not for being in the military, you commoners wouldn't have such a great opportunity to encounter the works of these talented youths. He continued to ponder. Harlan Hollis, noble descendant, a strong contender for Elizabeth Ellis's fiancé, even overshadowing the fire elemental warrior Murphy Crane. To reserve a weapon crafted by him, not only did one need to book in advance, but they also had to pass a qualification check. Even so, his order list was already filled until graduation. Now, because of Elizabeth Ellis, he managed to spare a month, only to be relegated to logistics. Harlan walked out of the equipment group with a stern face, striding quickly along the street, intending to take a carriage to Northwind City. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure. He immediately turned his head to look, and the person, sensing his gaze, turned to meet his eyes. "Hello, Senior Harlan," Murray Green greeted him, thinking how wonderfully serendipitous the world was, having just purchased a weapon crafted by him, and now encountering the man himself. Harlan was somewhat surprised. "Murray Green? Senior, you know me," Murray replied with a smile. "How could I not know you?" Harlan Hollis arrived at the dormitory, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person who received the first invitation to the Magic Academy, only to witness a farce. The next day, he found himself thrown into the mountains for training. At the banquet, Murray Green's performance was unremarkable, and Harlan quickly forgot about him. However, fate had other plans, and they met again in this remote place. Harlan recalled seeing Murray standing next to Ryan Green at the prince's banquet. He didn't reveal that he had already taken notice of Murray, and instead calmly said, "We met briefly at the prince's banquet." Murray's face showed a hint of regret as he sighed. "Alas, it's a pity I left early that night and missed your heroic display, Senior." Harlan waved his hand modestly. "Not at all. There was nothing special about my performance that night. But I did hear about some entanglements between you and Miss Joanna. Is there any truth to that?" Murray's expression grew complicated, and he whispered, "Half true, half false. Only hatred, no love." Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Harlan's eyes, but he quickly relaxed and said, "Really? Then I'm relieved." He thought to himself, originally expecting Murray to take the path of being close to the prince's confidant, but instead, he had made an enemy of her. This rival was as good as out of the picture. No wonder they met in such a secluded corner. With this realization, Harlan's previously cold demeanor softened slightly. Harlan continued to probe. "That's truly unfortunate. I heard Miss Joanna is greatly favored by the Marquis and has a generous dowry prepared. I thought you had already taken the lead." Upon hearing this, Murray shot Harlan a glare, inwardly cursing. This senior is no good either. Joanna is a lunatic. Whoever marries her is doomed. If she doesn't get into 8 fights a day, she'd feel uneasy. Those so-called dowries are probably just medical expenses. To avoid awkwardness, Murray forcibly changed the subject. "Haha, Senior, if we have nothing else to say, why don't we talk about the art of crafting? There's no need to discuss such difficult topics." Harlan was surprised. "Aren't you a telekinetic? Are you also knowledgeable about crafting?" Murray retorted. "How do you know I'm a telekinetic?" Harlan glanced at Murray's peculiar attire with a hint of mockery. Who doesn't know? A magician who doesn't wear robes, doesn't use a wand, and reportedly doesn't cast spells. Murray was speechless and shifted the topic again. "Senior, speaking of which, we just saw some of your crafted weapons at the weapon exchange." He turned to his companions and introduced, "Captain, this is Harlan Hollis, the creator of your gauntlets." The 4 companions, who had been whispering among themselves, were immediately taken aback. Barlow glanced at the gauntlets in his hands, quickly put on a fawning expression, and approached Harlan, complimenting. "Master Harlan, I've heard so much about you. I was deeply attracted to these gauntlets the moment I saw them, and exchanged them without hesitation." Harlan merely nodded slightly, having grown weary of such praise. He offered a few simple tips on usage and maximizing their effectiveness, then bid farewell to Murray and headed towards Northwind City. Watching Haroon Hollers walk away, Murray Green felt exhausted from their conversation, more so than from a fight. Barlow couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a level 3 artisan indeed. The demeanor, the style, the way he walks, it's just..." "Enough, Captain," someone interrupted. "He's already gone, he can't hear you." Barlow closed his mouth reluctantly and looked down at his gloves. He flexed his hands and threw a couple of casual punches, feeling how the power gloves were becoming more comfortable. Turning to Murray Green, Barlow sincerely said, "Murray, thank you for these past few days. Without you, we wouldn't have earned such a huge amount of military merit so easily. Today, we should treat you well." Seeing the group's mischievous expressions, Murray Green felt a stir of excitement. Barlow quickly added, "Don't worry, we're going to legitimate places. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Murray Green agreed eagerly before Barlow could finish his sentence. The group turned away from the fortress and headed towards the town. The further they walked from the fortress, the fewer military buildings they saw, gradually replaced by shops, restaurants, and taverns. Moving on, Barlow led Murray Green to a tavern called Flames and Blood. It was a four-story building, predominantly red, adorned with red decorations. As the wind blew, the decorations swayed like flames, creating a unique style. Barlow led the way to the entrance, where two heavily armed men and two welcoming hostesses in red dresses stood. "Welcome to Flames and Blood. Enjoy your time," the hostesses greeted sweetly. Following behind, Murray Green felt his heart race at the sight. He thought to himself, "Today, I might learn some unusual things." As they stepped inside, a scantily clad waitress approached. Mike, quick on the draw, flicked a silver coin her way. She caught it effortlessly, her smile growing wider as she asked in a syrupy voice, "Gentlemen, where would you like to sit? We've just opened, so there are plenty of seats available for you to choose from." It was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and the tavern had just opened. A few tables were already occupied by patrons drinking and chatting, occasionally teasing the scantily clad waitresses. Barlow spoke up. "Get us a private room on the second floor and bring out a few signature dishes. After spending days in the mountains, let's have a feast first." The group had rushed back from the mountains and hadn't even had lunch yet. The waitress happily obliged, and due to the tip, she selected a nice private room for them on the second floor. Opening the door, the entire first-floor hall was visible, and through the window, one could see the bustling street outside. The group entered the room and settled into the soft animal skin sofas. Murray Green suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, and he leaned back, practically lying on the sofa. The others did the same. Although their days had been relatively easy thanks to Murray Green, the pressure of facing barbaric orcs on the battlefield still weighed heavily on everyone's minds. The 5 individuals stepped into a comfortable and safe environment, feeling the pressure recede like the tide, replaced instantly by a wave of fatigue. Murray Green collapsed onto the soft sofa, closing his eyes to rest, surrounded by the murmurs of his companions, the clamor of guests downstairs, and the haggling from outside the window. At that moment, Murray Green's calm mental sea began to operate on its own, picking up speed rapidly. By the time he realized this anomaly, the spinning had already surpassed the limits of his usual practice. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Murray Green felt a surge of joy, recalling how he had longed to advance to the second level after reaching the peak of the first, yet had been repeatedly thwarted by insufficient foundation. Unexpectedly, the intense 5-day mountain training had naturally transformed his mental power under pressure, setting him on the path to the second level. Despite the less than ideal surroundings, the opportunity was too precious to pass up. Murray Green decided to seize this breakthrough. He quickly began practicing Professor Lyndon Beale's second-level meditation technique, accelerating the rotation of his mental sea. Under his conscious control, the magic that had expanded to its limit began to refine and condense, like soybeans being ground by a millstone, continually polished by the vortex formed in his mental sea, and eventually transformed into a pool of liquid, flowing quietly within. Murray Green sighed with relief, nodding in satisfaction. Everything fell into place, and he effortlessly stepped into the ranks of a second-level wizard. In the moment of breakthrough, a powerful spiritual pressure emanated from Murray Green, causing Barlow and the others to jump up from the sofa in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Murray Green opened his eyes, a smile playing at his lips, and said, "Sorry, just advanced, didn't quite control the power." The 4 exchanged glances, eyes filled with disbelief. Marcus swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, "Have you broken through to a second-level wizard? What else?" Murray Green replied nonchalantly. The 4 were thunderstruck, their minds blank. Wasn't a wizard's practice supposed to emphasize the environment? Didn't it require purity and focus? Yet here was Murray Green, lounging on a tavern sofa, breaking through amidst such chaos, completely overturning their understanding. Just as they were still reeling from the shock, there was a knock on the door, followed by a waitress's voice. "Excuse me, guests, may I serve the dishes now?" Barlow, snapping back to reality, immediately responded loudly, "Yes, yes, bring it in. Bring all the best food and wine. We're celebrating Master Murray today." His shout startled the waitress outside, but more than that, it conveyed the excitement over this unexpected good news. Although the tavern named Flames and Blood is primarily known for its drinks, the quality of its food is also noteworthy. The group of 5 ordered additional dishes twice, quickly devouring everything on the table. After their feast, they lounged lazily on the sofa, reluctant to move. At that moment, a waiter approached respectfully and said softly, "Gentlemen, the foot massage service you booked is ready. Please proceed to the 3rd floor." Murray Green, although comfortably reclining on the sofa, was intrigued by the mention of foot massage. He fought his laziness and followed the waiter to a private room on the 3rd floor. Inside the room, 5 reclining armchairs were neatly arranged. Murray Green chose the one in the middle, and as he settled into it, the comfort nearly lulled him to sleep once more. Once all 5 were seated, 5 male attendants entered, each carrying a foot basin. Seeing this, Murray Green remained expressionless but was secretly disappointed. It turned out to be just a standard service. Although slightly disinterested, he did not request a change of attendance. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Moreover, his body had just turned 16. Despite his mature soul, most of his energy was devoted to training. Being in a prime training period, he couldn't afford any distractions that might hinder his future progress. The attendants placed the basins at their feet and lit incense on a small table. The rich fragrance filled the air, but as soon as their shoes were removed, an indescribable stench overpowered the incense, permeating the entire room. This odor immediately dispelled Murray Green's drowsiness. Instinctively, he used his mental power to create a barrier around his head, blocking out the nauseating smell. The others also waved their hands near their noses, trying to dispel the unpleasant scent, but with little success. Barlow frowned and instructed, "Have Murray's shoes cleaned and dried before returning them. As for ours, just dispose of them and buy new ones in our sizes." Saying this, he flicked a gold coin, which one of the attendants caught skillfully, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The attendants carefully placed each pair of shoes in his separate bags, and then into a wooden box before hurriedly leaving. Murray Green initially considered discarding his foul-smelling shoes, but upon reflection, he remembered they were his own creation, inscribed with a magical array as a first-level magical item. Discarding them due to a temporary odor seemed wasteful. He resolved inwardly that they could still be used after a thorough cleaning. Having made this decision, Murray Green turned his attention to other matters, looking forward to the upcoming experience. After removing his shoes and socks, Murray Green's feet were gently placed into a basin of warm water by the attendants. The soothing water enveloped his tired feet as they expertly washed them. Once clean, the cloudy water was discarded and replaced with a fresh basin of fragrant, foamy bath water. The attendants were particularly meticulous this time, thoroughly cleaning every inch of skin until Murray's feet felt revitalized. With the ventilation system in operation and the scent of incense wafting through, the previous staleness in the room vanished. Everyone present took a deep breath, savoring the refreshed air. After the cleansing, a basin of ice-cold water was brought out. As soon as Murray's feet plunged into the cold water, a chill shot up to his crown, invigorating his entire body. Before he could fully react to the icy shock, his feet were swiftly transferred to a wooden tub filled with a red liquid. In stark contrast to the cold, this liquid was scorching hot, as if it could scald his feet. Just as Murray was about to cry out, his companion Marcus beat him to it. At that moment, the attendants began massaging his feet. The initial burning sensation gradually softened, becoming as comforting as a warm winter sun, making Murray feel extraordinarily comfortable. "Wow, this is quite a skill," Murray couldn't help but praise. "Of course," his companion laughed. "We come here to wash our feet every time we return from the mountains. Their signature flames and blood treatment is quite something. It's like flames flowing through blood, leaving you warm and relaxed after the massage. A bath and a good night's sleep later, and you'll be as good as new." Murray had initially thought this was a tavern, not expecting it to be a foot spa. As the attendants increased their pressure, he felt like crying out but managed to restrain himself. The relaxation was overwhelming and drowsiness began to set in, but in the next moment, his feet were plunged back into ice water, the chill once again jolting his senses. Good grief. This time, Murray couldn't hold back and exclaimed. The entire foot treatment lasted only about half an hour, but Murray felt as though he had experienced several lifetimes in that short span. The novel experience left a lasting impression on him. After the foot treatment, Murray's drowsiness vanished. He headed to the third floor for a thorough bath, donned a loose robe, and handed over his dirty clothes to the staff for cleaning. Returning to the second-floor suite, the 5 men were now invigorated and full of energy, a stark contrast to their earlier weariness. "Murray, come on, let's go have a drink," his companion invited. "No thanks. To keep a clear mind, we mages don't drink," Murray politely declined. He could handle the earlier pampering, but he had no interest in drinking, which he considered a self-inflicted ordeal. After refusing the invitation, an image of a mature woman appeared in Murray's mind, recalling Angie Jan Lees, who had knocked him out at the Comingafage ceremony. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, and began to focus on his mental space. Since advancing to a second-level mage, his ability to introspect had significantly improved. His once murky mental space was now much clearer. Observing his liquefied magic, he noted that its strength had doubled. The same spell now wielded far more power than when he was a first-level mage, and his magical capacity had also increased. Murray estimated to himself, "With proper rest and recovery, my strength will be at least twice what it was before. With this power, even if I encounter Joanna Stewart, I can defeat her without relying on the giant python pistol," he thought confidently. As night fell, the foot massage parlor buzzed with activity. Soldiers off duty, groups of mercenaries, and adventurous war merchants all poured in, seeking a moment of relaxation. Murray Green sat in a private room, sipping juice and observing the bustling crowd below through the window. His gaze occasionally drifted to the street, where a group of young people suddenly caught his attention. This group was well equipped and carried themselves with an air of distinction, and Murray immediately recognized them as students from Ellis Academy. After a brief glance, he shifted his focus away, just as the leader of the students cast a look toward Murray's room. "Senior, what's up?" one of the students asked. "Nothing," the leader replied, shaking his head and continuing to lead the group forward. Throughout the evening, Murray noticed several more groups of students passing by, leaving him puzzled. Why were they here? Was there some change afoot? The next morning, after a restful sleep in the temporary barracks, Murray stretched and stepped outside. On the training field, Marcus and two others were already engaged in basic physical training. Weightlifting, endurance running, and stamina exercise, no techniques or combat skills, just a monotonous routine. Murray lost interest after a quick glance. "Murray, you're up," Marcus exclaimed eagerly after completing a set of weighted exercises. "How about a spar?" After a moment's thought, Murray nodded in agreement. "All right, I just had a breakthrough last night, so it's a good opportunity to test my skills." Hearing this, Mike and Edge's eyes lit up as they quickly cleared the area. Murray and Marcus stood about 20 meters apart, a dangerous distance for a mage, especially against an assassin like Marcus. However, in a fair duel, the assassin's advantage was diminished. Marcus gripped his wooden training dagger, eyes locked on Murray, and took a deep breath. As Mike shouted, "Begin," he quickly stepped back. Marcus bent his legs slightly, choosing a zigzag approach instead of a straight-line attack. He had witnessed Murray's prowess with throwing knives, having seen him take down numerous powerful barbarian orcs on the Bisis Mountains, and knew that no matter how fast he couldn't outrun Murray's knives. Impressive, Murray silently praised Marcus's tactical awareness. Though he could easily win by increasing the speed of his knives or using more of them, he decided against such measures. A spar should remain just that, a spar. Murray grabbed a handful of sand, his telekinesis lifting over 100 pounds of it, and hurled it at Marcus. "Repulse," he commanded, and the sand, propelled by the force, transformed into a sandstorm, sweeping toward Marcus. Marcus's expression hardened as he quickly crouched, left hand on the ground, dagger raised to protect his face, and legs powering him forward. "Down sand," Murray murmured, and the sandstorm suddenly pressed downward. Faced with Marcus's clever evasion tactics, Murray Green's lips curled into a slight smile as he forcefully pressed his right hand downward. Instantly, a torrent of sand cascaded down like raindrops, completely engulfing Marcus as he crawled forward. Although the sand itself was not heavy, and even with Murray Green's telekinetic enhancement, it could not inflict real damage. The sudden sandstorm left Marcus in a disheveled state. Unwilling to be outdone, Marcus curled into a ball to protect his face, then burst from the sandpile like a beast set free, his dagger flashing with a cold gleam as he aimed for Murray Green's vital points. However, as Marcus closed in within 10 meters, Murray Green remained unfazed, raising his hands lightly, enveloping Marcus in an invisible force. Marcus suddenly felt as light as a feather, as if he might float away at any moment. Sensing danger, he struggled to maintain his balance, but Murray Green flicked his fingers, causing the sandy ground beneath Marcus to vanish. Before Marcus could react, a powerful repulsive force surged like a tidal wave, propelling him into the air. This force was like an invisible sphere, hurling Marcus backward. With no foothold, Marcus was flung over 10 meters, nearly back to where he started. As the repulsion faded, he deftly flipped in the air, landing steadily on his feet. Marcus looked at Murray Green, his face full of resignation. This battle was far more challenging than he anticipated, with the 20-meter gap feeling like an insurmountable chasm. Seeing that handling Marcus alone was no trouble, Murray Green turned his gaze to the watching Mike and Aichi, suggesting, "How about the three of you come at me together?" The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Aichi gripped his large wooden sword tightly and shouted, "Then the three of us will test your skills together. Let's go." Aichi charged first, with Marcus following closely, skillfully hiding in Aichi's shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike. Mike, meanwhile, stayed back, drawing his bow and releasing 3 arrows that whistled through the air towards Murray Green. Facing the combined assault of the trio, Murray Green finally felt some pressure. This was the advantage of team coordination. The archer provided long-range suppression, disrupting the opponent's rhythm. The mage followed with sweeping magic, and finally, the warrior closed in for the kill. This combination was enough to overwhelm most foes. With quick reflexes, Murray Green used his telekinesis to deflect the 3 arrows off their course. He then manipulated the arrows to circle around him before shooting them back at Aichi. Aichi dodged one arrow skillfully, slashed another with his sword, while Marcus leaped to intercept the final arrow. By then, Aichi had closed to within 15 meters of Murray Green, a critical distance for a mage. Aichi launched a charging attack, like an unstoppable wild bull, barreling towards Murray Green. Murray Green sighed lightly. "Oh dear." And with a flick of his finger, a wooden spear shot up from the weapon rack like a missile, spiraling down from the sky in a graceful arc, aiming straight for Aichi. Seeing this, Mike felt a pang of concern and instinctively shouted, "Not good." He immediately drew his bowstring to its fullest, releasing a powerful arrow with a piercing whistle. Mike's arrow shot forward like a bolt from the blue, heading straight for Murray Green. This clever tactic forced Murray Green to divert some of his psychic energy from his spear to defend himself. Seeing this, Aki's heart sank as he channeled all the power he had accumulated during the charge into his great sword, striking with full force. The instant the wooden spear collided with the great sword, an immense force erupted, shattering both fragile wooden weapons into splinters. Instinctively, Aki shielded his head with both arms, while Marcus seized the opportunity to launch a side attack, curving in towards Murray Green. At that moment, Murray Green was fully focused on countering Mike's arrow, his psychic energy enveloping the wooden projectile. However, Marcus's sudden assault forced him to change tactics. Murray Green quickly pulled the arrow off course with his psychic power, allowing it to fly past him, while he turned his full attention to the oncoming Marcus. Under the cover of Mike and Aki, Marcus managed to advance to within 5 meters of Murray Green. For the agile Marcus, this short distance was merely a step or two away. Holding a wooden dagger in reverse grip, he darted towards Murray Green like a bullet from a gun. Faced with the imminent attack, Murray Green's eyes flashed with silver light as a powerful repulsive force erupted from within him. Marcus's dagger plunged into this force field as if stabbing into a massive water balloon. Instantly, his arm and then his entire body were halted by this force, which grew stronger the closer he got to Murray Green. Gritting his teeth, Marcus was about to launch another attack when Murray Green made his move. With a swift grasp of his right hand, a psychic hand seized the unguarded Marcus by the neck. With a gentle lift, the lightweight Marcus was raised off the ground, floating like an uprooted carrot. This sight left Aki, who had just dealt with the wooden fragments, stunned. Mike quickly drew his bow to shoot, but Murray Green slightly shifted his right hand, positioning Marcus's body as a shield in front of himself. "Go!" Murray Green commanded. Without the ground for support, Marcus could no longer resist the shockwave and was sent flying. Aki reacted swiftly, leaping up to catch Marcus by the foot and bringing him down safely. Murray Green stood there, contemplative. Level 2 psychic power is indeed significantly stronger, able to easily lift a person. Realizing they had no chance of victory, Marcus and his team surrendered. In this sparring session, Murray Green had only attacked once, seemingly just training with them. Had it been a real fight, they would likely have suffered greatly. Haha, Lord Murray is truly a hero in his youth. Mike was just about to flatter him when he suddenly witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Murray Green's feet slowly lifted off the ground, and his whole body began to float. FL. Floating up. Marcus stammered, unable to speak clearly as he watched. At that moment, Murray Green was fully focused on using repulsion to make his body repel the earth. Seeing his feet successfully leave the ground, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. However, in that brief moment of relaxation, the previously intense repulsion suddenly weakened. Like a plane losing its wings, Murray Green's body plummeted toward the ground. Fortunately, he hadn't floated too high, only about 20 to 30 centimeters. Murray Green quickly adjusted his body and landed steadily on the ground. He then began to gasp for air, his face pale as a sheet from the intense use of mental repulsion in such a short time. Despite this, a bright smile spread across his face. "Ha ha ha, I did it, I really did it." Finally, unable to contain his excitement, he burst into laughter, his expression as ecstatic as someone who had just achieved a great victory. The three who had witnessed the whole event quickly approached Murray Green, offering their congratulations. "Congratulations, Lord Murray, on your increased strength. We wish you a swift ascent to the skies." Hearing their well wishes, Murray Green found it a bit odd, but nodded in agreement. "You all continue your training. I'm going to rest. That last effort almost drained all of my mental energy." With his face still pale, Murray Green turned and left. Marcus and the others watched him go, their eyes filled with envy. Even after the door closed behind him, they continued to gaze in his direction. After a while, Mike sighed and remarked to the other two, "This is what a true genius looks like. Reaching flight at level 2, a realm that's normally reserved for level 7 sky warriors." Indeed, level 7. They all echoed with longing. As practitioners, who wouldn't want to become incredibly powerful? In the entire northern fortress, only 3 people had reached level 7. The Legion commander, the deputy commander, and the head of the army mage corps. These 3 were the pinnacle of the 3rd Legion, and in the entire north, aside from the Ellis family's level 8 guardian, they were the top. Reaching such a level, if one were to pledge loyalty to the king, they would at least be granted the title of honorary count, even without any achievements. With military accomplishments, being titled a duke wouldn't be out of the question. Just like the master of the northern fortress, the commander of the 3rd Legion, who was an honorary duke with immense strength and noble status, the ultimate goal for every practitioner. And now, someone at level 2 had touched upon the abilities of a level 7 warrior, a revelation that shook them to their core. Closing the door, Murray Green pressed his head in pain and immediately laid down on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate and relieve the headache caused by overusing his mental energy. However, the effect was not ideal, and the phrase splitting headache was vividly evident in his condition. Haha. Murray Green gasped for air, his face as pale as snow, yet his expression was filled with excitement and joy. The sky had always been humanity's forbidden zone. In the previous world, people relied on technology to reach the skies, but now he had touched the sky with his own power. Even though it was only a mere 20 to 30 centimeters and lasted less than half a minute, the breakthrough from 0 to 1 could be endless, while the progress from 1 to 10, or 10 to 100, could come naturally. What? Elizabeth is coming for an inspection? Murray Green's face turned ashen, and his voice quivered with fear. Barlow had just returned from gathering intelligence, his expression grave. I heard it's happening this afternoon. Good grief, Murray Green mouthed, momentarily at a loss for words. He had come to this place, far from Elizabeth Ellis, hoping for a peaceful month, only to find she was suddenly coming for an inspection. Murray Green couldn't help but grumble. What's there to inspect? She'd be better off staying in Northwind City as a mascot. Barlow continued with the information he had gathered. The people on the city walls say there's a new development in the battle. The main force of the barbarian orcs has retreated a bit. According to the scouts, they've split off 20 to 30,000 troops to head into the mountains. Upon hearing this, the faces of Mike and the others turned pale. The orc main force moving into the mountains meant their patrol mission would become more dangerous. Even though their team had Murray Green, if they accidentally encountered the orc main force, facing those with the strength of level 6 or even 7 and the orc shamans, they, as small fry, would likely be swallowed without a trace. Mike asked urgently, what about our main force? Barlow responded immediately, the main force of the 10th Army is gathering, and it said that the main force of the 7th Army will soon be deployed. Around 2 in the afternoon, Her Highness Elizabeth will arrive here with our regiment and the 7th Army's reconnaissance team. Barlow then looked at Murray Green and added, all the students and teachers who came to Northwind Fortress for training will come with Her Highness. With this news, Murray Green's heart sank completely. The entire 3rd Army reconnaissance team being deployed meant their team would have to act with the main force, unable to avoid Elizabeth Ellis. Unless he chose to retire during wartime, but as a student here for training, even if his retirement application might be approved, if Earl Green knew he retired during wartime, he might come and skin him alive. The Green family thrived in war, thanks to the courageous sacrifices of their ancestors. If he became a son who retired during wartime, Earl Green would be utterly humiliated. Ah, troublesome times indeed. Murray Green sighed. The others thought he was lamenting the upcoming war in the Biss Mountains, so they nodded in agreement and then went to their rooms to prepare their gear. Murray Green rubbed his head, which was now much less painful, feeling utterly drained. He touched the black box on the bed, his expression conflicted, and finally muttered, to hell with it. Whatever happens, happens. He realized that being on the front lines meant he could die at any moment. Hiding his abilities to keep a low profile was utterly foolish. Only by surviving could he handle the troubles that followed. Murray Green donned his freshly washed clothes and gear, then sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating, waiting for what was to come. Meanwhile, in Northwind City, Elizabeth Ellis, clad in a snow-white military uniform, stood on a 10-meter-high platform, looking down at the soldiers and students gathering on the field below. She turned to Apton Ellis and Gale Ellis beside her and inquired, have all the students here for training arrived? The head of the Warrior Academy, Upton Ellis, responded immediately, his voice tinged with a mix of tension and pride. From the Warrior Academy, we have 1,324 students participating in the training. Currently, 1,153 are present. 32 are injured and have been assigned to retire and rest. We have 1,121 ready to fight. The remaining students are either patrolling the mountains or engaged in other tasks and cannot arrive quickly. All 24 teachers are present and ready for orders. Elizabeth Ellis nodded impassively, her sharp gaze shifting to the vice principal of the Magic Academy, Gale Ellis. Gale cleared his throat and began his report. At the Magic Academy, there are 186 students participating in the training. Of those, 173 are present. 3 are on a mission at Mount Beezus, so we couldn't call them back. 1 has retired but will fight as an independent. The rest are occupied with their tasks. All 13 teachers are present. Upton Ellis raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly teasing. Oh, you have someone retiring at the Magic Academy too? Were they injured? He explained further that even with the city walls for protection, Warrior Academy students inevitably engage in close combat with savage orcs. Minor injuries are easily treated, and major ones can be healed with a potion. Only life-threatening injuries lead to retirement. In contrast, mages cast spells from the walls, retreating when orcs get too close, so there's little risk unless they cast spells on themselves. Gale Ellis chuckled wryly and replied softly. It was Harlan Hollis who chose to retire. Upton Ellis asked in surprise. Isn't he your academy's genius artificer? What's going on? Did the battlefield scare him? Gail Ellis explained that Harlan was supposed to be with the equipment team, but requested to be on the front line. The team leader disagreed, leading to a conflict, after which Harlan chose to retire. Upton Ellis muttered, "What on earth? An artificer should focus on crafting, not the front line." His gaze flickered between Elizabeth and Gail, and seeing Gail nod slightly, he refrained from further questions. Elizabeth Ellis calmly issued orders. "Since we are all gathered here, let's set off first. Vice Principal Gale, please arrange for the teachers and students from the Magic Academy to activate the floating magic tower. Principal Upton, organize the teachers and students to board the tower and head to Mount Beezus." The two principals departed to carry out her instructions. Elizabeth Ellis's gaze fixed on the distant, towering Mount Beezus, her expression as cold as ever, like a block of eternal ice. Meanwhile, on the field below, Harlan Hollis, who had just returned from the small town near Mount Beezus, felt quite speechless. He had just retired yesterday, only to find himself heading back today, making his retirement seem pointless. As Murray Green waited for the main force to arrive, a sudden, urgent knock on the door shattered the silence of the room. He got up to answer it, receiving a brand new set of orders with a slight frown. The orders transferred him from the 3rd Army Investigation Corps directly into the newly formed 11th Army. The 11th Army? Murray muttered to himself as he glanced over the document. It turns out to be a temporary army composed of faculty and students from Ellis Academy, commanded by Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis. He nodded slightly, folded the orders, and put them away. Turning to face Barlow and the other three, Murray noticed the undisguised bitterness on their faces. With the battle imminent, the departure of a key member was a loss that was hard to ignore. However, knowing that Murray was returning to school to fight alongside his classmates, they couldn't voice any objections. "Barlow, Marcus, Mike, Edgy," Murray's voice carried a hint of apology. "I will be returning to school. In the upcoming battles, you must be extremely careful and avoid getting surrounded by the enemy." Before he finished speaking, the black box behind Murray opened automatically, sending 4 test tubes filled with a crimson liquid towards them. "These are 4 healing potions. Consider them my parting gift. I hope you never need them, but if you do find yourselves in a dire situation, may they save your lives." The 4 reached out to take the potions, their eyes filled with reluctance. They opened their mouths to speak, but Murray's sudden upward glance interrupted them. "They're here," Murray said softly, much earlier than expected. Following Murray's gaze, the 4 saw a massive floating tower approaching from the direction of Northwind City, about to enter the airspace of Beezus Mountain Town. This magical marvel, about 200 meters tall, gleamed in the sunlight, leaving astonishment in its wake. "I must go," Murray said calmly, shouldering his black box. "Take care of yourselves." "You take care too," the 4 replied in unison. Murray walked steadily towards the field, which was to be the landing site for the floating magic tower. By the time he arrived, the field was already surrounded by a curious crowd, and the magic tower was slowly descending. Before long, the tower settled steadily, and its doors opened wide. Under the guidance of teachers, students filed out in an orderly manner. When Mr. Payne appeared, Murray approached him proactively. "Murray," Payne DuPont greeted with a smile. "How were the past few days in the mountains? Enjoyable, I hope." As Murray's supervising teacher, Payne was well aware of his mission. Telepaths weren't suited for the front lines, so patrolling the Beezus Mountains was a fitting assignment. Yet Payne couldn't shake a lingering doubt. Wasn't Murray a battle mage? As the dean's prize student, his combat skills should be quite formidable, so why hadn't he showcased them on the front lines? After all, there's no better place than the battlefield to demonstrate the prowess and deterrent power of a battle mage. "Not bad," Murray replied nonchalantly. "I met some good teammates who took good care of me." Murray Green responded with a smile, though his face was unnaturally pale, clearly due to the exhaustion of his mental strength. Payne DuPont looked him up and down, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What have you been up to, that you're so worn out?" "Made a breakthrough," Murray Green replied with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. "Well, that's good. Fall in." Payne DuPont nodded in approval. The atmosphere at the Magic Academy was noticeably more relaxed, in stark contrast to the soldiers standing rigidly on the field. Students gathered in small groups behind their teachers, chatting and laughing without any sense of the impending war. Just then, a large hand landed on Murray Green's shoulder. Without turning, he knew who it was. "Hey, Murray, where have you been these days?" Nick Brown's voice came from behind. Murray Green turned to find Nick with his head wrapped in bandages, lips pale, clearly having lost a lot of blood. "What happened to you?" he asked, concern flickering in his eyes. "Got into a brawl with some savage orcs." Nick Brown replied with feigned mystery. "Yeah, right. I'm a wizard. I wouldn't do something so crude. This injury is actually..." Nick started to explain, but was interrupted by a voice nearby. "He got that injury last night, when he missed a step coming down from the wall and tumbled down the stairs." As soon as the words were out, laughter erupted around them. Murray Green glanced at Nick Brown, who was looking down with a face full of indignation, then surveyed the surrounding students. Seeing that Nick didn't refute the claim, He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Nick, you've got quite the story. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit the fresh battle honors I've picked from the mountains? The classmates laughed even louder at Murray Green's playful and humorous retort. Stop laughing. Nick Brown clamped a hand over Murray Green's mouth, trying to stop him from laughing further, but Murray Green couldn't suppress his grin. Nick Brown was filled with regret, thinking, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I should never have joined the training. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have gone up the wall, wouldn't have fallen, and wouldn't be ridiculed by everyone, especially by Murray Green. He's not being a good nephew at all, just laughing without a care for my well-being. I may be tall and strong, but I have a fragile heart. Just then, someone shouted, the prince and the deans are coming out. All the teachers and students exited the magic tower and stood on the field. Elizabeth Ellis and two others appeared on a floating stone platform, slowly emerging from the top of the magic tower. Murray Green looked up, once again mesmerized by Elizabeth Ellis's beauty. Her snow-white hair flowed in the wind, and her exquisite face was extraordinarily captivating. Her tall figure paired with a form-fitting military uniform was both strikingly heroic and graceful. She's truly stunning, Murray Green thought to himself. No wonder she's known as the greatest beauty in the North. As he admired her breathtaking figure, his thoughts wandered. Sigh. She's not married yet. Can I reserve a spot as her lover in advance? Amidst everyone's attention, Elizabeth Ellis calmly looked down at the crowd, then turned her gaze beyond the fortress walls, her eyes filled with gravity. She spoke. This time, 20,000 savage orcs are attacking, mostly the elderly, weak, and sick. Their main objective is likely to scout the two mountains, trying to find a hidden route to bypass the fortress for the main army behind them. Upton Ellis replied disdainfully, "Humph. This bunch of rabble. If it weren't for His Majesty's reluctance to declare war, we would have flattened the wasteland and driven them all into the snow by now." 37 teachers led the students, dividing them into 37 teams, each with approximately 36 or 37 members. Murray Green's team had exactly 36 members, and their leader was Payne DuPont. Once the teams were formed, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a semicircle. Payne DuPont stood at the center, surveying the group, and said, "Now that we're a team, we need a leader. Who would like to be the captain?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to a senior dressed in black. This senior, with a well-proportioned build, was clad in black, wearing light armor over vital areas, and had two single-handed swords across his thighs. He stood up confidently and walked briskly to Payne DuPont. "Sir, I would like to be the captain of this team," the senior in black stated calmly. Payne DuPont responded with a smile. "I'm not your team member, nor your competitor. You should say that to them." The senior nodded, turned to face the group, and said in a steady voice, "I, Edwin Lambert, wish to be the captain of this team." He scanned the group and continued, "I've said my piece. Who agrees or disagrees?" Murray Green suddenly realized why the senior in black looked so familiar. It was Edwin Lambert, a fourth-year student, a level 4 advanced warrior, heir to the Lambert earldom, and one of the top 10 fighters at the Warrior Academy, consistently ranked in the top 5. He recalled seeing Edwin at Elizabeth's banquet alongside Ryan Green and others. With no objections, Edwin Lambert slung both swords across his back and said, "Great, let's get to know each other. I'm Edwin Lambert, an advanced wind attribute warrior and a professional shadow swordsman. Let's start with you," he said, pointing to the person on the far right. When it was Murray Green's turn, he introduced himself briefly. Murray Green, level 2 psychic. After the introductions, Edwin Lambert summarized, 1 level 4, 23 level 3s, 12 level 2s. Truly the elite of the Northern Academy. This level of strength could easily support a 1,000-man regiment in the army. He continued, although the 11th Academy's army has only a tenth of the normal army's numbers, they are the best in their respective levels. If we disregard casualties, we have the full capability to sweep through the savage orcs in the Bissis Mountains. Edwin Lambert scanned the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Murray Green. Our operation area is the latter part of the defense line behind Bissis Mountain. We'll set out in 2 hours. Murray, you've recently been on missions in the mountains and have valuable experience. Make me a list of supplies, and I'll pick them up when I collect the rest. Murray Green promptly agreed, picking up pen and paper to start writing. He didn't list weapons or equipment. The genius students of Ellis Academy had custom weapons. Instead, he noted down essential items like pots, pans, and condiments. At first, his teammates were surprised, but then they realized the wisdom of his thorough preparation and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. 2 hours passed quickly. The group, carrying heavy backpacks, made their way briskly toward Bissis Mountain. The magicians walked in the center of the team, while Murray Green traveled light. Edwin Lambert led the way with a map in hand, and teacher Payne DuBois followed at a steady pace, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Several patrol teams entered the mountain together, each dispersing along their designated routes. Before long, only their team remained. The students who were new to the mountain were excited, as if they were on a field trip. However, After 2 or 3 hours, their enthusiasm began to wane. "This is so boring," one magician whispered in complaint. Murray Green replied with a smile. "Let's hope it stays boring. If it doesn't, it means we've encountered enemies, and the situation at the front line isn't good." As the sun began to set, Edwin Lambert ordered a halt to their progress and set up camp. He directed the warrior students to chop down nearby trees to build a defensive wall, instantly expanding their view. Several campfires were lit, illuminating the campsite under the night sky. The magicians used fireball spells to easily ignite the freshly cut wood. Watching these attack spells, Murray Green felt both envious and frustrated that his spatial magic was of no use at the moment. Once the camp was established, Murray Green took on the role of head chef. He instructed the warriors to prepare the wild rabbits and chickens they had hunted along the way, skillfully sautéing and seasoning them. The aroma was so enticing that even Payne Du Bois was drawn out of his tent. Murray also used the tough smoked meat and wild vegetables to make a pot of soup. The group sat in a circle, dipping military hardtack into the wild vegetable and meat soup, devouring it, and relishing the rare treat. After dinner, Murray Green sought advice from Payne on some techniques for a second-level psychic, then returned to his tent to rest. As a magician, maintaining ample energy is crucial, so he didn't need to take a night watch and could sleep soundly. As night fell, the campfire dispelled the surrounding darkness. A few classmates on night watch sat together, speaking in hushed tones. In the nearby forest, assassin and ranger classmates concealed themselves among the branches, taking turns resting and keeping watch. The peaceful night passed, and Murray Green stretched as he emerged from his tent. He used the rice and smoked meat he brought to cook a pot of rich meat porridge. He blanched some wild vegetables and mixed them with seasonings, pairing them with military dry bread to create a hearty breakfast. Payne DuPont sat on a tree stump, savoring the porridge and wild vegetable salad, and remarked, "Murray, your cooking is quite unique. Where did you learn it?" "I learned it from my previous teammates. It's a common cooking style among civilians," Murray Green replied. Payne nodded in understanding, not pressing further. Murray secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as lying to a psychic is quite risky. Powerful psychics are extremely sensitive to mental fluctuations and can easily discern truth from lies. After finishing their meal, the group washed up briefly and set off again. Although the requirements at the Warrior Academy were stricter than at the Magic Academy, as students, their marching pace still couldn't match that of a regular army. All team members were at least second level in strength, but Murray Green's pace was relatively slower. A wind element magician cast a featherweight spell on him, and with his occasional use of repulsion, he managed to keep up with the group. "Stop, rest for 15 minutes, Edwin Longbow commanded after marching for over 2 hours. They then resumed their journey, taking 2 more breaks along the way. By early afternoon, Edwin retrieved the patrol route map, checked the sun's position, and after consulting the map, nodded and said, "This is the place. They haven't arrived yet, so it looks like our team got here relatively quickly. Rest here, and let's set up to cook." Each team's patrol route was meticulously planned by military strategists. If each patrol team is like a thread, all the threads woven together form a giant net that thoroughly scans the entire area. They were now at a node of this net, where 3 teams were scheduled to converge according to the plan. These 3 teams would briefly gather here to exchange information. If any team failed to arrive within the specified time, it would indicate a problem. The first team to arrive should immediately fire a signal flare to summon nearby teams and search backward for the missing team. If a team was wiped out and unable to send a signal, it would mean a formidable enemy had passed through, requiring urgent dispatch of experts to pursue. If failure to arrive on time was due to getting lost or other unjustified reasons, military law would be enforced. Once everything was set up, all eyes turned to Murray Green. What game did we catch today?" Murray Green asked awkwardly. Murray Green suddenly found himself elected as the head of the mess hall, a role he hadn't anticipated and was initially unprepared for. However, facing a group of brilliant students who might never have set foot in a kitchen, he quickly realized the necessity of taking on this responsibility to ensure the safety of the food for himself and his classmates. Thus, Murray Green accepted the challenge. At that moment, a few classmates responsible for scouting returned with an impressive haul: several wild chickens and rabbits, a deer, a wolf, and 2 wild boars of different sizes. Seeing these fresh ingredients, Murray Green's eyes lit up, and he began to mentally plan the menu. He swiftly began assigning tasks. "Seniors, please handle these game animals," he said, turning to a few assassin seniors. "Could you please search for some edible wild fruits and vegetables?" After assigning these tasks, he instructed a warrior senior to chop down a tree and convert the stump into a makeshift chopping board. Murray Green took seasonings from his backpack, arranging them neatly on the stump. He continued directing, "Chop the wood into firewood. We'll need it later. Oh, and seniors, dig a pit here and pile the soil beside it." As time went on, his commands became increasingly smooth and confident. Soon, the pit was ready, and a water element mage transformed the soil into mud. Meanwhile, the seniors processing the game returned. Murray Green immediately began cooking. He placed a whole wild chicken in a pot, adding root vegetables and nuts suitable for soup, simmering them over high heat, and adding wild greens just before serving. The rabbit's bones and meat were separated, with the bones coated and deep-fried as snacks for the classmates. The rabbit meat was diced and stir-fried with peppers, releasing an aroma that made everyone swallow their saliva involuntarily. The smaller wild boar was brushed with honey, marinated with spices, and roasted over the fire. Several fire element warriors and a fire element mage carefully controlled the heat, occasionally turning the meat and brushing it with Murray Green's special seasoning. The meat of the larger boar was sliced into strips, marinated, and smoked over a fire. The deer was sectioned, marinated, and coated with crushed wild fruit sauce, wrapped in large leaves. Murray Green used telekinesis to apply mud on the outer layer, forming several mud balls, which he then tossed into the burning wood in the pit. After a flurry of activity, all the dishes were finally laid out on a makeshift wooden table. Wild vegetable chicken soup, stir-fried rabbit, roast suckling pig, smoked meat, and clay-baked deer. The sight and aroma of the steaming, enticing food made everyone abandon the idea of reaching for the military dry bread in their backpacks. All right, classmates, my task is complete. Please enjoy the meal, Murray Green announced. By then, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and aside from the breakfast before departure, everyone had been on the move all day. Although cultivators could survive without food for days, it didn't mean they wouldn't feel hunger. On the contrary, their energy needs were greater than ordinary people. They could endure hunger better because they could supplement their body's needs with internal battle energy or magic. However, this did not eliminate the sensation of hunger. Unless one reached the 6th level and could directly connect with the energy of heaven and earth, food was still necessary. Even 6th level masters would choose to eat when conditions allowed. Whether due to hunger or the deliciousness of the food, Murray Green's dishes were quickly devoured. Initially, some maintained a degree of restraint, but soon realized that eating too slowly meant missing out on the food, so they too shed their reservations and joined the food scramble. After setting aside some food for classmates still patrolling the area, Murray Green also joined in the merry dining. The entire camp was filled with laughter and the sound of satisfied chewing. This sumptuous outdoor feast not only filled their stomachs, but also brought a sense of comfort and joy to the young cultivators on their arduous journey. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.